Noah was in a hurry to find adventures that could force him to improve. The land of the fallen perfectly suited his needs, but the higher plane had many places that could entertain him while his cultivation level grew. The library only mentioned the most noteworthy locations. It discarded old inheritances, especially those considered too troublesome to conquer. The inheritance mentioned by Fergie was one of them. It didn't have proper trials, but it contained resources that a powerful existence had accumulated for millennia. According to the data retrieved during its explorations, the inheritance was a vault placed in the Immortal lands to hide items. The forces on the surface had uncovered it only after the higher plane had gone through multiple mutations, so any information regarding its creator had disappeared over time. The dangers of Vault led to believe that its creator had been in existence above the gaseous stage of the 8th rank. It contained threats that even some of the leaders in Vagona City couldn't approach. Still, the Vault had different layers of difficulty. That structure had many rooms and corridors. They led to multiple sealed areas and defenses that reflected the level of the items stored inside. Rank 7 cultivators would usually appreciate that feature since it allowed them to avoid competing with stronger existences. Experts would go after resources that could help them at their current level, so they would ignore the weaker ones. Yet, the Vault was different from a normal inheritance. The creator of that place didn't want the items to leave. Its defenses aimed to kill any trespasser instead of testing them. That increased the overall dangerousness of the Vault. The cultivators attempting to take those items were thieves. They didn't aim to become the heirs of a forgotten inheritance. Still, disorganized groups didn't have the power to overcome the defenses, so the Balro family easily bought the Vault in an auction. That would generally be the end of the matter. The Balro family would invest time and effort to seize every item in the Vault and pay its purchase back. However, the defenses had turned out to be quite challenging even for its forces. The Balro family had the power to breach the sealed aura protected by defenses in the 7th rank. A single rank 8 expert would have been enough to complete the task. Yet, a force on that level had no interest in such weak resources. It preferred to turn them into a source of income while focusing on the items in the 8th rank. That Vault had been a popular destination for hopeful rank 7 cultivators for a long time, but its fame had eventually waned. Only the forces of the Balro family still patrolled its perimeter and attempted to obtain items. The other experts had moved toward other appealing locations. Noah flew toward the Vault. He didn't care if his ability wouldn't allow him to seize any item. He only wanted to test his power and see if he could succeed where others had failed. He didn't mind obtaining divine items, but he didn't care if he couldn't either. The Vault would act as a preparation for the land of the fallen, and it would also give him the time to adapt to the annoying aggression that filled the environment. Fergie had told him everything he knew about the Vault before leaving to return to his companions. Noah was on his own now, but he felt quite confident that the Balro family would treat him well after showing his green card. Many different sceneries went by in his eyes as he flew toward his destination. An immense lake with a wide piece of terrain at its center eventually appeared on his path, and he dived right toward it. A series of rank 7 consciousnesses quickly focused on him, and a few guards came out of the door placed inside the surface of the island. They all wore green robes that carried the Balro family's symbol, and they appeared quite friendly toward Noah. It's been a long time since anyone has attempted to steal something from this place, one of the guards exclaimed when she saw Noah landing on the island. She was an old-looking woman in the liquid stage. She kept her long gray hair combed into a thick braid behind her back, and wrinkles covered her face. Still, her smile appeared radiant when she looked at Noah. "Is there an inheritance here?" Noah asked as he inspected the island. Noah couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary in that place. It didn't seem to have anything different from the lake and its nearby areas. "No foreplay?" the woman asked as her smile widened. Noah took out the green card from his separate space, and the guards revealed surprised expressions at that sight. They could understand what that item meant, and they recognized the name written on its surface. "Forgive me for not recognizing you, defying demon," the woman said as she performed a polite bow. "I'm Chief Etta, from the personal army of the Balro family. We welcome you here to the pyramid." Noah didn't hide his surprise when he heard her words. He couldn't see any pyramid around. The whole island appeared empty, and even the underground world didn't seem to hide anything. Still, he had seen how the guards had come out of the ground. Noah guessed that the Balro family had placed high-level protections that could deceive even his innate awareness. He also suspected that the place had countermeasures meant for rank 8 cultivators. Inscription masters sure are famous here, Noah thought as he bowed to reply to Chief Eda's gesture. Noah couldn't understand how a liquid-stage cultivator could bow to a weaker one. Every organization in the Immortal lands appeared in need of members, and powerful existences were even willing to lower their heads if that improved their chances of obtaining an inscription master. Chief Eda quickly snapped her fingers when she saw his surprise, and a series of lines soon became visible on the island. The inscriptions created a net that slowly unlocked that place. Noah expected to see a huge structure appearing out of nowhere after those inscriptions arrived, but nothing happened. The island remained unchanged. Those lines didn't change its layout. "This way, please," Chief Eda said as she knocked on the ground, and a door materialized in that spot. She and Noah then moved through the stairs and entered an underground world full of branches and guards. There were many rank 7 cultivators in those caves. Noah counted almost 40 of them, but his instincts told him that there were greater dangers in that place. Chief Eda led Noah toward a specific underground hall and touched its wall. The rocky azure terrain became transparent after her touch, and the tip of a huge pyramid became visible from the other side. "The environment inside the pyramid is quite messy," Chief Eda explained. "You might chase a rank 7 item only to fall among threats in the 8th rank. The Balro family won't enter to help you if you mess up, but we can offer many services that could help you in the task." The Balro family had managed the pyramid for millennia and had mapped most of its insides. It had also studied many of its defenses and sealed areas that no one had ever entered. That knowledge had a price. Every cultivator could purchase it before entering the pyramid, and Noah didn't hesitate to use his soul stones. The Balro family even gave him a discount after they investigated the reason behind his green card. The pyramid had 6 layers connected in a messy array of corridors and secret passages. They had different difficulties, and Noah's cultivation level allowed him to be safe only on the lowest one. The first layer was at the base of the pyramid and featured defenses meant for rank 7 cultivators in the gaseous stage. The 6th was at its summits, and it could contain protections that even experts near the peak of the 8th rank couldn't cross. The knowledge about the layers featuring rank 8 defenses was expensive. The Balro family had opened the pyramid to the public, so it couldn't stop any powerful existence from attempting to retrieve the most valuable items. However, it set an astronomical price that scared away even most rank 8 cultivators from other families. Those experts could still enter the pyramid without purchasing the knowledge accumulated through the years, but no one advised that. Moreover, they had to pay a basic fee to enter the structure anyway. Noah had only paid for the knowledge of the first 3 layers. Even with the discount, he had to use 1,000 soul stones for it. He would need far more money to obtain the reports about the upper parts of the pyramid. "You will use the entrance to the first layer," Chief Eda said while Noah studied a map filled with details. "There are secret paths on the higher layers of the pyramid, but we assign the entrance according to the challenger's cultivation level. It saves us a lot of trouble and keeps the weaker resources away from greedy, powerful existences." Noah nodded as he heard that explanation. The Balro family had instated a rewarding but straightforward system around the pyramid, and he felt glad that he didn't have to compete with anyone on the higher ranks. Rank 8 cultivators could only enter the pyramid from the 4th layer or above. They could still reach the lower parts of the structure through secret passages, but only the Balro family was aware of them. "As you can see on the map," Chief Eda continued, "we have already defeated the easiest defenses. Only the difficult ones are left, so be careful when you approach them." When they reached the base of the pyramid, Chief Eda unfolded her aura and created a separate domain that fended off the senses of the other guards. Noah felt immediately alerted, but his instincts told him that she didn't have bad intentions. "I will be frank," Chief Eda said after heaving a sigh. "Even if the first layer is for gaseous stage cultivators, only experts in the liquid stage could face its defenses safely. I advise against an exploration. Even the family is about to close the pyramid and seize all the weaker resources left inside. Noah understood why Chief Etta had unfolded her domain at that point. She didn't want him to enter the pyramid because it was too dangerous. The Balro family would lose a possible promising member if he were to die there. Nothing ordinary could have remained undefeated for so long. Noah thought while he stared at the concerned expression of the old-looking cultivator. The higher layers must have even more resources and undefeated defenses. I wonder who built it. Was it a rank 9 cultivator? Do they even exist? Where are they in the higher plane? Noah's mind started to wander at the thought of such powerful existences. He was a god. His mind could bend the laws of the world to his will, and entire continents would open due to his physical might. Yet there were beings that he couldn't even look from afar. "Don't worry about me," Noah said after he snapped back to reality. "I will remain in the first layer and only approach the defenses that suit my abilities. Besides, I want to see the insides before you close it to the world." Chief Etta couldn't argue. She couldn't suppress the curiosity of a cultivator, especially when it came to an inscription master. She could understand his need to see what powerful experts were capable of. "We will know if you overcome one of the defenses," Chief Etta added while winking at him. "But we won't be able to see the nature of the reward if you store it." Her aura then condensed back inside her figure. The other guards around the pyramid glanced in her direction to express their confusion about her gesture. But they put the matter in the back of their heads when they learnt who Noah was. Chief Etta was giving him special treatment. She had basically told him that the world would gain a vague idea of his prowess if he overcame one of the defenses. "I'll be going," Noah said while performing a polite bow. Chief Etta nodded and placed a hand on one of the dark yellow bricks of the structure. The wall moved, and a narrow path opened in a few seconds. Noah glanced at the summit of the pyramid before crossing the entrance. Darkness filled his vision, but that didn't affect his senses. He could hear the wall closing behind him and severing his connection with the outside world. "I don't want to expose my strength," Noah thought as he walked through the polished narrow corridor. "But I can't give up on divine items either." Noah could only sigh at his helplessness in the matter. The Immortal lands had organizations that were far stronger than him, so he couldn't avoid playing by their rules. If he succeeded in seizing some items, the Balro family would become aware of his strength. The new would then reach other organizations if he refused its invitation, triggering a chain reaction that would force him to rely on a powerful backer. Noah could predict it. He was an expert in exploiting disadvantages, and he couldn't help but see how powerless he was about the whole situation. He had only one way to escape that system and maintain his freedom. He had to be one step ahead of them and grow far faster than they could imagine. Seize something valuable here. Run toward the land of the fallen. Explore forgotten battlefields in the magical beast's domain. Grow. Noah thought as he stopped and closed his eyes to steel his determination. "I've done it once already. This is no different from the lower plane. The stakes are only higher." Noah knew how he had to move, and he had even prepared a few backup plans already. His decision to reveal his title, his friendly relationship with the Balro family, and his spy would become useful if he failed in preserving his freedom. He only had to see if his growth could keep up with his ambition. That was the only variable that didn't depend on any external factors. Darkness flowed inside the robe to change its shape. A hood grew over his head and concealed his aura before Noah resumed his exploration of the first layer. Noah was ready, and he had already decided how to surprise the Balro family. The map purchased before entering the pyramid described the first 3 layers in great detail. It showed every hidden door, passage, and shortcut that Noah could take to reach his targets faster. The many defenses in front of the sealed areas also had detailed explanations. Noah could read the types of protection in front of each room and understand where his abilities could shine. Noah intended to use the advantages given by his hybrid status, but he couldn't feel sure about his success even then. The defenses in the pyramid worried him. They weren't protections that gaseous stage cultivators should face without a team. Noah followed the map while he inspected the area. The pyramid contained countless rank 8 materials in its structure. Their disposition and the inscriptions that linked them made the whole place an item capable of surpassing the 8th rank. It was a masterpiece that only a few existences in history could build. The structure was devoid of dust, and Noah couldn't see a single crack on the corridor's dark yellow bricks. The pyramid appeared immune to the passage of time. Every corner had symbols carved on its walls. Noah didn't know what language that was, but the aura that it radiated made him understand its meaning. Those signs told the number of the layer. There have been cases of cultivators entering the wrong trapdoors and ending in the 6th layer. Noah thought as he recalled some of Chief Edda's words. They have managed to avoid its defenses and come back due to these symbols. Why did the Creator crave them? Are they only for style? The pyramid contained many unanswered questions, mainly because no one had managed to conquer it yet. Even the Balro family was still struggling against the defenses in the upper layers. The structure resembled an inheritance due to some of its features. The numbers on the walls and the weaker defenses on the lower layers made the experts believe that the Creator wanted to reward eventual explorers. Yet, the defense's dangerousness and the pyramid's merciless layout made most believe that the Creator was simply a sadistic existence that wanted to lure cultivators inside the vault. It was strange, and Noah could see those opposite features as he walked through the dark corridors. They came from the same Creator, but they seemed to carry different intentions. I'm still too weak to worry about the mindset of the powerful gods. Noah sighed as he put those thoughts in the back of his mind. Less curiosity, more loot. The map was clear about the path that he had to take. Noah pressed his hand on specific bricks to move them and open secret passages that led to deeper parts of the 1st layer. Every floor had different areas that featured harsher defenses depending on their secrecy. The past waves of explorers had already cleared the accessible areas, so Noah could only aim to unlock the most difficult ones in the 1st layer. The defenses even had a ranking that followed the labels given to cultivators. Even peak gaseous stage experts couldn't overcome the harshest one. Yet, Noah could see how the Creator had only expected humans to enter the pyramid. The defenses were impossible to overcome for cultivators on the gaseous stage, but a hybrid had a shot at them. Noah knocked 3 times on a tile, and a secret passage opened. Stairs went down and then back up to lead him in a deeper area of the 1st layer. He turned right, left, and left again until the corridors opened into a large door. That was the access to one of the most dangerous areas of the 1st layer. The defenses would activate as soon as Noah took a step forward. A few tiles would move to release a swarm of minute metal puppets. According to the reports, the puppets could disrupt the breath inside the matter, destroy any material. Even defensive items in the liquid stage crumbled against the swarm. That protection had killed countless cultivators already, but their sacrifice had allowed the Balro family to understand that only spells could help in that place. The minute puppets weren't able to destroy the breath if cultivators continued to fill it with individualities. Still, the intensity of the laws inside the energy had to match a liquid stage expert's power level to survive the swarm. Attacking was also useless. Even solid stage cultivators couldn't destroy those puppets. Any rank 8 expert would surpass this easily. Noah thought as dark matter came out of his figure. I'm lucky that the Balro family has preferred to turn this into a source of income. The dark matter surrounded his figure, and Snor's massive shape also formed around him. A layer of ice and black rocks grew on the blood companion's skin as it laid its head across the few meters that separated Noah from the entrance to that sealed area. Tiles moved as soon as Snor entered the invisible area of the protection. A swarm of black fly-like puppets came out of the walls and covered the blood companion. Buzzing sounds reached Noah's ears and made him feel dizzy, but the dark matter around him managed to suppress part of that dangerous noise. Snor's pain also reached his mind. Noah could sense what the blood companion was enduring under the assault of the swarm. Those puppets destroyed the dark matter that covered its body and even seeped in its insides. The blood companion didn't manage to last for even a second. The puppets entered its body and shot toward Noah, who was still busy assessing the situation. Then, a second wave of dark matter spread from his chest. The higher energy was denser at that time and intended to suppress those annoying puppets. Noah unfolded the dark world while filling it with his ambition. The technique enhanced what his individuality could express and improved the blood companion's durability. His cultivation level also rose during that process. Noah didn't want to keep his ambition active for too long, but it was clear that he couldn't overcome that protection without it. The unfolding of the dark world pushed the swarm back, but the puppets quickly began to eat through its fabric again. Even the denser dark matter couldn't stop those creatures. It only managed to delay them for a few instants. Noah didn't need more time. Those instants were enough to run through Snore and reach the other side of the corridor. 3 seconds were nothing for existences who had lived for more than a millennium, but Noah felt as if an eternity had passed when he took that single step. The buzzing sound became more intense as he leaped through Snore's body to reach its opening mouth. Trails of puppets pierced the dark world, the defensive layers around the snake, and its body while he was still midair. Flies reached Noah's left shoulder while he was landing on the other side of the corridor. A sharp pain spread from that spot, but Noah couldn't stop himself anymore. Snore's mouth transformed into a wave of dense gas that exploded outward. The detonation bought Noah the fraction of an instant that he needed to step on the entrance and shot in the next area. Noah slid on the polished floor of the sealed area before crashing on the opposite wall. The bricks didn't budge during the impact, so he could stop the momentum accumulated in that reckless leap. The dark matter in the corridor dispersed, and the flies retreated inside the closing tiles. Noah had defeated that protection. He had reached the place that entire groups of gaseous stage cultivators had failed to touch. My defenses when I use all my techniques should almost reach the liquid stage, Noah thought as he inspected his shoulder. Most of the merit in this success goes to the density of the dark matter. The swarm had almost ripped off the entire arm during that short contact. The puppets were as threatening as the reports said. They weren't beings that gaseous stage cultivators could face. Noah turned to inspect the room at that point, and his eyes widened when he saw a pile of soul stones amassed in a corner. The exploration of the pyramid had already paid his initial expenses back. 30, no, 40,000. Noah thought as he inspected the pile of soul stones. No rank 7 cultivator in the gaseous stage could have access to that amount of wealth, but it now stood right in front of Noah's eyes. His consciousness also expanded to study the room, but he didn't find any danger in place. The pile of soul stones was the actual loot protected by the swarm of puppets, and it now belonged to him. Noah disregarded his injured shoulder to walk toward the gray mineral and store it inside his separate space. How can this not be an inheritance? Noah exclaimed in his mind. That sum of money was immense for a cultivator at his level, but it was nothing for an existence capable of building the pyramid. Noah couldn't understand the point of hiding 40,000 soul stones. The creator couldn't possibly find them valuable. Noah inspected every corner of the room before sitting at its center. There was nothing else in the area, which reflected what the Balro family had studied during those millennia. That place wasn't special, so the soul stones were the actual resource protected by the swarm. This is so strange, Noah thought. Why would someone build such powerful defenses to protect feudal money? What is the point of having layers meant for rank 7 cultivators? Why creating such a complicated structure if you are unwilling to see your resources go away? Noah could find many possible explanations for the strangeness of the pyramid. Still, he couldn't confirm any of them. He suspected that the Balro family knew more about the structure since its experts had explored the upper parts of the pyramid, but he couldn't do anything with that guess. His thoughts mostly lingered on how he could find loopholes in the pyramid. Noah wanted to understand the creator to exploit eventual flaws. Still, everything was too vague. Is my mindset too distant from those powerful experts? Noah questioned himself without managing to find an answer. Noah eventually let go of his doubts and focused on healing his shoulder. The pyramid wasn't something that an existence as weak as him could understand nor conquer, so he quickly stopped trying to find an answer to his many questions. He only had to accumulate resources and leave. Noah didn't need to solve every mystery that he found. His cultivation level always had priority, and he didn't have any time to waste. The fly-like puppets had turned flesh, muscles, and even bones when they threatened to rip off his shoulder. The damage was quite severe, and Noah couldn't heal it in a short time without the help of a spell. Noah didn't mind waiting for his body to recover naturally, but he didn't want to waste time. The pyramid was still neutral territory for him. The Balro family liked him, but he couldn't rely on that vague feeling for too long. I wonder if they already know that I have succeeded. Noah wondered even if he knew the answer to his question. The Balro family didn't place recording items because most cultivators wouldn't enter the pyramid otherwise. Yet, it could understand when someone crossed certain defenses through a series of sensors spread among the layers. A strand of dark matter came out of Noah's chest and spread outside of the room. The corridor didn't react to the arrival of the higher energy. The tiles remained in their place, and no puppets came out to attack the dense gas. The pyramid had sensed that Noah had retrieved the resource inside that sealed area, so it stopped providing energy to the swarm. That threatening defense was no more. They definitely know, Noah concluded after that test. More dark matter came out of his chest, and darkness flowed out of his dantian to fuse with his mental energy. A sword-like shell formed around him and began to accelerate his healing properties. The injury on his shoulder would typically take years to heal, even if he were in the Immortal lands. However, the Dark Womb spell could lower that time to some months. Noah didn't lack food since he had spent most of his travel hunting. The stay inside the Dark Womb spell was silent and relaxing, and his shoulder quickly healed during that process. He even cultivated once his body returned to its peak. Noah wouldn't disregard his training even there. Then, Noah left the room to walk toward the next sealed area. The first layer had a few defenses that even his many advantages didn't allow him to overcome, so he only had 3 more targets in mind. It felt odd that the pyramid had such a variety of defenses. Some of the protection featured shockwaves that had managed to destroy the seas of consciousness of entire groups of experts. Those tests were impossible to overcome by weaker cultivators. Even Noah had to ignore them. Noah could only aim to surpass the defenses that targeted dantians and bodies. His dark matter and hybrid status would allow him to show his superior might at that point, which gave him a chance to seize a few resources. After crossing a long corridor, entered a secret path inside a wall, and turned a few tiles to uncover an underground tunnel, Noah reached his second target. It was an area at the end of a large passage that featured multiple statues fixed on its walls. The statues depicted demon-like creatures who had short horns, sharp fangs, and humanoid features. Noah didn't recognize that species, but his instincts made him able to sense their dangerousness. The demon-like figures wielded thick maces with both their hands and wore angry expressions pointed at the floor. According to the Balro family's records, the statues would swing their weapons once cultivators passed through the corridor, and their strength wasn't something that humans could handle. The maces also seemed to be special inscribed weapons capable of weakening spells. Only martial arts could express their real power there, and Noah felt eager to test them. When it came to physical strength, Noah had no equals at his level. He was the strongest species due to the 4th center of power, so it was normal for him to feel confident about that test. The statues began to swing their maces when Noah stepped inside the corridor. Dark yellow trails flashed in his eyes as those massive weapons descended toward him. The clash between the weapons and Noah created shockwaves throughout the area, but he didn't move. He didn't even stop running forward when the maces landed on him. Noah ran toward the entrance in the distance. As long as he breached the defense, he would obtain more resources and reach a safe area. His greed seeped out of his figure as the entrance drew near. Noah couldn't contain his excitement when he sensed pain spreading from his torso, back, and arms. The maces kept on landing on him, but they couldn't hinder his charge. Then, when he was about to reach the entrance, an unstoppable force landed on the right side of his waist and pushed him back at the beginning of the corridor. Noah understood what had happened only when the back of his head slammed on the floor. He felt blood rising from his throat and accumulating in his mouth, and a stabbing pain spread from his waist. Noah's waist turned purple as blood leaked from his internal organs. His black hole quickly provided dark matter to start the healing process, and a dense membrane covered his injured tissues. The last mace was capable of far more power than the others. Noah didn't sense anything unusual from that weapon and its statue when he inspected the corridor. but there was something different about them. Noah wondered why the reports of the Balro family didn't mention anything about that feature, but he quickly found the answer to his doubts. The group of cultivators that had come before him didn't reach the last statue. No one was aware of that detail. The creator is a sadistic monster. Noah cursed in his mind as he assessed the injuries suffered. The mace had managed to hurt his internal organs, which usually took longer to heal. The attack had also torn his robe, which confirmed that the last statue's power surpassed the middle tier. I have just fixed it. Noah cursed again when he saw the torn spots on the robe. It took energy to fix the robe. The item could take part of it from the environment, but the process would be faster if Noah used his darkness. Still, that slowed down his training, which annoyed him. Noah remained in that position for a while before he straightened himself and marched toward the entrance of the protected area again. He had never been scared of pain, and the valuable items were right in front of him. He only had to deal with one insanely strong statue to obtain them. The statues began to swing their maces again, but Noah didn't budge when they landed on his body. Groups of cultivators would struggle to fend those attacks with their martial arts, but he could withstand them with the sheer power of his physical might. Then Noah stopped before reaching the last statue. Maces landed on his back, but he didn't mind them. His eyes and mental waves remained fixed on that last hindrance. I'm too weak to see any difference, Noah thought as maces continued to rain on him. The presence of rank 8 materials makes my expertise in the inscription field useless. After Noah reached that conclusion, dark matter flowed inside his black vessels, and a fiendish armor made of higher energy formed around his figure. Then, he activated the divine deduction technique as he took a step forward. Dark yellow light flashed in his eyes, and the ceiling of the corridor soon filled his vision. Noah found himself outside of the array of statues again, and pain spread from his right shoulder. I managed to salvage the robe, Noah thought as he straightened his position and resumed his walk toward the protected area. A rain of maces fell on him, but Noah didn't even look at them. His eyes remained on the last statue, and the armor of dark matter reappeared around him when he reached it. A flash of dark yellow light made the world in his vision transform again. Noah was back at the beginning of the corridor, and pain spread from his whole chest. I almost saw it, Noah thought before standing again and marching back toward the protected area. That cycle went on for a few hours. Noah did nothing but charge through the statues and return at the beginning of the corridor after the last one hit him. His body was a mess of injuries, but he took consolation in the fact that he had found a way to overcome that defense. The last statue swung its mace as soon as he entered its range. It was too fast for him to run past it, yet its weapon followed the same trajectory every time. Noah had learnt about that detail during his initial attempts to enter the protected room, but he still lacked something to overcome that defense. His senses told him that the statue performed the same attack every time, but he had to experience it multiple times to understand its actual trajectory. The mace was basically invisible. It was so fast that his superior awareness could only catch glimpses of its shape when it attacked him. Noah couldn't dodge it until he understood its trajectory, so he had to throw himself at the statue until he understood how it moved. Then, after facing the threatening statue 13 times, he sat at the beginning of the corridor and activated the Dark Womb spell to heal his injuries. He had completed his tests. His next march would be his last. Months passed again. Noah slowly returned at his peak, fixed his robe, and cultivated to improve his power. Once he felt satisfied with his progress, he left the floor to march through the corridor again. Noah barely felt the rain of maces. He had become so used to those attacks that his mind didn't even memorize them. They were nothing more than slaps for his body anyway. It was pointless to care about them. When Noah reached the last statue, he stepped forward and ducked. Something flew above his head, but he didn't manage to see it. Still, he knew that he had overcome the last statue. Noah quickly leaped forward after the mace missed him, but the last statue swung its weapon again. A stabbing pain spread from his back, but he didn't see any dark yellow light at that time. The scenery had changed after he focused again. Noah was against a wall, and his arms felt sore. The mace and flung him forward, directly into the protected room, but he hurt himself when he tried to stop his momentum. No anger or annoyance surged in Noah's mind when he saw that different scenery. He turned to stare at the statues outside of the room. A smile appeared on his face as his mental waves spread. The entirety of the room soon appeared in his mind. Noah inspected every corner of that place and found only one item inside it. The item was a small copy of the statues on the corridor. It was barely bigger than a man's fist, but it radiated an aura that made him worried. Noah's mental waves converged on the item, and a series of information flowed into his mind as he studied the small statue. He suddenly learned how to control that weapon, and he didn't hesitate to spit some blood on it. Even more pieces of information flowed into his mind at that point. A mental connection also formed between Noah and the statue. He had successfully bound it to his existence, and his eyes shone with a cold light when he understood its power. A disposable weapon with power at the bottom of the middle tier. Noah exclaimed in his mind. This will finally give me some survivability among the other monsters. Noah couldn't contain his happiness. He stored the small statue in the separate space and sat on the floor to start healing his injuries. The last attack had hurt him badly again, and his robe also needed some repairs. Still, Noah was ecstatic. The soul stones had been a great reward, but they couldn't compare to a weapon that could keep a liquid stage cultivator at bay for a few exchanges. Noah didn't move from the room until he returned to his peak. The statues on the corridor had disappeared while he recovered. They had nothing to defend, so the pyramid had taken them back. 2 left, Noah thought as greed seeped out of his figure. He had been inside the pyramid for almost 2 years, but he had already gained enough to consider the exploration worthwhile. The soul stones were incredibly useful, but the disposable statue was on another level. A battle against a liquid stage cultivator wasn't a dream anymore now that he had obtained the small statue. His superior power and his disposable puppet could finally give him a chance against existences stronger than him. Moreover, the first layer wasn't over. It still had 2 protected areas that Noah could overcome with his physical superiority and higher energy. They could potentially give him more valuable tools, and he couldn't wait to get his hands on them. Noah left the corridor and followed the indication of the map to reach his next target. Tiles moved, walls opened, and trapdoors appeared out of nowhere after he performed specific actions. In less than a day, he reached another corridor that led to a protected room. This one should be the same as the statues, Noah thought as he studied the seemingly empty corridor. According to the reports of the Balro family, the tiles in that corridor would move, and weapons would shoot out of them as soon as someone stepped inside their range. The weapons had the same features as the maces. They could completely ignore most spells and stop only in front of powerful martial arts. Yet, no group had ever come close to reach the end of the corridor, so Noah expected something dangerous to be there. Snore and the fiendish armor made of dark matter covered his figure as he shot forward. Layers of black ice and rocks materialized around the blood companion as the dark world filled the corridor. Noah didn't hold anything back. The dangerousness of the last statue had taught him how sadistic the creator of that place was, so he couldn't underestimate any defense. Spears and swords of various shapes came out of the floor, walls, and ceiling after their surface opened. They stabbed toward Noah as they pierced the dark world. The technique could only hold them back for a fraction of an instant. The weapons pierced Snore's defensive layers and stabbed its body. Their unique features made them cut through the dark matter easily, but they could only stop when they reached Noah's skin. They were the same as the maces. The dark world, the copy's elements, and Snore came from techniques that didn't involve his body, making them unable to stop the weapons. Instead, they couldn't do anything against Noah's body. They didn't even leave marks on his skin. A metallic sound echoed through the corridor whenever a weapon landed on him, but that didn't slow down his charge. The Balro family had ranked that defense higher than the statues, but Noah felt it to be easier. However, his survival instincts began to scream when he reached the end of the corridor, and he couldn't help but stop his charge before the last protection. The tiles and bricks around him had moved, but weapons had yet to come out of those empty spots. However, Noah felt that he would die if he took a step forward. Even his hybrid body wouldn't save him if he advanced. How is this possible? Noah thought as weapons stabbed from behind him. Metallic noises echoed through the corridor as Noah studied the path ahead of him. The protected room was less than 5 meters from him. He could cross that distance in less than a second, but his instincts told him that he wouldn't survive if he tried to leap. Maybe there is a trick again, Noah wondered as he took a step back and came out of Snor's body. The blood companion followed his orders and stuck its tongue into the range of the last protection, but it suddenly disappeared. Noah didn't see what had happened. He couldn't even see the shadows of what had cut Snor. Noah activated the divine deduction technique and made Snor stick part of its mouth inside that last area. A hiss of pain followed the disappearance of a chunk of its head, but dark matter promptly flowed inside the snake to fix the damage. They must be arrows, Noah concluded after witnessing the scene for the second time. Snor's tough body had allowed him to see the true nature of the weapons in the last part of the corridor. They were thick arrows that flew at an unimaginable speed and destroyed everything on their path. They also came from every direction, which left him without a blind spot that he could exploit. That seemed a perfect defense, and Noah felt that he didn't have the power to overcome it. Of course, Noah didn't give up so easily. He waited for Snor to reform and pushed it back into the last part of the corridor. The snake hissed in pain again as an even larger chunk of its head disappeared. Noah did some math in his head, and the result was that he wasn't fast enough to dodge the arrows. What now? Noah thought as weapons continued to land on his back. Snor opened its mouth and spat a wave of violent dark matter that reached the other end of the protected room. The attack didn't manage to damage the structure, and the same applied to the arrows. They would directly cut through the dark beam and continue on their path. Noah conducted more tests. He launched spells, used his dark world, sacrificed pieces of Snor, calculated night speed, and performed martial arts. Nothing was faster than the arrows, and they would fire at anything that entered the last part of the corridor. The short delays caused by his techniques and arts didn't give Noah enough time to overcome that defense. Noah couldn't see any hope in that corridor. Noah performed more tests, but nothing worked. The arrows always pierced everything that he threw at them. Nothing in his arsenal could help him defeat that defense. His unwillingness eventually vanished and allowed him to turn back. His armor dispersed as he sat at the beginning of the corridor to evaluate the issue. There had to be something precious in that room, but Noah couldn't obtain it. His abilities were a bad match for those arrows. His instincts told him that he couldn't win there, and the divine deduction technique made him reach the same conclusion. After a bit of hesitation, Noah left the corridor to march toward his last target. He still had another shot at increasing his gains, and he didn't want to waste it. Another series of secret passages and strange moments on the walls followed. Noah used the map's instructions to reach his target, and greed spread from his figure when he found it. That corridor was slightly different from the others. It was darker, and it had a series of lit torches stuck in the walls. The room at its end was the farthest place from the entrance in the first layer, and that meant something according to some of the past explorers. The layout of the pyramid had a tight connection with the difficulty of the protections. The harder it was to reach an area, the harsher its defenses would be. The dark corridor led to the deepest protected room in the first layer, which was on the opposite side of the entrance. The aura that surrounded the place was different, and its torches created an eerie halo with the faint red light radiated by their flames. According to the Balro family's reports, the torch's fire would expand once cultivators stepped inside the protected area. It would fill the entire corridor and burn everything. It wouldn't differ between energy and flesh. Noah was in a pickle there. The reports said that the flames could consume even some weaker items in the middle tier. It wasn't something that gaseous stage cultivators should be able to face. However, he had the dark matter and a body that surpassed the hybrids. His individuality could also boost his strength. His power could reach levels that gaseous stage cultivators couldn't touch. That gave him some hope, but the defense featured another difficulty that made the matter even more troublesome. The door at the end of the corridor wasn't open. He couldn't sprint to the flames to seize the resources contained in that area. Weaker experts from the Balro family and other cultivators had performed various tests in that corridor. They had tried to defeat the flames, blast the door open from afar, and even attempted to find a secret passage that could lead them toward the valuable items. Still, nothing seemed to work. The torches were almost indestructible and would continue to generate flames as long as something stood in the corridor. The door was the same since it had similar materials in its structure. As for alternative paths, the experts had formulated a few theories about that corridor. Most of them believed that the door would open after they seized the items contained in every other protected area of the first layer. Others thought that the real entrance for that room was in the superior layer, but a few believed that the fire was a trial that tested an existence's endurance. Noah couldn't enter that room had complicated conditions. He couldn't clear every protected area in the first layer. Also, he didn't think that he could find a secret passage when hordes of experts had failed to locate it. He could only bet on the fact that the fire wanted to test his endurance. "I will try only once," Noah thought as his ambition surged. Noah sat cross-legged on the floor as his cultivation level rose. He intended to push his power to its limits and activate all his defensive abilities at once. That was his last chance to obtain something from the pyramid, and he didn't know when the Balro family planned to close it to the public. He couldn't hold anything back. Dark matter filled the black veins in his tissues as his individuality forced his centers of power to grow. Noah's cultivation level crossed the halfway mark of the gaseous stage and neared the peak of the stage. He couldn't touch the peak, but he could come close to it. His long training sessions had improved the effects of his ambition. Noah could now wield the power of an expert that had already set the foundation for his breakthrough. Corrosive smoke and dark matter flowed out of his figure and surrounded him in two defensive layers. A fiendish armor soon covered him, but the gases didn't stop expanding after completing his defensive technique. Noah unfolded his dark world and contained the corrosive cloud inside it. The technique created a third defensive layer around his armor, and Snore soon formed to help in the task. The blood companion transformed into a statue covered in ice and black rocks as it enveloped his figure. Black flames that radiated a silver halo also spread through the dark world and created another layer of protection. Noah felt like a turtle hidden in its tough shell when he inspected the defenses around him. He had used everything in his arsenal and had expressed his real power. It was only a matter of endurance now. Noah used the dark world to move inside the corridor. The fire inside the torches expanded when Snore's statue crossed the invisible dividing line, and an inferno unfolded in the area. Faint scarlet flames filled the corridor and burned the edges of the dark world. Noah felt the area under his control shrinking as the defense attacked his techniques. The dark world seemed able to endure the power of the flames for a while. They didn't manage to pierce Noah's domain quickly, and could only burn it slowly as they expanded toward him. Noah didn't bother to keep track of the passage of time. He wouldn't revisit the pyramid, so he didn't need to accumulate pieces of information that the Balro family could use. He would remain there. He would even let the flames burn part of his body to test that theory. If that sacrifice didn't grant him access to the room, he would leave the pyramid and fly toward the land of the fallen. The flames eventually burned the entirety of the dark world and reached Snore's figure. They pierced the rocky layer and melted the black ice before reducing the blood companion to ashes. Black flames and corrosive smoke unfolded in the area at that point. Snore even reformed as those abilities made Noah gain a few valuable seconds. The blood companion crumbled again, together with the black flames and the deadly smoke. Nothing seemed able to stop the torch's fire, but that gave Noah hope. Some defenses in the pyramid would fall under tricks and unique methods. The more impossible they appeared, the more likely it was that they required a secret approach. Those secret methods risked bringing the cultivators closer to their death, but they were the only available approach for weaker existences. Noah was doing the same. He was trying to use his advantages to find paths among those otherwise uncrossable defenses. The fire reached the fiendish armors. The layers of corrosive smoke and dark matter slowly burned. Noah eventually found himself without any protection. His middle-tier robe and his skin burned at the same time. Pain filled Noah's mind, but his greed suppressed every other feeling. Noah didn't even care that he was suffering injuries. He only desired more resources. As his skin burned, the door at the end of the corridor began to move. It slowly opened, and Noah promptly leaped forward to pass through the narrow passage. His mind threatened to go dark as the flames continued to injure him, but his greed preserved his awareness and forced him to press forward. At some point, the flames vanished. Noah heard the door slamming on the walls of the corridor behind him. He had crossed the entrance when he was under the effects of his greed. Noah didn't allow himself to relax just yet. He inspected the room with his mental waves, but he soon noticed that it didn't contain any inscribed item. There weren't even soul stones inside it. The lack of resources didn't mean that Noah didn't find anything interesting in the room. One of its walls featured a narrow staircase that led somewhere not recorded in the map purchased from the Balro family. Noah's condition didn't allow him to think properly. The drawbacks of his ambition fell on his centers of power and made his mind feel sluggish. Drowsiness also filled his mental sea and forced him to sit down. The injuries suffered while he endured the fire worsened his condition. He couldn't assess the strangeness of that room properly while he went through those painful sensations. Noah decided to sit on a corner and close his eyes. He didn't sleep, but his awareness wavered as his mind struggled to remain wary of his surroundings. His black hole filled his body with dark matter. The higher energy worked together with his innate regenerative abilities to heal his injuries and disperse the stress accumulated while his ambition was active. No one disturbed Noah while he was in that weakened condition. Months passed quickly as confused thoughts filled his dizzy mind. Noah continued to think about the pyramid while pain and tiredness filled him. He had always felt that there was something off with that structure, and every expert who had the chance to explore it had felt the same. That feeling had only become more intense after he saw the narrow staircase. The torches were defending something that didn't involve resources. Something told him that he was resting in front of the answers to his doubts. His curiosity and greed stirred his centers of power to heal more quickly. They were mere feelings produced by a tired mind, but his existence reacted to them and did its best to get Noah out of that weakened condition. Complete clarity slowly returned to Noah's mind, and hunger soon replaced his other feelings. He had to refill the energy depleted to heal his injuries and disperse the stress. Luckily for him, he had a large stash of rank 7 magical beasts in his separate space. Noah noticed that Snore, Night, and the demonic sword were in different corners of the room when he took out pieces of flesh from his separate space. His companions had come out during that period of weakness and had protected him in silence. They didn't make a sound when he started to move again. Their connection with his mind made them understand that he still needed to recover, so they remained in their spots to inspect the perimeter. Even if other explorers were to reach that room, they wouldn't be able to enter. No gaseous stage cultivator could defeat those dangerous creatures. Noah ate quickly, but he didn't linger of the beautiful sensation caused by the energy that flowed back into his tissues. His eyes remained fixed on the staircase. He couldn't wait to explore the areas that even the powerful Balro family didn't reach. Once his body returned to its previous peak, Noah called back the demonic sword to cultivate and increase the amount of primary energy contained in his spherical rune. His centers of power returned to their previous might and began to grow. The emotions felt during the last months had made his potential improve again. His cultivation was smooth and without hindrances. After he completely recovered, Noah stood up and called back his other companions. He didn't waste time in useless thoughts and walked directly toward the staircase. He had already spent entire months evaluating every hypothesis. It was time to find the answers to his doubts now. The narrow staircase made sharp turns. Noah kept track of his movements and compared them with the map from the Balro family. That path seemed to be inside the pyramid's external walls and kept on climbing until it crossed a few superior layers. Noah didn't know where he was going, but worry filled him when he sensed that he had crossed the 3rd layer in terms of height. The staircase had followed the pyramid's peripheral walls through a secret path that no one had ever found. The staircase moved past the 4th and 5th layers. Noah felt worried that the secret path could lead toward defenses that even peak rank 8 cultivators couldn't defeat. But he didn't stop. He couldn't retreat without even knowing what he had uncovered. Then, the staircase made him cross the 6th layer. Most cultivators would escape at that point, but Noah couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about that place. His instincts also reassured him, so he proceeded slowly. The demonic sword flew in his hand when he saw a change in that dark yellow environment. The narrow path led to a dark room that radiated white flashes on a constant rhythm. The light was harmless, so Noah decided to approach the room. He crouched as he walked past the last steps of the staircase, and his eyes widened when he gazed at the scenery inside that secret area. A swarm of fly-like puppets flew through the room while carrying minute materials. They amassed them in a pile at the back of the area, and a white light shone from its insides at a steady rhythm. White lines lit up and went dark on that pile of black materials. It resembled a dune made of metallic sand that shone whenever it accumulated enough resources. Noah didn't enter the room, but he continued to peek to study the process. The puppets were building something, and shock filled his mind when he recognized some features among that pile of minute materials. A flash of light filled the area, and a claw appeared on the pile's base. The room lit up again, and a second talon formed next to the previous one. The light seemed to indicate the moments when the materials fused. The pile of grain-sized metals transformed as the flashes continued to fill the room. A creature slowly took form. Noah's eyes remained glued to the process until he saw the swarm of minute puppets retreating and revealing a humanoid beast covered in metallic feathers. The beast's head made him think about an eagle-like creature, but Noah could see that it wasn't an actual life form. The flies had created a tall puppet that radiated power in the middle tier. The eagle-like humanoid puppet didn't move. Faint white light shone from inside it and illuminated the room, but it remained immobile as if waiting for something. Noah sat on the staircase at that point. An idea had begun to form in his mind, and his hands itched to test it. He believed that the pyramid had created that puppet for him. Is this a real inheritance, then? Noah wondered as he studied the puppet. The flies didn't use rank 8 materials when they built it. They had created something slightly stronger than the torch's fire. Noah didn't believe that to be a case, but his doubts forced him to wait until he inspected the whole situation properly. There was no one else in the room. Noah sat on the staircase and studied the immobile 5 meters tall puppet. His thoughts soon converged toward a single question. He wondered whether he could defeat that creature. I am the strongest type of existence, Noah thought as his eyes remained glued on the creature. I stand above magical beasts, humans, and hybrids. I have a living weapon that features the same advantages by my side, an improved version of the deadliest creature, and a snake capable of pure destruction. Noah had to admit that no gaseous stage cultivator could even come close to match his power. He had 3 divine creatures by his side and was an existence that regular labels couldn't describe. The puppet resembled a magical beast in the middle tier made of precious materials. Its power was clearly above what gaseous stage cultivators could handle, but Noah knew that he had a chance to defeat it. His ambition began to improve his centers of power before he could reach a conclusion, and he sighed as he straightened his position. His individuality had decided. His existence wanted to see if he could defeat the puppet. Black smoke flowed out of Noah's figure as his ambition empowered his centers of power. The 2 layers of fiendish armor formed, and the dark world expanded. The dark matter couldn't cross the room. There was an invisible barrier that divided the staircase and the secret area, but Noah couldn't sense it with his mind. Something told him that he had to enter the room to affect its insides. That test wouldn't allow any cheat or tactic. It wanted Noah to fight the puppet on an even field. Fine then, Noah concluded before cutting away any useless thought. The puppet was a creature in the middle tier. Its materials made it stronger than an average magical beast, but its power was within the range of Noah's prowess. The light coming from inside the puppet intensified when Noah entered the room. The invisible barrier didn't affect him, and it didn't even hurt the abilities prepared beforehand. A flash of white light filled the room and blinded Noah for an instant. The puppet began to move after that event, and screeching noises resounded in the area as it stretched its metallic body. The puppet's eyes lit up and white lines formed on its body. The creature then turned toward Noah, and its beak opened to release a high-pitched scream. Everything around Noah trembled when the sound wave reached him. His dark world absorbed part of those vibrations, so his fiendish armor managed to remain intact. However, he became aware of the puppet's power when its scream landed on his abilities. The puppet seemed to stand on the line that divided the stages. It was too strong for any gaseous stage cultivator, but it was one step away from entering the realm of liquid stage experts. Noah itched to see if he could defeat such a creature. His muscles tensed as he crouched to prepare a sprint. However, the puppet acted before him. A shadow ran through the room and pierced through the dark world. The area was less than 20 meters wide, so the clash happened in an instant. Noah instinctively raised his sword, and a reptilian head also began to form in front of him when he sensed the arrival of the puppet. An immense force then landed on him, and he lost his foothold as he flew backward. Blood flowed in Noah's mouth when he crashed on the dark yellow walls. He suddenly noticed that the passage to the staircase had disappeared after he entered the room. He had to defeat the puppet if he wanted to survive. Noah sensed something moving again, but he slashed before it could reach him at that time. The demonic sword grew during the attack. It had transformed into a massive blade when it crashed on the puppet. A massive force landed on Noah's arm as the puppet tried to fend the blade back. A draconic roar came out of his mouth as his dark matter flowed inside his black vessels to improve his physical power. A high-pitched scream resounded in the area as Noah completed the slash. A crash followed his attack. The puppet had slammed its back on the opposite wall. Noah and the puppet exchanged a glance. The creature's shining eyes seemed able to pierce the dark world to stare at his vertical pupils. When facing a magical beast or a cultivator, Noah would understand part of the emotions that filled his opponent's mind. However, he couldn't feel anything when he sensed the puppet's gaze on him. That creature was a mindless weapon. Felt no pain, and it wouldn't stop attacking until it had destroyed its opponent. Noah spat a wave of black flames as he shot forward. The puppet screamed before charging at him, and a clash soon happened at the center of the room. The puppet waved its long claws, but Snor's head bit on its arm before it could finish the attack. Noah slashed at the creature's head, but its free hand blocked the blade before it could land on its metallic skin. Noah's leg shot toward the puppet's stomach, but the creature lifted a knee to stop his attack. It then tried to stab Noah with its beak, but a cut appeared on its pointy mouth and deflected the attack. Violent dark matter gathered in Snor's mouth while it restrained the puppet's arm, and the demonic sword began to tremble as it accumulated energy. Night dived back toward its mouth in an attempt to destroy its beak. The puppet slashed with its free leg, but Noah used his foot to stop the attack before it could reach him. More flames then came out of his fiendish mouth and filled the room with his threatening innate ability. Snore launched its beam, and the puppet screamed as the attack ravaged its left arm. Yet it didn't try to retreat. It used its immense physical strength to dig through the blood companion's body and get closer to Noah. His beak broke at that point, but the damage didn't seem to faze it. Cracks opened on its left shoulder as it tried to create a path through Snor's body, and the dark beam eventually consumed its arm. The puppet used that chance to stab its cracked shoulder in Noah's chest. The 2 layers of armor prevented it from digging too deep in his flesh, but it still managed to pierce his lung. Snore bit on the creature's head at that point, and Noah threw punches at the cracked shoulder to pull it out of his body. The demonic sword began to launch slashes that slowly dug through the puppet's hand, but its claws managed to damage the blade's structure. The battle appeared slow in Noah's eyes, but only a few instants had passed since the 2 of them had begun to fight. He and the puppet were throwing everything they had at each other in the hope that their opponent would fall first. There was no need for tactics or strategies in that battle. Noah couldn't use his speed on that small battlefield, so he had to overpower the puppet with his abilities. On the other hand, the puppet didn't care that its body suffered damages as long as it managed to injure Noah. It was a selfless charge that disregarded everything but its opponent. Noah's cultivation level continued to grow as he remained entangled with the puppet. His physical strength had initially been lower than his opponent, but it was slowly reaching it under the effects of his ambition. His desire to defeat the creature and the power generated by his survival instincts made his ambition more intense and revealed what his divine individuality could really achieve. Roar and screams echoed in the room. The demonic sword eventually cut the puppet's hand, but the creature used its remaining claws to stab Noah's abdomen. Cracks appeared on the puppet's neck as Snore launched another dark beam, while it kept its head inside its mouth. Still, the feathers on the creature's body stood up and allowed it to pierce the blood companion. The puppet crashed on Noah, and its sharp feathers pierced his armors before stabbing his body. Waves of dark matter flowed out of his injuries while small cuts opened on the creature's body. Snore reformed to bite at the creature's waist. The blood companion didn't care that the feathers pierced its body. It only wanted to relieve Noah of some pressure. Noah slashed at the puppet's head multiple times. The demonic sword never stopped falling on the creature, and it slowly managed to pierce that sturdy metal. Night helped wherever it could. It had the power to sever part of the puppet's fabric, so it enlarged all the damages that its companions created. Noah eventually let go of the demonic sword and stabbed his clawed fingers on the puppet's damaged head. A vertical crack began to open on the creature as he pulled with all the physical strength he could muster. The feathers stabbed in his body enlarged his injuries as the puppet struggled, but Noah didn't care. He only wanted to rip the creature in half. The puppet had lost its left arm and its beak during the previous exchanges, but that didn't stop it from injuring Noah. Its maimed hand had pierced his abdomen, its damaged shoulder had stabbed his chest, and the sharp feathers on its body had sliced his whole torso. Noah had his clawed hands stabbed on the puppet's head. He spread his arms to enlarge that crack, uncaring of the fact that the feathers stabbed in his torso would hurt him in the process. Snore launched its dark beam, and a wave of violent dark matter engulfed the puppet's torso. Part of the attack reached Noah and damaged his waist, but he did nothing to stop his companion. The blood companion could feel Noah's determination. After millennia spent together, Snore had learnt how Noah fought and had attuned its mind to his battle style. His pain didn't matter. His injuries didn't matter. Destroying his enemies was everything, and Snore understood that. Night was inside the puppet's fabric and severed the laws that kept its materials together. The demonic sword attacked on its own with slashes fueled by dark matter. Noah's ambition empowered him and his three companions. The demonic sword obtained the greatest benefits due to its tight connection with his existence, but Snore and Night also saw their power rise under the influence of his individuality. For beings with power nearing the peak of the gaseous stage were attacking the feathered puppet with all they had. Their joint force managed to pierce its tough body and fill it with injuries. Pieces of black metal fell on the floor as that offensive continued. The puppet's head eventually gave in to Noah's physical strength and shattered, taking chunks of his flesh with it. A vertical crack opened on the puppet's torso, and Noah didn't hesitate to stab his clawed hands inside it. He pulled to enlarge the wound, and the feathers tore apart his flesh in the process. Noah felt the pressure on his legs vanishing at some point. Snore's dark beam had finally managed to destroy the puppet's waist, and the creature lost control of its lower body once that happened. The blood companion then bit the shredded piece of the torso and gnashed its fangs to destroy it. Noah's arms were on its path, so it couldn't launch the dark beam since it would weaken his offensive. A web of cracks suddenly spread from the vertical fissure and detached the puppet's maimed body from its feathers. Night had exploited that moment of weakness to destabilize the creature's structure. The demonic sword destroyed the destabilized parts with its slashes, and Snore bit off a large chunk of the maimed torso. The puppet continued to move even if it was nothing more than a small metal piece that featured one damaged arm. Yet, its power had fallen to the point when Noah could completely overwhelm it. Noah tore the remaining torso open and slammed its pieces on the floor. Punches and slashes flew toward the moving chunk of metal, and black shards shot everywhere in the room during the impact. The offensive slowly revealed the source of the white light. It was an oval shape that acted as the core of the puppet and radiated intense energy. Noah stopped punching to grab the oval and rip it away from the messy pieces of metal under him. Invisible energy kept it attached to what remained of the puppet's body, but it didn't manage to resist Noah's physical strength. A snapping sound resounded in the room when Noah severed the oval away from the black metal. The puppet finally stopped moving at that point, and a faint white light spread in the area. Noah stored the item and grabbed the demonic sword to inspect his surroundings. He didn't know what that light meant, but he prepared for the worst. Luckily for him, nothing came in his direction. Still, 2 openings appeared on different walls to create passages. The arrival of the light had only signaled the end of that trial. One of the passages led to the staircase. Noah could use it to retreat and exit the pyramid. Instead, the other was dark, and he couldn't quite understand where it would bring him. Are there more trials? Noah wondered as a sense of weakness filled his centers of power. A waterfall of blood fell from his torso once his ambition stopped empowering him. His dark matter quickly sealed the injuries, but it couldn't stop the arrival of intense dizziness. Noah felt confused, but his instincts kept him on his feet. The resilience of the magical beast's world didn't allow him to faint. He would die before falling prey to his weakness. I might win against a liquid stage cultivator if I use the disposable puppet, Noah thought as he sat on the floor. The pieces of metal that had flown through the room converged toward his chest and entered the separate space as he crossed his legs to focus on recovering. He had yet to analyze his gains, but healing came first. He couldn't lower his guard in that strange place. He didn't trust the sadistic creator of the pyramid. Noah focused on recovering. He dispersed the stress accumulated by his centers of power and ate to fill his body with energy. He then cultivated to enlarge his dantian. Only his mind continued to improve through the whole process. Once his centers of power returned to a decent state, Noah activated the Dark Womb spell to heal his body more quickly. He had suffered severe injuries during the battle, so the simple accumulation of energy wasn't enough in his situation. Even with the Dark Womb spell, Noah had to remain in the secret room for an entire year before he could heal completely. Still, he didn't mind spending so long in that situation since he felt stronger than ever afterward. Noah felt that his existence had improved after the battle and that long period of recovery. It seemed that using his ambition made his potential grow quickly. The benefits gained after training his individuality to affect the environment couldn't compare to those obtained in that process. I need to find a way to exploit my ambition without suffering such heavy drawbacks, Noah thought as he evaluated how quickly his dantian improved during his training. The power of his individuality was insane. It acted like a secret art that could empower all his assets at the same time. It also depended on his potential, which didn't put fixed limits to its effects. Any cultivator would pay immense sums of money to obtain items capable of the same effects. Even if the empowerment was temporary, it allowed Noah to surpass his limits and defeat opponents that experts at his level couldn't even approach. The uniqueness of his individuality was what made it so hard for him to remove the drawbacks. Such a strong ability required after effects to exist. Everyone would rely on secret arts otherwise. Noah put the matter on the back of his mind after he recovered and improved. That wasn't the time to think about his power. He was in a strange structure that could give him valuable items, and that was his priority for now. The new passage made him curious, but Noah wanted to inspect his gains first. The black metal seemed valuable, but the white oval had captured his attention since the end of the battle. Noah took out the white oval and studied it with the help of the divine deduction technique. The item acted like a center of power that could contain breath and send it toward specific channels. The oval didn't send energy anymore now that it lacked a body to fuel. Noah could study how it interacted with his mental waves and tissues without wasting the precious breath it contained. Light element, Noah concluded after a quick inspection. The elements in the Immortal lands had the same rarity as the lower planes, but the cultivators there didn't meet similar difficulties. The experts with a rare aptitude had an easier time in that world since they couldn't be born as commoners. They were still rare, but they had access to far more techniques. Moreover, their starting level would be in the heroic ranks, which put them past the need for random spells. Noah placed a hand on the oval and used his mental waves to control its energy. The breath flowed inside his body and crumbled to create primary energy that his tissues could absorb. The oval had contained enough energy to fuel a puppet in the middle tier. It had lost part of its power during the battle, but it still counted as the flesh of a magical beast on the same level. Noah felt an intense surge of power filling his tissues as his body absorbed that energy. His flesh, muscles, bones, and organs greedily devoured the primary energy and pushed his level past the halfway mark of the lower tier. As Noah had predicted even before ascending, his body quickly surpassed the level of his other centers of power now that he was in the immortal lands. The number of nutrients available in the lower plane couldn't compare to that rich environment, so it was only normal for its growth to be exponential. Once all the energy contained in the oval ended in his body, Noah performed a second analysis of the item. He quickly realized that he couldn't understand which materials made it. He could only grasp its general functioning since he had created similar tools in the past. The oval was a more polished version of a center of power. It couldn't grow nor absorb energy on its own, but it could send it far faster than a real dantian. Even his black hole paled in that field against that item. Noah raised the item above his head and continued to study it as the room's faint light illuminated it. The oval had become a transparent metallic object after he absorbed its energy, but it maintained a peculiar halo due to the materials that made it. I can study it to improve my future replica of centers of power, Noah concluded after a while. I think I can't put anything else in my body, but Night and Snore might need this technology one day. Also, I will surely create more blood companions in the future. It would be a waste not to learn from it. Noah would directly use the oval if its power were slightly higher. He would soon be able to create items in the middle tier, so he didn't need that object since it had a poor match with his element. He couldn't even sell it since he needed to study its internal composition. Noah would destroy it to analyze its fabric once his mental waves could recognize the materials in its fabric. Noah eventually put back the oval inside his separate space and moved his focus on the black metal. That material was sturdy and flexible, but he still couldn't use it in his forgings since his level was too low. Except for the energy absorbed during the inspection, Noah couldn't use those items at his current level. He had to grow until he could affect their fabric, so he could only store them for now. What do I even do now? Noah wondered once he completed all his tasks. A second passage had opened in the secret room after he defeated the puppet. That undiscovered path wasn't over and continued toward areas that Noah felt wary of exploring. The puppet had almost pushed his centers of power to their limits. Noah couldn't express more strength. He would die if he were to encounter a harsher trial. However, retreating seemed even worse. The pyramid didn't have a stream of cultivators anymore, so the Balro family had no reason to use it as a source of income. That force would soon close it to focus on retrieving its resources. Leaving now would probably make him lose every chance to explore the pyramid again. The Balro family would also notice the new secret area and explore it until its end with experts in the 8th rank. Greed could often lead cultivators to their death. Noah wasn't an exception, but his innate superiority gave him a few advantages. Also, he had the disposable puppet in the middle tier on his side, so his chances to survive weren't low. Noah couldn't find the right answer to his question, so he decided to follow his instincts. The new path didn't make him fear for his life, so he would press on with his exploration. The new path was dark and continued in a straight line as far as Noah could see. That went against the actual structure of the pyramid. That corridor would lead outside of the building if he considered only its apparent size. Where does this even lead to? Noah wondered as he stepped inside the opening. The passage behind him didn't close even after he walked for a few meters, so Noah pressed forward without worrying about the possibility of remaining stuck in that place. His senses became unable to keep track of his movements as he kept walking. Noah felt slightly dizzy, as if he was teleporting. Yet the scenery in his eyes didn't change. Even his consciousness confirmed that he was still inside the pyramid. Noah didn't wholly trust his senses in that area. His superior awareness had always placed him above other cultivators in that field, but the pyramid could make even rank 8 experts struggle. He wouldn't be able to sense everything in an environment mostly made of rank 8 materials. He even had to take into consideration the power of the creator. If the pyramid didn't want him to notice something, he would remain clueless about any event. No turns appeared on his path. The corridor didn't go up or down. It continued to stretch in a straight line that didn't seem to have an end. Even his mental waves couldn't find the exit. Noah never stopped walking, but he didn't accelerate either. He continued to move at a slow pace to ensure that he could retreat as soon as something he couldn't handle appeared on his path. The scenery eventually began to change, but his senses couldn't completely understand what was happening. Noah felt as if he was still inside that secret path, but a large room slowly unfolded in front of him. Noah stopped and crouched at that point. His robe had recovered, so it could activate its concealing effects. He didn't know how useful that ability would be in that situation, but it was better than nothing. His mental waves seeped inside the room and gave him a dim view of its insides. Noah could make a luxurious bed out of the messy images that returned to his mind. Then he saw a body laid on it. A suffocating aura filled the large room. It was so dense that it made the entire area foggy. Noah couldn't even begin to imagine the level of power that an existence had to reach to create such effects, especially since the source of that phenomenon was the motionless body laid on the large bed. Is he dead? Noah thought as he continued to inspect the man lying on the bed. More details returned to his mind as his inspection continued. Noah silently accepted that he would die if the expert were to wake up, so he abandoned his careful behavior. He found no point in it now that he had reached that dangerous room. The expert wore a luxurious white robe and multiple items laid on his body and face. They resembled inscribed weapons, but Noah couldn't be sure of his judgment since the suffocating aura hindered his analysis. The man didn't breathe. He didn't react to his mental waves either, but faint flashes of white light rhythmically ran through the room and converged on his body. The expert didn't react to the light either. He seemed dead, and Noah eventually confirmed that he was nothing more than a corpse. The room was doing something with his body, but he couldn't understand the purpose behind that process. A few barriers blocked his mental waves whenever he tried to bring them closer to the body and the items laid on it. The room had protections that didn't allow him to move his consciousness where he wanted. Items filled other parts of the room and created messy piles. As his inspection continued, Noah slowly understood the pyramid's purpose and the intentions of the experts when he built it. He felt as if the suffocating aura gave him the answers he had sought since he first stepped into that structure. The aura carried the expert's unwillingness to let go of those items and the helplessness of his situation. Its influence filled every corner of the room and flowed inside the pyramid, spreading through its fabric and giving it purposes even after its creator died. The pyramid was a tomb that acted according to its dead creator's feelings. It rewarded some lucky cultivators while punishing others according to his whims. His feelings didn't have a pattern, so the pyramid had acted on its own and divided its structure into two parts. One had proper defenses that tried to kill eventual thieves. The other featured trials meant to reward worthy cultivators. Noah didn't know why he understood all of that, and he felt even more confused by the fact that the corpse was continuing to emit its aura. Death didn't seem able to stop that expert from spreading his existence, and his creation reacted to what it carried. Why is he telling me this? Noah wondered, but he soon put those thoughts in the back of his mind. Obtaining answers was nice, but he wanted actual benefits. The room was full of resources that had barriers in front of them, but there was an item that it didn't protect. Noah's focus went on an old book placed beside the bed. The tome was thick and radiated an aura that put it below the other items in the room. The aura conveyed more answers once he noticed that item. The book was his reward for reaching that place, and its power reflected the struggles that he had to overcome. I see, Noah thought as he finally gained the full picture of the structure. The expert had most likely created the pyramid when he was still alive. Then, he had chosen it as his tomb, but he couldn't suppress his aura even after his death. The pyramid probably had stronger versions of the oval item in its structure that had allowed it to react to its master's aura and create paths that expressed his ambivalent intentions. Noah could imagine it in his mind. He had seen how the fly-like puppets had created the feathered creature by using minute pieces of the black metal. He could guess that something similar had happened in every protected area of the pyramid. The fact that a dead existence could create such a massive inheritance left Noah speechless. He couldn't understand how strong that expert had been in the past, but he felt the utmost respect toward him. That was real power, an influence that even death couldn't suppress. The expert had become an eternal expression of his existence, and time couldn't affect it. Yet, even that mighty expert had died. Noah felt as if he had seen the level that he strived to reach with every fiber of his existence to understand that it didn't represent the end of the cultivation journey. The aura gave him answers whenever doubts appeared in his mental waves. Still, it didn't reply to one of his most pressing questions. It didn't explain the purpose behind those faint flashes of light that converged toward the corpse. What is he trying to do? Noah wondered before he moved his attention to the structure. Maybe this process depends on the pyramid itself. Noah wouldn't be surprised if the pyramid had gained some basic form of intelligence after countless years spent under the influence of its dead master's aura. After all, it had the energy to function, so it had the chance to evolve. As for what it desired, Noah could only think about one answer. The pyramid could only want its master back. Even if that thought sounded insane, he believed that the structure was trying to resurrect that mighty expert. This is none of my business, Noah concluded as he put those hypotheses in the back of his mind. I don't care if this monster comes back to life. I have my journey to care about. The book represented the secret reward of the first layer. Each layer would bring to that room, but the pyramid would prepare different prizes depending on which hidden path a cultivator completed. Noah had found the secret path in the area meant for gaseous stage cultivators, so he received the weakest final reward. As for its actual power, he could only judge it after he studied it. His mental waves flew toward the book and enveloped it in a gentle embrace. Noah controlled his consciousness to lift the book and bring it outside of the room. He couldn't enter the room. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if his mental sphere were to enter the range of that suffocating aura. The book flew outside of the room and landed in his hands. Noah wanted to study it immediately, but the flashes of white light became brighter after he seized that reward. A few slight tremors ran through the pyramid at that point. Something was happening, but Noah ignored the nature of that event. Still, he felt the need to leave and let the structure act as it wished. Even the suffocating aura was telling him that his time in that room was over. Noah shot one last glance at the corpse on the bed before turning to leave. The tremors became more intense as he ran through the corridor and returned to the area where he had fought the feathered puppet. Something big was about to happen inside the pyramid, and Noah didn't know if the guards outside of the structure could see those changes. Yet, he planned to leave before he could turn the Balro family into an enemy. Noah couldn't see the changes in the pyramid because he was running as fast as he could toward the exit. Still, the guards outside the structure could inspect the events through the sensors previously placed by the experts of the Balro family. Chief Etta and the guards had seen that Noah had succeeded in entering some protected areas. Their interest in him had skyrocketed at that point. They couldn't let such a powerful and talented inscription master escape from their clutches. Still, they forgot about Noah when the pyramid began to tremble. Their sensors sent signals that they couldn't completely understand. It was as if the whole structure had taken life after Noah cleared the secret room in the first layer. The guards saw how a massive amount of energy flowed toward the top of the pyramid in an area that even the experts in the 8th rank couldn't find. They didn't know what was happening, but they believed that Noah had the answers to their questions. His recruitment couldn't be the priority in front of the activation of such a majestic structure. Noah ran through the secret passage as fast as he could. He knew that the Balro family would question him once he came out of the pyramid, so he wanted to exploit his only advantage in that situation. The Balro family wasn't exactly there. The pyramid was empty since no one was attempting to retrieve the items inside it. Mere guards couldn't decide to restrain him after his services in the inscription hall. Chief Etta also was the highest-ranked cultivator in the area, so Noah had a chance to escape if the situation became too unfavorable. Their lack of preparation for that strange event was Noah's only advantage. He had to exit the pyramid before the guards could receive orders from the higher-ups. Noah didn't take much to leave the pyramid. He was in the farthest zone from the entrance, but he only had to cross a series of secret passages to return there. The light radiated by the underground area shone in his eyes after less than 2 hours. Chief Etta was waiting for him in front of the entrance, But Noah didn't feel surprised about that. He would actually believe that the Balro family knew something more about the pyramid if he didn't see the guards' concerned faces when he came out of the structure. "Can we talk?" Chief Etta said when she saw Noah coming out of the pyramid. Noah revealed an aloof expression at her sight. Chief Etta wasn't showing her aura, but she seemed ready to do it if Noah did something strange. The pyramid continued to tremble. Noah sensed the walls of the entrance shaking around him while he kept his reptilian eyes on the guard. Chief Etta wore a stern expression, but he could see traces of hesitation on her face. "I'm in a hurry," Noah replied while maintaining an aloof expression. "A friend has an opportunity for me. I can't be late." Chief Etta didn't believe Noah at all. She had talked with Saul during her investigation of his background. She knew that Noah was nothing more than a newly ascended cultivator who had lived in the wilderness for some years. Still, she couldn't force him to stay on the island against his will without ruining every hope of a friendly relationship. Noah was an asset that the Balro family was interested in obtaining, and she didn't want to be the reason behind an enmity. Noah's words had a hidden meaning. He had purposely revealed that an opportunity was waiting for him somewhere, meaning that he would lose something if he didn't leave immediately. That put a price on his time. It told Chief Etta that she had to pay Noah to obtain answers. Chief Etta wasn't an inexperienced expert who had lived her life in the shadow of a massive organization. She was a leader among the guards, and that spoke for her ability. She was aware of the advantages given by her position, while Noah was a simple talent with no important affiliation. The only thing that concerned her was his name, but she could easily ignore that detail since she lacked proof. "What happened inside the pyramid?" Chief Etta asked without mentioning what Noah had said before. "I will gladly sell you a report once the matter with my friend is over," Noah replied as he pretended that the tremors around him didn't exist. Noah was acting as if nothing strange had happened. Moreover, he didn't deny the Balro family of answers. He was trying to delay that exchange of information. Chief Etta was in a tough spot now. Noah didn't break any rule. Actually, he had even preferred the inscription hall of the Balro family when he was in Vagona City. That spoke for his behavior toward organizations that treated him well and fairly. In the end, Chief Etta gave up on trying to win that contest of words and took the easy path. She would play along with Noah's intentions if that gave her what she needed. 1,000 soul stones to answer a question, Chief Etta offered. 10,000 for my honesty, Noah replied before scoffing loudly. 1,000 soul stones were nothing for the Balro family, especially when Noah could give no more than 4 answers. He didn't mind telling Chief Etta what had happened inside the pyramid, but he didn't want to sell that information for crumbs. "I don't have oaths with me," Chief Etta continued. "I have no reason to lie," Noah replied. "Unless you give me one." His expression remained aloof and uncaring. That situation didn't seem to affect him. Noah didn't show any fear, even if the massive structure was shaking around him. 10,000 it is, Chief Etta said as she gave in to his demands. "What is happening inside the pyramid?" "I have no idea," Noah replied, and his answer left Chief Etta and the guards on the scene dumbfounded. Chief Etta could sense the honesty carried by Noah's words. He was purposely revealing his intentions in that situation to show that he was playing by the rules. "What did you do inside the pyramid then?" Chief Etta pressed on with another question, but Noah didn't answer. He limited himself to stretch his arm forward. Chief Etta snorted and turned toward one of the guards to whisper a few orders. The cultivator shot outside of that underground area only to return a few minutes later with a green space ring. The guard gave the space ring to Chief Etta, and she waved her hand. 10,000 soul stones amassed on the ground in front of her, and Noah didn't hesitate to leap forward to store them. "I found a secret passage behind the last protected area," Noah said before adding another detail. "I have reason to believe that every layer has something similar." "How can you be so sure?" Chef Etta asked as she threw 10,000 soul stones on the ground again. Noah stored the money and smiled at her to indicate that he wouldn't answer until she paid for it. He didn't like to be in a position where she could refuse to give him soul stones at the last second. Chief Etta waved the ring again, and more soul stones fell on the ground. Noah stored them in an instant and sighed before giving an honest answer. "I've met the will of the pyramid," Noah explained. "You need to satisfy certain conditions and clear specific rooms to gain access to the secret paths that lead to that area." Noah and Chief Etta exchanged a long glance at that point. She wanted to question him more, but he was too expensive. Also, he had already given satisfying answers. That was enough for now. Chief Etta nodded, and Noah bowed before walking past her to leave the underground area. His time with the pyramid was over, but he had one last trick in mind. There was a chance to keep that structure open to the public. Noah left the underground area and resurfaced on the island in the middle of the vast lake. The guards that he met shot careful glances toward him, but Noah ignored them and pressed forward until he returned in the wilderness. After Noah left the lake's range, he activated his robe and dived toward the surface to hide among a short forest that stretched for a few kilometers. Noah didn't stop even at that point. He continued to march toward the land of the fallen without even bothering to check if messages had arrived. His priority was to leave the areas around the pyramid. As long as he was in the wilderness, the Balro family wouldn't be able to catch up with him easily. Noah traveled for 2 entire months before stopping near a series of short mountains and creating a cave. The land of the fallen could wait for him to complete his ploy and study his reward. Only one message had reached his inscribed notebook. Fergie had updated Noah about his position. His team had reached the land of the fallen while Noah was inside the pyramid. Still, nothing noteworthy had happened in those years. "He is in Silk Post City," Noah thought after hearing the mental message, the last human settlement before the domain of the magical beasts. Noah could feel that he had gotten closer to the reign of those creatures. The violent aura that filled the sky had become more intense. Luckily for him, his mind had become used to it, so the negative feelings that had afflicted the first part of his travel didn't reappear. The Shadow Sword spell inside Fergie had enough energy to last a few more years, so Noah wasn't worried that the spy could escape his control. He could focus on other matters after he took care of hindering the Balro family's plans to explore the pyramid without external cultivators. "Do you have any method to spread reliable reports?" Noah asked through his inscribed notebooks. "Can you use some of the channels of the secret organization?" Noah put the notebook back inside his separate space at that point. He had to wait for Fergie's answer to start his ploy, so he could inspect his gains at that point. The old book retrieved in the room with the creator's corpse appeared in his hands after he performed a few training sessions. A few complicated symbols filled its tough cover. They resembled an old language that told Noah the tome's title when he inspected it with his mind. "Artificial Cores and the Workshop," Noah read on the cover. First part of 6. Inheritance of the Great Builder. Needless to say, Noah felt intense waves of emotions surging in his mind after reading that title. He didn't only learn the name of the creator. He had also confirmed that the book contained part of his inheritance. Noah stopped thinking and began to browse through the book. He didn't recognize the language of its symbols, but they radiated an aura that made him understand the meanings that they contained. He could read even if he didn't know that language. It felt even easier to memorize those words. The aura of those symbols improved his understanding of those topics. The first part of the book spoke about items that could replicate the centers of power. Noah linked them to the oval seized from the feathered puppet, and his interest increased at that discovery. Noah had initially planned to improve his mind and destroy the oval to study its structure, but the book explained those topics. He didn't need to lose that item anymore. He could sell it or modify it depending on his needs. The explanations about the flow of energy and storage capacity enlightened Noah. They taught him how to improve the fake centers of power and even make them surpass the real versions. Noah even gained a few ideas on how he could prolong the duration of the Shadow Sword spell inside Fergie. His hands itched to test the things described in the book, but he preferred to read through all of it before deciding his next move. What he had learnt in the book was only a mass of theoretical knowledge. He needed to test it to see what could work with his expertise. After all, the book didn't explain Great Builder's inscription method. Noah still had to use his techniques to create items. Moreover, his replica of the centers of power wasn't outdated nor inefficient. His creations seemed to be fundamentally superior to the ovals mentioned in the tome. They had a few flaws that the book taught how to solve. The storage capacity was a severe issue that Noah could overcome with that knowledge, and the same went for the improved flow of energy described among those pages. Noah moved on to the second part of the book, but Fergie contacted him at that point, which forced him to postpone his study. "I can't spread a report without showing any proof that it tells the truth," Fergie said in his message. "Still, the organizations will investigate on the matter if the news is interesting." "What is this about?" "The pyramid has activated," Noah replied through a mental message. "The true inheritance has appeared, and the Balro family wants to close it to the public. I want to arouse the interest of the masses in that place again. Isn't it better to keep the news for yourself?" Fergie replied a few minutes later. "Just do as I say," Noah answered. "If they have doubts about the report, tell them to check for any seismic activity. The whole pyramid has started to shake. I'm sure that they will find something that confirms my words. Mind you, do not use my name." The conversation ended there. It would be up to Fergie to create a believable story. It was enough for one trustworthy expert to confirm his words for a horde of cultivators to appear around the pyramids. Even the mighty Balro family would have to compromise in that situation. The pyramid belonged to that force, but other experts from important organizations would surely know how to apply some political pressure. "I will seize everything if they can stop themselves from finding the secret areas in the other 5 layers," Noah concluded as he put those matters in the back of his mind. The Balro family had powerful cultivators in its ranks, and the same went for the other organizations. Its experts had stopped exploring the pyramid because its defenses were too hard to overcome, but everything would be different now. Noah had opened the path for true inheritance. That would make the Balro family and the other force spend a fortune to overcome every protection inside the pyramid. It wasn't a matter of gaining a few valuable items anymore. Those forces could seize the legacy of an expert who had managed to fend rank 8 cultivators off with his creations. His knowledge was priceless. As for Noah, he continued to study the first piece of the inheritance. The book began to describe a strange technique after it explained the functioning and structures of the fake oval centers of power. The book retrieved in Great Builder's Pyramid was the first part of his inheritance. It described 2 topics. The first one involved the oval items that acted as centers of power. The second explained the workshop and its functioning. For workshop, Great Builder indicated the ability to create items with other items. Noah had seen an example of that skill. The fly-like puppets had built the feathered creature right in front of his eyes. That technique allowed a cultivator to automate a process so that other spells, arts, or puppets could perform it. In Great Builder's case, the whole pyramid was a workshop divided into multiple areas that could complete different tasks. The workshop didn't initially interest Noah. He didn't intend to build a home and settle. He wanted to roam freely and explore the immortal lands, so a massive structure would only slow him down. Great Builder wanted his heirs to use the ovals and the workshop together. Cultivators could mass-produce virtually anything if they could master those 2 creations. The first book only contained a few examples and descriptions of their weaker versions, but they were enough in the hands of an expert. Noah didn't want to follow Great Builder's footsteps, but he couldn't discard that piece of inheritance. There was value in that knowledge, and he wanted to incorporate some of it into his battle style. Great Builder had been a monster. Even after his death, his existence continued to affect the pyramid and influenced its many functions. Not using his inheritance would be a proper waste. The problem was that Noah's expertise lingered in a different field. He was a creator and specialized in beast-like puppets, but he didn't build disposable beings. His companions were all unique and had features that no other creature could replicate. However, an idea formed in his mind as he reviewed the issue. He could create his version of the oval cores, and he could invent a stable structure for a living being in an instant. He only had to approach the creation differently. Great Builder had the pyramid and its fly-like puppets as part of the workshop. The many materials inside the structure allowed it to build creatures and oval cores in a few minutes. Noah lacked those 3 aspects of the workshop, but he had a technique that could perform their functions. It could even add a personal touch that would make the inheritance suit him. The dark world could imitate some of the pyramid's functions if Noah programmed it beforehand. The dark matter in its fabric could theoretically replicate every material in the world, and it could also take care of the manpower needed for the creation. It might be possible, Noah thought as the light of the divine deduction technique shone through his eyes. It won't be as sophisticated as the pyramid, but it would allow me to bring the workshop with me. The dark world will also improve if I can master this technique. Countless ideas surged in Noah's mind after he completed his evaluation. The bare shape of a technique soon took form, and Noah didn't hesitate to test it. According to the book, cultivators would generally need to create a structure first. They would then build a series of workers who could take care of the most minute detail of every puppet. In the end, they needed to invent blueprints to fuse with the structure. The process would be automated at that point. They only needed to create a power source for their creations and connect it with them. That was easier than done, mostly since Noah wanted to revisit the technique to make it suitable for his prowess. He could already imagine what the dark world could become with that power, and he itched to test its feasibility. Let's start with something simple, Noah thought as some of the dark brown water inside his sphere surged and created a spherical area that radiated detailed instructions. Once the project in his mind ended, Noah summoned a small version of the dark world and began experimenting with its insides. It wasn't hard to control the dark matter, but programming it to perform a specific action resulted quite impossible. It was a matter of mental prowess. Noah didn't know how intense his wills had to be to make the dark matter behave as he desired. I need more training in this, Noah concluded after he called back his dark matter and exited the cave to resume his journey. The thoughts about the workshop filled his mind, but he couldn't remain in the wilderness for too long. He had to reach Silkpost City to understand how he had to move in the land of the fallen. Also, he had to refill Fergie's body with dark matter at some point, so he needed to be there. The issue is that my programming doesn't work, Noah thought as he flew through the white sky. My wills struggle to contain so many details, and the dark matter doesn't move well under their control. Noah had to improve in those two fields before he could create a proper workshop. His wills had the priority, but he already had ideas that could make him ignore his weakness. He was an expert in wills, especially magical beasts that he had eventually turned into living slaves. The half-transparent figures that had entered his min could suffice for his needs after going through heavy modifications. Instead of making wills every time, Noah began to consider the idea of creating resilient blueprints connected to disposable puppets. Those creatures would lack diversity, but Noah was fine as long as he made that technique work. Since Noah had nothing to do, he could focus on the workshop while he flew toward the land of the fallen. Blueprints formed and shattered as he repeated the process countless times. He had yet to create a will or an ethereal figure that could last while continuing to affect the dark world. That was the first hurdle, and Noah didn't complete it even after he reached Silkpost City. He had arrived at his destination. The land of the fallen was after that place, and the magical beast's domain wasn't too far away either. Noah contacted Fergie and began to alter the nature of the oval seized from the feathered puppet. His dark matter flowed inside it and created a fake core that could act as a center of power and fuel the Shadow Sword spell for a long time. Creating something like that was necessary. Noah would eventually venture through the magical beast's domain, so he had to make sure that he wouldn't lose his spy during the travel. The oval didn't resist Noah's influence. It accepted the dark matter easily, and it quickly transformed it into a storage item that could fuel other techniques and creatures that fed on his higher energy. He could do the same for his dark world. Building beast cores wasn't an issue in the Immortal lands, so he could create them with eventual puppet once he completed building everything else. Noah met with Fergie and forced him to swallow the oval item filled with dark matter. The cultivator was unwilling initially, but he couldn't oppose Noah even if he wanted to. Fergie didn't feel any different after he swallowed the oval, but he could sense that something had changed in the swords that restrained his centers of power. The oval began to fuel the Shadow Sword spell as soon as it stabilized inside Fergie's body. It even adapted to the consumption of Noah's ability. Noah studied those changes with his mental waves. Great Builder's cores were more polished than his fake centers of power. The Oval automatically learnt how much dark matter it had to send to optimize the Shadow Sword spell. My cores have more potential, Noah thought as he studied Fergie. But I lack the millennia of expertise accumulated by Great Builder. My creations are mere toys compared to his. Noah didn't feel discouraged by that discovery. He was still a newbie in the divine ranks when he considered the countless experts that filled the immortal lands. His time to shine would come as long as he continued to do his best to improve. For now, he could only appreciate the fact that he was far stronger than his peers. What is the secret organization up to in these regions? Noah asked once the matter with the Oval was over. The secret organization had accepted Fergie's request almost instantly. It had moved him and a series of gaseous stage cultivators in Silk Post City without raising any complaints. Fergie had even reported to the new leader. The secret organization had some business in the land of the fallen, and Noah wanted to know it. Mostly underground markets and secret auctions, Fergie explained. The vast number of inheritances in these areas creates a high demand of buyers. Those who can seize some rewards prefer to keep their organizations in the dark, so you can obtain something valuable even if you don't fight in the various trials. Noah could understand the mindsets of those who were strong enough to succeed in some inheritance. The families and organizations behind them would take a share of their gains whenever they found something valuable. Giving a favorable position inside the organization in exchange for those goods wasn't enough for those talented cultivators. The untold rule of the cultivation world existed even among divine existences. Everyone strived for the higher ranks, and political statuses couldn't compare to actual empowerments. The underground markets covered that need. Cultivators could purchase items, techniques, and resources that they needed without involving their organizations in the process. Fergie confirmed that even important members of those organizations used the secret markets to purchase valuable resources. The powerful forces of the immortal lands silently accepted their existence and allowed them to thrive in the land of the fallen. This is the perfect place for me, Noah concluded after Fergie gave him a general overview of those regions. Fergie couldn't know everything since his position in the secret organization was too low. Yet, he told Noah enough to make him start planning his moves. The underground market's environment benefited cultivators without organizations the most if they had enough money with them. Noah's wealth amounted to more than 70,000 soul stones after the events in the pyramid, so he could move freely there. Moreover, Noah had lived among secret organizations for most of his long life. He knew how he had to move in those environments. Even with the favorable environments, Noah didn't feel the need to look for a secret market just yet. He preferred to obtain valuable items directly from the inheritances rather than purchasing them with soul stones. His study inside the library had taught him a bit about the land of the fallen. The powerful families had thoroughly explored the battlefields inside the human domain, so he wouldn't move blindly. Noah could directly fly towards some famous inheritances, and that was exactly his plan. Remaining in the open would only cause him more problems, and he lacked resources anyway. Facing struggles would also make him grow faster, so he had no reason to waste time in Silk Post City. If the situation became too troublesome or if he happened to cause a mess, Noah could always depart from the human domain. The battlefields in the magical beast's reign were nearby. The land of the fallen was the safest place for an existence like him. One last thing, Fergie said when he saw that Noah was itching to leave. Do you happen to be this cultivator? Fergie took out a wanted poster that featured moving images, and Noah's eyes widened at that sight. The sheet depicted his battle in the landing zone together with zoomed sections on his face. The wanted poster also listed a series of rewards under the images. The organization that had created the sheet was willing to pay 1,000,000 soul stones for him. It didn't matter if he was dead or alive. Why do you always fail to mention important things? Noah shouted as anger built inside him. His underling was an awful spy. Noah had no idea why a secret organization would continue to make use of such a cultivator. Who are they? Noah asked as growls accompanied his words. Who is looking for me? A chill ran down Fergie's spine when he sensed Noah's anger. Truth be told, He had left that piece of information as last because he was scared that Noah would kill him on the spot. Taking care of the loose ends was the best course of action for a wanted man. Killing Fergie would remove the only cultivator who had the power to betray Noah. However, Fergie couldn't hide that information from Noah. Those posters filled Silkpost City, so he would have eventually learnt about them. Noah would have an actual reason to kill Fergie at that point, since he had purposely withheld something that could have led to his death or capture. It was a difficult decision, but a well-thought one. Fergie believed that Noah would survive even if he withheld that information from him. He could avoid eventual punishments only if he were frank with his master. "The Crystal City," Fergie said as he suppressed his fear. "Its experts also give descriptions of some of your abilities. They are quite vague, but I can confirm that they are on point." Noah's expression became cold as he fell silent. The border with the magical beast's domain belonged to the Crystal City in theory. That was the only organization willing to act as the first line of defense against those creatures. The other organizations didn't like those fanatics, but they respected their strength and services to the human cause. Noah guessed that those forces would be more than willing to help the Crystal City if they found him. "Why is no one aware of this?" Noah asked as he seized the wanted poster. "I have spent years in the pyramid, but they let me go easily." "This poster isn't public," Fergie answered. "Only a few professional guilds and some assassins are aware of this bounty. The Crystal City doesn't want to admit that they have failed to capture you. Their work might help the humans as a whole, but they have made many enemies along the way." "What are you implying?" Noah asked. "Well," Fergie hesitated for a second before continuing. "You are one of the few rank 7 cultivators who can attack them. The other experts usually remove the oath when they reach the 8th rank, and they can't act freely for fear of involving other strong forces. You can be a valuable pawn in their eyes." Problems always arrived in bulk. Noah only wanted to explore a series of inheritances after the mess with the pyramid, but the Crystal City didn't want to let him go. "The land of the fallen has just become a massive trap," Noah concluded after analyzing his situation. "There might be assassins in every corner. I don't think I can escape from them forever." Noah wasn't against small organizations. He couldn't escape from a region as he did with the Elbas family. He would have to leave the whole human domain in his situation. Of course, Noah wanted to avoid that option. The lands under the control of the magical beasts could give him many nutrients, but he had learnt the limits of living in the wilderness long ago. Noah needed to interact with cultivators to improve as a cultivator. It was merely logical, especially for an existence that had to nourish an individuality with multiple features. "He told me before entering Silkpost City," Noah thought as he glanced at Fergie. "Maybe it's just fear, but it doesn't hurt to give him a purpose." "I will set you free when I reach the 8th rank," Noah said casually. "You will decide if you want to keep working for me afterward." Fergie felt dumbfounded when he heard those words. He didn't know if Noah was joking or was utterly delusional. Noah had spoken about the 8th rank as if it was an easy level to reach. He didn't show any uncertainty about his belief. Noah had sounded sure that he would grow to that point. Fergie could only reply with a nod. He didn't wholly believe Noah, but he couldn't do anything else in his situation. It didn't matter if he believed Noah. Betraying him wasn't an option now. Noah had lost interest in his underling as soon as he spoke those words. He had far more important matters to handle. He had to decide how to proceed with the Crystal City hunting him down. The easiest option is to join another powerful organization, Noah thought before discarding that idea. Even if he were to join the Balro family, its higher-ups would force him to swear the Crystal City's oath to avoid problems. He would keep his life, but he would lose his freedom. Escaping wasn't an option either, not before seizing everything that the human domain had to offer at least. Noah felt interested in the wilderness and inheritances they contained, but his growth remained his main priority. "I can only choose the battlefield then," Noah concluded in his mind. Facing the Crystal City head-on would be idiotic. That organization even had at least one rank 8 cultivator in its ranks. Noah couldn't fight it in an open field. He had to use all the tricks learnt in the lower place to defeat it. I suggest you return to Vagona City, Fergie said at some point. The Crystal City can't attack you there, and you have enough talent to join a powerful family. Staying put for a few millennia isn't shameful when your opponents are those fanatics. Who cares about shame? Noah replied while a sigh escaped his mouth. I won't hide for millennia and risk my potential. Just keep me updated about eventual secret auctions. I will handle this mess. Noah walked past Fergie after that line. He had no reason to waste time anymore. A plan had already formed in his mind, and he couldn't wait to put it into motion. Fergie could only watch Noah leave and disappear from his vision. No words managed to come out of his throat. Things that seemed so normal in his mind were utterly unacceptable for Noah, and he couldn't help but feel in awe of that mindset. A small fire lit up inside him after Noah left. The more Fergie thought about him, the more he felt that he lacked something as a cultivator. Noah's approach to life left him speechless and put him in a strange mood. Fergie suddenly felt the need to cultivate harder and spend more time focusing on his power. A laugh eventually escaped from his mouth after he analyzed those emotions. The human world had suppressed his ambition, but a hybrid had managed to awaken it. Noah flew at full speed towards Silk Post City. He could avoid entering the settlement to reach his target, but he wanted all the forces involved in his hunt to see him. The land of the fallen had many famous inheritances that had yet to find an heir, and one of the most renowned was a place called Hellish Landscape. The Hellish Landscape was an inheritance created by the dying wish of an important leader who had fallen against the hordes of magical beasts crossing the border. Her name was Heavenly Fire, and she had been one of the strongest rank 8 cultivators of her time. Her dying wish had given birth to a separate dimension that had trapped many magical beasts and had hidden her belongings. Most experts even believed that her core techniques were somewhere at the bottom of that inheritance. Heavenly Fire's inheritance featured items and techniques meant for cultivators with a fire aptitude. Noah wouldn't naturally feel any interest in them. Still, the expert's dying wish had been so powerful that it had absorbed other inheritances when it took form. The separate dimension didn't contain only Heavenly Fire's inheritance. It also featured many smaller legacies created by the dying wishes of weaker cultivators. Heavenly Fire's greatness had even allowed the Hellish Landscape to contain other rank 8 cultivators' inheritances. That separate dimension was the most popular location in the entire land of the fallen. Still, its environment made it hard to explore. The magical beasts trapped inside the Hellish Landscape were the same creatures that had managed to kill Heavenly Fire. That spoke for their power, and their long imprisonment had given them the time to fill that environment with descendant. The creatures in the separate dimension were also more violent due to their anger toward human beings. Some experts believed that a few of them had also developed bloodline inheritances due to their leaders' intense emotions. The Hellish Landscape's value increased because of those features, but they also made its environment harsher. Only powerful experts could survive there. The weaker ones had to limit themselves to the few safe areas. Noah had chosen to explore the Hellish Landscape because his species had an advantage in environments filled with magical beasts. His hybrid status could even save him from those creatures' intense aggression since he wasn't an actual human. Moreover, a wild environment would give him a significant advantage against eventual pursuers. Noah planned to lure any assassin member of the Crystal City inside the Hellish Landscape and take care of them while exploring the various inheritances. Silk Post City soon appeared in his vision. That city was far different from Vagona City. It featured a series of small mansions and tents that their owners could easily move if the situation required it. Their vicinity to the magical beast's domain put Silk Post City in constant danger. The citizens didn't know when the next invasion would arrive, so they were ready to move anytime. Noah landed on one of the main streets of the city. Tiles mixed with terrain divided the various buildings, and powerful experts walked around them as they inspected the goods they contained. The atmosphere was far different there. Noah felt as if he had entered a battlefield filled with warriors, and some of them turned in his direction after he landed. Noah couldn't understand the intentions of those cultivators by their simple stares. He had just landed on the city in the end. It was only normal for those experts to inspect him. The defensive robes worn by those experts revealed their status. Most of them belonged to well-known organizations that had deployed them in the land of the fallen to fight for the resources that it contained. Some cultivators didn't appear to belong to any famous force. Noah couldn't understand if they were hiding their status, or were simple experts who had flown there in the hope of obtaining something valuable. Still, he didn't care about that. They don't need to hide their hatred, Noah thought when he sensed a series of intense gazes landing on his back. Those gazes came from cultivators who wore white robes that featured a series of purple designs. Noah couldn't fail to recognize them. They belonged to the Crystal City. Noah ignored those experts and hurried forward. Those cultivators didn't follow him, but he could sense that they activated their inscribed notebooks when they saw him leaving. Silkpost City had similar rules to Vagona City. The leaders of that settlement didn't allow fights in its range, but their restrictions had noble reasons. Noah had studied that in the library. Silkpost City had 3 leaders in the 8th rank who actively entered the land of the fallen to seize resources for the human side. Those 3 powerful existences lived to stop the magical beast's advance, so they forbid cultivators from fighting among themselves. They couldn't bear to see the human side getting weaker on its own. The rank 8 leaders belonged to 3 prominent organizations. One of them came from the Crystal City, one from the Money family, and the last from the Sailbird family. Their position in Silkpost City benefited their organizations since they could overview most of the resources retrieved in the land of the fallen. Those experts could even affect some of the secret auctions and underground markets. Their power would typically allow them to act as they wished in Silkpost City. Still, they did their best to keep an eye on each other to avoid internal clashes. Their position wouldn't even last forever since the famous organizations often organized tournaments to decide who could rule there. Only the Crystal City didn't have to join those tournaments. Its work on the border with the magical beast's domain gave its members an honorary position in the city and an eternal spot on the ruling seat. Noah had learnt all of that in the library. He knew that the Crystal City wouldn't attack him as long as he remained in the range of the other 2 powerful auras. His casual stroll expressed how safe he felt in that place. I wonder how many will come after me, Noah thought as he inspected the various shops. The buildings in Silkpost City mostly sold battle-related items. Every expert there aimed to approach the land of the fallen, so that type of business flourished there. The inscription halls were also different. They didn't have large gardens where inscription masters could exhibit their ability. All the work happened inside their main structures. Noah didn't find anything interesting in the shops. The lack of diversity in their products soon bored him, especially since those items couldn't compare to those found in Vagona City. Still, he didn't interrupt his stroll. Noah wanted everyone to see that he had landed on Silkpost City. He had to be sure that his opponents learnt about his arrival. Noah activated the divine deduction technique at some point. That ability couldn't help him find those after his bounty, but he didn't like to waste time. He could study Great Builder's teaching while he played the bait in his own hunt. The theory behind the workshop hid great power. Noah knew that he could implement it in the dark world and improve his technique's overall strength. The danger that filled his surroundings pushed his mind to do better. Noah used the bounty on his head as fuel that forced him to get closer to a solution. The dark world could provide the materials and the manpower. Noah only needed wills capable of programming the dark matter to create the workshop inside his technique. His expertise led him to test his ideas on wills with the shape of magical beasts. The experience accumulated with the body inscription spell also helped him polishing his creations. This won't work either, Noah thought as a series of ethereal figures crumbled and fused with his mental sea. Even seas of consciousness in the divine ranks had their limits. Noah's thoughts contained immense power, but he couldn't devise an entire living being and give it orders without depleting their energy. The dark matter also forced him to use more energy than usual. Affecting ordinary materials would be easier in his situation, but Noah didn't know where to build the workshop if he didn't rely on his higher energy. The dark world had to be the core of the workshop. That technique was too perfect not to pair it with Great Builder's inheritance. I need to start with simple creatures, Noah eventually concluded. Ants, flies, anything that won't crumble before it completes giving orders to the dark matter. Noah didn't ignore his surroundings while his mind worked on finding a solution to his issue. He noticed how a few cultivators had started to follow him, but their power didn't make them a threat in his eyes. Those were simple scouts sent by the forces that had received the wanted poster. Their job was to keep an eye on him and understand where he was going. Didn't they tell them that I am a hybrid? Noah wondered as he continued to stroll through the city. The scouts had decent hiding techniques, but they were useless against his superior awareness. Noah could even smell them among the groups around him. They could hide from a cultivator, but any hybrid would spot them immediately. Noah knew that the Crystal City didn't lie about his species, so he couldn't understand the scouts' behavior. Something felt off, so Noah began to accelerate. The smell that reached his nostrils became less intense, which allowed him to understand what the scouts were up to. The scouts accelerated together with Noah, but they eventually saw him shoot in the air and leave the city's range. Unsightly expressions appeared on their faces when they sensed that they had failed to put a tracker on him. The smell didn't manage to mark his robe. Noah flew toward the land of the fallen, but he didn't use his full speed. He wanted his pursuers to follow him, so he couldn't use his real power during the travel. A vast plain soon unfolded in his vision. For the first time since his ascension, Noah saw a region devoid of magical plants. That land still contained the immortal land's usual energy, but nothing grew on its barren soil. Multiple groups of cultivators occupied specific locations of the plains. Sparse, flashy buildings filled the environment, and lines of experts often stretched from them. The atmosphere became even tenser once Noah reached the plain. The air felt dense with aggression, sorrow, hatred, and anger. It was as if he could sense the emotions radiated by the past experts' dying wishes. Noah took a while to become used to that atmosphere. His superior awareness made him feel more than others, so his mind had to endure the streams of violent emotions that landed on its ethereal surface. Chaotic memories also appeared in his vision. Noah saw messy images flashing in front of his eyes before his focus returned. How can so many powerful experts die in the same place? Noah wondered as he learned to fend off the violent emotions that filled the area. Then, when he managed to suppress that external influence, he turned his eyes toward a large crack that spread through the plain and almost divided it into two different regions. The entrance to the hellish landscape was at its bottom. Noah dived directly into the crack. His behavior wasn't unusual, so the cultivators in the area didn't even bother to look at him. Signals and runes covered the walls of the crack and indicated the direction to take to reach the hellish landscape. The separate dimension had multiple entrances controlled by different organizations, and Noah flew toward those that belonged to the Balro family. Noah didn't want to join any organization, but he wouldn't refrain from using a family that desired to rope him in. His continuous refusals would eventually ruin that relationship, but it didn't hurt to exploit it for now. Entering the hellish landscape wasn't hard. Noah only had to dive deeper into the crack while following the indications on the walls to reach that separate dimension. The Immortal land's rocky terrain slowly turned red as Noah reached deeper parts of the crack. The temperature also rose to indicate that he was getting closer to his destination. The scenery in his eyes changed at some point. A scarlet environment replaced the red rocks that had begun to fill the depths of the cracks. Trails of smoke rose toward the pale yellow sky, and massive fires illuminated the world in the distance. Noah had suddenly found himself inside the separate dimension, and crowds of cultivators appeared in his vision when he crossed a cloud of gray fumes. Quite peculiar, Noah thought as he inspected the area. The hellish landscape mainly contained breath of the fire element, and that gave birth to a series of massive fires that could continue to burn for millennia. Noah saw a plain made of red soil, mountains of flames in the distance, and life forms that could absorb the very fire that filled the environment. There didn't seem to be any distinction between the ground and the flames. A large patch of terrain could take fire on its own and shrink the lands that the cultivators could inhabit. The powerful organizations took care of extinguishing those fires. Some of them could even radiate a level of power in the 8th rank, so they needed to remain outside of the inhabitable zones. A large mansion surrounded by cultivators stood at the center of the red plain. Noah recognized the symbols of the Balro family on the structure, so he didn't hesitate to take out his green cards when he saw that guards approached him. The guards performed a polite bow at that sight and let him land. They didn't even investigate his identity. They only reported to the leaders inside the mansion that defying demon had entered the hellish landscape. Noah didn't waste time in the area. He only had one advantage in that situation, and he didn't want to lose it to purchase maps and learn more about that environment. He needed to choose a battlefield before his pursuers reached him. The insides of the separate dimension weren't under the protection of the 3-rank 8 existences in Silk Post City. Humans could fight themselves freely there. A few experts wearing green robes came out of the mansion to greet Noah, but he didn't even look at them and continued to fly through the separate dimension. A red halo filled every inch of that world. That separate dimension was immense, but fires filled most of it. The life forms in that environment had also evolved according to that feature, so they often released flames that made the scarlet aura more intense. Noah didn't know where he was going. He had learnt something about the hellish landscape in the library, but he was unaware of many details. He could only guess where a few inheritances were due to the layout of that place. The powerful organizations had created a series of roads that shielded part of the heat radiated by the flames. Those paths connected the various mansions in the hellish landscape and the inheritances discovered in the past. Noah only needed to enter one of them to be safe. It was hard to follow a cultivator's aura in that environment. Still, he didn't want to escape from his pursuers. In his mind, it was better to kill them before they stopped underestimating him. Vast lands made of fire expanded in his vision. Magical beasts and plants of various kinds thrived among the flames and kept track of his movements. Those creatures could sense his species' strangeness, and Noah could feel the same when it came to their hatred toward humans. Most of those beasts shot furious glances at him only to lower them after they understood that he was a hybrid. The world put a lot of pressure on him. The flames were hard to endure, and the heat that filled the environment could even make his centers of power sluggish. His mind also had to endure its share of suffering. The heat and the hatred of the magical beasts filled the sky. Some of the smoke trails even contained dense versions of those features, so he had to avoid them for the time being. The smoke could be useful to his training, but Noah didn't want to tire himself out yet. He had to complete his business with his pursuers before enjoying the benefits of that environment. Noah continued to fly forward, using his instincts to decide where he could lay efficient ambushes. The only neutral areas were those filled with fire, so his choice soon fell on one of them. The world in his vision became even redder when he dived inside the flames. A series of dense fiery tongues created a surface where he could step and walk, but he soon confirmed that he could pierce them to dig deeper into the separate dimension. Diving was the method to reach the harsher parts of the hellish landscape. The immense fiery scenery was only the most superficial layer of that separate dimension. Some powerful inheritances should manage to affect the environment at some point. Noah thought as he kicked the dense flames to create a tunnel through them. The flames will become more intense, but I can handle the superficial layers. The temperature rose as he continued to dive through the dense flames. Even weak gaseous stage cultivators could endure that fire and fight freely at those depths, so Noah felt the need to go deeper. Noah had finally reached a place where he could fight without creating any mess. He could choose a battlefield where his hybrid status would grant him the most significant advantages. A few large tunnels appeared in his vision as he continued to dive through the flames. Those were paths dug by the other organizations that any cultivator could use. They only needed to pay a fee since those roads led directly to certain inheritances. While Noah was busy finding a battlefield, multiple cultivators appeared in the sky of the hellish landscape. Dozens of experts descended toward the fiery surface and studied each other when they noticed other teams with similar intentions. Those teams didn't say a word to each other, but they understood that they were after the same target. That forced them to cooperate for the time being and search for Noah's tracks together. It didn't take them much to guess the general direction where Noah had gone. They had experts meant to track him down, so they quickly moved toward the lands filled with fire. Their chase had begun. The arrival of Noah's pursuers was a strange sight that the cultivators inside the hellish landscape couldn't help but notice. It wasn't odd for experts to enter the separate dimension in groups. Still, it was rare for so many assets without an apparent organization to join forces as soon as their exploration began. However, no guard could stop them since they all had cards and tokens that stated their position inside various organizations. Some of them had even worked for multiple forces, so their credentials allowed them to avoid the mansion without meeting any troubles. Tracking cultivators inside the hellish landscape was quite hard, especially if they left the safe areas. The massive fires that made most of that separate dimension could destroy traces and leftovers of auras in seconds. Still, individualities could take countless shapes, and some of them allowed cultivators to find fellow experts without the need for any trace. In some rare cases, a few existences could even divine the position of their targets. The team of pursuers contained some of Noah's old acquaintances. Zack and Gil from the Crystal City were there, but they wore robes that didn't expose their affiliation to that organization. The guild that was protecting the library in Vagona City was also there. Other smaller guilds and organizations had joined the hunt due to the bounty on Noah's head, but their members didn't feel in control of the situation while working together with those teams. It wasn't even a matter of influence of their forces. The presence of 2 liquid stage cultivators put those groups instantly in charge of the chase. Noah had met only one of those liquid stage experts, and she was wearing a disguise to avoid linking her identity to her guild. Chief Ash from the guards of the library in Vagona City was among the hunting group. The other liquid stage expert had never interacted with Noah, but she had been close to meet him in the forest ruled by the 12-legged queen. She was Lady Lena from the Crystal City, and she was also wearing a disguise to protect her organization. The cultivators in the gaseous stage could avoid hiding their identities since they weren't worthy of recognition. The Immortal lands had countless experts at the beginning of the divine ranks, so they weren't famous enough to need a thorough disguise. Instead, the 2 liquid stage experts had already surpassed the masses of nameless divine existences. Their cultivation level spoke for their talent. They had already proven that they could strive for the higher ranks, and that gave them some fame. Those who witnessed the arrival of that hunting group didn't link the event to Noah. No one would believe that a team that featured 2 liquid stage experts would go after a single gaseous stage cultivator. Of course, they didn't know all the facts. Noah had already deeply offended the Crystal City, and Chief Ash's team had personal motives to join the hunts. Moreover, Noah's identity as a hybrid had forced those experts to take the hunt seriously. Not even Fergie had been able to foresee that they would have sent liquid stage cultivators after him. Noah continued to dive through the dense scarlet flames, unaware that dozens of cultivators were already searching for him. The environment remained the same for entire hours. Flames filled Noah's vision and enveloped his body, and their power slowly increased as he ventured deeper into the separate dimension. Noah had to use a few tunnels at some point. Flames with power in the middle tier had begun to appear in his path, so he had to fly toward a few safe areas to continue his descent. The tunnels among the sea of flames featured countless guards and a few structures belonging to the various organizations. Noah only needed to show his green card to avoid the entrance fee, but his worries lingered elsewhere. His green card carried his name. Noah had to leave traces if he wanted to reach deeper parts of the separate dimension. Noah couldn't avoid that, but he took advantage of that unfavorable situation to purchase maps about the hellish landscape. Cultivators rarely visited the shops in those areas, so he quickly found a structure that didn't feature any line. Where should I go? Noah thought as he continued to follow the tunnel while studying the map. Except for the endless lands made of fire, the hellish landscape had a few regions that featured solid ground. Different dying wishes had clashed on those spots and had given birth to strange environments devoid of flames. Noah didn't want to leave the fires. His hybrid status made him more resilient than every cultivator, so he preferred to fight in an environment that could wear out his opponents. Still, he also wanted something that wouldn't benefit cultivators with a fire aptitude too much. The messier the environment, the better it was for him since he could adapt to any situation. This seems interesting, Noah thought when he read the description of a mark in a deeper part of the separate dimension. The hellish landscape was immense. Its regions featured countless magical beasts, and their power would increase with the depth. The same wasn't true for the flames since they would weaken whenever they clashed with a different dying wish. Noah's target was among one of the regions that could contain magical beasts in the 8th rank. That place's name was Rumbling Region, and it featured the inheritance of a rank 8 existence with a lightning aptitude. According to the map, the lightning bolts shooting out of the inheritance had created a landmass. They had clashed with the flames for millennia and given birth to a peculiar region. That place even had a different fauna and flora from the rest of the hellish landscape. The flames there had power at the peak of the middle tier, but the magical plants in the area fed on them and weakened their might. Noah read that the surface had multiple large areas where the fire barely crossed the halfway mark of the lower tier in terms of strength. The map gave Noah a detailed description of the path that led toward the rumbling region. He had to follow a series of tunnels and cross flames through entire regions of the separate dimension. Still, the journey didn't scare him. He was looking forward to reaching his destination. Purchasing the map had given him a general overview of the inheritances contained in the hellish landscape, and what he lent made his interest skyrocket. He wanted to test himself in a few of them, but he had to take care of his issue first. "Have you seen this cultivator?" Lady Lena asked one of the guards in a tunnel near the surface. Chief Ash stood politely behind her, and the rest of the gaseous stage experts imitated her. They all waited for Lady Lena to handle the situation since she had revealed her affiliation with the Crystal City. Due to the flames and Noah's robe, the hunting group was struggling to find him. The experts would eventually locate him with their abilities, but Lady Lena didn't want to waste time. The Crystal City was important in the areas near the border, so the guard could only bow in front of the white metal card shown by Lady Lena. The cultivator didn't hesitate to contact the other troops stationed in different tunnels to please her. In a matter of seconds, the guard found something that matched Lady Lena's description. The inspection was so thorough that the hunting group even learnt about his possible destinations. Noah flew quickly. Tunnels and areas filled with flames went by until he reached his target. A dark red landmass soon appeared in his vision. It was as big as the piece of immortal lands fallen in the lower world, and a yellowish halo surrounded it as it floated among the sea of flames. The landmass had plains, forests, and mountains. Countless magical beasts had taken it as its home. That region was one of the spectacles that only the immortal lands could offer. No material in the lower plane could survive a similar environment. Lightning bolts fell from the tallest mountain situated at the eastern edge of the landmass. The inheritance of the rank 8 expert was at its summit, and it continuously generated sparks that ran through the entire region and transformed its matter. The flames alone couldn't give birth to that place on their own. Only the clash between two elements with similar power could create something so spectacular. Noah felt in awe of the resilience of the creatures living on the landmass. The various magical beasts had learnt to absorb the flames that made the sky and the lightning bolts running in the ground, and their power had benefited from those elements. The lightning bolts carried a strange individuality. It allowed the beings that fed on their power to alter their species. Noah had never seen anything like that. The sparks seemed able to force those beings to evolve. The magical beasts had it a bit worse on the landmass. The rulers of the hellish landscape all had a fire aptitude, so the rumbling region weakened their innate abilities. Only the species that couldn't survive in the sea of flames lived there. Noah's instincts sent warning messages to his mind. He could sense the presence of rank 8 magical beasts among the flames around the landmass. Still, the rumbling region didn't have such strong creatures. As for cultivators, the rumbling region appeared temporarily devoid of them. The inheritance in that place was quite challenging and could be deadly, so it wasn't popular among the weaker experts. This is perfect, Noah thought before diving toward the landmass. A layer of darkness and dark matter covered his figure and helped his innate defenses fending off the dangerous flames that filled the environment. A few fiery tongues with power in the upper tier swam among fires in the middle tier. The flames might decrease as Noah neared the landmass, and he could soon lower his protection without feeling in danger. A strange sensation filled him when he stepped on the dark red ground. The lightning bolts had nourished that terrain for millennia. The whole landmass radiated the mighty rank 8 existence's aura. What is this feeling? Noah thought as he closed his eyes to experience the influence contained in the ground. His body naturally absorbed the energy in the environment, and Noah could feel which effect that aura tried to apply on his tissues. The expert's individuality wanted to alter his figure's fabric and reassemble it to improve its state. Noah didn't sense any harm coming from that aura, so he let it affect a small part of his skin while he absorbed the energy in the environment. However, he soon witnessed something strange. The black hole activated on its own and sent dark matter toward the piece of skin that the expert's aura was trying to modify. The higher energy fought against that individuality and fended it off, regaining complete control over Noah's body. Even the absorption of that energy went differently. The black hole would normally purify any nutrients before sending it back to his tissues, but the center of power decided to keep some of that energy for itself at that time. Noah felt as if his black hole was studying that expert's individuality. The fourth center of power wanted to learn from it and improve its functions. Cultivating here might not be a bad idea, Noah thought as his gaze went on the distant tall mountains. His interest in that inheritance had suddenly skyrocketed. The enhancements that the expert's individuality tried to apply matched the purification operated by his black hole. The mountain could teach him how to improve his fourth center of power. Still, Noah didn't let his greed take control of his actions. He had far more important matters to handle. He even had to prepare for the imminent clash. Noah avoided the territories under the control of upper-tier creatures but chose to settle near the rumbling region's center. He wanted to remain in control of the whole area to decide how to ambush his pursuers. The ground was too hard for him. Even his strongest attacks couldn't pierce it, so he had to settle for one of the magical plants in the area. Noah dug a small room inside one of the thickest trees in the lower tier that he found. That magical plants didn't have offensive capabilities, so it didn't struggle when the demonic sword cut its insides. The divine deduction technique activated when Noah began to cultivate inside the tree. His consciousness also expanded to inspect the area. He had decided to train while he waited for his pursuers to arrive. Noah wouldn't usually waste mental energy before a battle, but completing his workshop would make his battle prowess skyrocket. His instincts had also begun to sense some danger, so his mental capabilities worked at full speed to solve the issue. He was close to a solution. He only needed to complete one blueprint to activate that ability, and he intended to do it before his pursuers arrived. The hunting group flew through the tunnels and reached the area where the rumbling region was. The guards could only point them in that direction, so discerning where Noah had gone was in the expert's hands. "There are too many interferences here," Gil said as howls spread from his figure. "I can sense that someone has recently flown through this area, but I can't pinpoint the exact location." Some hierarchies had already formed among those experts. Those who belonged to assassin guilds and other smaller organizations didn't dare to oppose the Crystal City's orders. Only Chief Ash could join those conversations, but Lady Lena often took decisions on her own anyway. They weren't a united group. They had the same target, and the Crystal City was willing to cooperate with all of them to ensure the success of the mission. The other teams wouldn't even be there otherwise. "The rumbling region, the fiery lake, and the 3 white peaks," Chief Ash said at some point. "These are the only possible destinations in this area. We know that he has a darkness aptitude and a powerful body. He is also aware that someone is following him. I bet that he will use his advantages to set up an ambush. Hybrids rely too much on their bodies," Lady Lena said after sighing. "The rumbling region should suit him the most. He will probably try to use the flames to wear us down." "Do you suggest exploring the rumbling region first?" Chief Ash asked. "No," Lady Lena replied. "He will only escape again if our guess is wrong. We should split. The Crystal City will take the rumbling region. Your guild can handle the 3 white peaks. The others will go to the fiery lake." A series of unsightly expressions appeared on the members of the weaker organizations. They had joined the hunt because of the bounty on Noah's head. Dividing the teams would only lower their chances of seizing it. "Don't worry," Lady Lena added after she noticed their expressions. "You have already helped. The Crystal City will pay as long as the mission is successful. You can split the reward afterward." Her words improved the overall mood of the group. The weaker members had no more objections at that point. The three teams split and flew toward their respective directions without saying anything else. Noah cultivated, meditated, and experimented with his dark world while his consciousness remained unfolded. His mind could sense almost everything happening in the rumbling region. Only the flames and the occasional lightning bolts interrupted his perception. Mental energy rose from his mental sea as inscription illuminated the walls of his consciousness. His thoughts flew inside his mind to create simple shapes capable of containing enormous power. The figure of a spider slowly formed above his mental sea. It had 6 slim legs and a minute body, but it didn't crumble after its creation ended. That was as far Noah had managed to go with the workshop. A stable set of rules was the best he could do for now. It won't be useful unless I turn it into a rune, Noah thought as he continued his training inside the trunk. Since the blueprint for the workshop had to affect the dark world, Noah couldn't use his higher energy to create the creature's shape. The rules carried by his thoughts would only interfere with the dark matter, and the same went for his other energies. Noah needed to create a new rune that could force his dark world to mass-produce magical beasts, and he could only use his mental energy to complete the task. His thoughts had to reach the same level of power of inscriptions built through different energies. The task was arduous. Noah's expertise also diverged from that type of inscription since he had always used his many energies to create stronger products. When it came to using only his thoughts, he found himself inexperienced. Still, his other abilities were a perfect match for Great Builder's individuality, so he pressed on with the experiments. Noah could feel that he was close to completing the first blueprint. He only needed a small push to polish it. Luckily for him, he had enemies willing to give him a reason to improve. Lady Lena, Gil, Zack, and a 4th cultivator from the Crystal City descended toward the rumbling region while Noah was in the middle of his training. The unknown member was a middle-aged woman in the gaseous stage with long blonde hair and dark eyes. Her position among the other weaker experts didn't appear to be low, but she couldn't show off with Lady Lena next to her. The group of 4 landed on the dark red terrain and began their investigation. Lady Lena and Gil took care of that part of the hunt, but they failed in locating Noah in that wild environment. They could sense Noah's aura in the environment, but they couldn't pinpoint his exact location. The flame's interference and his robe's hiding capabilities made the task too hard to solve in a few hours. "Be careful," Lady Lena said as she stepped forward to lead her group toward the center of the region. Even with the robe, Noah couldn't hide the traces left during his training. The group from the Crystal City could understand that he was somewhere at the center of the region, and they didn't hesitate to march toward those areas. Noah was aware of the movements happening around him. He had seen how many cultivators had arrived before retracting his consciousness. He was relying on his instincts to keep track of their behavior now. The presence of the liquid stage cultivator worried him, but part of him trembled in excitement at the idea of facing an existence at that level. Noah wanted to throw himself at Lady Lena right away, but he had to take care of her underlings first. Noah wasn't sure that he could handle a cultivator in the liquid stage, but he was certain that his death would arrive if he let those underlings alive. He needed to be wholly focused on Lady Lena to fight her, and he couldn't let weaker enemies hinder him. Noah's mental waves spread through the environment and covered almost the entirety of the landmass. His robe managed to hide most of their properties, but Lady Lena soon realized that something was off. That sensation didn't come from her consciousness. Her instincts had told them that the area had suddenly become more dangerous, and she prepared for the imminent clash. Noah closed his eyes, and his enemies appeared in his mind. The demonic sword flew out of the separate space and landed in his hand before lifting it to lay it on his forehead. Zack and Gil had already fought against Noah, so they had learnt part of his abilities. Yet Noah had grown a lot since his landing in the Immortal lands. His body had reached levels that they couldn't imagine, and his other centers of power had also seen a decent growth. Noah wasn't a newly advanced god anymore. He was an existence that could defeat beings stronger than him. Gil was the first among the experts in the gaseous stage to notice that something was off. Through his howls, He sensed that the air had become denser, as if an invisible layer of energy had covered the whole area. It didn't take him much to understand what was happening, but it was too late when he noticed anything. A black line formed above his head and crashed on his body in an instant. The same happened for Zack and the other gaseous stage cultivator. They saw massive black lines appearing above their heads and transforming into large but sharp blades that fell on them. Only Lady Lena remained outside of that assault. Noah knew that his chances of taking her by surprise were scarce, so he didn't even try to attack her. Noah moved among the thick trees as he studied the effects of his attack. His opponents would find him if he remained in the same spot after unfolding his consciousness. There was a limit to what his robe could do at such a distance. Disappointment soon filled his mind when he saw that azure shields came out of the cultivator's figures and expanded to form 3 large spheres. His black lines vanished among the tides running on the defense's surface. His attacks couldn't even pierce them. The landmass began to tremble at that point. Noah felt an immense threat flying in his direction, but his instincts told him that he couldn't avoid that clash. Noah turned and slashed in the direction of the danger, but a tide of azure water crashed on him, destroying his attack and flinging him away. He soon found himself at the bottom of a mountain and with his bones emitting screeching noises. His robe was in tatters. Even that magnificent piece of equipment couldn't fend off the attack of a liquid stage cultivator. Noah spat a mouthful of blood as he straightened his position and shot in the distance. He didn't want to face an expert in the liquid stage directly, but what he desired didn't matter in that situation. A series of water currents ran through the fiery sky and converged in his position, crashing on his body and pushing him back on the ground. The impact on the landmass was so intense that earthquakes began to spread through the regions. Noah felt his bones cracking as the water prevented him from making any movement. Strange noises echoed from inside his body, and blood accumulated in his mouth. Those were only casual attacks, but Noah felt utterly overwhelmed. The differences among the stages and ranks in the divine realms were immense, and filling those gaps required countless items or a great talent. Training was also essential. "You thought you were so strong, didn't you?" Lady Lena said as she and her underlings neared Noah. "Hybrids rarely are great thinkers. They often give up on their intellect to choose the path of the beast. You won't be any different." Noah struggled to get up, but more currents fell on him and continued to damage him. Lady Lena wanted to keep him down, and she was succeeding. "I already am different," Noah said as black smoke began to come out of his figure. 2 shadows also shot out of his separate space, and his ambition began to fill the entire aura. Noah was about to go all out, but he held back the disposable puppet. Lady Lena's might was immense. Her casual attacks could suppress and injure Noah easily. The gap between the gaseous and the liquid stage was something that would take more than a few tricks to fill. Noah sensed his power increasing as his ambition seeped out of his figure. His cultivation level rose as all his techniques and assets spread in the world. 3 gaseous stage cultivators, 1 in the liquid stage, Noah thought as the range of his consciousness increased. No gaseous stage expert can win this battle. That conclusion was obvious. Lady Lena's power alone could suppress him. The battle would only become harsher once her 3 underlings joined the fight. "I can't escape, I can't hide, and I can't win," Noah concluded as his power rose. Facing certain death made his survival instincts scream, and Noah didn't dare to suppress them. He needed to feel everything and understand how hopeless his situation was to create a chance. He needed to sense the most intense desperation to force his existence to improve. Truth be told, Noah didn't predict that the Crystal City would send a liquid stage cultivator so quickly. Still, he couldn't avoid ending up in that situation unless he decided to slow down his growth. His ambition had forced him to be in that situation, and Noah could only rely on his individuality to overcome that challenge. If he couldn't do it, he wouldn't be able to survive what would come after that battle. "I have done this countless times," Noah spoke to himself as pure coldness came out of his figure. "I will use every trick, every shameful act, every desperate move to overcome this challenge. Honor is pointless. Sanity is pointless. Power is everything. and I need to be alive to seize it. Lady Lena didn't let the unfolding of Noah's techniques startle her. The dark world and the corrosive cloud were expanding toward her, but another wave of torrents forced them to shrink. Noah could sense everything happening around him. Azure torrents pierced his strongest techniques and converged in his position to crash on his body again. Blood accumulated under his skin as countless internal injuries opened. The dark world and corrosive cloud expanded once again. Noah had just suffered heavy injuries, but the power unleashed by his abilities didn't decrease. Lady Lena could see how they had moved closer to the peak of the gaseous stage. A reckless animal indeed, Lady Lena shouted while raising both hands to the sky. Her aura expanded and seeped into the environment to alter its laws. The sea of fire that filled every inch of the sky morphed and obtained liquid features. The flames transformed into scarlet waves that began to move toward the expanding cloud. Noah sensed the arrival of the scarlet tide. It was as if the whole sky was falling on him. Lady Lena's individuality carried endlessness that he couldn't describe, and part of him felt unable to conceive methods to stop that attack. I see, Noah thought as Snore appeared in front of him and spewed its dark beam. She carries the true power of a catastrophe, the endlessness of countless waves, and the might of something that can't stop moving forward. Snore's dark beam crashed on the waves, but it only managed to pierce a part of those scarlet waters. The sky continued to fall on Noah and destroyed all the techniques that he had deployed in his defense. That attack could kill him. Suicidal thoughts surged in his mind as Lady Lena's individuality converged on his figure. The immensity of her waves made him desire to give up and put an end to that struggle. Noah opened his mouth, and the world went dark for an instant as a defiant roar spread in the environment. Dark flames surrounded by a silver halo shot everywhere on the rumbling region right before the tide crashed on him. The whole landmass trembled, but it didn't suffer any damage. The shockwave generated in the crash eradicated some of the trees in the area and destroyed part of the black flames. No gaseous stage cultivator could survive that attack. Even the strongest material in the lower tier couldn't remain intact against the full might of an expert in the liquid stage. The waves slowly transformed back into flames as Lady Lena retracted her individuality. A destroyed environment became visible after her spell vanished. The cultivators from the Crystal City saw a maimed body among that destruction. The waves had almost reduced it to a pulp. Its limbs had vanished, and its torso was nothing more than a series of torn tissues immersed in a pool of blood. A faint trace of life came out of the body. Noah appeared on the verge of dying. It seemed that even his centers of power didn't want to keep him alive anymore. "Wonderfully done," Zack said as he performed a bow toward Lady Lena. The other underlings imitated him, but Lady Lena didn't move her eyes from Noah's body. She sensed that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint the cause behind that feeling. Moreover, she couldn't understand how Noah was still alive after her attack. Hybrids were only slightly stronger than magical beasts when it came to their physical strength, and her attack could even threaten some creatures in the middle tier. Nothing should have survived the waves, but Noah was there, alive. That scene left Lady Lena dumbfounded. She saw something impossible. Her worry slowly began to vanish when she sensed that Noah kept weakening. He would die soon. That flaw in her understanding would disappear as soon as that issue ended. Humph! The third underling snorted when she saw that Noah was still hanging on his life. He dares to remain alive after Lady Lena's attack. Can I put an end to his struggles? A slight tremor ran through the sky after her words, but only Lady Lena managed to sense it. Cultivators in the gaseous stage couldn't feel that subtle change in the environment. "Kathleen, Zack, Gil," Lady Lena said as coldness appeared in her eyes. "Retreat." 3 underlings couldn't understand the meaning behind her words, but a suffocating aura soon filled the sky and forced them to remain still. An intense feeling crashed on their minds and forced them to condense their consciousnesses in a desperate attempt to stabilize their center of power. Their thoughts tried to shoot out of their minds when that feeling swept them. Desires that they couldn't suppress took over their mental spheres and made them gasp for air. The trio in the gaseous stage didn't understand what they were feeling. Their eyes moved on their own to stare at the red sky above. Small white dots even appeared in their vision. For some reason, they began to see stars in that separate dimension. Lady Lena easily fended off the effects of that individuality, but she couldn't stop the black flames. The black fire had expanded after that aura filled the environment, and countless specks of energy flew toward Noah to fuse with his body. A silver halo soon enveloped Noah. His destroyed tissues grew right in front of Lady Lena's eyes. His body reformed in a few seconds, and a violent aura came out of his figure. When a twitch ran through Noah's fingers, Lady Lena began to sense an aura with power in the liquid stage coming out of her opponent. Lady Lena unfolded her aura and created another tide that began to crash on Noah. She wouldn't wait for him to recover. Her survival instincts were telling her that it was better to finish him off quickly. The flames in the sky transformed into a scarlet sea that flew toward Noah. Waves crashed on his spot again, and more tremors ran through the rumbling region after her attack. Lady Lena didn't stop there. She quickly cast her ability again and created more waves around her figure. The sky continued to fall on Noah. The expert could launch an endless attack that would never stop. A silver halo soon shone from inside her scarlet waves, and a black spot spread until it filled the entire ground. Dark flames began to burn Lady Lena's waters and send energy toward their center. Lady Lena tried to create more waves, but the flames didn't stop. They kept expanding and threatened to reach her position since they were following her spell. The expert had to dodge. Lady Lena cut her connection with the tide and shot higher in the sky while dragging her underlings with her. The trio was unable to think properly with Noah's aura filling the environment. They could only stare at the sky in wonder. The flames expanded until they covered the entire rumbling region. Any magical plant or beast with power near the bottom of the middle tier or below died under the violence of Noah's ability. The energy contained in their bodies then converged toward the source of the flames. The powerful beings in the area couldn't understand what was happening, but they decided to hold back their offensive when they heard a draconic roar spreading through the landmass. The fire shrunk after it consumed everything that it could. Lady Lena observed the scene, and her eyes sharpened when she saw the shape of a cultivator appearing among the condensing flames. "You have my gratitude," Noah said as he straightened his position. His robe and body had reformed after the flames had taken all the available energy on the landmass. Lady Lena couldn't find a single injury on his body. Noah had returned to his previous condition, except that his cultivation level was in the liquid stage now. "You won't be so grateful after I kill you again," Lady Lena answered as the upper part of the sky took a liquid form. Noah limited himself to reveal a cold smile. The time for words was over. He only wanted to test his new power now. A deafening roar came out of his mouth as he raised his head to the sky. He felt his ambition exploding. He sensed his need to turn the whole environment under his control. Noah had never sensed such intense power. Every inch of his body cheered, and his mind expanded. The world around him transformed due to the aura that he released. Black lines appeared in its fabric and strengthened its structure. His ambition was raging energy that forced everything to evolve. Impurities began to fall from the landmass, and the surviving creatures in the area neared the battlefield to bathe in his aura. The magical beasts and plants could sense Noah's ambition's beneficial properties, and they didn't hesitate to get closer to his influence. Even Lady Lena felt compelled to let that individuality affect her tissues. "I can do it in this state," Noah thought as an ethereal figure took form inside his mind. His thoughts surged to give birth to a six-legged spider. A massive amount of mental energy flowed inside that figure and filled it with rules and orders. The creature soon took life and flew inside the mental sea to join the other runes. Lady Lena suppressed her desire to bathe in Noah's ambition and waved her hand. The scarlet water accumulated above her separated to form a series of torrents that fell toward Noah. The whole sky converged toward him, but he didn't feel the slightest danger at that sight. The demonic sword roared as Noah waved it. The blade seemed heavy. It was as if it carried the weight of the whole world while it slashed toward the falling torrents. Lady Lena's mind screamed in fear, and she quickly performed an evasive maneuver to dodge the incoming attack. When she turned to inspect her ability, she saw that a large chunk of her Scarlet Sea had disappeared and that black lines were expanding from that spot. A dangerous sensation suddenly appeared next to her, and her remaining waves immediately converged in that spot. A tall pterodactyl became visible when the torrent crashed on its body. Lady Lena suddenly sensed another threat. A dark beam was flying in her direction, and her instincts told her that she couldn't block it. She had to perform another evasive maneuver to dodge that attack. Still, the danger sensed by his mind didn't disappear even after the violent dark matter missed her. A slash appeared on her path while she flew through the sky. Lady Lena didn't have the time to dodge that attack, so a large cut opened on her body when she touched the black line. "Damned beast!" Lady Lena shouted, and her blood flowed out of her injury to fight against Noah's slash. A slash-like wave came out of the cut and destroyed Noah's attack. Lady Lena's blood also fused with the environment and transformed a large chunk of the sky into a shining sea. Noah didn't remain still during his offensive. He had flown after Lady Lena when Snore forced her to dodge. He was already behind her by the time she created the sea again. Noah performed a lunge, but her demonic sword met an invisible barrier before it could reach Lady Lena's back. The air between him and his opponent had obtained liquid features and was protecting her from his attacks. "What?" Lady Lena turned to show a mocking smile at Noah. "Did you think that power was everything for divine cultivators? You truly are a beast. This part of the sky already belongs to me." Noah felt a massive pressure falling on his body. The air had become invisible water that crashed on his figure and tried to squeeze him to death. The scarlet water above Lady Lena began to rotate while Noah remained stuck inside the invisible tides. A dense column grew out of the massive whirlpool and converged in her hand. Lady Lena threw her edge of the column toward Noah. It was only as big as a man's fist on that end, but it rotated quickly and began to dig Noah's skin when it landed on him. The attack consumed water, but Lady Lena had connected the column to the liquid sky above her. That attack could theoretically be endless in that situation. It wouldn't stop until it pierced Noah. "This suppression is similar to my dark world," Noah thought as his smile widened. He was in danger. Lady Lena was the strongest opponent that he had ever met. However, he couldn't hold back his happiness. The power that ran through his body made him feel ecstatic. Still, Lady Lena's aura was starting to suppress his individuality. Her endlessness seemed able to overwhelm his ambition. Noah grew weaker with each second that he passed in that situation. Noah's black hole rotated faster than ever. Cracks appeared in the liquid air as dark matter flowed inside his black veins and pushed his physical might above his natural limits. Lady Lena could suppress his individuality thanks to her experience in the liquid stage, but she couldn't restrain him. Noah's hand slowly took the form of a claw and slashed toward the column. Noah's movement was slow, but it managed to launch a slash that severed the column and forced Lady Lena to retreat. The Crystal City's expert didn't let go of her control of the area during her retreat. She continued to make pressure and attacks converge on Noah, but a dense black gas came out of his chest and forced its way through her domain. Lady Lena's individuality was still stronger than Noah's dark matter, but a violent beam and a shadow flew behind her and forced her to dodge again. During that instant of distraction, the dark world reached her and enveloped her figure. Lady Lena couldn't do anything as the dark world enveloped her. The dark matter stole that area's ownership from her, and its influence began to suppress her individuality. However, her aura seeped out of her figure and gave birth to raging waves that slowly created a safe zone around her. Even inside the dark world, Lady Lena expressed her individuality and turned part of the environment into her domain. The safe area wasn't big, but it continuously expanded as her azure waves pressed on the dark world. Lady Lena could only affect a 4 square meters wide zone, but her individuality was slowly enlarging it. Shadows moved inside the dark world. Lady Lena couldn't see much. Her senses were dull due to the suppression of Noah's technique. Yet, she could feel that something was brewing inside that darkness. Noah didn't think. He let his instincts drive his actions against that powerful foe. He had yet to become used to his new power, so only his vast battle experience could make him express a decent prowess. Lady Lena was stronger than him. Her individuality alone could fend off Noah's ambition and the dark world at the same time. She was an expert who had learnt how to use her liquid stage prowess. Instead, Noah had to bring himself on the verge of death to achieve that power. He didn't even know what would happen when the effects of his ambition ran out. Everything that was happening to him was new and unclear. Still, his condition didn't change his intentions. Noah had to deal with Lady Lena and all his pursuers. He had to win that battle to establish his place in the immortal lands. Mental energy flowed inside the spider-shaped ethereal figure that he had completed after his empowerment and came out of his mind to fuse with the dark world. The dark matter around him became tense after those orders seeped into its fabric, and creatures quickly took form under his attentive gaze. Noah saw a giant six-legged spider appearing among the dark world. Dark matter made the entirety of its body, and simple instincts ruled its limbs. Its overall structure seemed quite fragile, but it moved and could act on its own. A second spider appeared as the ethereal figure continued to affect the dark world. Small vortexes formed among the technique and gave birth to those creatures. The dark matter only took a few minutes to create an army of spiders. Those creatures didn't even look at Noah. They directly shot toward Lady Lena once dozens of them had formed. The dark world continued to create spiders that shot toward Lady Lena, and Noah followed them to join the assault. Those creatures couldn't win on their own. They contained power in the liquid stage, but their body's frailty made them too weak to defeat that threatening opponent. Lady Lena's waves had continued to expand her domain, but she had to redirect her ability when she saw the spiders coming out of the dark world to assault her. Dozens of spiders recklessly charged in the area under her control and stretched their sharp limbs toward her figure. The waves destroyed them before they could touch her, but the dark matter in their bodies filled her domain and gave part of the ownership back to Noah. Moreover, their assault seemed endless since more spiders jumped out of the darkness to attack her. The dark world began to close on her figure as dark matter accumulated around her. Her waves continued to rage and destroy anything that came too close. Still, her methods lost against the endlessness of the beast's tide. Noah didn't let that chance go to waste. He waved his demonic sword to launch massive slashes that ran through the army of spiders and crashed on Lady Lena's safe area. Snore and Night also joined the offensive. Dark beams flew through the dark world and crashed on Lady Lena's waves. The pterodactyl used its speed to cut through that defensive ability and slowly create an opening in her technique. It was a proper siege. Noah used all his abilities to create a flaw in Lady Lena's defense, and he seemed on the right path. Her waves were slowly giving in to Noah's attacks. However, Lady Lena was a rank 7 cultivator in the liquid stage who had lived in the immortal lands for countless years. Her abilities didn't stop the activation of her individuality. She had techniques that Noah couldn't even begin to imagine. Lady Lena closed her eyes, and the waves around her stopped moving. They remained still against Noah's offensive. They didn't even try to block his attacks. The dark beams, the army of spiders, Night, and the slashes crashed on her figure, ripping her domain to pieces. The dark world soon came into contact with her skin, and a sense of weakness filled her existence as the technique suppressed her law. Another series of attacks was about to land on her defenseless body. Noah could almost see his victory drawing closer. Yet, a blinding azure flash suddenly shone among the dark world and radiated energy that fended the technique back. Pillars of light ran through the dark world and cut its fabric as they rotated around the expanding sphere that had replaced Lady Lena's figure. Those pillars resembled swords capable of destroying Noah's technique, but he soon understood their true nature. He could sense Lady Lena's individuality inside them. They weren't blades. They were a threatening tide that had taken a condensed form. The endless expanding waves had transformed after the activation of that technique. Their power had increased because Lady Lena had condensed them into a slim shape, making them able to pierce the ability that was trapping her. The efforts exerted during that technique were substantial. Lady Lena's individuality could potentially be endless, and condensing its power into such an orderly form required all her concentration. Still, it also brought incredible results. Noah saw his dark world crumbling under the power of an individuality that he couldn't stop. His strongest technique against cultivators couldn't do anything against Lady Lena. She was stronger than him, and no tricks seemed to work. Noah looked around his crumbling dark matter. Parts of his dark world were still active, and that gave him the chance to continue his offensive for a while. After that, he would be in the open again, and she wouldn't fall prey to his technique so quickly at that time. "I need to kill her here," Noah concluded after allowing his mind to think again. "The workshop, snore, and night will cover me. Those techniques usually have the same weakness, and I need to risk it." Snore formed next to him and spewed a wave of violent matter. The demonic sword left Noah's grasp and flew inside night to shot toward the spherical structure together. The remaining dark matter transformed to give birth to an army of spiders that ran toward the threatening opponent. Noah was still holding the disposable puppet back, but he found no reason to use it there. The surface of Lady Lena's technique could barely contain his companion's attacks. The spiders had managed to join because Noah didn't care if they fell during the offensive. Then he shot forward right behind the army of spiders. He would use them as a shield to reach the central sphere and give Lady Lena a demonstration of the power inherited from the magical beast's world. Lady Lena's pillars didn't attack randomly. She had initially focused on the dark world due to that technique's annoying properties, but she redirected her condensed tides toward the incoming offensive when she sensed it. The pillars curved as they moved toward the dark beam, the army of spiders and night. The pterodactyl was the only asset fast enough to dodge them, but Lady Lena's technique managed to slow down its advance anyway. The spiders couldn't do anything. The workshop wasn't complete since Noah had yet to add cores to its creations, so the creatures exploded into a wave of dark matter when the pillars hit them. The dark beam could continue to fly forward even when multiple pillars converged on its position. Still, Lady Lena soon focused on that ability and made most of her dense tide target it. Snore's innate ability eventually stopped moving, and the endlessness carried by Lady Lena's individuality made the pillars pierce that violent dark matter. The dense tides soon reached the blood companion's head and destroyed it. Noah sensed Snore's pain, but he didn't help it. The blood companion had performed its role flawlessly. Lady Lena had used most of her pillars to stop its incredible ability, and that gave Noah the chance to reach her. The same went for Night. The pterodactyl could finally move freely when the pillars converged on Snore, and its figure soon appeared above Lady Lena. The creature disappeared to attack the defensive sphere, and the demonic sword remained outside to slash at the same target. The army of spiders reached the azure sphere an instant later. Every grain of dark matter in the area had transformed into those simple creatures and given birth to hundreds of specimens. Lady Lena found herself surrounded by a swarm of reckless magical beasts that assaulted her defense without hesitation. The pillars moved to fend off the spiders and slow down the blade's offensive, but a crack suddenly opened on her sphere. Her tide immediately flowed to fix it, but Noah appeared there and stabbed his hands on the edge of the fissure. Corrosive smoke and dark matter flowed out of his chest to create his 2 layers of armor. He took the form of a fiendish creature that pulled with its claws to widen the breach created through Night's efforts. Lady Lena wanted to launch another ability, but the corrosive smoke seeped through the crack and forced her to activate another defensive technique. Her skin began to glow with azure light, and the demonic form found itself unable to touch it. Yet, using that defensive spell had given Noah the time to muster his strength. His clawed fingers stabbed the endless waves and forced them apart as he pulled with both his arms. Noah could feel an immense force piercing the armor on his hands and digging through his skin. Injuries appeared on his body again, but he was so focused that he barely sensed them. Lady Lena felt alarmed when she saw that her tides couldn't stop Noah's physical strength. They never stopped flowing, but they couldn't defend against the physical strength of a monster. Noah widened the crack and used his claws to tear pieces of that azure sphere. Most of them vanished in the distance after Noah threw them into the scarlet flames above. Still, a few exploded in his hands and unleashed all the power that they were capable of. The explosions almost flung Noah's away, but the army of spiders and his physical might allowed him to hold his position. Lady Lena felt terrified at that sight. Not even some of her strongest abilities could deal with Noah's immense strength. When Noah felt that he had enough room to attack, he lunged with his stretched claws directly toward the expert's throat. He wanted to kill her in one blow. Lady Lena didn't let that happen. The tides around her exploded and deviated Noah's arm, which stabbed her chest. The wound was deep and hurt from side to side, but it was pointless against a cultivator at her level. The heart was nothing more than an organ that pumped blood. Cultivators could easily patch those injuries with breath and mental energy until they could focus on healing properly. Noah tried to move his arm to rip her chest into shreds, but a heavy pressure suddenly landed on his body and kept him stuck in that position. He found himself unable even to open his mouth. "Too late," Lady Lena said as a smile appeared on her face. Blood flowed out of her mouth and injuries, but she didn't appear concerned. She only wanted to mock Noah's efforts to beat someone who had a cultivation level above his. Coldness came out of Noah's fiendish figure when she saw her reaction. His reptilian eyes studied her, and a strategy soon appeared in his mind. The spiders began to explode as soon as Noah had that idea. The pillars had destroyed the dark world, but nothing stopped Noah from unfolding his technique again. His reserve of dark matter was virtually endless. He could chain attacks as long as Lady Lena didn't manage to fling him away. The dark matter spread in the environment again, but the pressure quickly landed on it and forced it to remain still after it moved for a few seconds. Under that suppression, the dark matter couldn't rebuild the dark world, and it couldn't produce more spiders. Couldn't even apply any defense against Lady Lena's attacks. It was simple black smoke that carried Noah's individuality. "This is the end, beast," Lady Lena said as pillars came out from the remains of her azure sphere and landed on Noah. Noah held strong, but the pillars soon pierced his skin and ravaged his insides. 2 large holes formed on his torso, and those wounds enlarged as the rotating attacks moved toward his head. Lady Lena could see her victory, but a dark beam suddenly landed on her and pushed her higher into the sky. Noah kept his fingers stretched and sealed his grasp only when her dantian landed on his palm. A rain of blood followed the act, and screams of pain echoed in the environment. Noah raised his head and saw Lady Lena standing among flames with power in the upper tier. Snore had used the dark matter released by the spider to form its head and launch a final attack against Lady Lena. The expert still had her azure shield active under her feet, but the violent dark matter carried so much might that it pushed Lady Lena directly into the sky. Since Noah had his clawed hand stabbed in her chest, he could seize her dantian as the dark beam flung her above. The shining organ was in his palm, and he didn't hesitate to eat it. Noah still feared for his condition. He didn't know what had happened with his ambition, but he couldn't risk running out of power now. A series of presences appeared in the distance, but Noah couldn't care less about them. He unfolded his dark world again and spewed black flames to weaken the fire in the sky and heal the deep injuries on his torso. Lady Lena screamed when she saw her dantian ending up in Noah's mouth, but no sound came out of her mouth when he flew through his flames to grab her and bring her back to the ground. Countless burns filled Lady Lena's body as he stood on her knees on the dark red ground. Noah's skin had also burned when he flew through the sparse tongue of flames with power in the upper tier, but his techniques and resilience had allowed him to suffer fewer injuries. Moreover, his flames had burned part of the scarlet fire in the middle tier and had brought nutrients back to his body. His injuries had mostly healed by the time he returned to the ground. Holes remained on his skin and muscles, but his internal organs were fine. Intense energy surged inside Noah. Lady Lena's dantian contained breath in the liquid stage, and he had never eaten something so nutrient. Every cell of his body rejoiced when the black hole transformed that power and redirected to his tissues. Noah didn't let that feeling distract him. Lady Lena had lost her dantian, but she remained a divine cultivator. She could easily survive without that center of power. "The Crystal City won't forget this insult," Lady Lena said in a weak voice as she raised her head to stare at her opponent. Even without a dantian, her eyes continued to carry the fanatical belief of the Crystal City. Her expression didn't show any weakness. She still believed herself to be better than Noah. Noah's gaze was cold when he inspected her. She respected Lady Lena and felt slightly grateful for the power that she had managed to bring out of him. He didn't know what would happen when his ambition ran out, but he already treasured the experience gained in that battle. Lady Lena had allowed him to taste the fights among liquid-stage cultivators, and she had also shown him how to use an individuality properly. "You have caused this mess for a stupid oath," Noah said as the fiendish armor vanished, and he wrapped his hand around her head. "If I ever obtain enough power, I will destroy the Crystal City with my own hands." Noah didn't immediately tighten his grasp around her head. New presences had arrived when he brought Lady Lena back to the ground, so he wanted to understand if he could use her as a hostage. A group of familiar cultivators accompanied Zach, Gil, and Kathleen on the ground. Noah felt surprised when he recognized Chief Ash and some guards among those new arrivals. "Are you with the Crystal City?" Noah asked as he studied that new group. Chief Ash was with 10 gaseous stage cultivators that stared at him with wide eyes. They appeared weaker than the Crystal City's experts, but their number made them annoying to deal with. The Crystal City's trio slowly regained their awareness, and shock filled their expressions when they saw Noah holding Lady Lena's head. They couldn't understand how the situation had turned in that way, and anger built inside them. Yet they didn't dare to make a move with their leader in that condition. Chief Ash was the most surprised of them all. She had met Noah only a few years ago, but the aura that he radiated was completely different after that battle. His cultivation level also shocked her. She couldn't understand how someone could advance so quickly. "Don't kill her," Chief Ash said. "It won't solve anything. The Crystal City will only send more assassins against you. Then my situation won't change either way," Noah replied in a cold voice. "Why are you here? My bounty should be quite new, so you left Vagona City for other reasons." Chief Ash's gaze became cold when she saw Noah's confidence. He had battled with a liquid stage expert right after a breakthrough. He had to be exhausted, but he still appeared convinced in his ability to survive. "I have personal business with you," Chief Ash said. "We have marched in the land of the fallen to interrogate you. We came in possession of your wanted poster by chance." Noah snorted when he heard that. He shot toward the other members of the Crystal City without letting go of Lady Lena's head. When he reached them, his free hand darted and seized the trio's dantians. Zach, Gil, and Kathleen were powerless in that situation. Noah's aura made them lose focus and rendered them unable to react to his attack. Noah threw the dantians in his mouth before waving his hand. The trio's heads exploded after that gesture. 3 gaseous stage cultivators died in an instant. Wielding power in the liquid stage made Noah almost unbeatable in that situation, and he wanted to exploit it for as long as it lasted. He would deal with the drawbacks of his ambition after he solved the issues that surrounded him. His attack was a pure show of strength. Chief Ash's group didn't react to his actions even if he was killing potential allies. Still, the expressions of those guards didn't reveal any deep affiliation with the Crystal City. Noah saw a chance to leave without fighting at that site. "Why did you do it?" Chief Ash asked. "No one comes in possession of my wanted poster by chance," Noah explained. "Who are you? Why are you eligible for these types of information?" Chief Ash gulped when she heard those words. Noah knew far more than she expected. It seemed that he had already established important connections in the Immortal lands. "Our guild can take care of many jobs," Chief Ash explained. "We obtained the poster due to our connections with a secret organization. We aren't members, but it still asks if we want to." "Why did you refuse?" Noah asked. He felt curious about the whole situation at that point. Ideally, the secret organization could offer many benefits, especially for an expert at Chief Ash's level. She even had a few troops. Her situation inside that force would be far better than Fergie's. "We didn't refuse," Chief Ash replied. "We negotiated the terms of our affiliation, but we have to complete some missions to obtain the benefits that we requested. One includes the capture of a cultivator that you seem to have connections with." Noah couldn't understand what she was saying. He had just reached the Immortal lands. His only real connection was Fergie, but his level was too low to be part of a mission connected to benefits. "I will explain everything if you let Lady Lena go," Chief Ash added. "I will even share the reward for bringing her back with you." Chief Ash felt quite sure about her words. She had chosen them carefully, creating both curiosity and a possible reward. Yet, Noah suddenly tightened his grasp and destroyed her head. Lady Lena died without even understanding what had triggered Noah's behavior. "Why did you do it?" Chief Ash asked. "She is an important member of countless troops, small organizations, and the Crystal City itself. No deal will protect you now. You can only join an organization with more power and hope that they will protect you." "I was going to kill her anyway," Noah replied while shrugging his shoulders. "Now, name of the cultivator. I want to understand this connection." Chief Ash struggled to come up with a decision. She didn't want to reveal that name for multiple reasons. She preferred to have Noah as an ally, and discovering that he had a connection with her enemy would ruin her plans. Still, lying to him wouldn't work in that situation. Only the truth would work with him. "Have you ever heard of the name Divine Demon?" Chief Ash asked. Hearing that name made Noah's mind go back in time, to when he was only a human cultivator inside the Chasing Demon sect. Obtaining Divine Demon's inheritance had brought Noah immense benefits. The divine deduction technique had been a core aspect of his entire journey, and the copying technique had allowed the Hive to seize political relevance. Divine Demon was also the creator of the demon sects. He was a complete monster who could excel both in the inscription field and on the battlefield. According to the stories told by the other demons, Divine Demon was ruthless and overbearing. He would even throw his disciples into packs of dragons to test their potential. Noah didn't feel surprised that the expert had made a few enemies. He had done the same right after his ascension in the end. Yet, he didn't expect to hear his name in that situation. Chief Ash noticed the changes in Noah's expression when he heard that name. Noah rarely failed to mask his reactions, but he couldn't help himself there. Divine Demon's name was too valuable for him. Noah was his heir and the leader who had brought the demon sects back to the peak of the lower plane. Saying that he had a connection with that expert couldn't explain the entirety of that relationship. "Do you know where he is now?" Chief Ash asked. She had confirmed that Noah knew Divine Demon, and that changed her situation. Noah had suddenly become the key to obtain an advantageous position inside the secret organization. Roping him in had become her priority. Noah shook his head while wearing a cold expression. He had no reason to lie, but he felt that he could exploit that situation to his advantage. The drawbacks of his ambition would eventually arrive, so he had to find a solution to that stall. The vagueness of his current power made him unwilling to fight again. Still, he didn't want to let go of that chance. "Are you a lies?" Chief Ash asked with a tinge of annoyance. She could understand what Noah was doing, but she had no way to stop it. Chief Ash also wanted to avoid a fight after witnessing Noah's recklessness. She didn't know how far he was willing to go to remain alive. "I only heard legends about him in the lower plane," Noah replied. "We don't have any relationship. His name had survived after his ascension, and I've heard it a few times." "Why do you share the name Demon then?" Chief Ash continued. "He started this tradition," Noah replied. "It's nothing more than a name used to label troublesome cultivators." Chief Ash felt disappointed when she heard that. She didn't have great hopes, but she expected to gain something from a cultivator who had ascended from the same plane. Noah was now useless in her eyes when it came to the search for Divine Demon. He was only a cultivator with a bounty on his head that she wanted to recruit in her force. Silence fell in the area after that last exchange of lines. Both sides didn't know what to do. They only knew that they wanted to avoid a battle. "Don't you want 1,000,000 soul stones?" Noah taunted Chief Ash at some point. He wanted to hurry her to decide, but his words did not affect the expert. Chief Ash didn't let Noah distract her. "I'm only wasting time here," Noah thought before turning toward the tallest mountain on the rumbling region and setting off. "Where are you going?" Chief Ash quickly asked. "I don't have time to waste," Noah said as he glanced at the group still on the ground. "Contact me when you decide what you want." A small amount of mental energy flowed inside his inscribed notebook and shot toward Chief Ash. She could now contact him even if he couldn't. "Do you want to hunt him down together?" Chief Ash asked before Noah could turn again. "Does he have anything valuable?" Noah asked while doing his best to hide his true intentions. An unsightly expression appeared on her face, and her underlings reacted in the same way. They would feel surges of anger whenever they thought about that arrogant expert. "Divine Demon has become famous quickly," Chief Ash began to explain. "He has shown immense talent in the inscription halls. He has seized multiple inheritances, and his growth speed has shocked many organizations. He is like you, an expert that any force wishes to have." Noah didn't feel surprised about that, but he remained interested in her speech. After all, he wanted to know how Divine Demon had managed to become an enemy of the secret organization. "The secret organization has invited him twice," Chief Ash continued. "Divine Demon has refused the first invitation and killed the messenger on the second one. He has survived multiple assassinations afterward and even destroyed some of the hidden bases of this hidden force. Our team isn't the first one sent to take care of him. We ended up doing the same things," Noah thought as he laughed internally. Divine Demon thought like him. They were both experts who suited that label, and their talent made them experience the same struggles. "It's safe to say that his wealth is considerable," Chief Ash concluded. "We even suspect that some forces use him to solve some of their problems. The rumors say that he can optimize any inscription and improve every technique. The original divine deduction technique," Noah exclaimed in his mind. He was the only one in the world to know how Divine Demon could be so valuable even among talents. Noah also carried the divine deduction technique, but he had yet to obtain the power to modify it. The same wouldn't be true for that mighty expert. Noah felt sure that Divine Demon had improved his iconic technique and had brought it to a superior level. If Noah had to be completely honest, he wanted to meet Divine Demon. Interacting with powerful experts usually benefited his individuality, and he felt deep gratitude toward that expert. However, cultivators could change during their lives, especially after the Ascension. The new environment gave everyone the chance to start again, and Noah didn't know if Divine Demon had seized it. Noah didn't want to meet Divine Demon and find that he didn't care about his heir. That would only put Noah in danger. The unknown made everything connected to that expert quite foggy. "Do you know where he is now?" Noah asked after a few seconds of silence. "We have hints and traces," Chief Ash answered. Noah thought for a while before giving a conclusive answer. "I can join you in the search for Divine Demon, but I want some rewards upfront. Moreover, I want to explore the hellish landscape properly before leaving the land of the fallen." Chief Ash understood that she couldn't obtain a better deal in that situation. She couldn't force Noah, and she needed manpower for the task anyway. As for the rewards, she would come up with something later. "Deal," Chief Ash said. "We will leave the land of the fallen and wait for you in Silk Post City. We will set off to find and hunt Divine Demon after you leave this place." Noah watched as Chief Ash ordered her underlings to retreat. The gaseous stage cultivators didn't hesitate to leave the rumbling region, and she followed them after she sent an imprint of her inscribed notebook to him. They could contact each other now, so they didn't mind that temporary separation. Their deal was already in place. They only had to respect it now. Noah couldn't leave the hellish landscape right away. He wanted to explore that separate dimension and evaluate his condition before throwing himself into a new adventure. Even if Divine Demon could turn out to be his enemy, Noah wanted to meet him. Still, he had to complete a few preparations against him and Chief Ash's group. Chief Ash didn't mention Divine Demon's cultivation level, but Noah could guess that he was somewhere around the last stage of the 7th rank. An opponent capable of such might required Noah's full attention, especially since he had to travel with many potential enemies. Noah flew toward the mountain that released lightning bolts. A cavity appeared in his vision when he reached the peak, and orange flashes shone from time to time from its depths. He didn't have any information about that inheritance. His map was vague and only mentioned that the lightning bolts would become more frequent inside it. It didn't say anything about eventual trials and rewards, Noah entered the cavity and walked for a few hours toward its depths. The ground there had a bright red color, and multiple holes filled its surface. It seemed that someone had dug out pieces of that cave in the past. Noah didn't know if that had been the work of a single cultivator. Still, that scene confirmed the absence of valuable resources in the initial parts of the inheritance. Noah didn't continue to march deeper inside the cave after that discovery. He sat on the ground and focused his attention on his centers of power. His ambition had made all his organs improve. His dantian was in the liquid stage, his body had reached the middle tier, and his mental walls had become tougher. It was as if he had gone through multiple breakthroughs at the same time. That would typically make him ecstatic. Yet worry filled his mind when he saw how quickly he had advanced. The drawbacks of his ambition would eventually arrive, and their intensity would depend on how much he had improved with his individuality. The drawbacks after such growth could render him unable to move for entire decades, but there seemed to be something strange about that empowerment. His cultivation level didn't start to decrease even after hours had passed. Can I make these breakthroughs permanent? Noah wondered as he inspected his condition. His ambition had forced him to reach a level of power that he was ready to wield. His new state only gave him more power and influence over the world, which made him hope to turn that empowerment into a permanent condition. I've eaten 4 dantian already, Noah thought. I shouldn't need energy. What I need is for my black hole to understand that I don't want to let go of my current power. Noah turned toward the depths of the cave at that point. Only his black hole had the power to influence the effects of his individuality, so he wanted to improve it before the drawbacks arrived. The lightning bolts released by the inheritance could make his tissues evolve. In theory, they had the power to improve his black hole even if it was quite protective. It didn't want to use the energy in the sparks as they were. It absorbed them and redirected them in the shape of primary energy. I need to make them work together, Noah concluded as he stood up and walked deeper into the cave. A lightning bolt eventually ran through the ground, and Noah's hand shot toward it after assessing its power. That massive orange spark couldn't reach the outside world since he seized it when it tried to cross him. The lightning bolt threatened to shatter after Noah took it from the ground. The violent energy contained in that attack wanted to disperse, so he ate it before it could lose its power. The meal didn't provide any immediate benefit. That lightning bolt had power in the middle tier. The energy that it contained was lower than what Noah had tasted before. Still, his black hole reacted to the strange aura radiated by the lightning bolt and stored part of its energy when it purified what it contained. The primary energy that filled his tissues didn't feel different, but it didn't match the amount of power in that attack. His 4th center of power kept part of that energy to improve, but the process seemed slow. Noah could only think of a method to quicken that empowerment, which involved gathering more lightning bolts. Noah marched deeper inside the cave and seized every lightning bolt that he found. They didn't seem to surpass the middle tier in power, so the journey toward the first large underground room ended up being uneventful. When the underground room unfolded in Noah's eyes, he saw that a crackling lake occupied its floor. Countless sparks filled the base of that area, but they didn't hinder his advance since a large tunnel dug right through them and connected the room to the deeper parts of the cave. Someone has been here already, Noah thought as he inspected the sparks. The lightning bolts that ran through the area above the floor had a different power. Most of them were in the lower tier, but a few thicker ones were in the upper tier. Noah guessed that he couldn't seize any reward there, but his interest lingered on the lightning bolts. Those attacks carried the expert's peculiar individuality, and no amount of wealth could compare to the chance of improving his power. I hope they still send me the information if I end up spending too long on this place, Noah thought before walking toward the lightning bolts and sitting among their crackling noises. Lightning bolts landed on Noah's body and tried to fuse with his tissues. Yet, the black hole always stopped their energy from fueling his cells directly. The 4th center of power didn't accept anything that didn't first pass through its dense vortex. The same strange phenomenon as before continued to happen. The black hole retained part of the absorbed energy to study its properties and improve its state. Noah didn't sense anything different at the beginning, but the black hole eventually began to spin faster. More energy flowed inside it, and less energy reached the rest of his body. It seemed that the fourth center of power was preparing itself for some mysterious event. The lake of lightning bolts shrunk as Noah continued to absorb that energy. The sparks in the upper tier even separated themselves to refill the hall with threats on a weaker level, and Noah could only rejoice at that sight. The hall was a proper stash of that strange energy, and he couldn't wait to absorb all of it. He even felt that his drawbacks were about to arrive, so he didn't dare to waste time. Noah continued to absorb the lightning bolts, but a tremor ran through his mind when he sensed that his cultivation level began to fall. The weakening process was slow but constant. The effects of his ambition had eventually run out. The event made his worry increase and forced him to quicken the absorption of the lightning bolts. His weakening aura filled the underground hall while carrying intense destruction. Some of the sparks transformed into primary energy even before entering his body. Noah felt in a rush. Every fiber of his body clung to his power and struggled to fight the weakening process affecting every tissue. Even his mind began to feel dull since it lost its grip on the superior understanding that it had reached after the battle with Lady Lena. The black hole spun faster as it continued to store energy. It didn't send anything to his body and kept every nutrient for itself. Noah's worry had influenced it and was forcing it to work faster. A vague sense of completeness filled his mind at some point. Noah didn't completely understand what was happening, but he remained speechless when he saw that his black hole's rotations were slowing down. He initially thought that the process had failed, but a dense wave of energy suddenly came out of his black hole and flowed toward every part of his body. Dark matter also enveloped his insides and forced the weakening process to a stop. Noah lost his connection with the outside world when the dark matter filled him. His vision went dark, and no sound reached his ears. He also stopped feeling the toughness of the ground. The black hole had cut him away from any external input. Then, shining dust-like energy started to flow out of the dark matter and enter all his tissues. Noah felt an intense surge of energy enveloping his whole body and affecting his other centers of power. The black hole had triggered a peculiar process, and he could only observe its effects in that situation. Waves of energy filled his insides. Those nutrients entered his tissues and forced them to evolve. Noah had already reached a state of nigh perfection after the continuous purifications of his black hole, but that transformation seemed to push him across the half-step that he had yet to complete. His nails slightly grew, and the icy blue light radiated by his reptilian eyes intensified. Minute bits of impurities came out of his pores, and more dark vessels grew under his skin. His muscles bulged, and his internal organs began to work faster. A sense of clarity also unfolded as that energy nourished his mind. Noah could finally analyze his transformation thoroughly, and he liked what he was witnessing. The black hole had learnt from the expert's aura. It had found ways to improve its purification and optimize the division and type of nutrients that the tissues had to receive. It had used the individuality carried by the lightning bolts to improve. The fourth center of power had depleted most of the energy absorbed in the room to perform that research, but it could now reveal its benefits. Noah felt at the very peak of the food chain when he sensed those nutrients improving his tissues. He could sense that the black hole was polishing his already incredible species. Most of the energy redirected toward his other tissues went on his dantian. The black hole understood that his ambition's drawbacks were about to endanger his centers of power, so it did its best to stabilize its structure. His dantian could contain liquid darkness in its current state, but the weakening process wanted to bring its power back in the gaseous stage. Yet, the black hole tried to set Noah's new level as the foundation of his power. There was a chance to make those breakthroughs permanent, so it didn't hold back anything to succeed in the task. Noah began to feel hungry as the improvement continued. His focus remained on his dantian. He saw the dark matter releasing massive quantities of primary energy that fused with his organ and tried to detach it from the aftereffects of his ambition. His dantian soon began to shrink again, and the same went for his other centers of power. Noah was losing his power, and he could only hope that his black hole solution would work. As nutrients flowed in his dantian, the organ stopped shrinking and modified its structure according to the properties carried by the primary energy. The black hole was stuffing energy inside his dantian to force it to remain at that level. Stopping the drawbacks seemed impossible, so it tried to create a checkpoint where the weakening had to stop. Silent hours went by in complete darkness. Noah couldn't sense anything coming from the outside world, so he focused his whole attention on his insides. The weakening continued. Noah saw his dantian reaching the bottom of the liquid stage and threatening to collapse, but its structure suddenly stabilized and stopped suffering from the drawbacks of his ambition. The same went for his body and mind. The black hole had succeeded. His body's level reached the bottom of the middle tier and stopped falling. His mind tried to collapse on itself, but the energy that flowed inside its mental walls halted that process. Noah had yet to realize it fully, but he had broken a record of the immortal lands. He had reached the liquid stage in mere decades. His ambition and his black hole had succeeded in making him defy common sense once again. My black hole has turned my potential into actual power, Noah thought as the outside world reappeared in his senses. His ambition was a strange power that allowed him to fulfill his potential, but it worked as a secret technique that applied hefty prices to his empowerment. Yet, the black hole had managed to transform that temporary boost into permanent growth. This can become an alternative to my cultivation technique, Noah thought as he reviewed what had happened since his first exchange with Lady Lena. It made sense for his ambition to improve his power, and it wasn't strange for that growth to be permanent either. That was the whole point of his individuality. Could transform potential into actual strength. However, it was tricky to use. Noah had almost died against Lady Lena, and he had needed to deploy his black flames before that exchange happened to obtain those effects. What had happened to his centers of power wasn't the result of a proper technique. It was a sum of multiple abilities that could pair their effects to create something that most cultivators would label as miraculous. Noah wanted to replicate that effect and transform it into a technique. Yet, he couldn't experiment with that procedure, and his mind warned him about his lack of potential to use it. He had already reached the level of power that he deserved. If he wanted to go through that procedure again, he had to understand and wield the power hidden behind the higher stages. Noah felt hungry and tired after that procedure, but his tests had just begun. His first consisted in seeing if his ambition could raise his cultivation level again, and the answer to that doubt was a loud no. He couldn't even activate his individuality in his current condition. I see, Noah concluded. Increasing the influence of my ambition gives me potential. I can use it to improve my power through normal training sessions or to be reborn as a stronger being every time. Noah didn't linger for too long on that mental discussion with himself. He set off toward the deeper parts of the cave. There was an inheritance in front of him, and he couldn't wait to seize rewards. Noah quickly dealt with his hunger by eating some of his reserves of magical beasts' corpses. He even crushed a few soul stones to absorb their energy. Using the soul stones for his body was a waste, but he wanted to bring his condition to its peak before facing the inheritance. Noah was also quite wealthy for his level, so he didn't mind relying on that resource. The lightning bolts ran through the cave more often as he marched deeper into the inheritance. Noah seized those that his level could withstand and absorbed their energy to improve his body. Yet, he had to dodge those too powerful for him. His body cheered every time the black hole sent energy to its cells. Noah was still feeling the fatigue accumulated after his battle with Lady Lena, but his fourth center of power was taking care of that. The energy that the black hole released dispersed his fatigue and strengthened his tissues. The fourth center of power had become able to understand the flaws in his condition and rearranged the nutrients to solve them. It was like having a personal doctor that continuously pushed his condition back to its peak. The process wasn't even slow. The black hole's power had entered a superior league after it studied the expert's individuality. I'm really curious about the final reward of this inheritance. Noah couldn't help but think as he inspected his black hole. The benefits that the lightning bolts had brought to his fourth center of power and overall existence were substantial. Noah couldn't wait to see if the lower layers of the inheritance hid something even better. An individuality that forces the matter to evolve. Noah thought as a cold smile appeared on his face. This is perfect for my true meaning. A large corridor followed the large hall. Noah descended through the mountain's insides until he reached another vast room that shone with a bright orange color. The insides of the room were different from the previous ones. Sparse sparks filled the area and floated midair even if their bodies carried intense violence. Noah only needed one glance to understand that someone had already cleared that area. The sparks didn't even care about his presence since they had already completed their task. The sparks contained energy, so Noah took his time to absorb them. He had to avoid those radiating power in the upper tier, but his improved body could withstand even those near the middle tier's peak. Noah pressed on after clearing that room. The lack of active trials and rewards left him unsatisfied, but the energy that flowed inside his body alleviated that feeling. A corridor that led to another large hall followed the room with the floating sparks. Noah saw a series of destroyed puppets made of lightning bolts in the new area, and he arrived at the same conclusion as before. The level of the broken puppets gave him a vague idea of the difficulty of that trial. Most lightning bolts still carried power in the lower tier, so he didn't feel worried about the next rooms. Noah continued his absorption of energy and exploration of the underground area. The inheritance led him toward the bottom of the mountain, at the very core that most beings never had the chance to see. He didn't find any active trial. Someone had cleared all the rooms along the way, so he limited himself to absorb the lightning bolts on his path. The progression of the lightning bolt's power began to worry him during the last halls. Noah had mostly found sparks in the upper tier in the previous rooms, so he felt quite sure that he couldn't overcome any test from that point onward. However, he decided to continue his march anyway. He wouldn't give up on the free energy contained inside that long underground structure, and he wanted to see how an active trial looked like before going away. The true meaning carried by those lightning bolts had made him interested in that expert's power. He wanted to see if an active trial could inspire him. Noah had to cross a few more halls to find an active trial. The room that unfolded in his vision was immense and seemed to stretch until the rumbling region's bottom. Its width even covered half of the mountain's base. That area resembled a huge underground hole that led toward the deepest part of the landmass. Noah could vaguely guess that reaching the bottom of that area would bring him to the last reward of the inheritance, but he had no chance to succeed in the task. Shining lightning bolts that radiated a blinding orange light filled the hole. They flew from wall to create a tight crackling net that left only a few paths open. Those paths would change every second since the lightning bolts never stopped flying through the holes. That seemed a trial meant to test the endurance or the speed of a cultivator, but Noah knew that he couldn't overcome it. The lightning bolts radiated the suffocating aura of the 8th rank. They were the embodiment of the expert's true meaning, and no material in the area could escape from their effects. The dark red terrain of the rumbling region had transformed as those lightning bolts kept ricocheting through the hole. Countless shining red crystals made the walls and ceiling of that area. The ground had evolved into a completely different material, and Noah could sense its value when he inspected it with his mental waves. The crystals carried an intense sense of evolution capable of affecting their surroundings. These must be the best filling materials available, Noah evaluated as he studied the area from the exit of the last corridor. I wish I could use them for my companions. Noah sat on the exit and watched the lightning bolts fly through the hole as he let his mind wander. He had already accepted that he couldn't seize those materials. Still, he wanted to experience the might of the 8th rank. Those lightning bolts didn't only affect the environment. They actively searched for anything impure in the area to apply the evolution that they carried. They also resonated with the environment. The walls didn't make the lightning bolts deplete part of their power when they crashed. They didn't even damage the crystals as they bounced back. Everything in the area belonged to that peculiar true meaning. It resembled a physical domain with matter that was part of that law. A small world, Noah concluded in his mind at some point. The hints and clues gathered during his adventures through the immortal lands created a clear idea of his path ahead. Noah could finally claim to have some knowledge of the cultivation journey in the divine ranks. I guess I will find similar scenes in all the other inheritances, Noah thought as he stood up. He was about to leave, but an idea had formed in his mind in front of that magnificent scene. The hellish landscape was full of valuable resources and inheritances, but he was only a cultivator in the liquid stage. It had been the same during his exploration of the pyramid. Noah was strong and unmatched among his peers, but his cultivation level made him unable to obtain the most valuable rewards of those inheritances. Maybe I should find Divine Demon before investing time in these places, Noah thought as he began to leave, but a sudden dangerous sensation made him freeze. The lightning bolts ricocheting inside the hole had ignored him while he was on the exit, but one of them separated from the main array to crash on his back right after he went back inside the tunnel. Noah's mind went black for an instant. When he recovered his awareness, he found himself lying on the dark red ground of the corridor. Smoke came out of his back, and a tingling sensation filled his skin. Still, he couldn't see any injury. Even his robe was fine and without a scratch. What exactly has happened? Noah wondered as he rechecked his body. His black hole was rotating faster than usual, but he couldn't find anything strange inside him. He didn't even feel sore. Everything was fine, and even his fourth center of power soon started to work at its regular pace. Noah didn't exactly recall what had happened. He remembered a flash of orange light before darkness filled his memories. Those clues could only lead to one conclusion, but that idea was unreasonable. That is impossible, right? Noah thought as he turned toward the hole. The lightning bolts ricocheting inside the hole were the only element that could cause that orange flash. But Noah couldn't believe that he had survived one of them. Each lightning bolt was an attack in the 8th rank. Noah had become stronger after the black hole purified his centers of power, but he was still far away from being an existence who could survive those blows. The true meaning of evolution, Noah began to think about a possible explanation. Something like that shouldn't aim to destroy matter. Noah soon understood that he couldn't find an answer if he relied only on his reasoning. He had to perform a few tests and observe how the lightning bolts reacted before deciding how to proceed. A piece of flesh from one of the corpses inside his separate space appeared in his hand. Noah neared the hole again and threw the material among the lightning bolts before activating the divine deduction technique. The lightning bolts immediately converged on the piece of flesh. They were too fast for Noah to follow them. Still, his superior awareness boosted by the divine deduction technique allowed him to see how they affected the laws in that material. The piece of flesh had many flaws in its structure. Countless impurities filled its fabric, and the lightning bolts enhanced them when they crashed on it. Impurities burst out of the flesh, destroying the material during the process. The lightning bolts forced blood and pus to exit the item until it transformed into a small crystal. The crystal then fell toward the bottom of the hole, passing through every lightning bolt that it met. Noah even heard the sound of the item hitting the ground after a few seconds. A cold light shone from Noah's eyes. A strange idea had formed inside his mind after that test, and he didn't hesitate to throw more materials at the lightning bolts to see if he had understood correctly. The lightning bolts forced every material that touched them to evolve. They destroyed the impurities and transformed the items into flawless crystals that fell undisturbed at the bottom of the hole. Don't tell me, Noah thought as shock filled his mind. The lightning bolts can't damage something that already lacks flaws. That discovery left him speechless, but a lightning bolt suddenly separated from the main array and interrupted his reasoning. The attack crashed on Noah's chest, but he managed to maintain his awareness at that time. The lightning bolt dispersed inside his body without causing any effect. It didn't even leave any lingering energy in his tissues. It disappeared as soon as it completed an inspection of his existence. Noah could only reveal a wide smile after witnessing that scene. He stretched his hand toward the crackling net, but nothing happened even after the lightning bolts converged on him. Amazing, Noah thought as he stared at the lightning bolts flowing freely through his hand. Those attacks didn't seem to notice him. He appeared immune to their might since his body had already reached a flawless state. His black hole had taken care of that process before, so the lightning bolts couldn't get rid of any impurity. Most cultivators have probably died during the purifications, Noah concluded as he stepped outside the hole's edge and began a slow descent. More lightning bolts converged on him, but they did not affect his tissues. Noah could continue his descent toward the bottom of the hole without encountering any problem. He didn't even feel any resistance. Noah kept the divine deduction technique active in case he found lightning bolts that could destroy him even in his flawless state. Yet, he didn't meet anything that could hurt him during his descent. He reached the bottom of the hole without trouble. The environment was different there. A shining crystal-like red floor made the bottom of the hole, and part of the walls carried similar features. A single space ring laid at the center of the area. The ground was empty of any item and resource. Noah began to walk toward the space ring, but the lightning bolts above him morphed to take a humanoid shape at that point. The figure landed on the floor between him and the item, and it raised a hand to gesture to Noah to stop. "Is this a will?" Noah asked himself when he saw the humanoid crackling figure. The crackling noise radiated by the lightning bolts became more intense after the figure appeared. Noah remained still as he waited for something to happen, and a thunderous male voice soon resounded in the area. "Do not take it," the voice said. "You don't need it." Noah inspected the area to search for the source of that voice. Finding it ended up being easy. Every lightning bolt in the hole radiated that sound at the same time. "What do you mean by that?" Noah asked. "Explain yourself." The crackling noise intensified once more before the answer arrived. "You already have the tools to evolve yourself. The ring only contains the instructions to recreate this evolution pit. Leave it for another heir." "Can't I take it to sell it?" Noah asked, but a lightning bolt fell in front of him and opened a crack into the crystal floor. The lightning bolts could hurt even flawless items if the will wanted. Noah wouldn't risk enraging the owner of that inheritance after he discovered that feature. "You are free to disclose the secret behind this trial," the voice continued. "My only desire is to make the human side stronger." Noah remained silent for a while before turning to the wall. He patted the crystals on its surface and inspected their structure before nodding multiple times. "Can't I have these at least?" Noah asked. "I have used your individuality to improve, so I'm technically your heir already." As soon as his line ended, lightning bolts fell on the wall, and red crystals rained around him. They were all materials in the middle tier that carried the iconic evolution of that expert. "Leave now," the voice said. "Let me return to my eternal slumber." "What was your name?" Noah asked as he began to leave. The expert's individuality had helped him maintaining the empowerments of his ambition. Asking for his name was the only form of respect that Noah could show him. "Dead don't need names," the voice said before the crackling figure crumbled into a series of sparks that fused with the net above. Noah stored the crystals and left the pit after giving one last glance at the array of lightning bolts. He had gained something out of that inheritance, so he didn't mind spending a few seconds to appreciate the scene. "He didn't give me anything above my current level," Noah thought as he walked back toward the entrance of the inheritance. "What a stingy will." A sigh escaped his mouth, but Noah soon suppressed it. The hole contained crystals in the 8th rank, but the will had limited itself to give only items in the middle tier. Still, Noah couldn't complain since his gains were substantial. "I guess there is no point in searching for other inheritances," Noah thought. "I have been lucky this time, but I will only find dangers that I can't face in the next ones. A few valuable items can't compare to the experience gained by exploring the world." Noah's thoughts confirmed his previous reasoning. It was pointless to explore the hellish landscape and the land of the fallen as a whole at his current level. Most of the inheritance there required a cultivation level in the solid stage at least. He preferred to look for Divine Demon with Chief Ash and her underlings. His feelings about that legendary existence were still unclear, but Noah felt that he would make up his mind once he met the demon. Noah already saw Divine Demon as a natural ally, but he didn't want to rely on events that had happened in the lower plane to decide that. The demon wouldn't even be aware of who had seized his inheritance since he had been in the Immortal lands for more than 9,000 years. "I wonder what he is up to," Noah thought. According to Chief Ash, Divine Demon resembled a mercenary willing to use his expertise for money. That position would allow him to accumulate many resources, especially in an environment with few inscription masters. The members of the Crystal City and Chief Ash's group weren't the only team that had entered the hellish landscape. The Crystal City had contacted multiple smaller forces to hunt Noah, and some of them had remained near the rumbling region while he was busy exploring the inheritance. Those who had gone to the fiery lake were mostly mercenaries and assassins. They differed from Chief Ash and Lady Lena's teams since they lacked any form of backing. Chief Ash and her team had gone to the fiery lake to talk with the other groups after sealing a deal with Noah. She was the only one who could force the other guilds to back away, and most of those cultivators listened to her words, especially after she mentioned Noah's liquid stage level. However, one of them secretly remained behind and marched toward the rumbling region after everyone had left the area. The cultivator then settled on the landmass and waited for Noah to reappear. Noah left the inheritance quickly. He had already seized all the lightning bolts that he could absorb, so that place had become utterly useless to him. He planned to tell the method to seize the inheritance to June once they managed to meet in the higher plane, but it was pointless to him to even think about that now. When he left the cave at the peak of the mountain, his superior awareness sensed that an enemy presence was among the few trees that had survived his battle with Lady Lena. Noah initially thought that some of the stronger beasts had become addicted to his ambition and was waiting for him to reappear, but he quickly suppressed that idea. A magical beast hungry for his ambition would directly follow him inside the cave. The presence of Chief Ash wouldn't be enough to make it abandon a decent meal. His enemy was somewhere on the landmass, but even his senses couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Noah felt eager to test his new power, but the situation was too unclear for him to act freely. He returned inside the cave and activated the ability of his robe to hide his presence. Then, he came out of the cave again and set off toward the sea of flames above the rumbling region. Noah would be able to return to the surface in no time if he took the right tunnels. However, a hooded figure suddenly appeared on his path. That existence radiated power in the gaseous stage, but it stood among those flames as if they didn't affect its body. Noah found that scene peculiar. He didn't understand why a gaseous stage cultivator would block his path. His consciousness quickly unfolded to search for other potential dangers and ambushes, but it didn't find anything. "I'm alone." A female voice came out of the hooded cultivator. Noah felt even more confused at that point, but he didn't let that strange event make him waste more time than needed. "Can I help you?" Noah asked. "I'm in a hurry." A snort resounded from the hooded figure before it turned into a shadow. Coldness came out of Noah's eyes when he saw the cultivator shooting toward him and preparing a punch that aimed at his head. Noah raised a hand, and the punch landed on his palm. An immense force ran through his arm at that point, and his feet slid through the air as he resisted the power carried by that physical attack. She didn't use any spell nor technique, Noah thought as he lowered his fingers to keep the woman stuck in his grasp. Noah arched the fingers of his free hand before slashing at his opponent. That attack could kill any creature in the gaseous stage at that distance, but the woman threw a kick at his arm before he could complete the movement. Her free hand then darted to throw another punch, but Noah promptly shot toward the ground without releasing his grasp on her hand. The woman could only crash on the dark red terrain and endure the series of kicks that fell on her waist. The woman was in a tough spot, but her robe suddenly wrapped itself around Noah's fingers and created an opportunity for her to leave his grasp. Noah couldn't stop her from escaping at a few hundred meters from him, but he didn't follow her just yet. An aura in the liquid stage expanded in the area when the enemy took off her hooded robe. A woman with long red hair and dark eyes appeared in front of Noah, and he could inspect her real level when she stopped running. She was a liquid stage expert with a body in the middle tier. Yet, her body featured a few details that made Noah confirm what he had guessed during that short battle. The woman had a series of sharp teeth coming out of the sides of her mouth, and her hair resembled the fur of a certain magical beast. Her fingers also were oddly long and pointy, as if they were claws made of meat. She was a hybrid, but that alone didn't explain why she had hidden her cultivation level and had joined the hunting group. "It's been a long time since I've eaten a hybrid," Noah said as he walked toward the woman. "Wait," the woman exclaimed when she understood his intentions. "I acknowledge your strength. The Legion will open its doors for you. What is it now?" Noah thought as he inspected the hybrid. "Another organization?" Noah couldn't help but feel surprised at how hungry every organization in the Immortal Lands was for new members. He had interacted with the human side for no more than a few decades, but he had already received multiple invitations. Almost every force that he met had tried to rope him in. "You don't belong to the human side," the woman said. "They only want to exploit your strength, but you will never manage to obtain any valuable position with them. They will try their everything to suppress you. You can't live with the beasts either," the woman continued. "Those creatures don't have what you need to improve as a cultivator. You can be a king there, but I suspect that you have far more ambitious plans." Noah listened to her words without revealing any emotion. The woman was right, but she didn't know what Noah's mindset was. He liked his current freedom, so joining an organization was out of the question for now. Still, Noah recognized the value of having powerful allies. Even if they didn't actually help him during battles or challenging situations, he needed them to trade, sell, and purchase items. They could also provide information that he wouldn't be able to obtain otherwise. "I guess the Legion is where I belong, right?" Noah said while maintaining an expressionless face. The woman smiled when she heard that question. She didn't mind the vague sarcasm hidden in Noah's voice. She expected him to have a similar reaction. "You will never have to hide your true nature in the Legion," the hybrid said. "We live in the Outer Lands, where intense tempests of laws shake the sky. Look for us when you grow tired of listening to beings that can't understand you." The woman then threw a token that Noah grabbed easily. The item was a small piece of wood that had 3 deep cuts carved on its surface. "My name is Grace," the hybrid said as she turned to leave. "See you soon." Grace left without adding any explanation to her invitation. She didn't even describe the Legion, but Noah could understand its most striking feature. The Legion had to be a force made only of hybrids. Noah had long since guessed that something like that existed, but he didn't expect to meet it so soon. The Outer Lands should be outside of the 2 domains, Noah thought as he recalled some maps of the Immortal Lands. Tempests of laws capable of shaking the sky sounds interesting. Noah had learnt about the storms of laws in Chandal's separate dimension. He knew that they existed in the Immortal Lands, but he had yet to meet them. Maybe those storms appear where the higher plane has yet to stabilize, Noah concluded before moving his attention to the token. The rectangular piece of yellowish wood appeared utterly ordinary, but the marks on its surface gave the item a peculiar aura. Intense aggression came out of those cuts, but a peaceful feeling also lingered under their violent features. The aura radiated the power of the 8th rank, and it hinted to a being whose existence carried an evident duality. Noah felt sure that humans and magical beasts couldn't create those effects with their attacks. Only a hybrid could wield that type of power. Interesting indeed, Noah thought as he stored the token and sat on the dark red ground. His gaze went on the sky and looked past the sea of flames above to land on the white layer that covered the entirety of the Immortal Lands. His black hole rotated faster as countless emotions surged inside his mind. The Immortal Lands were immense, and Noah had only explored a small fraction of their regions. There was far more to see and study, and the same went for the many organizations that filled those territories. The secret organization, the Legion, and the various families met in those years were only a part of the Immortal Lands' political environment. Noah had just begun to learn about those forces, but he felt already overwhelmed with information. When he paired those forces to the vastity of the higher plane, Noah felt eager to explore. He desired to throw himself into every territory and uncover their secrets. It didn't matter if their owners were humans or magical beasts. He had a lot to explore, but his current level only allowed him to scratch the surface of the higher plane. He could almost go anywhere he wanted, but he couldn't study everything about those lands. "I want to reach the 8th rank already," Noah thought as he lay down to stare at the sky for a bit longer. Noah knew what his next move was. He had to leave the hellish landscape and return to Silk Post City to meet Chief Ash. He wanted to look for Divine Demon, and her group was his best chance at finding him. Yet, he couldn't meet her unprepared, especially after his recent breakthrough. Chief Ash didn't give him a time limit, and Noah planned to assimilate what he had obtained before joining her group. Noah had reached the liquid stage, But his new level didn't cause any change in the black hole. The dark matter in its insides was slightly denser, but that was it. His fourth center of power and his dantian could only improve through standard methods. His mind was sturdier than before, and it had benefited from the growth of his existence. Still, it didn't show any substantial improvement other than its ability to create blueprints for the workshop. Noah planned to train and polish that process before joining Chief Ash's group. He had tested how useful the workshop was against Lady Lena, so he wanted to bring the technique to its peak. His body was better off than his other centers of power due to the many valuable nutrients in the immortal lands. Anything around Noah contained divine breath, so he could quicken its growth steadily. Great Builder's inheritance and the evolution pit had provided him with materials that he wanted to use. His first idea was to improve his companions, but he planned to create new ones since his mind seemed able to handle them. Another important technique that he wanted to improve was the workshop. Noah had managed to create shadows of spider-like creatures, but the workshop's true power didn't come from the innate strength carried by the blueprint. Great Builder had used the oval core to improve the feathered puppet inside the pyramid. That process showed the real use of the workshop. A creature fueled by breath wouldn't have the same frailty as those that only had dark matter. The frailty of the spiders came from that. They were only a mass of dark matter arrayed together in the shape of a magical beast. They lacked a fuel that could reinforce their bodies and strengthen their overall state. Noah also had to fix the matter concerning martial arts and spells. He needed to update a few attacks and restore his movement technique to improve his chances to survive. "I'm looking at 50 years of seclusion," Noah thought before sending a message to Chief Ash. He would remain inside the hellish landscape to train for a while. Noah wanted to prepare for his meeting with Divine Demon. Noah didn't remain in the rumbling region. The guilds that Chief Ash had sent away knew that he was there, and the Crystal City didn't withdraw the bounty. More mercenaries and assassins would come for him, so he couldn't remain in the same place to train. It was better to find a different spot far away from the rumbling region where he could spend peaceful years and focus on his prowess. Noah had maps and soul stones to spend in case he ran out of ideas. Finding a safe spot inside the hellish landscape wasn't a problem with so many forces occupying its territories. Noah eventually opted to avoid any interaction with the human forces and travel through the vast sea of flames until he found a spot far away from any recorded inheritance. Fire in the middle tier couldn't hurt him anymore, so he had many options at his disposal. Once he found a decent spot, Noah deployed his dark world and began to cultivate. He had a lot to do, but he couldn't risk enraging Chief Ash since she was his only lead toward Divine Demon. He had to focus on the abilities that could quickly improve his battle prowess. Years went peacefully inside the hellish landscape. No one could find Noah while he cultivated in a random spot among the sea of flames. The tracking abilities didn't work either since his dark world made sure to erase every track that he had left during his travel. After a bit more than 50 years, Noah decided to leave the separate dimension and meet with Chief Ash. His robe and dark world kept him hidden from unwanted gazes, and he quickly managed to disperse any pursuer once he returned to the wilderness. Noah couldn't go back to Silk Post City. The Crystal City was one of the overlords of that settlement, so he couldn't appear publicly. Chief Ash had also advised against that since their cooperation would be exposed if someone recognized him. Chief Ash and her group reached Noah in a forest near Silk Post City after exchanging a few mental messages. They didn't seem bothered by the fact that they had to wait more than half a century to begin their mission. Decades went by as if they were seconds for divine cultivators, so they didn't mind waiting until he completed his exploration of the hellish landscape. The land of the fallen had far more territories back then, Chief Ash said after she performed few formal greetings with Noah. The magical beasts have taken most of them due to their constant expansion. In my opinion, the humans can't win against that enemy. Noah could only nod at her explanation. She wanted to console him since he had left the hellish landscape quite soon, but he didn't care about her words. He only wanted to know what she knew about Divine Demon. "You lead the way," Noah said as he straightened his position. "I hope this force is enough to take him down." Chief Ash's group consisted of 12 gaseous stage cultivators and her. They weren't a weak force, but Noah had the vague feeling that they weren't enough against Divine Demon. "It's not," Chief Ash replied bluntly. "That arrogant bastard is in the solid stage. Our role is to support the main group during the battle. Our leader will fight Divine Demon directly." Noah revealed a surprised expression at those words. He had always thought that Chief Ash was the leader of her guild. He didn't expect her to be a simple underling. "Right? They don't record these in the libraries," Chief Ash said. "Every guild needs a cultivator in the solid stage to obtain the acknowledgement of the stronger forces. You can even set up an entire organization once you have a cultivator in the 8th rank. Mercenaries and assassins can have only leaders in the liquid stage, but they aren't real groups." Noah limited himself to nod again, but he felt happy inside. His cooperation with Chief Ash had just begun, but he had already gained valuable information that the libraries couldn't offer. "We have to join a solid-stage cultivator then," Noah thought as he suppressed his emotions. "I wonder how strong experts at that level are." Noah also felt lucky that he had spent many years improving his prowess. He wouldn't be unprepared even in front of a solid-stage cultivator. He wouldn't win if a battle were to happen, but he felt confident in his ability to escape. "I only have to decide what to do once we find Divine Demon," Noah thought. It was still unclear whether Divine Demon could be an ally. The behavior of that expert would decide Noah's actions. Noah didn't want to fight him, but he wouldn't hesitate to draw his blade if the situation required it. "Does this mean that Divine Demon has a guild?" Noah asked as he continued to investigate. "No, quite the opposite," Chief Ash replied. "He doesn't want to join any organization, and he even kills whoever tries to find him. Those like him aren't rare when it comes to ascended cultivators, but they usually understand the limits of traveling without the backing of an organization sooner. He is an exception." "What about his contacts and alliances?" Noah continued. "Doesn't he have customers? I don't believe that he has no help after spending so long in the Immortal lands." "We have confirmed a few names through the secret organization," Chief Ash said. "They shouldn't be a problem. Their relationships are strictly professional, so we might find troubles only if Divine Demon has some specific resource coming from other forces." Noah nodded a third time before following the weaker troops that had already begun to move toward their destination. Ordinary cultivators couldn't cross the wilderness like him. They needed safe paths that they could travel without meeting many magical beasts. The group moved quickly. Chief Ash didn't tell Noah their destination, but he could guess where they were going since he knew the Immortal Land's general layout. They were returning to the area of influence of Vagona City. Noah and the others traveled for months through the wilderness. Chief Ash's group knew all the safe paths through the forests, mountains, and lakes that appeared in their view, and Noah could only adapt to their approach to those lands. The group didn't aim to return to Vagona City. Chief Ash and the others were going in one of the peripheral territories inside the mountain chain. More cultivators appeared in that region. A few groups converged toward the peak of the mountain and brought presents that they exposed to the other cultivators to brag. Noah didn't understand why they would do something like that, but Chief Ash gladly began to explain again. "The boss is on the summit," Chief Ash said. "My guild doesn't have many restrictions, but our leader wants to see the results of our missions before assigning some rewards." "Why aren't you taking out any present then?" Noah asked, but something told him that he already knew the answer. "I have completed a few tasks already," Chief Ash said. "Those experts mostly are weaker cultivators who can't even go past the initial phases of the divine ranks. Asking for help is their only hope." Noah observed the trails of cultivators climbing the mountain. They were a proper platoon of experts at the bottom of the gaseous stage, and he could count at least 40 of them from his position. "The boss will use the entire power of our guild for this mission," Chief Ash continued to explain. "Divine Demon isn't an opponent that we can take lightly, and we really care about joining the secret organization." Noah nodded, but his thoughts lingered on other topics. The fact that Chief Ash's boss wanted to use the entire guild for Divine Demon confirmed the expert's strength and made Noah even more curious to meet him. "I should be able to handle them if Divine Demon takes care of the boss," Noah thought as he planned a possible betrayal. His excitement rose as the experts climbed and descended from the mountain. That platoon was slowly getting ready to move. It was almost time to meet the ancestor of the demon sex. You did find him in the end. A male voice suddenly resounded from one side of the mountain chain and broke the peaceful scene. Chief Ash's aura became tense when that voice reached her ears, and Noah missed that detail. He turned in the direction of that sound and saw that another small platoon had arrived at the mountain. That team had a liquid stage expert in its lead. He was a tall and burly man who wore a ragged robe. His face and short black hair were full of dirt, but his shining red eyes created a sharp contrast in his appearance. Chief Barrett from Baycross City, Chief Ash announced. Late as usual. I didn't think you would take so long, Chief Barrett replied. The Crystal City rarely fails. Chief Barrett's gaze moved on Noah after that line. The expert tried to inspect him, but his consciousness destroyed those mental waves before they could even land on his skin. He seems strong, Chief Barrett concluded as a smile appeared on his face. Chief Ash turned toward Noah, but he ignored her inquisitive gaze. He wouldn't reveal anything to those experts since there was a high chance that he would end up betraying them. A few more platoons led by liquid stage cultivators arrived afterward. Chief Ash's guild had 6 experts in the liquid stage, a few hundred in the gaseous stage, and 1 leader in the solid stage. It was an immense force in Noah's eyes, but it didn't matter too much in the higher planes political environment. The 6 chiefs held a private meeting before instructing their respective troops and the various gaseous stage cultivators that had descended from the mountain. They were preparing everyone for the mission, and they soon completed their tasks. Noah sat cross-legged on the rocky ground without interacting with the other experts. Mental waves and curious gazes flew in his direction, but his consciousness protected him from the unwanted analysis. Grace's words resounded in his mind when he sensed the more fearful and worried gazes. Those experts appeared concerned about his species, and the most anxious of them even began to discuss the hybrid's weaknesses loudly. Noah didn't react to any taunt. He knew how things worked among those troops. The weaker cultivators only wanted to feel powerful while their leader protected them. Then, after everyone had completed their preparations, a heavy aura descended from the mountain. All the experts in the area stopped chatting and straightened their position to bow toward the figure that had appeared above them. Noah didn't bow, and his instincts screamed when he laid his eyes on the man that was descending from the mountain. He was a short man with a kid-like appearance. He had long golden hair and golden eyes, and he wore a black robe that suppressed his bright colors. The kid's gaze ran through his troops before landing on Noah. His dense mental waves flew toward him and began to pierce his consciousness, but a layer of dark matter promptly spread inside Noah's body and hid every detail about his existence. The solid-stage expert didn't feel scared about the dark matter, but a series of roars filled his mental waves as soon as they touched Noah's higher energy. Hisses also entered his thoughts and forced him to stop his analysis. What a peculiar being, the kid said in an ancient voice that didn't match his appearance. Did he really kill Lady Lena from the Crystal City? Yes, sir, Chief Ash said after raising her head. I've seen it with my own eyes. He smashed her head and ate her underling's dantions. Noah didn't reveal any emotion, but coldness began to fill his mind. His instincts told him that something was wrong with that situation. It was as if the guild was ready to betray him at any moment. Defying demon, right? The kid continued, and Noah limited himself to nod at his question. I am Boss Van, the kid said. Help my guild, and I will reward you with soul stones and teachings about the higher stage. Do you think you can handle this mission? Of course, Noah replied as strategies began to amass in his mind. Countless plans surged as he inspected the solid-stage cultivator. Noah couldn't understand much from the Boss Van's aura, but his instincts could give him a vague idea of the expert's might. Needless to say, Noah felt almost crushed by Boss Van's pressure. That expert was too strong. The solid stage seemed to be a realm of its own. Good, Boss Van said. Let's march then. Divine Demon lives near the border with the Outer Lands. It's a lawless zone, so don't hold anything back. I know he won't. The The troops under him gave voice to a short battle cry before turning toward their destination and begin their march. They ran toward the safe path right after that mountain, and only Boss Van remained in the air to inspect the situation. Noah didn't join the troops in the safe path. He marched through the danger zones near that army while he continued to check his power. He even used his divine deduction technique to begin other projects. Boss Van never lost track of him. The solid-stage expert's consciousness could cover entire regions, and Noah made sure to remain inside its range. He didn't want to make them lose trust in him already. Noah had never explored the regions between Vagona City and the Outer Lands. They were in the opposite direction of Silk Post City, but they stretched for far longer. The guild was actively marching toward the edges of the Immortal Lands. The higher plane never stopped expanding, so Noah couldn't predict how long the journey would be. The group marched past big and small human settlements. Noah even saw a few solitary palaces that ruled over entire regions. The human domain was the home of many forces, and most of them had to settle in those peripheral regions since the central ones already featured powerful organizations. Those lands didn't even have the restrictions of the other cities. They could feature battles among cultivators who wanted control over those regions. Only the big settlements with multiple rank 8 existences could live in apparent peace. "We are almost there," Boss Van eventually conveyed through his consciousness. The troops slowed down their advance at that point and prepared for the battle. They took out various inscribed items and created a battle formation as they waited for their leader's orders. Noah didn't know what they expected him to do in that situation, but Boss Van promptly descended from the sky to solve his doubts. "Divine Demon is somewhere in the next region," Boss Van said. "Go and bait him out." So that's their plan, Noah thought after Boss Van's words reached his ears. Using Noah as bait wasn't a bad strategy in theory. Chief Ash and Boss Van were unaware of the actual nature of his relationship with Divine Demon. They didn't mind testing him in that mission. Even if Noah were to betray them in the middle of the mission, they would gain an idea of Divine Demon's position. That was already good for their plan. The entire guild could encircle him at that point. The guild wouldn't lose anything even if Noah were to run away without searching for Divine Demon. Boss Van would only change tactics at that point. Still, they didn't suspect the worst-case scenario. Noah wasn't a simple cultivator who had learnt legends about Divine Demon during his stay in the lower plane. He was his heir, and leaving him alone with the expert could lead to unexpected outcomes. Noah didn't answer. He didn't need to reply to Boss Van to express his decision to play the bait. The situation benefited him, and he couldn't escape those orders anyway. "Will you handle the rest?" Noah asked. "Focus on baiting him out," Boss Van said after snorting. "He can't defeat my entire guild if he fights in the open." Noah thought about the copying technique and wondered if Divine Demon had managed to improve it during his stay in the Immortal Lands. Yet, he quickly focused on his mission and turned to fly in the next region. The gazes of Boss Van and the rest of the guild landed on Noah's back as he set off from the azure terrain and flew toward the next region. His departure signaled the beginning of the mission, and a tense aura filled the environment as those experts began to feel the pressure of the imminent battle. It was unusual for weaker cultivators to fight stronger ones. The guild's opponent was a solid-stage expert, and only Boss Van matched that power. Chief Ash and the others could join the battle head-on. Boss Van's underlings used cloaking devices to hide among the tall magical plants that filled those regions and prepared for their opponent to arrive. Instead, Boss Van remained in the open. He stood in the middle of the sky with his consciousness unfolded. Nothing escaped his mental waves. He could sense every creature in the forest that filled those regions. Noah studied the environment as he flew above those lands. An immense forest expanded in his vision, and a few mountains disrupted that green scenery. Those trees also hid a few deep cracks that connected the surface to an unknown underground world. Divine Demon doesn't seem the type to hide underground, Noah thought as his instincts guided his movements. But I can't sense anything from up here. Noah studied the forest, flew around the mountains, and inspected the layers that radiated a powerful aura. But he didn't find Divine Demon. That left him with the underground world, which he didn't hesitate to explore. Noah dived inside one of the largest cracks and found something strange as soon as he reached a certain depth. He didn't sense anything at all from that point onward. The ground didn't even radiate its usual aura. Something was covering the area. It resembled a barrier meant to hide any aura or prevent it from spreading in the environment. Noah couldn't identify its true nature, but his instincts confirmed that it was harmless, so he continued his descent. His feet eventually reached an invisible membrane. That slight touch created waves across the barrier that showed Noah how far that protection stretched. It covered the entirety of the crack and most of its walls, but it didn't prevent anyone from crossing it. Noah could directly enter if he desired it, but he preferred to test something else first. His consciousness spread to make sure that Boss Van's mental waves could reach that place, and a soft voice came out of his mouth after he confirmed that detail. "I'm Defying Demon, heir of Divine Demon's inheritance, and leader of the demon sex," Noah said. "I request a meeting with Divine Demon." His words dispersed through the crack, but nothing happened on the other side of the barrier. Noah could only sigh and cross that membrane, hoping that Divine Demon didn't build any defense that could deceive his senses. The membrane didn't carry any peculiar aura. It didn't show anything that could reveal details about Divine Demon's individuality, and Noah didn't even bother to inspect it after discovering that feature. Once he crossed the barrier, Noah could sense the auras coming from that underground aura. He immediately felt the presence of a few magical beasts together with an intense emotion that filled every material in the area. The crack ended in a valley that split into many tunnels. A vast underground world seemed to unfold from that spot, and Noah even guessed that some of those paths would lead to the other fissures. Still, his main focus remained on that peculiar emotion. Is this battle intent? Noah wondered as he breathed the air filled with that emotion. Being with June for entire centuries had taught Noah the different shades that a battle intent could take. June radiated violent happiness when she fought, while Noah leaked cold aggression in those situations. Instead, the battle intent that filled the valley seemed greedy. It desired something that Noah couldn't guess without any clue. It wasn't even violent, but it appeared ready to explode. The magical beasts sensed during the descent were inside the tunnels. Those paths were quite deep, so Noah couldn't understand where exactly those creatures were. The same went for Divine Demon. Noah couldn't find him from his position in the valley. He needed to enter the tunnels and explore that underground world to find his target, and his superior awareness helped him in the task. Noah only needed to walk in front of every entrance and list in his mind those that made his instincts scream louder. If Divine Demon occupied the area, he would be the strongest being in the entire underground world. That expert was only a human, so it was unlikely that he had learnt to live in peace with those magical beasts. It was more probable that he had submitted them. Noah activated his robe and entered the tunnel that hid the greatest dangers. His dark matter also spread under his tissues to prepare a first defensive layer in case some fast trap activated. The exploration went smoothly until the tunnel opened into a large underground hall that split into even more caves. Noah could count more than 16 paths from his position, but his attention soon went on a figure laid on one of the entrances above him. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man with long white hair and no beard. A dense aura surrounded his body, and his red eyes illuminated the bottle that he brought to his mouth. Noah had seen a similar figure in the past. He was at the bottom of an inheritance hidden under the great whirlpool near the Coral Archipelago. He could instantly recognize Divine Demon when he saw him. "We finally meet," Noah said as he performed a bow. He felt pure gratitude toward Divine Demon. His gesture expressed how deeply the expert's inheritance and his disciples had improved Noah's life. "I'm thinking," Divine Demon said without turning his head. "I don't talk when I'm thinking. Talk with the dragons." "Dragons?" Noah asked before a series of draconic heads came out of the various tunnels connected to that large hall. "Food. Some food. Eat it before the bastard stops us again." Noah translated the dragon's roars in his mind as he inspected those creatures. Black scales became visible after those creatures peeked out of their tunnels to fix their reptilian eyes on him. The same flicker that Noah had seen when he crossed the barrier spread through the walls of the underground hall. A dense membrane covered the entire area, and its properties had kept the dragons hidden from Noah's consciousness while they were inside the tunnels. He didn't lose his old habits, Noah thought as he watched those creatures coming out of the tunnels and revealing their huge bodies. They were all fire dragons, the most common species of dragon-like creatures. They were more than 20 meters long and could morph the flames spewed by their pointy mouths. The fire dragons weren't weak, but they lacked special features that could make them shine among the other species of dragons. They were powerful creatures that didn't have any evident weakness. Should I show off? Noah wondered as those 18 dragons opened their mouths and spewed scarlet flames that filled the entire underground hall. The flames raged through the area but didn't cross the membrane that covered the various tunnels. The barrier stopped them from reaching the valley or paths that led to the surface and kept them confined inside that vast hall. When the flames dispersed, the dragons saw Noah in the same position as before. No damage had appeared on his body, and even his robe was completely intact. He had endured the attack without deploying a single technique. There wasn't any dragon in the upper tier among that group. A few of them were in the middle tier, but most of those creatures were in the lower tier. Some of the middle-tier dragons were stronger than Noah in terms of progress through the 7th rank, but their flames couldn't even scratch his skin. Noah's body was too strong from those creatures. They would need to use their innate ability and coordinate an offensive if they wanted to injure him. The fire does nothing. Attack directly. Tear it apart with your fangs. The dragons roared orders that Noah could understand, but listening to them didn't change his approach to the situation. If Divine Demon wanted to test him, he would show him the real power of his heir. The creatures flapped their wings to increase their momentum as they charged toward Noah. Hungry roars filled the underground hall as that pack converged on him from every direction. But he didn't move even in front at such a display of power. Noah limited himself to open his mouth and give voice to a deep roar that made the membrane on the walls tremble. The dragons instantly halted their advance by digging their claws on the rocking terrain, and soft tremors ran through their scales as that cry filled their ears. The roar carried a simple meaning. Noah had ordered the dragons to bow while his pride flowed into his voice. Those creatures couldn't believe their ears when they sensed the aura of a light-devouring dragon filling that cry. Noah's pride didn't only carry the might of the light-devouring dragons. He had improved his species multiple times already, so those creatures saw in him the ultimate specimen among dragon-like beasts. They had never sensed something so strong through their long lives. Their instincts acted before they could decide what to do. The dragons lowered their heads, and their tremors intensified when Noah unfolded his consciousness to cover them in his pride. One roar had been enough to tame those creatures. Divine Demon finally moved his gaze toward the bottom of the hall at that point. Noah sensed that and raised his eyes to exchange a glance with the expert. His reptilian pupils met those red eyes, and a soft radiance shone from them as their divine deduction techniques activated on their own. The inscriptions on Noah's mental walls didn't consume any mental energy. They only lit up when they sensed similar lines inside the expert's mind. A series of memories came out of Noah's mental sea and shot toward Divine Demon as that stare continued. Those thoughts featured all the events related to Divine Demon, the demon sex, and Noah's identity as an heir. Divine Demon absorbed those memories and closed his eyes to process them. Noah's divine deduction technique deactivated at that point, and no adverse effects spread through his mind after that peculiar event. The expert nodded a few times as he inspected those memories. Various emotions appeared on his face as he studied the events that had followed his ascension. Noah remained silent out of respect for the expert. Those memories told him about ravaging demons' betrayal and all the hardships suffered by his other disciples. Noah didn't dare to disturb him in that situation. After a while, Divine Demon opened his eyes and revealed a long sigh. His bottle reached his mouth once again, and drinking noises followed that gesture. The bottle then ended, and Divine Demon threw it at his side before turning his attention back on Noah. The noise caused by the shattering of the bottle echoed through the underground hall as the two began to stare at each other again. Noah Bulvin, Demon Prince of the Hive, defying Demon, Divine Demon said slowly, "My disciples have caused you many problems. As their master, I am ashamed. They have been valuable allies for most of my cultivation journey, Noah replied. Normal cultivators couldn't match the might of the demons. Your legacy is safe in their hands. Divine Demon snorted before jumping out of the tunnel. He landed on one dragon and shook his head toward those creatures. The beasts were still bowing toward Noah, and the arrival of their warden made them shake even more intensely. They have died because they were weak, Divine Demon announced. I can justify only chasing demon. The others weren't worthy of their titles if a single betrayal has led to their death. Noah didn't know what to answer at those lines. Ravaging Demon's betrayal had been so effective because the Orthodox sects had access to Divine Elder Tabitha's inheritance. Divine Demon had left his legacy in the archipelago, so the demon sects couldn't win that battle. I can't read your mind anymore, Divine Demon said, but I can understand your thoughts. My disciples have no excuses. A defeat is a defeat. I hope that Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon ascend soon so that I can start training them again. A wide smile appeared on Divine Demon's face at that point. He patted one of the wings of the dragon under him as thoughts on how to punish the surviving demons filled his mind. So, you are a hybrid, Divine Demon said when he focused on Noah again. Your species might come in handy in the Outer Lands. The Legion is hiding something valuable, but its members won't tell me anything. I wonder what they will say when I show them that my heir is a hybrid. Noah felt immediately curious about that, but he suddenly recalled the dangerous situation around the region. Boss Van's guild was still ready to ambush Divine Demon as soon as he came out of his lair. Booz Van and his guild are outside, waiting to ambush you, Noah explained when he saw that Divine Demon intended to leave right away. Does this place have a secret exit? Yes, Divine Demon exclaimed. But we won't use it. Our enemies have come for us. It's only normal to show them our gratitude. An intense aura seeped out of Divine Demon's figure after he said those words. Excitement, battle intent, and a tinge of defiance filled the violent mental waves that spread in the underground hall. The membrane crumbled when it touched Divine Demon's consciousness. He had prepared himself to leave without asking Noah more about the army waiting for him on the surface. I will take care of Boss Van, Divine Demon said. You will handle the others. The guild had 6 cultivators in the liquid stage and a few hundred gaseous stage experts. They weren't a force that Noah could take lightly, especially since he lacked experience in battles at that level. He had only fought against Lady Lena since he had reached the liquid stage. Can't we plan something? Noah asked. We can easily take them by surprise if we use the membrane and some technique. We can, Divine Demon replied. But we won't do it. We will face our opponents head-on and defeat them with our superiority. Stop wasting time unless you want to see the dragons in the upper tier. Noah's eyes lit up at those words. Divine Demon had access to magical beasts in the upper tier, and that made his hunger awaken. Don't even think about it, Divine Demon said after he noticed the changes in Noah's expressions. I value my dragons. If you want food, you have enemies waiting outside. Noah felt quite startled at how quickly the situation had evolved. He had come there with Chief Ash and Boss Van less than a day ago, but he was now cooperating with Divine Demon. Can you handle Boss Van? Noah eventually asked when he saw Divine Demon jumping toward the corridors. Of course, Divine Demon exclaimed. I wish I could face more of him at the same time. These experts who have never experienced the lower plane can't compare themselves to monsters who had overcome every obstacle on their path. Noah felt speechless once again. Divine Demon appeared confident, and no trace of fear tainted his expression. The expert had decided that he would fight, so he had already prepared his mind for the imminent clash. They told me that you deal with multiple organizations, Noah said as he began to follow Divine Demon, who had left to enter a tunnel. Many organizations indeed, Divine Demon replied. The inscription masters in the higher plane are laughable, and the various forces are also quite poorly handled. Most of their members believe that having a rank 8 cultivator in their ranks will save their lives. Pathetic. Divine Demon felt angry to see that those cultivators weren't doing their best to improve. that went against every fiber of his body. He couldn't forgive cultivators that didn't make use of their natural gifts. His aura was a mess. Noah could sense an intense desire toward something that he couldn't understand. Divine Demon's individuality appeared quite complicated, but it was completely obscure to Noah's eyes. "Stop staring," Divine Demon said at some point. "My individuality is the law of the challenge. It allows me to overcome obstacles even when a situation appears doomed. I get stronger by winning basically." "Why are you telling me everything?" Noah asked, concerned that Divine Demon had already revealed his individuality to certain forces. "I am the ancestor of the demon sex," Divine Demon said. "I have divided the Papal region into two sides, and my disciples have ended up ruling the whole world. I know how to handle these secrets. Still, reaching the top after the whole world has learnt about your abilities sounds like a good challenge." The flaws of his individuality had already become visible to Noah's eyes. Divine Demon needed challenges to advance, and he made his situation harsher on purpose before a fight. Noah did something similar when he wanted to quicken his growth, but he would never take his challenges lightly, especially when they could kill him. Divine Demon didn't seem to apply the same carefulness. He charged directly at his enemies once he assessed their power. "Does your individuality apply only to your battles?" Noah asked. He wouldn't hold back his questions since Divine Demon appeared willing to speak about that topic. "It applies to everything," Divine Demon replies. "I can overcome challenges even in the inscription field. How do you think I came up with the copying technique and divine deduction technique? I had to overcome the difficulties of that task." "He is a maniac," Noah concluded in his mind. "Even more of a maniac than June." The duo moved through the underground structure and climbed a tunnel that brought them to the surface. Noah inspected his surroundings before peeking out of the terrain, but Divine Demon directly shot in the sky to search for his opponent. "Van, I know you are here," Divine Demon shouted after he rose in the sky and found no opponent waiting for him. Noah ignored Divine Demon's behavior and used his robe to hide among the trees. The expert needed a challenge to improve, but he couldn't force Noah to take the hard path on purpose. "Fine then," Divine Demon said before bringing his hand to his mouth and whistling. The air began to tremble after that gesture. Faint sound waves spread through the sky and fell on the ground as that noise made the fabric of the world shake. Noah started to run at that sight. He didn't want to end in the middle of an attack cast by a solid-stage cultivator. He was strong, but he couldn't survive something at that level. Craters opened on the ground as that sound wave spread. Divine Demon's dragons came out of the terrain and rose in the sky to inspect the area. They even launched flames to destroy pieces of the forest that enemies were using as a cover. The flames landed on the terrain right after Noah escaped from the range of the sound wave. Pillars of fire filled his figure and tried to burn him, but his body was too strong for those attacks to have any effect. Only the two dragons in the upper tier that had appeared behind Divine Demon could hope to damage him. The dragons transformed the whole forest into an inferno of scorching flames, and most trees burned under those attacks. Those beasts even coordinated to take down the stronger magical plants on the ground. The flames uncovered large patches of the ground. A dark blue charred ground replaced the forest as the dragon's offensive continued. Those trees were simply between Divine Demon and his challenge. A shadow eventually shot out of the forest. Boss Van revealed himself and approached Divine Demon without daring to get too close to him. He remained at some distance as he began to converse. "I have finally found you," Boss Van said. "Today is the day you die. You only needed to send me a message if you wanted to fight," Divine Demon replied. "Petty tactics won't open the path for the 8th rank." Divine Demon's aura became a bit more intense after those words. He had won that exchange of lines, so his power had increased. Boss Van showed an unsightly expression at Divine Demon's sudden increase of power. He was aware of the expert's individuality since that wasn't their first meeting, but he couldn't avoid triggering its effects. Divine Demon smiled before bringing his hand to his mouth. Another whistle came out of his figure, and the dragons turned their mouths toward Boss Van at that order. A series of scarlet flames filled the sky as the dragons attacked. Even the two creatures in the upper tier behind Divine Demon helped in that offensive by releasing fire that merged with their companion's ability. Boss Van didn't dodge the flames. A soft wind blew out of his figure and fended off the incoming attacks, creating a safe aura around him. Not even the fire in the upper tier could pierce that spell. Divine Demon whistled again at that point. Dense energy came out of the dragons at that order, and their flames morphed under its effects. The fire that had filled the sky transformed into two massive clawed legs that slashed at Boss Van. The guild's leader couldn't ignore the dragon's offensive anymore after those creatures activated their innate ability. They were simple magical beasts, but their power wasn't something that he could underestimate when they worked together. 1 month, Boss Van said, and a wave of condensed air blew out of his figure. Those gales destroyed the fiery legs and continued to fly until they reached the creatures behind them. Most of the lower-tier dragons died after that attack, and those in the middle tier suffered severe injuries after the condensed air ripped their scales off. Divine Demon shook his head as he released a loud sigh. The death of his dragons didn't seem to bother him. Instead, he appeared tired when he saw that scene. "Do you know how hard is it to find dragons of the same species in the higher plane?" Divine Demon said in a low voice. "I had to explore the outer lands for centuries to find these specimens. Why don't you fight me with your power then?" Boss Van asked. "This battle would be too easy to win if I use my spells," Divine Demon said before sighing again. "I wouldn't improve at all like that. You don't even have the guts to fight me on your own." Boss Van's eyes sharpened when he heard those words. Only Noah knew that his guild was there, so Divine Demon's remarks led to a single conclusion. "I have it!" Divine Demon exclaimed as the redness radiated by his eyes intensified. "Let's make a bet. I will only use 3 spells. You can have my life if you survive them." "What makes you think that I will play this game?" Boss Van said. But Divine Demon had already brought his hand to his mouth by the end of his line. Another whistle resounded in the area, and the remaining dragons dived back into the ground after that order. Only Divine Demon and Boss Van remained in the sky at that point, but the atmosphere became tenser after that event. Boss Van wanted to add something, but Divine Demon ignored him as he gathered his energy. He turned his palm upward and closed his eyes as his aura spread through the sky. Divine Demon's aura was intense. It carried his desire to win, and the environment morphed under its effects. The breath in the area gathered around him while its nature changed. That energy featured multiple elements and true meaning before, but it transformed into breath of the water element after it entered Divine Demon's range. Boss Van's eyes widened. A dangerous sensation had invaded his mind, but it was too late for him. He couldn't dodge the incoming attack anymore. He could only activate another defensive spell. 1 year. Boss Van shouted as Divine Demon began to raise his palm. A dense defensive layer made of condensed air seeped out of Boss Van's skin and gave birth to multiple storms. Wild winds shot in every direction due to the power generated by his spell. Divine Demon completed his gesture while his opponent was busy activating a defensive spell. The ground and the air under Boss Van rose and transformed into a multicolored torrent that crashed on the expert and pushed him high in the sky. 1 year. Boss Van shouted again while the torrent dragged along its trajectory. The defensive spell that had formed over his skin became thicker and exploded outward, releasing even more storms in the sky. The dense water of the torrent managed to piece those winds, but Boss Van's technique eventually managed to stop the attack. Boss Van stopped himself high in the sky. Chunks of his skin had disappeared after the attack, and his appearance had also changed. The faint trace of a beard had grown under his chin, and height had increased after that exchange. Energy amassed around Divine Demon again. The world's matter seemed to obey him, but that connection wasn't as simple as it looked. He didn't manipulate the breath in the environment. That energy helped him on its own. It was as if the world wanted him to win and transformed the matter in energy that he could use. Divine Demon didn't use much breath during his previous attack, but the environment had fueled it to increase its power. Those effects were similar to the dark world. Noah could use his dark matter to boost the power of his attacks and companions. As for Divine Demon, he appeared able to use everything in the world for that task. "What are you doing?" Boss Van shouted as he spat a mouthful of blood. "Begin the offensive on this monster." The members of Boss Van's guild launched their spells at that order. They had remained hidden inside the forest until now, but their attacks didn't take their opponent by surprise. The breath of the water element around Divine Demon moved on its own and created a series of whirlpools that protected him from the massive array of spells that had flown toward him. The world didn't want him to lose, so it acted to stop that offensive. "This doesn't count," Divine Demon shouted as he glanced at the troops hidden inside the forest. The intense aura that accompanied his gaze forced those weaker cultivators to stop their offensive. They felt as if they were suffocating when Divine Demon's individuality fell on them and applied its pressure. "I won't be your opponent," Divine Demon said after he studied what he could perceive of those troops. "My heir will take care of you." "Heir?" Boss Van asked as winds blew out of his injuries to heal them. His appearance continued to age as he used his breath. His individuality appeared connected with his lifespan, and his body grew after he consumed part of it. "Him," Divine Demon said as he pointed toward a seemingly random spot in the forest. Boss Van focused on that spot and saw a hooded Noah trying to sneak closer to his underlings. The attention of the other members of his guild also went there. They didn't fail to notice a figure moving at high speed through the trees. Noah sensed that the battlefield's attention had moved on him, and a helpless expression appeared on his face as he shot an annoyed glance toward Divine Demon. Noah had to avoid entering Divine Demon and Boss Van's range during his search for the enemy troops. He couldn't lower his guard for even a second when two experts at that level fought. After his cover vanished, everyone could see him moving through the forest. "Could you not announce me when my opponent is an entire platoon?" Noah asked in an annoyed tone. "Go and make me proud, my heir," Divine Demon replied before moving his attention on Boss Van again. It didn't matter how intensely Noah stared at Divine Demon. The expert ignored him to focus on his opponent and prepare for the next attack. Noah remained alone in the middle of the enemy gazes. "Take care of him quickly and help me," Boss Van said before focusing on Divine Demon. Chief Ash and the other underlings didn't hesitate to prepare spells after that order. All their attacks would aim at Noah to make sure that he died as fast as possible. "Why do I even surround myself with maniacs?" Noah thought as a loud sigh escaped his mouth. Noah had located the troops after their first wave of attacks toward Divine Demon. They had cloaking devices, but they could make them invisible after they discharged such a massive amount of energy. He only needed to expand his consciousness to see that those troops were pointing at him as breath amassed inside their bodies. Something massive was about to arrive, and Noah felt that he couldn't dodge it. "Luckily, I have come prepared," Noah thought as he bent his legs and crouched toward the enemy army. Multicolored lights shot out of the group and flew toward Noah, but his figure disappeared before those spells could hit him. Chief Ash and the others couldn't see him anymore, but a loud clash resounded among their ranks and made them turn toward the source of that noise. The various chiefs turned and saw that one of their companions in the liquid stage had vanished. Noah had appeared in his place, and countless patches of fresh blood covered his robe. No injury had appeared on his body. That blood didn't belong to him, but the other cultivators couldn't find its source. Then, they noticed that one of their 6 liquid stage cultivators had disappeared. Fear and disbelief filled their minds when they considered the possibility that Noah had killed one of their strongest members in less than an instant. They couldn't explain how that was possible on multiple levels. They didn't even see Noah move when the spells crashed on his previous position. The movement technique works well, Noah thought as that blood flowed inside his separate space. The rest of the expert's body also was inside his black hole. Noah had used his movement technique to reach him and destroy his head before he could activate any annoying defensive spells. Noah had to leave something for later when he meditated inside the hellish landscape. Making use of the red crystals retrieved in the evolution pit would take too long, and he didn't want to keep Chief Ash waiting for too long. Still, he had improved core aspects of his battle style, and one of them was his movement technique. Noah couldn't use his movement technique in the Immortal lands before. The world's fabric was too thick for him, and opening a path through its structure was impossible at his previous level. Yet, the breakthrough to the liquid stage had opened the path for various improvements. The divine deduction technique could also show its real power, so solving that issue didn't take him long. The previous movement technique made use of multiple abilities to work. Noah fused his physical might, his merging spell, and his sharpness to create a hole through the world's structure and cross a vast distance instantly. The new technique didn't involve any dimensional travel. Noah had taken inspiration from night to create that version of his ability. When he shot forward, he used his physical might to bring the merging spell to a superior level that turned him into an invisible sword. Noah wasn't untouchable anymore when he sprinted, but the new version of his technique featured a far higher speed and allowed him to conserve more momentum during his offensive. The liquid stage cultivator he had targeted couldn't even react before his body transformed into meat pulp. Dark matter and corrosive smoke came out of Noah's skin before the other experts could attack. The dark world unfolded in the area, and 2 layers of his fiendish armor covered his figure. The cultivators in the gaseous stage weren't a problem. Noah could handle them easily, even without the dark world. Yet, he needed that technique to take care of the chiefs. His movement technique was deadly in a 1-versus-1 situation, but he couldn't rely on its power with 5 liquid stage experts focusing on him. He needed all his abilities for that battle. A wave of suppression fell on the guild's experts. Their laws felt weaker inside that dark environment, but they didn't let the darkness divine them. A few spells flew out from the group, but those cultivators soon stopped trying to pierce that technique. The dark world could move as it wished. The dark matter was resilient energy that followed Noah's orders. The guild's group did not have a chance to leave that technique without giving Noah an opportunity to strike. Seconds of silence passed inside the dark world as the group waited for something to happen. They saw shadows flying through the darkness, but they never managed to understand their features. Low roars spread through the dark world as the group waited. They knew that something was about to arrive, and they were ready to face it. A few reptilian heads became visible among the dark matter as dragons made entirely of higher energy charged at the group of cultivators. They were all magical beasts in the middle tier created through the workshop, but a black radiance came out of their almost empty eyes. The second part of Noah's seclusion had involved the workshop. Noah had learnt how to complete the blueprint needed for the workshop after his battle with Lady Lena, so he could now use his expertise to create different and more complicated creatures. The black radiance coming out of their eyes came from fake cores that he had installed inside those creatures. Those dragons were now perfect puppets that could show their real power once they joined a battle. The guild's group launched attacks against those beasts, and they died quickly, but more reptilian heads peeked out of the darkness and fixed their eyes on those cultivators. That army counted more than 300 specimens after the reptilian heads stopped appearing. Only a few of them had eyes that radiated a black light, but the others weren't too weaker than them. Still, they were less durable, so they took the vanguard as they charged toward the group of experts. The swarm of dragons crashed on those cultivators and struggled violently to inflict as many casualties as possible. Noah didn't even need to move. He could watch that battle from a safe position with the demonic sword and snore waiting for their moment to shine. Boss Van and Divine Demon ignored Noah's battle. They stared at each other and waited for their opponent to make a move even after a black cloud covered part of the region. "The next one will be stronger," Divine Demon announced. "You might want to use more years." Divine Demon wore a mocking smile when he talked to his opponent. Boss Van didn't reply, mostly because he knew that the expert was correct. The last attack had injured him even after he had used 2 defensive spells. Divine Demon's attacks were powerful, and the whole world worked with him to increase his spell's strength. The previous torrent didn't contain much energy. Divine Demon had thrown a simple spell fueled with a small amount of his breath, but the world had turned it into an attack that could threaten an entire guild. Boss Van had silently decided to play along with Divine Demon's game. He only needed to survive 2 more attacks to kill him, and Divine Demon wouldn't back off from his bet since his individuality depended on it. Fighting Divine Demon when he used all his spells was too troublesome. His gamble had given Boss Van hope to complete that match without suffering any significant injury. "Get ready," Divine Demon said as he spread his arms and pointed his palms upward. Even more matter in the world converged toward his figure and transformed under the effects of his law. Entire chunks of the immortal land's tough ground rose in the sky and morphed into drops of water that began to float around him. Divine Demon's aura intensified as he raised both palms and clasped them above his head. The water around him surged together with his gesture, and an even bigger torrent flew upward to engulf Boss Van with its might. Boss Van didn't want to face the attack, but the water was too fast for him. Dodging it was impossible for him. He could only rely on the gales that came out of his figure to defend and save his life. 100 years, Boss Van shouted, and the sky divided itself into two parts. A hurricane engulfed his figure and connected the sky with the ground as it pierced the massive torrent that was pushing him higher. His dense winds fought against the raging waters that attacked his body, and pieces of his skin disintegrated during the process. When that exchange ended, Boss Van descended from the sky with the aspect of a young man. Hair grew from under his chin and chest, but the blood flowing out of his injuries hid most of those new features. Boss Van didn't lose any limb in the last exchange, but most of his skin had disappeared. His muscles were out in the open, and his blood flowed freely from them. No more winds came out of his figure to heal those injuries. His individuality didn't work well with his poor condition, so he had to limit his spells to contain the blood loss. However, Boss Van wore a wide smile. He had already survived 2 attacks, and he had yet to go all out. In his mind, that battle was over. The shockwaves released during their exchanges unleashed chaos in the environment. Even the insides of Noah's dark world couldn't avoid but suffer from them. The army of dragons and part of the dark world shattered when those shockwaves reached the black cloud. The cultivators from the guild and Noah ended up puking blood as their insides trembled under the power unleashed by 2 solid-stage experts. "Why am I even fighting so close to them?" Noah cursed in his mind as he controlled the dark world to resume the workshop. Black orbs came out of his separate space and fused with the dark world while the dark matter rotated to give birth to more dragons. Those cores entered some creatures and filled them with Noah's darkness, giving them the stability that most of their companions lacked. The workshop was working perfectly. Its only weakness was in Noah's shortage of cores. If he had more time to prepare, he could create an army made entirely of puppets that resembled middle-tier magical beasts in power. Still, the technique was showing its power even during that flawed execution. The army of cultivators had turned into a small group of experts that struggled to continue to fight. Chief Ash and the other 4 chiefs were still alive, but injuries filled their bodies. Instead, most of their underlings had died under the dragon's relentless assault and the corrosive smoke that flew through the dark world. The value of the workshop was immense. Noah could fuse the suppressing effects of the dark world with an endless army of powerful beasts. No force could withstand that offensive for too long. Moreover, the dark world allowed Noah to ignore most of the workshop's weaknesses. The technique required many materials in Great Builder's version, but Noah could use the nigh-unlimited dark matter inside his black hole for the task. The black hole also had its limits, but Noah's darkness always refilled it. He could use the energy contained in 2 centers of power to keep the workshop active, which translated into an immense number of magical beasts. Noah could also cultivate while the workshop was active to refill his dantian and obtain more dark matter. In theory, his technique didn't have limits since it didn't weigh on his mind. "I need to end this and leave those 2 to their fight," Noah thought as Snore and the demonic sword released understanding cries. "I'm suffering injuries only because I'm too close to them." The 5 liquid stage experts continued to fight against the horde of dragons while they watched their underlings die. Gaseous stage cultivators couldn't survive in that environment for too long, and the chief didn't have time to protect them. The dragon's assault was reckless and relentless. Those creatures stopped at nothing, and they suicided in an attempt to add another injury to their opponents' bodies. Fighting that type of enemy was exhausting. The chiefs would have already planned to escape the dark world if it wasn't for Noah's previous show of power. Noah had demonstrated that he was too fast. Some of them would surely die if they tried to escape the dense cloud. Yet, the situation had become so dangerous that even the most reckless plan had gained a decent appeal. Remaining inside the dark world would lead to certain death, so risking their lives to escape was the only strategy that could make them survive. The chiefs exchanged an understanding glance before a series of multicolored lights exploded outward and fended off part of the dark matter that enveloped them. Noah sensed 5 figures shooting in different directions in a desperate attempt to leave the dark world. Their plan was a simple one but quite effective since their opponent was alone. Of course, that was a miscalculation on their side. The demonic sword shot after one expert. Night came out of the separate space to chase Chief Ash. Snore fused with the dark world to fly after another cultivator. Noah joined the hunt and went after one of the remaining targets, and the army of dragons flew toward the edges of the dark world to seal any possible exit. Noah's companions didn't have to win. They only needed to keep his opponents busy for a few seconds, and he would reach them with his movement technique. Still, Night, Snore, and the demonic sword took their task as a chance to prove their power. The demonic sword gathered and generated dark matter as it flew toward one of the chiefs. The weapon had become a massive blade by the time it reached its target, and the dark world enhanced its power when it released a slash. Night was subtler. Chief Ash didn't even sense when the pterodactyl fused with her body and began to sever her law. Snore limited itself to appear in front of its target and launch its dark beam. The dark world enhanced that attack, and a wave of violent dark matter ran through the entire cloud. When Noah was inside the dark world, he had the power to defeat an entire army of rank 7 cultivators that contained 5 experts at his level. That battle prowess was absurd for an existence who had just advanced to the liquid stage, but Noah wasn't an ordinary cultivator. His new power also came from the Great Builder's inheritance, so it wasn't a surprise that he could express such strength. However, every ability had weaknesses. The workshop was an incredible technique, but its creations were valuable only when Noah used them to overwhelm his opponents. In a situation when everyone was doing their best to run away, the dragons couldn't express their real power. Noah used his movement technique to reach his target in an instant. Chief Barrett soon appeared in his vision, but Noah only saw a blur as he flew through his body. The expert was under the suppression of the dark world. He couldn't sense Noah. His body exploded before he could even understand what was happening around him. The demonic sword had transformed into a massive blade during its slash. The dark matter inside the dark world and generated by its body had filled it with so much energy that its target couldn't react to its power. The slash unleashed a storm of dark matter that severed everything on its path. A hole also appeared on the cloud due to the massive amount of higher energy moved during the attack. The sword's target could only crumble when 1/6 of the dark world fell on him. It didn't matter that the living weapon was still in the lower tier. That amount of higher energy could kill any cultivator in the liquid stage if it hit them. Chief Ash felt safe for most of her escape, but her body split in half when she was about to reach the edge of the dark world. Disbelief filled her mind when she saw her consciousness growing dark. During her last instant of awareness, she saw a strange pterodactyl leaving her figure to merge with the black environment. Snore's dark beam was Noah's strongest attack. That violent dark matter existed only to destroy even if it carried the power to create. It was the most offensive form of the copied elements, so it could disintegrate all the originals. The chief struck by Snore's beam tried to fight back with a series of spells, but they crumbled under the might carried by the violent dark matter. The Blood Companion defeated its target in an instant and created another hole in the cloud due to the higher energy moved during its attack. The last liquid stage expert was an old woman with long gray hair called Chief Taylor. A series of dragons came out of the blackness and threw their fangs at her while she tried to escape from the dark world. Those puppets often managed to damage her body, but she never stopped escaping. Even when the dragons bit their left arm off and cut away one of her legs, she continued to fly toward the edge of the dark world. Chief Taylor's individuality allowed her to transform her skin into a crystal-like mineral featuring high defensive properties. The suppression of the dark world had slowed down the activation of that technique and had made her suffer severe injuries. Still, wounds stopped appearing on her after she completed her ability. The dragons couldn't hurt her anymore at that point. They had managed to pierce that ability before, but they didn't have enough time to do it now. Their attacks could only make her bounce through different areas of the dark world until she eventually left that blackness. Noah and his companions couldn't stop her. They had too many opponents, and the shockwaves radiated by Divine Demon's battle had destroyed most of his fake cores. The puppets that had gone after Chief Taylor didn't have enough power to stop her advance. The demonic sword, Knight, and Snore proudly returned toward Noah after they defeated their enemies, but he revealed an annoyed expression at their sight. "I killed him, father," the demonic sword exclaimed as roars mixed with its human voice. Snore hissed to convey the same message, and it raised its massive reptilian head to express its pride. Only Knight remained silent and took out Chief Ash's maimed corpse from its empty insides. The demonic sword and Snore froze at that point. They understood that they had forgotten something vital for Noah. Their attacks had been so massive that their targets had turned into dust. "Nicely done, Knight," Noah said as he stored Chief Ash's corpse. He also stored his target, and the dark world brought him the corpses of the other cultivators who had died in its range. His black hole would suppress the intact Dancians and preserve their energy for later. The dark world even brought all the storage items that floated through its blackness. Noah would study them later. He had to chase after Chief Taylor and put an end to his battle now. He would take care of his gains only after his targets were dead. The dark matter flowed inside his chest as Noah recalled his technique. The three companions' bickering resounded inside his mind, but he ignored it to search for his target. His consciousness expanded as soon as the outside world became visible again, but he couldn't sense anything other than Divine Demon's intense aura. Noah didn't even need to turn in his direction to understand that he had to prioritize his escape in that situation. The entire region had turned into Divine Demon's personal world after Boss Van survived his second attack. The environment sensed that Divine Demon could lose that bet, so it expanded his influence until it enveloped an even larger area. The region had transformed during those short seconds. A large chunk of the ground, part of the sky, and all the remaining trees had turned into multicolored water that rose to surround Divine Demon. The world was giving him the power that he needed to win that bet. Laws transformed on their own to create the perfect environment for his abilities. Boss Van didn't feel worried. It didn't matter how much power Divine Demon amassed. He believed that nothing could kill him at that point, especially since he had many years left. "Buying time won't help you," Boss Van taunted Divine Demon. "I acknowledge the power of your individuality, but it's something too troublesome to handle. What happens if you lose even once? Do you need to live without knowing defeat to advance?" Noah heard Boss Van's words even if he was flying at full speed away from that region. Nothing could force him to stay in an area that was about to witness Divine Demon's last attack. Noah shared some of Boss Van's concerns. Divine Demon was a monster, but his individuality seemed to work against him. It forced him to turn any situation into a hard challenge, and it even made him risk his life against opponents that he could defeat easily. Still, Divine Demon had managed to ascend and reach the solid stage with his individuality. Noah had to believe in his ability. The demon was a maniac, but he wasn't weak. Even his most reckless move hid boundless confidence. Divine Demon sighed when he saw that Boss Van had survived his second attack. An annoyed expression appeared on his face even when the world continued to give him energy to use for his spells. He didn't like that outcome. He wasn't scared that Boss Van could survive his third attack, but he didn't feel happy to have reached that point. "I can't allow myself to lose, can I?" Divine Demon said before sighing again. Boss Van continued to smile, but traces of doubt formed inside him when he studied his opponent's expression. The lack of fear on Divine Demon's face gave him a bad feeling that didn't come from the massive amount of energy accumulated around him. "I have lived for 9,000 years, Boss Van said. "I use 1,000 to increase my cultivation level. I can pour the rest in my spells, and I've barely needed 100 of them to block your previous attack." There isn't a single solid-stage cultivator capable of making me use 8,000 years with a single ability. Boss Van wasn't bragging. His math came from his experience. After all, he wasn't an aloof member of one of the powerful organizations. As a guild leader of a minor force, he had to fight multiple times and earn his place in the solid stage. Your math isn't wrong, but you have missed an important detail, Divine Demon said as he pointed at the energy around him. I always make things hard. Battles that I can win in a few exchanges transform into deadly challenges that I have to face seriously. Betting my life is the only way I have to improve my power. You have found the limits of your individuality then, Boss Van said. Hurry up, Tech. I will take your life afterward. The redness radiated by Divine Demon's eyes intensified after that line. The time for taunts was over. He had to launch his last attack and see if his cultivation journey could continue. One stream can pierce the ground, Divine Demon said, and the energy around him condensed to create a small trail of water that flowed across his arm. A waterfall can pierce rocks, Divine Demon said, and more energy flowed inside the river that began to shake uncontrollably. The ocean can pierce the world, Divine Demon said, and all the energy around him fused with the stream. The small river began to shine and radiate a multicolored light while it rotated around Divine Demon's arm. Its waters obtained intense violence that made them release surges of energy into the environment. Boss Van immediately noticed that the small stream was different from the previous spells. Divine Demon's attacks had been nothing more than simple torrents before. Yet, his third ability carried peculiar features. The stream appeared far more complicated. The energy inside it had condensed in a peculiar manner and had begun to move according to a strange rhythm. It was a proper ability instead of a simple display of power. I don't like fighting seriously, Divine Demon said as he pulled his arm backward and opened his palm. Every battle ends quickly if I do. My cultivation level barely improves whenever I use my real power. Divine Demon's breath came out of his dantian and fused with the stream at that point. The multicolored water became white after that process ended. It had transformed into a type of energy that surpassed the normal limits of the breath. Still, I am a demon that feeds of victories, Divine Demon concluded. It doesn't matter how boring it is. I have to win, even if I need to perform a miracle to achieve that. Noah studied the battle from a safe spot in a region nearby. Surprise filled his mind when he saw the river rotating around Divine Demon's arm. He couldn't be sure of that, but it seemed that the breath had transformed into a type of higher energy on its own. What exactly is his individuality? Noah wondered as disbelief replaced the surprise. Creating higher energy and using it in spells required years spent in seclusion and a multitude of tests. It wasn't something that a cultivator could learn to do in the middle of a battle. However, Divine Demon didn't respect that common sense. He needed to win his challenge, so his individuality had forced his attack to evolve. Noah didn't know if that was the demon's usual battle style, but he felt almost sure that his white water didn't carry the stability that higher energy should have. Don't tell me that he has created it on the spot, Noah thought as his eyes remained glued on the battle. Noah was about to witness the exchange between two solid-stage cultivators. He wouldn't miss it for anything in the world. Your chest will disappear now, Divine Demon said as his palm shot forward. The river rotated faster during the attack. Divine Demon's arm shone with white light as it stretched toward his opponent and released the energy that he had accumulated. No water came out of his palm. Divine Demon sent his energy flying toward his opponent during the attack, and a white flash illuminated the area before disappearing in the following instant. The whole attack had lasted less than a second, but Divine Demon found himself without energy left. A tired expression also appeared on his face since his dantian had emptied its insides to fuel that spell. The world didn't send more energy toward Divine Demon. His aura also shrunk and returned inside his figure. His individuality didn't affect the matter anymore. He was defenseless and exhausted now. Noah held his breath as he moved his gaze toward Boss Van. The scene that he saw made surprise take over his disbelief, and his divine deduction technique activated on its own to review that attack. No light came out of Boss Van's eye. Half of his head had disappeared during the flash of light, and his entire torso had met the same end. Divine Demon's attack had left only his limbs untouched. I didn't sense any shockwave, Noah thought as countless images ran in his vision. In theory, a cultivator couldn't attack without releasing shockwaves in the environment. Their intensity depended on the power of the ability. The energy inside those spells and techniques made the matter react to its passage. Yet, Divine Demon's attack didn't radiate anything. All the energy accumulated from the world and Divine Demon's Danteon had disappeared without leaving any trace. Boss Van's maimed corpse was the only proof of its existence. The world has opened a path to victory, Noah thought as he understood what had happened. It prevented his attack from leaking energy and created an opportunity that Divine Demon could use to win. It's not only a matter of breath with him. He seems able to turn any environment into a superior form of my dark world. Divine Demon breathed loudly after he saw Boss Van's corpse. His Danteon began to produce breath at high speed to refill its insides, and his mind did the same with its mental energy. His cultivation level rose after Divine Demon finished refilling his centers of power. He instantly became stronger than before. Winning the bet had made his strength increase. Care to explain what was that? Noah asked after he left his hiding spot and flew toward Divine Demon. Noah knew that he couldn't even hope to copy the effects of Divine Demon's individuality, but he wanted to understand how he had created higher energy out of nowhere. Noah wanted to lend something that he could implement into his battle style. My air! Divine Demon exclaimed as energy filled his centers of power. How was your battle? One of them managed to escape because someone has forced me to fight in the middle of his battle, Noah said without hiding the annoyance that he felt. Wonderful! Divine Demon shouted. Maybe more of them will come then. Good. A demon should never lack enemies. The Crystal City is already after me, Noah said as he massaged his temples. I only needed you not to reveal my position. The Crystal City? Divine Demon asked. I think they have forgotten about me. Wait, Noah replied. Can gods even forget things? Also, how did you survive the beast tide with that troublesome individuality of yours? I simply escaped, Divine Demon answered in a plain tone. I was so fast that the expert from the Crystal City didn't manage to take a good look at me. I'm not a brute. I know when I need to run. Noah didn't expect that. He already imagined Divine Demon as a mindless maniac who threw himself into unwinnable battles to improve his cultivation level. Still, he felt glad to learn that he was wrong about him. I didn't know you could use higher energy, Noah eventually said as the two began to descend toward the ground. Higher energy? Divine Demon answered as confusion appeared on his face. What's that? Divine Demon's answer left Noah speechless. His expression revealed the sincerity of his words, which made Noah even more surprised about the whole situation. That white energy during your last attack, Noah said while he imitated the palm strike. That wasn't exactly breath, was it? Oh, that, Divine Demon said as he put a hand under his chin. I can't learn too many techniques and spells since they would ultimately hurt my individuality. I create new ones with the Divine Deduction technique during my challenges. They always change, and I don't memorize any of them, so I simply call them miracles. Noah reached new levels of speechlessness when he heard that answer. Divine Demon, the expert who had created techniques that had led the hive to the top of the lower plane, didn't own abilities but only invented them on the spot. My individuality is what has allowed me to create such powerful techniques, while I was only a heroic cultivator, Divine Demon explained. I don't follow the normal process. I rely on my desire to win, and an ability eventually appears. Noah had faced and studied countless individualities throughout his life. Most of them were simple expressions of laws that already existed in the world, and only a few were as complicated as his ambition. Divine Demon's individuality was simple, but it was also the most complicated law that Noah had ever seen. The need to constantly challenge himself forced Divine Demon to live a troublesome life that other cultivators couldn't even hope to survive. He must have created the divine deduction techniques to make up for his innate weakness, Noah thought as the two flew back in one of the cracks. His individuality would have killed him countless times already if he didn't have a method to enhance his mental capabilities. The Crystal City might be a troublesome opponent, Divine Demon said after they returned in his underground hall. Noah showed a confused expression at that remark. He didn't expect Divine Demon to label an enemy as troublesome without showing any excitement. I told you that I'm not a brute, Divine Demon continued while taking a jug of wine from his space ring. The guilds and all the smaller forces mostly have cultivators that couldn't meet the standards of the big organizations. They are generally weaker than the rest. Noah reviewed his battle against Lady Lena when he heard those words. His cultivation level was slightly higher back then since his ambition was empowering his centers of power. Still, the expert from the Crystal City had managed to hold her ground for a while anyway. Instead, the chiefs of Boss Van's guild couldn't face him even after his cultivation level had fallen and stabilized at the bottom of the liquid stage. Noah had perfected his workshop and his movement technique since his battle with Lady Lena, but those improvements alone couldn't make a fight against 5 liquid stage experts as easy as it had been. The chiefs were clearly weaker than Lady Lena, but Noah didn't give the matter much thought at the beginning. Some cultivators just happened to be stronger than others. That difference of power could have been just a case. Yet, Divine Demon's words said otherwise, and Noah could only believe them. The expert had lived in the immortal lands for far longer than him, and he had surely interacted with the human society more often. I need to destroy the Crystal City quickly then, Noah said as he sat on the ground and laid his back on the rocky wall. Remember to call me when you do, Divine Demon said as he joined Noah on the ground and prepared 2 cups. I need stronger enemies. The secret organization only sends wimps after me. I feel underestimated. Noah took a cup and drank together with Divine Demon. The duo remained in silence as strong wine entered their bodies and relaxed their mind. Part of the stress accumulated during the battle dispersed under the effects of that warm liquid. How are my disciples? Divine Demon asked at some point. They are fine, Noah replied. The other organizations can't compete with the Hive, and the other world should be more peaceful. The techniques of the other demon sects are also alive. They should arrive here in a few millennia. The lower plane has become messy after I left, Divine Demon said before giving voice to a short laugh. That chaos spreads from here, the place closer to heaven and earth. Every change in the immortal lands affects all the other mortal lands. It's a never-ending cycle that will continue as long as the white sky remains above us. Have you seen the outer lands? Noah asked. Do storms fill them? Have you ever witnessed new regions fusing with the immortal lands? You will see everything soon enough, Divine Demon replied as he refilled both cups. The Legion controls a place that I want to explore, but they never let humans get close. I will use you to enter it. You could at least try to make it seem like a cooperation, Noah replied as a laugh escaped his mouth. What's the point? Divine Demon said. You are my rightful heir, and you have even led what remained of my disciples to the peak of the world. Some friendships take centuries to form, but this one has needed a simple glance. The duo continued to speak about various events after that line. They mostly conversed about the other demons, but they also discussed matters related to their individualities. When the battle was over, they separated to cultivate in different areas for a few months. They would then regroup in that underground hall and travel together in the outer lands to meet the Legion. The underground structure of the region was vast. Noah and Divine Demon could choose different training areas inside it without distancing themselves too much. Noah had a lot to go through after the battle with Boss Van's guild. His opponents didn't have special space ring like the members of the Crystal City. He could seize all their items, even if his corrosive smoke and the army of dragons had damaged most of them. The soul stones were sturdier than most inscribed items due to their peculiar nature, so Noah could add almost 20,000 of them to his stash. The same wasn't true for the other items. The various cloaking and defensive devices had suffered damages during the battle. Noah could only store them in the hope that an inscription hall would buy them anyway. Those cultivators didn't have anything valuable. Their status inside the immortal lands was too low, and most of their profits went to the guild, so they never managed to accumulate riches. The most significant gains from the battle were the many dantians seized from the experts' corpses. The demonic sword and snore had failed to preserve their opponents, and Chief Taylor had escaped. But Noah had managed to get his hands on a high number of centers of power anyway. Noah ate while he turned the black metal obtained in Great Builder's pyramid into fake cores. He had lost most of his old stash due to the shockwaves radiated from Divine Demon's battle, so he needed to refill it. Moreover, the workshop could show its real power only if he provided its creations with those simple centers of power. The dragons would be too frail to fight against cultivators in the liquid stage otherwise. His technique would lose most of its value if he depleted all his fake cores. Finding a new material for the fake cores soon became one of his new priorities after Noah depleted the black metal obtained in the pyramid. Still, he didn't worry too much about that issue. The immortal lands had enough materials to satisfy his needs. The demonic sword advanced while he was busy polishing the workshop. The blade reached the middle tier easily since it depended on Noah's cultivation level. Only Night was still in the lower tier at that point, but Noah couldn't quicken its growth. The pterodactyl was different from Snore and the demonic sword. Its power didn't depend on Noah's might. He could only create unique darkness to help it. After he finished dealing with the workshop, Noah could finally focus on other pressing matters. He had two main projects at hand, and he could choose only one before regrouping with Divine Demon. Noah still had the red crystals obtained in the evolution pit, but every project that involved his companions always kept him busy for entire decades. Also, that material carried unknown capabilities that he didn't dare to test on those creatures. Night, the demonic sword, and Snore were core aspects of his power. Noah alone was far stronger than his peers due to his hybrid status, but his companions made him a one-man army. The three peculiar living beings were divine existences that made his prowess increase by a lot. Night is only useful inside the dark world for now, Noah summarized in his mind. I should just create a new blood companion and study the effects of the red crystals while I wait for it to catch up with my level. That decision led to another problem. Noah had Snore and the workshop, so he was already making the best out of the dark matter. Even if he used his higher energy as a core material, he couldn't surpass what he had already built inside the snake. It was better to take a magical beast with a useful and powerful innate ability and turn it into an intelligent puppet. His new blood companion had to be similar to Night, but Noah didn't know which species suited his current battle prowess. The immortal lands had a different and vast fauna that Noah had yet to understand fully. He couldn't decide on his next blood companion without a clear vision of which species he could find in the higher plane. He couldn't even create something to destroy it afterward since he planned to begin testing the red crystal with his next blood companion. That material was a precious resource that he had to handle carefully since he didn't have the power to steal more of it. With the workshop completed and the matters about the blood companions put aside, Noah began to focus on the last field at his disposal. Being able to use the movement technique again made his battle prowess skyrocket, and it also reminded Noah of how much power he could express when he used all the aspects of his hybrid status. His personal arts were something that spells and techniques on the same level couldn't match, and Noah wanted more of them. That desire also involved his slashes since they had begun to feel too simple for the types of battles he was facing. The key to being stronger than any cultivator and magical beast was in that field. Noah had to improve his personal arts if he always wanted to be one step ahead of his opponents even when they were at his same level. The issue there was that he needed to invent forms capable of surpassing Sword Saint when it came to his slashes. The techniques he used were the best sword strikes available, and he could only overcome them when he involved his individuality. Apart from the slashes, Noah didn't need to create another personal art, especially after restoring his movement technique. His focus had to go on those attacks. Noah still had something else to improve after ruling out the other fields. The divine deduction technique was in its original form, which was a negative feature that he had yet to fix. The divine deduction technique was incredible even in its current form, but Noah had to transform it into something that could suit his existence. Divine Demon had to do the same after his ascension, but the process was far easier for him since he was its creator. Noah didn't get anything done during that period of training. His projects would take countless years, and he couldn't hope to complete them before regrouping with Divine Demon. A few ideas had popped into his mind as he wondered about those 3 projects, but he eventually decided to wait until his meeting with the Legion to pursue them. The Legion's members were hybrid. An organization of that kind would surely have studies about fields similar to Noah's personal art, so he felt quite eager to meet them. The break lasted for almost 6 months, in which Noah mostly ran simulations with the divide deduction technique and cultivated. He needed to accumulate experience for his projects to immediately begin them once he obtained the required materials or inspirations. As for his cultivation, Noah focused on restoring his potential. He lacked an essential feature of his individuality now, and he could only rebuild it slowly during his training sessions. After 6 months, Noah and Divine Demon regrouped inside the large underground hall and resurfaced to begin their march toward the Outer Lands. The Outer Lands weren't a fixed place. Cultivators gave that name to all the regions outside of the human and magical beasts domains, so their actual width was unclear. Noah and Divine Demon marched for years, avoiding any human settlement that they found on their path. They had caused enough trouble already, and Chief Taylor was alive, so it was better to remain anonymous for the moment. Their march was peaceful and filled with breaks spent conversing or cultivating. Divine Demon's aura scared away most magical beasts, and Noah's superior awareness allowed them to avoid any dangerous lair. The two grew closer and learnt each other's characters during their travel. Their personalities had many common points, so they got along well and never second-guessed their decisions. They had become a well-oiled team in a matter of months. The scenery slowly changed as they ventured farther away from the center of the human domain. Fewer settlements appeared on their path, replaced by multiple danger zones that featured various packs fighting over territories. The magical beasts occupied every inch of the immortal lands. If it weren't for the cultivators defending their borders and sealing pacts with them, those creatures would have already conquered the entirety of the higher plane. The environment also went through some changes as their march continued. The regions became wilder, and soft winds started to blow from time to time. Noah didn't need any explanation to recognize them. They were the same gales made of laws found in Chandal's separate dimension. The farther you go, the more intense these winds get, Divine Demon explained as they flew above a barren mountain chain. They come from the edges of the immortal lands, where new territories appear every decade. Do heaven and earth never stop building? Noah asked as he absorbed the laws that his destruction turned into primary energy. Who knows? Divine Demon replied. Seeing the edges of the higher plane isn't an easy feat. Only truly powerful existences can reach them due to the barrier of storms. Have you ever traveled there? Noah asked. Once, but there isn't much to see, Divine Demon answered. You might get lucky and see a mountain appearing out of nowhere when you are there. But that's it. I went only to learn how the immortal lands worked, and I came back with more doubts than answers. The all-expanding theory isn't enough? Noah continued to question the expert. It is correct, but far from enough, Divine Demon said as he pointed toward the horizon. Where do heaven and earth even take the energy to build so many territories? Why do that at all? It would be easier to find answers if we were to observe the immortal lands from outside. But only those with a death wish leave the white sky. The duo had conversed about those topics multiple times already. Noah didn't need to question the expert again to understand the meaning behind his words. The white sky had holes equipped with dimensional tunnels that connected the higher plane with the lower ones. Powerful existences could theoretically fly through them and arrive in the void, but that effort was quite pointless. The immortal lands had expanded for eras, and the same went for the white sky that enveloped them. Even powerful divine cultivators would take millennia to travel to the edges of heaven and earth system to watch it in its entirety. That wasn't even the main issue in the matter. The whiteness of the sky was blinding, and it hid its various holes. It was impossible to find the way back inside the higher plane once flying out of it. Divine cultivators could survive in the void, but they couldn't live inside it. That environment lacked any form of nutrients, so their energy would slowly deplete until nothing remained of them. The travels through the void were also dangerous since it was hard to understand where to go. Shandal had felt confident in the task because King Elba's dimensional tunnel acted as a signal, but no cultivator would normally choose to venture there. It would be feasible if we knew how big the immortal lands are, but alas. Divine Demon eventually concluded before heaving a helpless sigh. The storms of laws were too intense near the higher plane's edges, so no one knew for how long they continued. The cultivators had also forgotten how big the magical beast's domain was since the wars with those creatures always forced them to migrate at some point. The picture of the immortal lands that had formed inside Noah's mind was quite simple. He imagined the magical beast's domain as cancer that continued to expand and the human domain as a white spot that never stopped retreating. Countless regions called outer lands surrounded them, and their unclear width made any attempt to calculate the exact size of the immortal lands impossible. The outside exploration was also impossible due to the threatening properties of the void and that unclearness. Even if powerful explorers prepared themselves for the task, they would risk spending pointless millennia searching for the end of the white sky. We can only accept this prison as long as we remain simple gods, Noah added at some point. You need to become an existence capable of producing breath or something similar, Divine Demon replied. Maybe that's what heaven and earth are trying to do. We might be nothing more than keys opening the path to the 10th rank. The duo couldn't have proper answers. Theirs were only hypotheses generated after studying the clues in the immortal lands. Their cultivation level was too low to have any certainty in that matter. How long till we reach the Legion? Noah asked after the second decade of travel went by. We are already in its domain, Divine Demon replied. They are probably trying to find someone in the solid stage because of me. Don't start with your challenges, Noah said as soon as he saw the redness radiated by Divine Demon's eyes becoming more intense. I need them as allies to learn what they have discovered about the hybrid statues. Can't you kill them and seize their studies? Divine Demon asked as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I don't know where they keep their resources, Noah replied. I also expect them to have rank 8 hybrids in their ranks. Their sole thought is enough to destroy me. Peaceful it is. Divine Demon quickly gave up arguing with Noah. Divine Demon only wanted to win his challenges, so he didn't care how his relationship with the Legion ended up being. Instead, Noah was different. He needed those creatures to see if its members had created something to implement his battle style. Noah suddenly stopped as their march continued. Divine Demon turned toward him to understand what was happening, and Noah's expression revealed everything he needed to know. Multiple presences had appeared around them. Noah didn't know from where they had come out nor where they were hiding, but he couldn't see any of them from his position. The region had nothing more than a few short mountains and rocky terrain. Hiding there was virtually impossible, but Noah's senses weren't lying. Before he could reply to Divine Demon, 2 shadows came out of the terrain and charged at him. Noah didn't even think in that situation. His hand shot forward and he found 2 hands stuck in his grasp. Noah sensed an immense force landing on his arms, and his innate ability activated on its own to boost his physical strength. Dark matter filled his black vein as he studied the 2 figures that had attacked him. 2 hybrids in the liquid stage, a man and a woman, wore a surprised expression as their gazes darted between Noah's hands and his face. Their cultivation level was similar to Noah's, and their bodies also stood at the same tier. However, Noah had been able to stop their attacks at the same time and was even managing to restrain them. Noah had agreed with Divine Demon to approach the Legion peacefully, but he wouldn't hold back during a surprise attack. His fingers stabbed his opponent's tough skin and dug through their knuckles as his aura spread in the environment. Divine Demon felt slightly annoyed that the hybrids had completely ignored him. He was about to unfold his aura when a powerful consciousness covered the area and forced him to divert his attention from Noah's battle. He could understand the level of that expert from the consciousness. Divine Demon knew that an existence in the solid stage was somewhere in that barren region. More auras unfolded as Noah waved the experts in his grasp whenever they tried to counterattack. 2 more consciousnesses belonging to solid stage hybrids filled the region and converged toward Divine Demon. Multiple weaker auras drew closer until Noah began to see shadows flying in his vision. A series of blows landed on his back before he could even understand what had hit him. He had to focus to sense that 2 more hybrids had appeared behind him. Do they have cloaking devices? Noah wondered as blood climbed through his throat. His insides shook after the last attack, but Noah didn't let go of the hybrids in his grasp. They had brought the fight to him, so he wouldn't hold back. Noah waved the 2 restrained hybrids toward the existences behind him. The duo had to dodge for fear of hurting their companions, but they didn't expect a massive reptilian head to come out of Noah's body and launch a dark beam toward them. The escaping hybrids could only dodge again, and Noah used those precious seconds to slam his enemies on the ground and kick them until they lost consciousness. Multiple injuries appeared on the hybrids' bodies. Noah could hurt him with his physical might, so he didn't need the demonic sword and knight to come out just yet. The hybrids that had escaped dived back toward Noah, but the world suddenly went dark and forced them to stop their advance. When the light returned, they found black flames covered in a silver radiance around their bodies and in that entire chunk of sky. Enough! A loud voice spread through one of the consciousnesses belonging to a solid-stage hybrid. The black flames vanished as the shockwaves radiated by that voice spread through the environment, and the 2 hybrids under Noah began to float away under the effects of the expert's mental waves. The hybrids above Noah also left the area and regrouped on top of one of the short mountains nearby. Noah and Divine Demon could finally see the entirety of the team that had attacked them by looking in that direction. 8 hybrids in the liquid stage and 3 in the solid stage. Noah counted in his mind when he saw that small platoon. The situation wouldn't have been dangerous if it wasn't for the 3 solid-stage hybrids. With them on the scene, Noah couldn't do anything too overbearing since they could intervene. Noah took out a piece of wood from his separate space and showed the claw marks on its surface to the group. The hybrids exchanged a few glances at that sight, but their expressions didn't lose their seriousness. "Are you from the Legion?" Noah asked without waiting for them to speak. "Grace has given me this token. We just want to talk." Noah's words didn't seem to cause any evident reaction, but he waited anyway. Those experts were his only lead in the search for arts that only hybrids could use freely. He didn't want to turn them into enemies so soon. "You have to pass a trial to talk with us," one of the solid-stage cultivators said. "What kind of trial?" Noah asked with no hesitation. "You have to fight our strongest warriors," the hybrid said. "If you win, I will personally answer your questions." Noah felt slightly concerned that he didn't even come close to a solid-stage cultivator in terms of power, let alone a hybrid with a body in the upper tier. Yet, the solid-stage hybrid soon reassured him about the rules. "You have to overcome foes at your cultivation level," the hybrid said. "You will fight 5 of them in total and earn your place among us. We will talk then." Noah thought for a few seconds before agreeing to those conditions. He would fight and prove his strength if necessary. He didn't fear anyone at his level anyway. Noah took a few steps forward while Divine Demon retreated. That was a matter that only hybrids could handle, so the demon didn't even dare to join the battle. He would let Noah take care of that situation. "Go get them, my heir." Divine Demon cheered for him as he landed on the barren ground and took a jug of wine from his space ring. He had decided that Noah was enough in the matter. "Clement," the hybrid announced, and a man with long curly hair shot in his direction without holding anything back. The man was tall and brawny. Thick hair covered his exposed chest and arms, and a long black bear grew from his chin. His eyebrows were also thick. It would have been easy to mistake him for a gorilla that wore a robe. Clement reached Noah in an instant, and he joined his hands to swing his arms upward. Still, Noah nimbly dodged that attack and rotated on himself to throw a kick to the hybrid's abdomen. The sound of bones shattering and internal organs condensing filled the air. Clement spat a mouthful of blood and opened his hands to grab his opponent, but Noah punched the hybrid right in the middle of his forehead. The attack flung Clement on the ground, and Noah promptly followed him. The hybrid didn't seem to have any desire to use his breath and activate spells or technique, so Noah did the same. "Enough!" The solid-stage hybrid in the distance shouted before Noah could reach Clement with his descending blow. Clement quickly stood up and glanced at Noah before flying back to his group. The two hybrids that Noah had injured before then shot forward even if the leader had yet to call them. They were too angry at Noah. "Can I use my weapons and innate abilities?" Noah asked before those experts could reach him, and the team leader in the distance shook his head to answer. Why would they even test themselves like this? Noah thought as annoyance filled his mind. The woman opened her hands and straightened her fingers to form claws while the man kept one of his legs bent to accumulate power. Yet Noah didn't let them have the initiative. Noah was faster than them. He only needed to wrap his hands around their faces and slam them on the ground before they could release their attacks. Noah dived at full speed and stomped his feet on his opponent's chest. The two hybrids spat mouthfuls of blood after the impact, and traces of breath leaked out of their figures when they sensed Noah's killing intent. Their instincts were reacting to Noah's dangerous area. The two hybrids felt compelled to release their breath to defend against whatever was about to come. "Enough!" the team leader in the distance shouted, and Noah shot an annoyed glance in his direction. Noah had enough of that facade. His black hole put his species above the hybrids. In his mind, testing his strength was a useless procedure. The leader seemed to understand that Noah was far stronger than the average hybrid with a body in the middle tier. Still, he wanted to know how powerful Noah actually was. "Jordan, go," the leader said toward one of the solid-stage experts. Noah showed a surprised expression when he saw the expert descending from the short mountain and walking toward him. It didn't matter how strong he was. He didn't have the power to face an existence in the solid stage. His thoughts ran quickly, and his legs bent. Countless ideas on how to escape that situation surged in his mind. The hybrids were still under his feet, so he instantly decided to use them as hostages. "You can use your breath and mental energy," the leader suddenly said. "She can't." Noah froze at those words. Hybrids weren't much different from magical beasts when it came to their physical prowess. The leader was basically asking him to defeat a creature in the upper tier. "Can I do it?" Noah wondered while he studied his opponent. His opponent was a tall, young-looking woman with long brown hair and green eyes. She seemed slender, but her large gray robe hid most of her physical features. Noah couldn't even see her hands due to her clothes. Yet, his mind barely managed to memorize her aspect. Jordan was quite beautiful, but Noah could only focus on her cultivation level while watching her getting closer. Divine Demon stopped drinking but didn't lower his cup when the hybrid waked in their direction. A tinge of interest appeared in his expression, and his eyes darted between Noah and that new opponent. The demon felt quite curious about Jordan's battle prowess, but he also wanted to see what Noah would do in that situation. After all, Noah had the upper hand there since the two hybrids were still under his feet. Before Noah could even make a decision, his legs relaxed, and he stepped off the two hybrids who immediately stood up to shoot in the distance. His desire to test himself had triumphed over the danger that he felt. He wanted to see if he could defeat that powerful existence. Divine Demon exploded into a laugh and finished drinking his cup. He then turned toward Noah and Jordan before pouring more wine. He didn't want to miss that battle. Noah didn't hold anything that could improve his physical prowess back. Corrosive smoke and dark matter came out of his skin to create the fiendish armor, and his higher energy also filled his black vessels to boost his strength. Black flames flowed out of his mouth as if they were a river falling from a cliff. Noah didn't want to attack his opponent with them. He only wanted them to be in the environment in case he suffered severe injuries. Noah arched his fingers to transform his left hand into a claw that he pulled back as he leapt backward. Jordan seemed to understand what he wanted to do, but she limited herself to raise her hand and reveal her open palm. There was no arrogance in Jordan's expression. She was simply conscious of her superior power. Also, she had acknowledged Noah's prowess, so she didn't want to risk injuring him. That exchange suited both of them, so they didn't complain nor retreat. They remained silent as they prepared and waited for the attack to begin. Noah shot forward. The world in his vision became blurry, but he never lost sight of Jordan's palm. His figure morphed and transformed into a black sword that reached his opponent in an instant. When the sword hit Jordan's palm, Noah's figure replaced the black weapon, and a loud shockwave spread in the environment. The ground under the two of them cracked and shattered, and the same went for the terrain behind Jordan. Divine Demon laughed again when he saw Noah's sharp energy coming out of Jordan's back and flying in the distance. The attack had definitely hit, and its might was quite outstanding for an existence in the liquid stage. Jordan kept an aloof expression until her feet began to slide on the ground, and a pinch-like pain reached her mind. Noah had managed to push her back, even if only slightly. She pulled back her hand to stare at her palm. A minute cut had appeared at its center, and a drop of dark red blood flowed out of the wound. Noah had also managed to injure her. Testing him any more is pointless, Jordan shouted as she raised her injured hand to show it to the leader. The hybrids in the liquid stage remained speechless at the sight of that minute wound. Noah had used spells and martial arts, but that wasn't an easy feat nonetheless. The upper tier of the 7th rank wasn't a level that existences near the bottom of the liquid stage could affect. The fact that Noah had managed to piece Jordan's skin revealed how his battle prowess was off the scale. "You and your friend have earned your meeting," the leader said before retreating on the other side of the mountain. "I'm not only a friend," Divine Demon shouted while the rest of the hybrids followed the leader behind the mountain. "He is my heir. I'm the master here." The hybrids ignored him, but Jordan gave voice to a short laugh before moving her eyes back on Noah. She studied the fiendish armor and followed the trails of smoke that came out of it when Noah called it back before fixing her gaze on his reptilian pupils. Jordan's pupils changed when they met Noah's eyes. They sharpened until they became two fissures. She also had reptilian eyes, but she kept them hidden. Noah's instincts became alert, but they didn't sense any danger coming from the hybrid. Jordan exuded a strange aura that made him feel protected. It was as if they were natural allies. "You earned this," Jordan said before revealing her palm to Noah. The drop of blood was still there, and Noah glanced at Jordan before bending to lick her palm. A surge of energy suddenly entered his body, and his black hole quickly absorbed it to begin the purification. "How daring," Jordan said as a smile appeared on her face. "You could have used your finger." Noah didn't say anything and only watched as Jordan released a happy laugh and turned to join her team. In less than a minute, the hybrids had gone on the back of the mountain. Only Divine Demon and Noah remained in the area. "Well done, my heir," Divine Demon exclaimed as he stood up and stored his wine. "I told you it would have been easy with you here." Noah ignored him as peculiar thoughts rose from his mental sea. It had been a long time since he had interacted with another hybrid, and he had to admit that it felt quite good to be among similar existences. Noah didn't feel strange or off. That simple gesture exchanged with Jordan had made him view the Legion under a perspective that he didn't consider before. Humans and magical beasts couldn't offer him those interactions. Only hybrids could understand how desirable a drop of blood was and remain calm when someone liked it off their palm. The action had lasted less than an instant, but it made Noah rethink Grace's words. She had spoken the truth, and Noah could understand it only now that he had experienced a second of life among existences like him. Those thoughts didn't make Noah willing to throw away his desire for freedom, but they made him review his idea of the Legion. He felt more inclined to have that organization as an ally now. Divine Demon couldn't understand what Noah was going through, and even June would struggle to sense that. The feeling of belonging to a species that they didn't even consider surprised Noah deeply. "This is how everyone feels then," Noah thought before following Divine Demon, who had already begun to walk toward the short mountain. "I hope they don't do anything against me. It would be a pity to destroy them." The duo walked on the other side of the mountain, and an encampment unfolded in their vision. Simple tents made of rank 7 materials grew from the terrain and accommodated far more hybrids than expected. The team they had seen before was only a small part of the whole platoon that had come to meet them. Noah could count more than 30 hybrids in the gaseous stage, 12 in the liquid stage, and 5 in the solid stage with his consciousness. How did they even manage to hide from my awareness? Noah wondered, but his nose suddenly picked a faint scent that made everything clearer. The scent created an invisible cloud that covered the entire encampment and remained on the hybrid's robes. Noah found it hard to lock his attention on the existences in the area, but that didn't stop him from pinpointing the source of the ability. The scent came from one of the largest tents. One of the solid-stage hybrids released it and hid the entire encampment with that ability. The two hybrids that had fought together against Noah waited for the duo at the entrance of the encampment. Noah couldn't see any resentment in their eyes. He actually sensed that a faint trace of respect came out of their expressions. "Let us accompany you to the team leader," the woman said as she took a step forward. "I hope you won't hold any grudge. We have to be wary of any outsider." The duo didn't look at Divine Demon. They only addressed Noah with their words. It seemed that they didn't see the expert as an existence worthy of their attention. Divine Demon didn't mind that. He was aware of how the three factions interacted. Both humans and magical beasts did the same when it came to existences belonging to different species. Noah limited himself to nod, and the duo relaxed at that gesture. They even began to describe some aspects of the Legion after they told him their names. James had short dark hair, dark eyes, and no beard. Elsie had long scarlet hair and similar dark eyes, and both of them were quite young-looking. According to their words, they were among the new talents of the Legion. They were hybrids born directly into the higher plane, and that awarded them with a special treatment. Just like Noah had confirmed with the Eternal Snakes, even the hybrids benefited from growing up in the Immortal lands. The higher plane's marvelous environments awarded them with greater potential due to the quality of nutrients they could provide. James and Elsie had been in the higher plane since their birth, so they were the best possible hybrids in theory. Those who ascended from the mortal lands had a lower starting point compared to them. The conversation then moved to the encampment. The duo explained how the Legion never sent hybrids into solitary missions because its priority was to preserve their lives. The hybrids weren't a rare sight in the Immortal lands, but they still shared the innate weaknesses placed by heaven and earth's fairness. They had low fertility, so any of them was a priceless asset in the Legion. James and Elsie also explained how the Legion was in control of a few landing zones. That organization had fought for them in the past, and it had defended them until now. They were one of its primary sources of hybrids, so it was willing to wage wars to protect them. As for the types of hybrids, James and Elsie couldn't give Noah a definitive answer. The Immortal lands seemed to hold every kind of variant, so they had never bothered to study the small differences among them. Only a few experts among the Legion could define the exact type of a hybrid. James and Elsie were like the natives of the other world with a human shape. They had fake Dantians that fed on laws, but they didn't have individualities. As for Noah, they labeled him as one of the strongest types of hybrid. He had a physical might that surpassed magical beasts and an individuality that made his existence hard to improve but also gave him more power. The only type that could match him was his direct opposite, hybrids who had individualities inside beast bodies. They were less common than Noah's type, but the Legion had many of them nonetheless. According to the duo's words, those existences lived in the outer lands around the magical beast's domain due to their aspect. Most of them were members of the region, but they operated in those creatures' territory because it was easier for them to mix among the fauna. James and Elsie led Noah and Divine Demon toward a big tent that belonged to the team leader. The expert arrived after the two hybrids left, and he revealed his name before gesturing to the duo to sit on a praying mat that covered the habitation's floor. The leader's name was Ian. He was a middle-aged man with short blonde hair and red eyes that shone with a darker glow than Divine Demon. He took a jug of wine from his space ring once they all sat, but his face didn't show any trace of kindness. He was only polite. "You wanted to talk," Ian said as he filled 3 cups. Noah glanced at Divine Demon. He didn't have any specific questions to ask Ian. Meeting the Legion was his idea. "There is a place in the outer lands that I want to visit," Divine Demon said as he picked 1 cup and raised it to his mouth. "I'm not sure I can help," Ian replied. "The Legion doesn't handle transports. I can only organize an escort for the right price. Only the Legion can help me reach this place," Divine Demon continued when he lowered his cup. "I know that some of your members consider it sacred even." Ian's eyes widened at those words, but he maintained his composure. He even refilled Divine Demon's cup as he waited for him to continue. I know that you show it to your important members, Divine Demon continued. I want you to make an exception for us. Why would you have any interest in that place? Ian asked after he heard Divine Demon's request. Even the Legion doesn't dare to enter it carelessly. Noah's curiosity for that place increased when he saw Ian's reaction. He had already decided that he wanted to visit it since Divine Demon had requested his help to enter it. The demon didn't explain the nature of that place, but Noah could guess that it could bring him massive benefits. Divine Demon wouldn't even try to enter it otherwise. Supreme Thief's inheritance belongs to every race, Divine Demon replied. I contacted the Legion once already, and I retreated peacefully in front of its refusal. I came in peace once again, but I brought my heir this time. Ian appeared to be conflicted about the matter. His eyes moved between Noah and Divine Demon, but he didn't seem able to find a proper answer. Noah understood that Ian's thoughts didn't linger only on Divine Demon's request. The leader was pondering about multiple matters at the same time, and one of them involved Noah. It wasn't hard to guess why Ian was interested in Noah. He had shown his excellent battle prowess already. It wasn't a surprise that the team leader wanted to recruit him. I don't have the power to give this authorization, Ian eventually replied. Then contact someone who has it, Divine Demon continued. It's not that simple, Ian answered. I might intercede to award a visit to your heir, but I can't explain the situation properly from her when it comes to you. I would need to bring you to one of the leaders for that. I don't mind meeting your leaders, Divine Demon said before giving voice to a short laugh. But I mind bringing you to our cities, Ian promptly replied. The humans will eventually migrate to these lands once the magical beasts resume their invasion. I don't want to give your side valuable information, and we all know how easy it is to break an oath. Noah memorized the last part of that line. He had yet to improve his connections with the various aspects of the human society of the higher plane, so he was still unaware of what was normal in that place. Learning that breaking oaths was possible and easy made him feel quite relieved, even a bit surprised. He had yet to find a shop that sold inscribed items capable of such feats, but he quickly suspected the involvement of the inscription halls in the matter. You don't have to worry about that, Divine Demon replied. The secret organization, the money family, and many smaller forces already see me as an enemy. My heir has even clashed with the Crystal City. We don't work with the human side unless it offers greater rewards, and there is nothing greater than Supreme Thief's inheritance. Noah's interest was shooting over the roof after hearing that name twice. An inheritance that Divine Demon held in such high regard had to be incredible, and he couldn't wait to enter it. Ian shot a surprised glance toward Noah when he heard Divine Demon's words. His mouth even hung from his jaw while he studied him. What's the matter? Noah asked when that stare became too intense. How did you anger the Crystal City? Ian asked. They wanted me to swear an oath right after the beast tied, Noah explained. I left, they chased me, I killed a few of them and left again. They then put a bounty on me, but I killed those that came after me too. Noah said that as if it was the most normal thing in the world, but Ian could barely contain his surprise when he listened to him. His mouth opened even more as he learnt about Noah's messy arrival to the Immortal lands. Did you really defeat the beast tide? Ian asked. The other ascended hybrids can't? Noah replied with a question. Divine Demon soon exploded into a laugh as that interaction continued. Pride filled his aura when he saw the stupor that his heir could cause in that solid-stage expert. They can't, Ian replied. Most of them, at least. What do you think about joining the Legion? I guess you have already received an invitation since you caused so much trouble. Noah nodded and took out the marked piece of wood, and Ian nodded at that sight. The Legion had experts hidden everywhere, and they often managed to invite the hybrids that arrived in landing zones outside of their control. I want to remain free at the moment, Noah replied, but I don't mind reconsidering my position after I learn more about the Immortal lands. That's understandable, Ian said before nodding a few times. One last thing. You said that you killed members of the Crystal City. Can you tell me who exactly? Lady Lena, Noah replied. mentioning the only noteworthy name among his victims. Ian's expression froze after Noah's answer, and he quickly picked his inscribed notebook to contact someone. After he sent a mental message, he stood up and gestured to the duo to stand up. "It seems that you have already performed a great feat for the Legion," Ian said as he escorted the duo outside the tent. "Lady Lena has killed many hybrids during her life with the Crystal City. Even if you did it for personal reasons, I can't ignore someone who has avenged our fallen companions. Will you bring us to the inheritance then?" Divine Demon said as a broad smile appeared on his face. "No," Ian answered, "but I will bring you to someone who can approve you. I suggest you rethink this now if you have any hidden purpose. No one can lie to her, and she is merciless against the potential enemies of the Legion." Noah glanced at Divine Demon, and he nodded to confirm his position. He didn't have any grudge with the Legion, and he had no interest in ruining that peaceful relationship for now. The duo would proceed with the mission as planned. Once the three of them reached the center of the encampment, Ian raised his head to the sky and released a loud howl. That cry carried an immense joy that Noah and the other hybrids in the area could feel and share. The howl also carried a simple meaning. It announced Lady Lena's death, and the other hybrids cheered when they heard that news. Ian didn't mention that Noah was behind that feat to maintain his anonymity. It seemed that the expert wanted to keep Noah pleased at the moment, so he didn't cause any problem for him. Chaos spread after Ian's howl. Dug a large hole in the azure ground while others removed the tents and threw them inside that pit. Then, those who could spit flames lit up the fabric in the hole and created a massive fire that illuminated the entire region. Barrels of wine came out of their space rings and landed around the fire. The hybrids roared and cried as they filled countless cups and drank without holding back. The entire encampment was celebrating. Only the 5 solid-stage experts remained on the sides, watching their happy underlings giving in to their beast sides and abandoning any form of decency belonging to their human part. The flames danced in Noah's eyes as he remained on the sides, watching the encampment celebrate Lady Lena's death. Wine never stopped flowing in the hybrids' cups, and countless cries ran through the region, scaring away any life form that had taken those lands as their home. It was impossible to witness that scene among humans. Most of them had lost their ability to celebrate so wholeheartedly. Only cultivators in the weaker ranks could aim to replicate that type of party. A banquet filled with conversations about individualities and similar topics was the most cultivators in the higher ranks would do as a celebration. It wasn't in their nature to engage in the activities happening in front of Noah and Divine Demon's eyes. Divine Demon mostly laughed during the celebrations. He even sat near the hybrids at some point and took a few cups of their wine for himself. Instead, Noah remained on the sides. His caution didn't allow him to relax. Suddenly, Noah began to miss June. He had been on his own for entire millennia, and the party made him aware of that. Noah didn't mind being alone. He actually preferred it most of the time. Yet, he had allowed himself to feel, so he couldn't stop that tinge of longing from seeping out of his mental sea and filling his mind. "Hurry up," Noah thought when June's face appeared in his mind. "I might go too far away if you don't reach the Immortal lands soon." "Like what you see?" Jordan said as she approached Noah. Her large robe had gotten loose during the celebrations, and her right shoulder was now in the open for everyone to see. Her amber skin shone as the scarlet flames danced in the area and mixed with the azure radiance released by the ground. "It is a strange scene," Noah replied as he turned toward the fire. "My lower plane couldn't offer something like this." "Most lower planes have that issue," Jordan said while also turning toward the fire. "You aren't the first to stare at this scene in surprise. There aren't many hybrids even in the vastness of heaven and earth's system. It's only fair for us to be a minority," Noah admitted. "The other species won't even exist if we didn't have this weakness." "You don't seem the type to care about fairness," Jordan teased him. "I only care about my power," Noah replied. "Everything else is circumstantial. Many hybrids were like you, but they eventually accepted the Legion as their home," Jordan continued. "You can live how you want and do whatever you desire, but you will always be part of this organization. No one else can understand you. Noah didn't answer anymore. Jordan was right, but he didn't like the idea of joining an organization, especially when he didn't know anything about it. Don't deny your nature, Jordan continued. There are so few hybrids already, and even less like us. Dragons with a human shape should stay close. We have the strongest blood running through our veins. It's a pity to spill it with no one nearby to lick it. Maybe one day, Noah concluded in his mind as he watched Jordan leaving to rejoin the celebrations. The hybrids went on for days, but Noah didn't watch the whole party. He left at some point and climbed one of the mountains nearby to resume his training. The noises of the celebration reached his ears, and the light of the flames illuminated his body, but Noah ignored everything around him. Nothing existed when he was cultivating. His mind focused on his centers of power and cut off everything else. Noah knew what he needed to do to improve. He only needed time and many tests to obtain the power that he sought. The celebration ended before Noah could achieve anything, and divine demons soon notified him that the encampment was about to set off. Ian would lead them to one of the cities in the Outer Lands, where a leader of the hybrid faction would evaluate them. I think it's time you tell me more about Supreme Thief's inheritance, Noah said as he interrupted his training and followed Divine Demon. The tales about this expert are quite legendary, Divine Demon explained. It's not hard to learn about his existence. Every rank 8 being in the human domain also knows that the Legion controls his inheritance. The group of hybrids waited for Divine Demon and Noah to arrive before setting off in the distance. The duo followed behind them but remained at some distance to keep their conversations private. Supreme Thief has been a rank 9 existence in his prime, Divine Demon said continued. According to the legends, he has reached the peak of the cultivation journey by stealing from every organization. It didn't matter to which side they belonged. Supreme Thief has stolen every kind of technique, spell, and material from all the known forces. He didn't even spare the other inheritances. Divine Demon couldn't contain his smile when he spoke about that expert. Noah even sensed a tinge of admiration leaking out of his aura. It is unclear whether he really died, Divine Demon explained. We only know that he has disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years, and that he has left his inheritance among the stormy edges of the higher plane. As the immortal lands expanded, the inheritance appeared. He created an inheritance in the middle of the storms of laws. Noah thought, I wonder if he managed to see the world past the edges of the higher plane. The appearance of an inheritance belonging to a rank 9 existence made the whole world go crazy, Divine Demon continued. Every organization wanted to control it, but the hybrids have been smarter. They lifted the whole region with the inheritance and moved it to a secret location. The human domain has been unable to gather any information about it since then. How do you know that the Legion hasn't cleared the inheritance already? Noah asked. This is the most interesting part, Divine Demon replied. According to the legends, Supreme Thief's inheritance isn't a single place. It contains multiple areas meant for different qualities and abilities, all of them with the chance to give rewards in the 9th rank. I'm not underestimating the Legion. I only believe that no force in the world could clear it. And we went through this mess to enter this unclearable place. Am I right? Noah asked as a smile also appeared on his face. Of course, Divine Demon replied. I can't let anyone complete the trials before me. Supreme Thief was a real demon, so I need to be his heir. I might take it from under your nose if you aren't careful, Noah said in a teasing tone. I did the same with your inheritance in the end. I expect nothing else from you, my heir. Divine Demon said. This is the inheritance of a rank 9 existence. Nothing should stop you from reaching its end. Let's try not to kill each other, Noah said before exploding into a laugh. We will keep things fair between us, Divine Demon replied as his eyes became cold. But only between us. Noah revealed a similar expression, and the duo fell silent as they followed the group of hybrids. They couldn't wait to see what Supreme Thief had created. Noah and Divine Demon followed the hybrid team for months. They crossed countless regions and witnessed a multitude of environments before reaching something that resembled a city. Not yet, Ian transmitted to the duo with his consciousness. This is one of our major forces. The city is deeper into the outer lands. An immense encampment unfolded in Noah's vision after he received that message. Countless hybrids in the 7th rank occupied that multitude of tents and created a poor imitation of the human cities. Noah recognized shops of various kinds and countless habitations as he flew above the encampment. Its overall population was lower than Vagona City, but that number was still outstanding since all those citizens were hybrids. Not all of them had a human form. Noah saw creatures with magical beasts' bodies conversing with other citizens and purchasing items from some shops. The peculiarity of that scene left him speechless, but he soon accepted that such a view was quite ordinary among the Legion. The group of hybrids didn't stop flying and crossed the encampment to venture deeper into the outer lands. That settlement was nothing more than a weak army placed near the human domain to ensure that no explorer managed to reach the lands belonging to the Legion. Noah and Divine Demon had to fly behind Ian's group for entire years and reach lands where intense winds blew to arrive at their destination. A series of tall buildings eventually appeared in their vision, and the noises of a bustling city reached their ears before they could even set their eyes on its citizens. "This is Yelnbel," Ian transmitted with his mental waves. One of the few moving cities of the Immortal lands. Countless tents filled Yelnbel's outskirts. Its tall structures also swayed left and right as the winds crashed on their light materials. A series of holes spread from under them and no streets divided them. The buildings appeared shoved into the ground. They didn't have a solid foundation, and something told Noah that he could lift them if he applied enough strength. Do they really move the city if the situation requires it? Noah wondered as he studied those structures. Nothing kept them fixed on the ground. The holes prevented the buildings from giving in to the intense winds, but they couldn't stop anyone from lifting them. The entire city seemed ready to leave the area. Noah even guessed that a single rank 8 existence could lift all the structures with mental energy. Those buildings appeared incredibly light and served the sole purpose of being easy to move. No wonder they are so hard to find, Noah concluded in his mind. They can just leave whenever an enemy force learns about their position. Everything became clear in Noah's mind after he studied that scene. Before, he couldn't understand why the humans didn't attack the hybrids and overcame them with their numbers. Yet, that approach sounded impossible when their opponents could move their cities at will. "We might not have the polished streets of the human domain," Ian explained through his mental waves. "But luxury is pointless. We don't need to appear grand. We only need power, and we have it." An intense aura enveloped Ian's team, Noah, and Divine Demon as they continued to fly toward Yelnbel. Mental waves in the 8th rank studied them and allowed them to pass after they confirmed their identity. Noah and Divine Demon exchanged a glance and nodded at each other before continuing to advance toward the city. It was too late to go back now. They had to reach the end of the matter and obtain permission to fly toward Supreme Thief's inheritance. Noah wasn't worried about himself. He was a hybrid who had already proven his strength. The Legion had already expressed its desire to make him join its ranks, and he had also gained some favor by killing Lady Lena. Divine Demon was the issue. He was a human, and his personality was quite peculiar. The expert would stop at nothing to obtain what he wanted. He was using a peaceful approach only because it was impossible to reach Supreme Thief's inheritance without the Legion. Ian's team flew above the tents and landed at the base of one of the city's tallest buildings. Divine Demon and Noah followed them, but most of the group dispersed before reaching the structure. Only Ian, Jordan, and a few more hybrids remained at the building's base, waiting for the duo to land. It seemed that the others had other matters to handle now that they had returned to Yelnbel. "Follow me," Ian said before recalling something, "and try to restrain your thoughts. The leader has seen enough indecent ideas with her ability." Noah and Divine Demon exchanged another glance before following Ian inside the gray structure. The swaying didn't seem to exist there, and a large barren room unfolded in their eyes after they crossed the entrance. A few pieces of furniture saved the room from being an empty area, and a staircase connected that floor to the upper ones. The couch and table there also had a sticky material keeping them glued on the floor. It seemed that the hybrids were ready to move at any time. Ian led the duo and the rest of his group to the upper floors of the structure. Similar rooms unfolded in their vision, but even they were mostly empty. Still, it seemed that someone had left only recently, since Noah could sense traces of warmth on the furniture. Right before reaching the last floor, Ian and the rest of his group stopped. He then gestured to Noah and Divine Demon to proceed before performing a bow toward the top of the staircase. It was time for Noah and Divine Demon to receive their evaluation. The duo finished climbing the staircase and arrived in a large room with a series of carpets covering its walls, ceiling, and floor. 2 couches also stood on opposite sides of the area, and a tall metal throne grew from its bottom. A stunning middle-aged woman sat on the throne. She had long black hair and dark skin, and the light radiated by her azure eyes was so intense that it could illuminate the entire room. The pressure that her eyes could radiate made Noah and Divine Demon feel powerless under her gaze. Their thoughts also suffered from the effects of that azure radiance, and their minds became sluggish as they tried to return to their normal functioning. Noah and Divine Demon felt unable to think in that situation. Azure light seeped inside their minds and studied their mental seas, but they couldn't do anything to stop that probing. The mighty rank 8 expert could do what she wanted in that situation. Still, Noah and Divine Demon had offered themselves for that evaluation, so they didn't try to hide anything. They let the azure light roam freely inside their minds and study their intentions. Supreme Thief's inheritance isn't as nice as you think, human, the woman said at some point. Dying there is common. That great expert's tests are ruthless, and they won't hesitate to take your life if you aren't careful. Having said this, the rank 8 expert continued with her captivating voice. I won't stop you from testing your skill and luck. Our friendship depends on your potential gains, so I won't suppress your desires. You can go and see Supreme Thief's inheritance for yourself. Noah and Divine Demon felt compelled to perform a polite bow after hearing the expert's words. Human, you can go, the expert said after Noah and Divine Demon straightened their position. I wish to talk with Noah alone. The woman's words created waves of shock in the duo's minds. They had never revealed Noah's real name to Ian and the others. She could have learnt it only when she inspected their mental seas. The azure halo radiated by the woman's eyes became less intense and allowed the duo to think properly again. Divine Demon slightly relaxed and gave one last glance at the expert before winking at Noah and leaving the room. Noah turned toward the expert at that point. He didn't know how much she had managed to learn from the inspection of his mind. Still, he suspected that the reason behind her request concerned his memories. My name is Theodora, the woman said after a few seconds of silence. I speak for the entire Legion when I say that it would be our honor to have you in our ranks. Your achievements are impressive, to say the least. How much did you see? Noah asked as a tinge of annoyance inevitably leaked into his voice. Noah didn't like that Theodora had inspected his memories. He had stored many valuable scenes there, and most of his valued relationships were there as well. The Legion could have learnt about the entire hive after that short interaction. Do not worry, Theodora replied. I've sworn to use my gift only against the enemies of the Legion. I won't spread anything learnt from your mind unless you hurt my organization. Even if Theodora didn't add any malice in her words, Noah took that line as a threat. His memories would be safe as long as he didn't become her enemy. Gift? Noah asked. It had become a habit to learn everything he could from the existences that he met. Seemingly useless information could become a trump card in a specific situation, so he always tried to probe his potential opponents. I have nothing to hide, Theodora said as a knowing smile appeared on her face. I have the blood of the psychic carps in my veins. That places me among the weakest hybrids in terms of battle prowess, but I make up for that in fertility. The weakness of my species gives me the chance to give birth to my kind. Noah didn't dare to think anything when he heard those words. Theodora had already shown that she could read his mind easily, so he preferred not to ponder about that information at all. Oh, afraid of your own mind, Theodora said as she stood up from her throne and neared Noah. I wonder what June would think when she learns about your desire. Noah didn't move. He watched Theodora stretch her arm to caress his shoulder. Her hand then slid toward his bare neck. "What do you say, little dragon?" Theodora continued as her voice became even more tempting. "Your kind is so rare. I can help to populate it, and June won't even learn about it." Theodora touched his neck, but her hand froze when she noticed Noah's cold gaze. His eyes didn't flicker under that temptation. His mind had remained calm under her warmth. "Don't underestimate my will," Noah said in a cold tone. "Also, I suggest you keep this from June. You will have to use my memories otherwise." Theodora retracted her hand and covered her mouth as a soft laugh came out of her. She seemed strangely pleased that Noah had managed to reject her so easily. That outcome didn't hurt her pride at all. "Go now," Theodora said as she returned to her throne. "I know that I will see you soon. You might not need the Legion now, but you will eventually accept us. You will even help us when the time is right." Noah didn't question her anymore and turned to descend the staircase. His mind relaxed once he left the range of her azure radiance, and countless thoughts flew out of his mental sea as he reviewed those scenes. He wanted to blame himself for his carelessness, but he had to accept that the situation had been hopeless. Even Divine Demon had to lower his head in front of a rank 8 existence. Noah never had a chance to hide his thoughts in front of Theodora. "I wonder if the other leaders are like her," Noah thought as he exited the building. As for what she said, I guess she was speaking about the migration of the human domain. The powerful existences of the immortal lands seemed to view that migration as inevitable and imminent. The attack of the magical beasts would force the humans to move their domain, which would inevitably make them enter the Legion's lands. That would be the beginning of a war with multiple battlefields. One side saw humans against magical beasts, while the other featured cultivators against hybrids. Noah would have to decide whether to join the battles or remain on the sidelines at that point. "I have been through this already," Noah thought as he found Ian's group and Divine Demon waiting for him outside the entrance. "I need to become stronger to seize benefits in the imminent war. My power must come first, or I won't obtain anything even if I fight." Ian and the other hybrids appeared surprised that Noah had come out so soon. They were aware of Theodora's habits, so they had suspected that Noah would remain in her quarters for a while. Noah ignored those gazes and exchanged a glance with Divine Demon. The two understood each other in an instant, and they soon turned toward the hybrids while expressing evident greed. They had done everything Ian had asked them to do. It was time for the Legion to honor its side of the deal. The hybrids had to show them the path toward Supreme Thief's inheritance. Ian understood the duo's intentions, and he promptly sent a series of mental messages to create a new team. Some of the hybrids living in the encampment around Yelnbel set off to meet him in the sky. They had specific tasks, but they all were near Supreme Thief's inheritance. "Let's go," Ian said before shooting in the distance, followed by the rest of his team. Noah and Divine Demon chased after him, and their travel resumed. Different regions began and ended in their vision as the group flew through the sky, and more years passed as they moved toward that famous destination. Then, a tall structure appeared in their eyes. At first, that scene made Noah and Divine Demon think they were about to venture through another mountain chain, but they soon understood that something was off. An azure region stood above another land, and a structure grew from its peak. The building was different from those seen in Yelnbel, and it was far bigger than anything in Vagona City. It was even taller than Great Builder's Pyramid. "Do you move the whole region when you have to hide the inheritance?" Divine Demon asked as he studied that scene. "Of course," Ian replied. "We can't put the inheritance inside our storage devices, since no artificial space in the world can contain the legacy of a rank 9 existence." "Won't eventual enemies see you?" Noah asked as he joined Divine Demon in the study of that immense structure. "It is always gone by the time enemies are about to reach it," Ian replied. "This is Supreme Thief's inheritance. The Legion won't even come close to risk losing it." The scene was majestic. An entire region stood on top of the azure ground, and a palace-like building rested above it. Supreme Thief's inheritance seemed to stand on the largest mountain in the world, on a structure created only for its presence. No wild living beings lived in the area. The Legion had scared and killed flora and fauna there when it placed the inheritance on that region. Still, Noah could sense multiple traces of life coming from the top of the immense mountain. Ian led the duo and his group toward the inheritance, and Noah could soon see how grand Supreme Thief's creation was. The palace had an anagonal shape, and 9 towers grew from its corners. Light azure marble covered the entire structure, except for a few large windows that reflected a dim radiance. Each tower had 9 windows, and they seemed able to radiate only 2 colors. Some were black while others were white. All the white ones were near the top of the structures, while the black ones occupied their base. The most peculiar aspect of the inheritance was that it didn't have an entrance. Its walls were smooth and without the faintest dent. The storms of laws and the passage of time didn't manage to ruin that spectacular structure. You must have noticed that you can't enter the inheritance through normal methods. Ian began to explain as the group landed on the vast barren plain that surrounded the structure. Faint meanings came out of the towers. They seemed to hint at certain aspects of the cultivation journey, but Noah and Divine Demon couldn't understand them from that distance. The roofs of the towers are the entrances, and each tower leads to different types of trials, Ian explained. Each trial has 9 layers, and each layer has multiple challenges. You wouldn't even believe the number of separate dimensions contained in the whole structure. Needless to say, Noah could barely bring himself to speak when he heard those words. He had explored many inheritances throughout his life, and he had even built one. However, everything paled in front of Supreme Thief's creation. You can open the path to the lower layer only after you complete 9 challenges, Ian continued. But that isn't the maximum number of tests that each layer contains. You can obtain rewards even in areas that we have already cleared. The human organizations must be desperate to find this place, Noah eventually said. More than desperate, Ian replied. This inheritance alone has given to the Legion most of its current wealth. It's only thanks to Theodora and many efforts that we have managed to keep it safe from enemy hands. What about the trials? Divine Demon asked. They have clear differences, but they tend to be less specific in the upper layers, Ian explained. We have given names to the towers to describe the field that they test. They are strength, will, speed, defense, power, martial arts, spells, offensive inscriptions, and defensive inscriptions. Noah and Divine Demon fell silent at that point. In their minds, they were already choosing which towers they would face first. Each layer has different levels of difficulty, Ian concluded. They match to the stages of the divine ranks, so it's not a surprise that the lower ones are still dark. That last piece of information almost made Noah go crazy. Supreme Thief wasn't only a monster who had reached the 9th rank. He had also created an inheritance that could test cultivators at the peak of the divine ranks. That placed the palace far above the pyramid in terms of value. There was simply no point in comparing those inheritances. Supreme Thief was an unparalleled monster, and the whole world had to be grateful for his efforts in creating that inheritance. You can already enter, Ian said as he pointed at the towers. Fill the roof with your mental energy, and you will teleport inside the inheritance. It's impossible to miss the paths leading to the lower layers, and the same goes for the exits. You can't get lost. Noah and Divine Demon set off as soon as they heard those words. They couldn't hold back in front of such a valuable place. However, Ian reached them to hand one of the marked wooden tokens to Divine Demon. There are only hybrids in the inheritance right now, Ian said as he handed the token. You will need to show this to reassure them. Ian left after that last reminder, and the duo separated as they flew toward different towers. The Legion had placed banners on the roofs to describe the trials, so they could already decide where to go. Divine Demon flew toward the roof with the banner that radiated the word power, while Noah landed on the tower called strength. It wasn't hard to understand which fields those words indicated, so they chose trials that matched their best qualities. The power tower involved Dantians, and Divine Demon couldn't wait to test his individuality its challenges. As for Noah, his physical strength was off the scale, so he had chosen the Strength Tower to see if he could find trials that hybrids at his same level couldn't overcome. The Strength Tower had the highest number of white windows. Only 3 of them remained black, and that gave Noah a general idea of the Legion's power. It was clear that it had existences that could defeat tests meant for rank 8 cultivators in the liquid stage. Noah and Divine Demon didn't exchange any last glance. They directly poured their mental waves on the blue roofs and saw the scenery in front of their eyes transforming as the teleport activated. They couldn't bother to check their companion with Supreme Thief's inheritance under them. They could only think about all the possible rewards now. When Noah managed to focus his vision and unfold his consciousness, he found himself in a seemingly ordinary environment filled with a faint azure light. The fake sky had that color, but the ground radiated shades that tried to imitate the outside world. Before he could analyze the new environment more thoroughly, a series of runes appeared in his vision and conveyed a simple message with the meanings they radiated. Cultivation level too high for this layer, Noah read. Descend by 1 layer to gain access to suitable tests. This restriction must be the reason why the Legion didn't manage to go too deeply in the other towers. Noah thought as he studied the environment to learn more about that place. Many members of the Legion didn't have individualities and had a low aptitude toward certain fields. The fact that each layer applied restrictions to the contender's level had forced those hybrids to focus on towers where the power of their species could shine. Still, it made them disregard the others. The Strength Tower must be popular among the hybrids, Noah guessed. But my superior abilities don't involve only my physical strength. I might have a chance to seize multiple rewards in the other towers if the situation is like this. A vast prairie expanded from his position and ended in different environments. Noah could see a tall forest, a mountain, and a small stream, but the pillar of white light shining in the distance claimed most of his attention. The passage for the lower layer must be there, Noah thought before moving in the direction of the pillar of light. Noah had chosen the Strength Tower because his body was far above the standards of the middle tier, but he didn't expect Supreme Thief's inheritance to reward his situation even more. With the restrictions on the cultivation level, Noah didn't have to worry about the lack of rewards. The higher layers would have more contenders, but those limitations gave him a chance to overcome challenges that no one else had managed to beat. Hybrids filled the first layer of the inheritance. Noah met many teams as he flew toward the white pillar in the distance. Those existences barely even glanced at him since they were too focused on searching for undiscovered tests. The Legion had placed multiple signals throughout the layer. They were inscribed items that described the known undefeated challenges and even explained parts of their contents. Noah couldn't test himself in that layer, but he spent some time gathering information about the types of tests that the Strength Tower offered. Still, he soon gave up on searching for something that could help. The undefeated challenges in the first layer could feature any hurdle. They went from lifting an insane weight to facing creatures that lived in remote layers without using breath or mental energy. Noah began to understand why the Legion had tested him in that peculiar way. Ian and the others wanted to see where his physical strength was compared to its other members. That information was useful when it came to Supreme Thief's inheritance. No point remaining here any further, Noah thought before disregarding any signal and hurrying toward the pillar. The white light began to fill his vision, and Noah could soon touch the pillar and experience its effects. The environment transformed again as a teleport started, and a barren land unfolded in his eyes when his mind managed to focus. No runes appeared in front of him at that time. The inheritance didn't apply any restriction to him in that layer. Noah could finally search for a challenge that his superior physical strength could allow him to overcome. The barren seemed to expand endlessly. It was far bigger than any region of the higher plane, so Noah couldn't even see its edges. Still, the second layer featured the same signals as before, so he eventually found something that aroused his interest. Lift the Azure Mountain. The reward is under it. Noah read from one of the signals and didn't hesitate to approach the challenge. A short mountain was a few kilometers away from the signal, and Noah landed at its base to approach the trial. A few hybrids were there before him, so he had to wait for his chance to test his strength. The hybrids that saw him approaching the mountains revealed broad smirks. Noah's body had grown a lot, but it was still far away from the halfway mark of the middle tier. It was only normal for those existences to believe that he stood no chance against that trial. How do I even lift it? Noah wondered as he studied the huge structure. A crack ran around the mountain's base and signaled that it wasn't part of the ground. Anyone could stab their fingers in that fissure and see if their strength was enough to win the challenge. Noah did exactly that. He inserted his hands and part of his arms into the crack and began to pull. The mountain shook and trembled under his physical might. But he could immediately sense that power wasn't enough to succeed in the feat. A peculiar light began to spread through the crack as Noah continued in his attempt to lift the mountain. There seemed to be something hidden under that structure, but he couldn't understand what it was from his position. This won't do, Noah thought when he saw that his physical strength allowed him to move the mountain only for 1 meter. Let's see what Supreme Thief says about this. Dark matter began to come out of his black hole and fill his black vessels. Noah's physical strength surged as his innate ability activated. The mountain started to shake with more intensity when Noah poured the entirety of his physical might into his arms and legs. The tremors began to affect even the terrain nearby as he slowly lifted the whole structure. His feet eventually had to stand in the air since Noah had managed to lift the mountain for more than 3 meters. He went under the crack at that point and began to push the structure higher as he reached for the center of its base. The hybrids watching the scene remained speechless. They had seen how Noah's physical strength had skyrocketed once those black veins had filled his skin. They couldn't believe that a simple innate ability could give so much power. However, the mountains continued to go higher, and it soon started to float on its own. The weight pressing on Noah's arms suddenly vanished once the whole base had left the ground. "I did it!" Noah exclaimed in his mind. The loss of weight of the mountain was a clear sign of his success. Moreover, he had discovered something helpful during the trial. The inheritance had allowed him to use his dark matter. Even if the test was purely physical, he could use techniques to improve his prowess. Does this apply to every test? Noah wondered as he descended toward the center of the crack. A golden casket stood at the center of the hole previously filled by the mountain. Noah didn't feel any danger coming from it, so he seized it before returning to the surface. The mountain descended after Noah took the reward, and an earthquake spread when it landed back on the ground. That chaotic event was unusual in the inheritance, but the hybrids on the scene completely ignored it to keep their focus on Noah. The gazes of those hybrids didn't stop Noah from opening the small casket. The golden light dimmed once he opened the item and uncovered its contents. Noah found a single red pill laid on a series of luxurious fabrics. A few runes drawn on the casket's insides described the nature of the item and its purpose. The red pill was a life-saving drug meant for cultivators. It could fill them with a sudden wave of strength and made all their injuries heal. Noah guessed that it was valuable, but he couldn't really use it. Since he was even above hybrids, most of the drugs meant for humans would have limited effects on him. His body required too much energy, so that pill wasn't a lifesaver item in his hands. Selling this shouldn't be a problem, Noah thought as he stored the casket. I might even decide to keep it for now. I don't have any valuable drug with me, so it might be useful. Noah left the area after seizing the reward, and the hybrids who had witnessed his feat decided to follow him. They wanted to see if he could overcome another challenge and reveal parts of the second layer they had yet to uncover. His desire to seize as many resources as possible made Noah disregard the team of hybrids that had begun to follow him. He didn't care if he had an audience. He wouldn't change his approach toward the inheritance. Noah didn't limit himself to use his dark matter whenever he had the chance. He first tested how much the inheritance allowed him to cheat. The tests became impossible to overcome whenever Noah tried to use his breath or mental energy, even if he limited them to the simple boost of his physical strength. The same happened when he deployed the dark world or used the dark matter to create the fiendish armor. The strength tower only tested his physical prowess and gave rewards meant for his body. Unless the test expressly said so, he couldn't use his abilities. However, the inheritance didn't react when he used the dark matter to activate his innate ability. It seemed that the tests saw the dark vessels as an extension of his physical strength, and the same applied to his dark flames, even if they weren't useful most of the time. Noah didn't mind those restrictions since he knew that his innate ability gave him another advantage that other hybrids didn't have. The fact that he could indirectly use the energy inside his fourth center of power gave him the battle prowess of a cultivator instead of making him rely only on his physical strength. That advantage allowed Noah to clear multiple undefeated challenges in a row. Those tests often involved heavy or tough materials that he had to lift or destroy, and their reward matched their difficulty. Most of the undefeated tests were challenges that peak middle-tier hybrids didn't bother to approach. They were too simple for existences at that level, and their rewards wouldn't help them in the breakthrough. Moreover, the members of the Legion cared for each other. The strongest existences in every layer often ignored trials that they could overcome easily to leave some resources to the weaker hybrids. Greed didn't move their actions since they were placing the well-being of their organization above simple rewards. Noah didn't respect that unwritten rule. He didn't belong to the Legion, and he wouldn't hold back even if he did. He didn't hold back in front of the chance to obtain valuable resources. Various pills and potions began to fill his separate space as Noah cleared trials. The number of hybrids following him to admire his physical prowess also increased as he moved through the second layer. Noah couldn't avoid attracting attention. His body's level wouldn't normally allow him to defeat those challenges, but his innate ability gave him the chance to clear most of the easy ones on the first try. The hybrids following him couldn't even complain. Noah was theoretically weaker than some of them, but he could clear trials that they couldn't even approach. That alone turned him into a celebrity during his first journey through the inheritance. 8 life-saving drugs between potions and pills, 3 high-energy containers that I can eat right away, and a small rank 7 space ring. Noah summarized his gains when the easy challenges were over. The inheritance is slowly giving me better rewards. I wonder what the hardest challenge in this layer would award. The second layer was so vast that there didn't seem to be an end to its trials. Those barren lands even hid magical beasts and plants featured in some challenges that created a few livable areas. That environment resembled a small world that the Legion had yet to explore fully. I guess it's time to start fighting seriously, Noah thought as he glanced at the group of hybrids behind him. Noah didn't want to show all his abilities to that audience. He didn't know if the inheritance would react to his companions, but he preferred to keep them hidden unless he found something complicated. That was exactly what he was aiming to find now. Noah continued to approach every challenge in his path, but he tried to pick the most difficult ones to obtain better rewards. The layout of the second layer was relatively easy to understand. The farther Noah went, the harder the trials became. He only needed to cross the pillar leading to the third layer to reach an area filled with seemingly impossible challenges. The signals in those areas had also become scarcer. Only a handful of trials were still considered unfinished. The others were hidden somewhere inside the second layer. I can only hope to find something eventually, Noah concluded in his mind. I can't give up on these resources. This inheritance is basically asking me to become rich. Of course, Noah didn't care about his wealth, but the currency of the immortal lands was quite valuable. The soul stones contained raw laws that he could absorb to quicken his growth, and having many of them would allow him to use them more often during his training sessions. Defeating the steeled boar in a physical battle, no breath or mental energy allowed. Noah read from one of the signals placed in the deeper areas. This sounds hard. Noah's dark world enhanced his senses and allowed him to find traces of the steeled boar. The creature was hiding in one of the few livable areas in that barren land, and it fed on the magical plants that grew due to the high density of breath in the air. The steeled boar was a rank 7 magical beast near the peak of the middle tier. It was 9 meters tall, and it featured a brownish metallic skin that acted as a natural form of defense. 2 thick curved tusks grew from the sides of its mouth, and its aura carried the intense hunger that it felt. When Noah neared the livable area, the steeled boar came out of its lair and shot in his direction. Noah didn't even need to search for the creature anymore at that point. He could hear the noise created by its heavy steps from kilometers away. Noah activated his innate ability as he turned toward the creature. His fingers took the shape of claws that he didn't hesitate to slash at his opponent. Yet, lines shone of the creature's body when the inheritance sensed that Noah had relied on the sharpness in his aura to launch that attack. The black line that came out of Noah's hand crashed on the boar's head without doing any damage. The inheritance was boosting the creature's physical might since Noah had tried to cheat. The boar also accelerated during its charge. The empowerment given by the inheritance had allowed the creature to gain an explosive speed that made it crash directly on Noah. Noah couldn't avoid that blow. He could only stretch his arms and make sure that the creature's tusk wouldn't hit his body or any vital point. The impact flung Noah away. He couldn't fight the creature while the inheritance empowered it. He had to wait and perform evasive maneuvers to deplete the surplus of energy that was filling the boar's body. The shining lines eventually vanished, and Noah could finally dive back into the fight. He didn't use any trick at that time. He charged directly at the steeled boar and used his fists, legs, and teeth to overcome the beast with the only method allowed in that trial. The battle soon transformed into a test of endurance. The boar couldn't suffer much damage since its skin protected it from most blows, but its internal injuries began to accumulate as Noah's assault continued. Noah punched, kicked, and spewed flames on the steeled boar while he dodged its attacks. Even with the empowerment of his innate ability, he was weaker than the creature in a battle of pure physical strength. Yet he had his speed on his side. The boar was big and had a limited number of moves that it could perform. As long as Noah didn't give it enough space to prepare a charge, the beast couldn't launch threatening attacks. However, the boar made up for the simplicity of its attacks with its incredible defense. Its brownish metallic skin protected the creature from almost any form of damage, especially when Noah could not use his best abilities. He managed to inflict some internal injuries due to the sheer power released by his attacks, but they couldn't affect the boar's resilience in such a short time. The fight soon became a battle of endurance. Noah couldn't hurt the steeled boar, and the creature couldn't catch him. The two exchanged countless blows that created intense shockwaves, but neither managed to gain the upper hand. Noah sprinted, leaped, and flew around the creature to dodge the massive tusks and the body slams that came in his direction. A storm of punches, kicks, and breathless slashes went out of his figure whenever he stopped or found a safe opportunity in that chaotic battle. The hybrids in the distance couldn't understand why Noah was continuing to fight. They had guessed by then that he had an incredible innate ability, but that couldn't help him in a prolonged battle. When it came to his endurance, Noah had to be inferior to the steeled boar. The difference between the levels of their bodies was immense. No innate ability could make up for that. Yet, Noah's body had gone through multiple cycles of purification, and even the evolution pit couldn't find flaws in his tissues. The black hole also fueled his center of power and functioned as a nigh-infinite reserve of energy. Noah didn't believe that a simple magical beast could last longer than him. Their levels were worlds apart, but the quality of his body was many leagues above everything else. When he added his black hole to his situation, he saw that the boar had no chances. Only mistakes in his battle style could lead to a defeat. The steeled boar could win if it managed to land a few direct blows, but Noah planned to be perfect. He would fight without even giving the beast a chance. Existences in the 7th rank had deep reserves of energy. A mere magical beast at the bottom of the lower tier could fight for entire months if the situation required it. Noah was forcing the boar to deplete far more energy than usual, but the creature didn't grow tired even after an entire day passed. Nothing happened even after a week went by. The beast didn't slow down its offensive and didn't show any sign of exhaustion. The same went for Noah. He felt that he could fight for entire years in those conditions. Moreover, he never stopped landing blows on the brownish skin, so the boar's condition worsened continuously. An entire month had to pass before Noah saw some changes in the creature's condition. A trail of blood came out of its mouth, and its breath became slightly irregular. The boar had finally begun to show the damage suffered after acting as Noah's punching bag for an entire month. Its attempts to catch Noah had also helped in worsening the faint internal injuries that Noah's blows managed to create. The hybrids in the distance held their breath at that sight. Noah was doing it. The boar had shown a sign of weakness before him. If he continued to fight like that for more months, he had a chance to overcome one of the most difficult challenges of the 2nd layer. Noah's audience only increased during his battle. The scene depicted repetitive moves and boring battle tactics, but those hybrids couldn't stop watching him once they laid their eyes on the fight. Noah was perfect. His every move allowed him to gain the most out of that situation without putting him in danger. His majestic battle style showed his vast experience and steady mind to his audience. His aura also radiated an intense ambition that began to affect the hybrids in the distance. Noah wasn't using his individuality to empower his blows, and he didn't plan to reveal it either. However, his true meaning leaked out of his figure, and he couldn't stop that process even with the help of the black hole. Noah couldn't hide that part of himself during such a violent battle. His ambition was the core of his individuality, so nothing could suppress it while he was busy doing his best against the boar. He was putting his entire focus on the fight, and his existence reacted to that feeling by expressing his true meaning through his aura. His ambition affected the hybrids that were watching him at some distance from the battle. They could sense their potential growing as the fight continued to rage. A simple but breathtaking idea formed in their minds as Noah's ambition affected their reasoning. They could be Noah if they wanted. They could jump in that battle and fight perfectly for entire months if they desired. Those hybrids had the potential to reach that level of perfection. They could defeat the boar if their body obtained a similar power. That thought shook the very foundation of their minds. The hybrids couldn't explain why they had given up on a trial that they could have overcome if they worked hard enough. Of course, Noah wasn't winning only due to his perfect battle style. His black hole and superior body played an important part in that fight. He would have exhausted himself already otherwise. During the third month of continuous battle, the boar committed a grave mistake. The creature spat a mouthful of blood that made it lose a lot of time and focus, and Noah didn't hesitate to exploit that opportunity. Noah jumped toward the boar's head as soon as he saw that the beast stopped attacking him for an instant. Intense aggression spread from his body at that point. His opponent was showing weakness in front of him. He had to punish the beast for that insult to his commitment. The creature sensed an immense force landing on its head and slamming it on the ground. A series of punches followed that, but the boar barely felt them due to its dizzy mind. Noah tried to focus the same spot on its skin repeatedly to destroy the brownish protection. Dents and bruises had appeared on the boar after 3 months of continuous fighting, and his fists eventually managed to open a crack in its defenses. The boar cried in pain after a brownish shard fell from its head. Noah's eyes lit up at that sight, and his fingers arched to stab that opening toward the creature's insides. Once his finger entered the boar's head, Noah ripped off a large patch of its skin and spat flames in its insides. An intense surge of energy soon reached his body as the black fire separated from the attack and gave him the primary energy contained in the burned tissues. Then, a loud cry filled the area before the creature stopped moving. Life abandoned its eyes, and Noah announced the boar's death with a roar shouted at the fake sky. Clamors resounded in the distance after the steeled boar died, and some of the hybrids roared at the fake sky to join Noah's cry. They wanted to celebrate his victory and announce to the world that he had succeeded in a feat that everyone thought to be impossible. Noah's pride reacted to those roars. He felt instincts buried deep inside him awakening and resurfacing over his mental sea when he heard those hybrids acclaiming him in a language that humans couldn't understand. His species had surpassed the hybrids, but the instincts that came from the magical beast's world were still inside him. Noah could create a pack if he wanted. Part of his audience already considered him as a leader worth following. Still, his greed soon overcame that feeling. He had completed one of the hardest trials in the second layer, and he couldn't wait to see what reward Supreme Thief had prepared for him. Nothing happened even after a few seconds passed. Noah didn't know what he had to look for, but it seemed that the steeled boar didn't carry the answer. Noah then stored the creature's corpse and flew toward the boar's lair since it was the only place that could contain the reward for the challenge. As the magical plants entered his vision, Noah could immediately sense that something in the area had changed. The magical plants were quickly wilting, and their energy flowed toward the center of that livable land. When the magical plants died, a surge of energy spread in the environment. Noah walked toward the source of that phenomenon and found a strange fruit laid between wilted trunks and fallen leaves. The fruit was small, no bigger than a man's fist. It was dark green, and a series of soft spikes covered its surface. Still, its most striking feature was the massive amount of energy radiated by its figure. "I must warn you," a male voice resounded behind Noah as he was about to pick the fruit. "That's an Yuan, the fruit of the death. It contains enough energy to repopulate an entire forest, but a powerful poison fills its insides. That's the innate defensive ability of that species of magical plants." Noah's senses didn't feel any danger, so he picked the fruit before turning toward the hybrid. He saw a tall, hairy man with short black hair and yellow eyes politely staring at him outside the dead forest. "You are?" Noah asked as his gaze returned to the strange fruit. "Don," the man replied. "You must be a new talent of the Legion. This is my first time seeing you here." Don wasn't one of the weak hybrids that had followed Noah throughout the second layer. His cultivation level neared the last part of the liquid stage, and his body was also about to enter the range of the middle tier's peak. He was an expert of the second layer, one of the few hybrids who could approach the most challenging trials and have a chance to win. "I'm not part of the Legion," Noah replied honestly. "Why did you warn me? Do you want this fruit?" Don felt surprised to hear that Noah had entered the inheritance without joining the Legion. His eyes flickered, but he tried to maintain a calm appearance in front of Noah. The hybrid had sensed that something had changed after Noah had spoken to him. Noah wasn't treating him as a friendly bystander. He had started to view him as a potential threat. Noah's actions had no malice. His reaction was the result of years spent as a lone cultivator. His caution never allowed him to lower his guard. Don didn't understand how Noah could be there, but he had accepted his reaction more easily after learning about his situation. It was only normal to be cautious inside an inheritance filled with hybrids belonging to the same organization. Still, his instincts startled him. Don's centers of power were far above Noah's, but the latter managed to trigger his instincts. The hybrid could sense that Noah was extremely dangerous. "We don't steal from our kind," Don replied with a tinge of pride in his voice. "My words were only a friendly warning. The energy inside Yuan's fruits is dangerous if left untreated. I know a procedure, but I'm afraid that I can only purify 60% of its energy." "I will handle the purification," Noah said before recalling something. "Do you know where the other hard trials are? Harder than defeating a steeled boar near the peak of the middle tier with your bare hands?" Don asked as one of his eyebrows arched. "Yes," Noah replied. "It's pointless to leave their rewards here. I might as well seize them." Don remained silent for a second before exploding into a loud laugh. His voice became high-pitched as his laughter continued and made Noah think about monkey-type magical beasts. "I like you," Don eventually said once he managed to suppress his laugh. "The Legion definitely needs someone with your guts. I will show you the harder trials, but you won't like what you'll see." Noah's curiosity became more intense when he heard that. He stored the Yuan's fruit and stepped off the forest to follow Don, who waited for him before setting off. The duo flew through the deeper lands of the second layer without saying much and stopped only when they reached the locations of the more demanding trials. As Don had predicted, Noah didn't like what he saw. "This asks you to survive for 1,000 years without eating and cultivating," Don said once they reached a deep fissure. "This wants you to dig a hole as deep as the entire layer," Don explained when they reached a part of the barren land filled with deep pits. "This is my favorite. I almost didn't believe the seer when she divined it," Don said once they reached the peak of a tall mountain. "You must turn this whole structure into dust. Of course, you can only use your bare hands." Noah began to understand how the second layer handled the harder trials at that point. They were harsh, but most of their difficulty came from the time required to win them. Both hybrids and humans could improve on their own during that time instead of performing useless tasks for entire centuries. No reward in the middle tier was worth that kind of effort. "Are they all like this?" Noah asked after the duo crossed the mountain. "Yes," Don replied. "I'm afraid you took care of the last decent trial in the whole second layer. All the others require so much time that you would obtain greater improvements by cultivating in a random land in the outside world." "What's the hardest of them all?" Noah asked at that point. Noah didn't want to waste time, but he might invest a few decades every now and then in one trial since they didn't require much effort. If he then happened to reach the upper tier before completing it, he would simply leave the challenge alone. The hardest isn't something that you can clear at your level, Don said. I've seen your battle against the boar. Perfection won't be enough there. You won't survive it. That's something I'd like to decide, Noah replied. Don heaved a sigh before changing direction to move deeper into the second layer. His mouth opened to give voice to a line that made Noah even more curious about that challenge. Trust me, you won't like it. We found this when we were searching for the end of the second layer, Don explained. Most of my old team can't fight here anymore since they are approaching the breakthrough or have already moved to the third layer. I thought the Legion didn't know how vast the layers were, Noah replied. That's true only for the lower ones, Don said. Any rank 8 expert can travel through the entire superior layers and create a detailed map of all the trials. The Legion doesn't divulge the location of the most difficult ones here for fear that the weaker members would forget about their normal training to chase impossible rewards. Don's words made sense. It was easy for cultivators to lose themselves in faint hopes, especially when their cultivation level began to stagnate. Hybrids had it even harder in those situations since their instincts would work against their minds. The Legion won't do anything if they find them, but all the stronger members know how pointless it is to waste time here, Don continued. You have understood it as soon as I described the other trials. Noah fell silent at that point. Don was right. He had already accumulated enough resources to improve his body, and the inheritance had 8 more towers that he could explore. Nothing could force him to waste years in those challenging trials since he could directly cultivate while exploring the other towers and approach the breakthroughs through normal training. The inheritance went far deeper in the end. Noah had barely begun to scratch the surface of that place. Why are you here then? Noah asked. That was the only flaw in Don's words. If the other trials were so useless as he said, then he had no reason to be in the second layer. Don exploded into a laugh and turned to show his grin to Noah before explaining his reasons. I wanted to fight the steeled boar. This would have been my 9th attempt. Imagine my surprise when I find you making that creature puke blood. Don accelerated from time to make the hybrids behind them lose track of their position. He wanted to respect the Legion's wishes, so he even relied on his breath to increase his flight speed. Noah kept up with him easily, which surprised Don even more. The hybrid knew that Noah's prowess was far above the actual level of his centers of power, but he didn't understand how Noah could have so much energy left. Don had met Noah right after the steeled boar died, and they had never stopped flying since then. Even the strongest hybrids in the middle tier would feel tired after fighting for 3 straight months, but Noah wasn't showing any sign of that. Even if Noah's body was off the scale, he had to face the aftereffects caused by his battle with the boar. However, his black hole had learnt how to fight any harmful condition that afflicted his tissues after studying the lightning bolts in the rumbling region. Noah felt refreshed every time the black hole redirected energy through his tissues. His 4th center of power knew how to relieve the accumulated stress better than him. Noah could recover even if he didn't rest. The duo had to fly for a while to reach their destination. Don was leading him toward the edges of the second layer, which took entire months filled with the same scenery. The second layer was nothing more than a barren land that featured a few living beings. The inheritance did most of the work by providing energy and sustaining the undefeated trials. Noah wasn't even the talkative type, so they didn't speak for long periods and broke the silence only when Don tried to probe into his past. Still, Noah's answer always managed to make him regret his decision. We are here, Don said once the duo reached the end of the second layer. The edges of the separate dimension were an immense cliff that led into the dim azure sky. The second layer ended there, and the experts would only find azure walls if they ventured to the areas after the landmass. Noah landed on the edges to study them. They were in a perfect state. He couldn't find any trace of corrosion or damage. Supreme Thief's work seemed an immortal and indestructible piece of art that could survive any trial. How can a single existence create all of this? Noah wondered as his mind tried to imagine the power that Supreme Thief had wielded when he created that place. His existence isn't something that laws can define anymore. I will tell you one more time, Don said. interrupting Noah's thoughts with his voice. Clearing this is impossible, and it can very well lead to your death. I've seen talented hybrids who were nearing the breakthrough dying because of their greed. Those instincts run deeply in our species. I don't want you to die because of them. Noah didn't reply. He limited himself to stare at Don and wait for his explanation. Fine then, Don said after heaving a helpless sigh. There is a cave near the bottom of this cliff. Supreme Thief has thrown hundreds of peak middle-tier golems there and called it a trial. Noah's eyes lit up when he heard that. Fighting was far better than digging holes for millennia. If the trial involved battles, he would gladly give it a try. Calm your wild thoughts, Don continued, visibly annoyed by Noah's interested expression. The trial forces you to destroy at least one golem every 7 days. Missing this deadline will make them reappear and waste all the time spent fighting. Noah's interest slightly waned, and Don began to relax when he saw that he was managing to make him understand how unreasonable the trial was. The golems never attack on their own, Don explained. They always seem to know your location, and they can perform simple battle tactics. Some even know basic martial arts. The environment works in their favor due to the low ceiling, and you can't refill your dantian unless you clear an entire area. Trust me when I say that no one at our level has enough energy to reach the first checkpoint. Noah's interest in the trial had almost completely disappeared, but one of his last lines made it skyrocket. Why would I need to refill my dantian there? Noah asked as his eyes began to shine. Don froze when he saw his expression. He had already guessed what was about to happen, but he didn't dare to lie to him after spending entire months to lead him to that place. You can use your breath and mental energy in this trial, Don revealed, but don't take it as an advantage. As I have said before, you can't refill your centers of power unless you destroy many golems. It's impossible. Where are you going? Noah's sudden actions made Don interrupt his explanation. He saw how Noah had turned and thrown himself over the cliff while he was still speaking. Damn it! Don cursed loudly. Don't enter the cave, or the trial will start. You should use the surface to recover and cultivate before. Don heaved an annoyed sigh, but he felt relieved when he saw Noah's figure reappearing from the cliff. It's good that you changed your mind, Don said. Honestly, something like that shouldn't even be in the second layer. The level of difficulty is clearly between the liquid stage and the solid stage. I don't even know why Supreme Thief has placed it in the strength Tau dash. What are you doing? Noah's actions forced Don to interrupt his explanation again. Noah had begun to dig the ground while he was speaking, but he stopped to answer his question. I'm following your advice, Noah said in a plain tone. I'm creating a cave here to prepare for the trial. Noah wasn't underestimating the trial. Some of the features described by Don worried him greatly, but he couldn't give up on that chance to prove his power and seize the best reward of the second layer. Don watched as Noah dug a cave near the edge of the landmass and secluded himself. He had no words to express how reckless Noah's behavior was, but he had already explained everything he could. Noah wasn't even part of the Legion, so Don eventually gave up trying to make him change his mind. If Noah wanted to risk his life and waste time over an impossible trial, he was free to do so. Don soon left, and Noah remained alone in that distant part of the separate dimension. The light radiated by the divine deduction technique shone on his mental sea and improved his mental capabilities as he reviewed what Don had explained. The trial wasn't easy. According to Don, the underground structure contained hundreds of golems at the peak of the middle tier. Moreover, Noah wouldn't be able to restore his breath and mental energy unless he cleared an entire area. The challenge also forced the contenders to destroy one golem per week. Failing in doing so would reset the trial to its original state and make all the previous efforts go to waste. Noah knew that his power was off the scale, but he wasn't delusional. His abilities could allow him to defeat a single peak middle-tier creature, but he didn't have the power to face hundreds of them at the same time. The limitations on his recovery were also a major issue, especially when he considered that the golems would always know his position. I won't immediately succeed, Noah thought. I need to study those golems and develop an offensive pattern. My black hole will take care of my exhaustion, but I will eventually need a proper rest at some point. The trial sounded impossible to overcome for a single existence, but Noah had a crucial advantage. He wasn't alone. He could count on 3 divine companions that could multiply his battle prowess. Noah's workshop and the dark world could even relieve some of the pressure created by his numerical disadvantage. He was probably the only liquid stage expert in the world who could have a chance in that test. "How long do you need to reach the middle tier?" Noah asked through his consciousness. "I'm close," Knight replied. "Leave me a bunch of that darkness and focus on a strategy. I'll make sure to be ready before the trial." "That's impossible if we count the period of hibernation," Noah replied bluntly. "Still, don't worry about it. I can complete my preparations only after I learn more about these golems." Knight went silent after that reply and focused on eating the special darkness that Noah had continued to create to nourish his companion. Its breakthrough was approaching. It was almost time for the pterodactyl to surpass its previous peak. Noah also stopped minding the creature as he focused on absorbing the rewards gathered through the second layer. The many pills and potions were almost useless to him, but it was a waste to eat them only to obtain the energy that they contained. Yet, the same didn't apply to the steeled boar's corpse and the Yuan's fruit. "Is this really as poisonous as Don claims?" Noah thought as he studied the spiked fruit in his hand. His instincts didn't sense any danger coming from the fruit. They only felt the immense energy that it contained, and traces of hunger resurfaced in Noah's mind as he continued to study it. "I guess I can only try it," Noah concluded as he took a small bite from the fruit. An awful taste spread through his mouth as he gulped that moist material. Energy began to flow out of the piece and disperse through his body. But the black hole promptly intervened and isolated that phenomenon with the dark matter. Noah felt strange when that energy tried to reach his tissues. It didn't seem any different from the usual primary energy that he absorbed every day. But his insides wanted to reject it before it could even land on their fabric. There was clearly something strange about the fruit, but Noah didn't need to understand its features since his black hole would take care of the matter. Its cycles of purification would turn that strange primary energy into something that Noah could safely absorb. Noah ate the entire fruit in one bite after confirming that the black hole had successfully purified its energy. His body grew quickly as power came out of his 4th center of power and flowed inside his tissues. After the fruit, Noah ate the boar except for its skin. He could use that material for his fake cores and other creations, so he preferred to store it at the moment. His body improved steadily, but it didn't reach the halfway mark of the middle tier. Even the rewards from the inheritance of a rank 9 cultivator weren't enough to meet his requirements. Only nutrients far above his level could give him the power needed to experience substantial improvements. His body was only the first of his preparations. Noah didn't know any traditional method to improve his dantian and mental energy more quickly. Still, he had accumulated a large stash of soul stones through his adventures in the Immortal lands. The raw laws contained in that currency allowed him to cultivate smoothly and slowly restored the first ability of his ambition. His individuality couldn't make him cross ranks again at its current condition, but forcing it to grow would improve his foundation. It would also deepen his reserves of energy, which was Noah's main intention. Night hibernated while Noah trained. The pterodactyl remained inside the separate space and fell asleep as a gravitational pull unfolded from its figure. The creature continued to absorb energy even after its breakthrough began, and Noah didn't hesitate to fill its surroundings with the special darkness required. "It's time to enter," Noah concluded after he met the limits of his training. The biggest issue in that process was that he had never fought the golems, but he planned to solve it soon. Once he gained that information, Noah could modify the workshop according to his needs and understand which attacks it was better using. Noah interrupted his training at some point and moved to enter the cave under the cliff. An ominous aura began to leak out of the entrance once he stepped on it, and multiple appeared in the range of his consciousness. The insides of the cave were pale azure and seemed to carry metallic properties. The walls, floor, and ceiling of that underground structure differed from the barren lands on the surface. They were so sturdy that Noah couldn't even leave a mark on them when he used his demonic sword. Supreme Thief had done that on purpose. The underground structure's layout was one of the trial's difficulties, and that mighty existence didn't want to leave any loophole. A tunnel stretched from the entrance and led into a large underground hall. The ceiling was less than 7 meters tall, barely enough to contain the tall figures that filled the area. When Noah reached the end of the tunnel, he saw those humanoid golems turning toward him and sliding their heads on the ceiling as they began to converge on his position. Screeching noises resounded in the pale azure underground hall as the golems moved toward Noah. He remained at the exit of the tunnel as icy blue light came out of his eyes. The divine deduction technique was active. Noah wasn't aiming to defeat the challenge already. He had come there only to study the golems so that he could prepare his abilities. The golems were a bit taller than the ceiling. They had to bend their back to move inside the hall, but their bodies were too clunky for that task. Their heads often hit the layer of metallic rocks and released screeching noises due to their movements. Those creatures didn't have any peculiar features. They had long arms, large fists, and thick bodies. Their dark blue skin was uneven, but it didn't carry any crack nor flaw. They moved slowly due to their clunky structure, but the joints on their shoulders and elbows appeared a bit more flexible than the rest of their fabric. I need to be wary of their punches, Noah thought as he stepped off the entrance and shot toward the closest golem. The demonic sword came out of the separate space and landed on his palm as dark gas flowed out of his skin. The fiendish armor soon covered him, and other trails of dark matter expanded to deploy the dark world. Noah was going all out since the beginning. He counted more than 50 golems at the peak of the middle tier in that hall, so he couldn't underestimate that challenge. The dark world didn't manage to restrain the golem, but it studied them and sent those pieces of information back to Noah. He could gain a general idea about their physical prowess and sturdiness before even clashing with his first opponent. Don didn't mention this, Noah thought as he studied those reports. The golem's dark blue skin carried properties that made them resistant to the breath and similar forms of energy. Spells and common martial arts would find it hard to hurt those creatures. That resistance didn't apply to the dark matter. Noah's higher energy worked perfectly fine against the golems, and that gave him hope to overcome that trial. Noah stopped before entering in the golem's range and crouched as he pulled his black back. An intense sharpness spread through the dark world as the dark matter flowed inside the demonic sword and resonated with its intentions. The golem drew near, but Noah released his lunge as soon as the creature's arms flickered. A trail of dense sharpness and dark matter came out of his sword and hit his opponent right in the middle of its chest. The dark world's insides became chaotic as the golem ignored the attack and swung its arms toward Noah. He could see 2 giant boulders reaching his position at high speed, but he easily dodged them. Noah flew toward the golem's shoulder, and his figure transformed into a black blade as the world in his eyes became blurry. He built his momentum before suddenly stopping and releasing a massive slash empowered by the dark world. A giant black line crashed on the puppet's shoulder, but even that incredible attack didn't manage to slow down its movements. The golem had swung its arms as soon as Noah stopped, and its massive limbs covered his vision as they flew in his direction. Noah had to dodge again, but he couldn't perform another attack at that time. A second golem had reached his position and had thrown its fists on the trajectory of his escape route. That puppet had actually calculated that path and was aiming to intercept Noah midair. They aren't as mindless as they look, Noah noted down in his mind as he kicked the air next to him to perform a sharp turn that made him dodge those attacks. However, his situation didn't improve. Noah found 2 more punches flying in his direction right after dodging the previous attack. A third golem had appeared, and it was trying to cut Noah's escape route. Noah kicked the air under him and rotated on himself to dodge the incoming attack. The demonic sword released clinking noises as it hit the ceiling, but it didn't lose its power. By the time Noah was above the golem's arms, the demonic sword had released a storm of black lines that rained on the creature and hit its entire body with the thickness of its blows. Noah's kick also crashed on the giant's arms and created a shockwave that spread through the entirety of the underground hall. Its surfaces didn't tremble even after that impact, but that only proved how impenetrable and stable they were. The golem's arms crashed on the ground after the impact, but Noah didn't feel safe yet. 3 more puppets had reached his position and were throwing their limbs at him. I want to kill at least one, Noah thought before kicking the ceiling to reappear on the ground. Noah shot again and returned toward the first golem. That creature had suffered his strongest attack, but it had continued to move even if it had a large hole on its chest. Cuts continued to appear inside the hole. Noah had used his boundless ambition to fuel his endless slashes, but they only managed to sever small pieces of the dark blue creature. They continued to damage it, but that amount of damage wasn't enough to slow it down. I'll probably need 3 to 4 lunges to pierce it from side to side, Noah thought as he pulled his demonic sword back again. Among the attacks launched previously, the lunge had managed to damage the golem the most. Sword Saint's technique focused on piercing abilities, so that outcome wasn't a complete surprise for Noah. Right before he could launch another lunge, the second golem reached his position and threw its limbs toward him. Noah had to interrupt the offensive to dodge, but an intense, dangerous sensation filled his mind as soon as he stopped. Noah didn't need to turn to understand what was happening, but he still did it to inspect the scene properly. One of the last golems had waited for him in that position while crouching and pulling back its arm. It seemed that it was charging its blow. The golem attacked before Noah could thoroughly study that form. Its fist condensed the air as it ran through the room and flung Noah back with the soul force radiated by its attack. Noah couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen if the punch hit him directly. Still, he memorized everything he saw while he tried to escape from the dense shockwave that had engulfed him. The tough rocks of the walls and his back clashed. Noah didn't manage to escape from that condensed air in the end. The blow had pushed him on the other side of the hall, behind many golems that promptly changed direction. Noah quickly recovered to dodge again. The golems near him were already launching their attacks, which forced him to deploy an evasive maneuver. Roars resounded through the underground hall at that point. Dragons formed inside the dark world and charged at the golems nearby. He had activated the workshop, but he wasn't using any fake core in that offensive. Slashes also flew out of his figure and crashed on the incoming puppets. Noah's attacks always managed to hurt them, but they couldn't slow down their offense. The golems resembled an immortal army that would continue to march as long as it had an opponent. Noah had already launched many attacks, but he had yet to destroy one golem. His slashes, lunges, and techniques broke their skin and dug through their tough bodies, but they never managed to destabilize their whole structure. Only the first golem was showing signs of giving in. Cuts still dug through its injury. The opening in its chest had continued to enlarge as Noah fought all around the hall. A loud hiss eventually echoed through the underground hall. Snore formed inside the dark world and joined the army of dragons in their offensive against the golems. Dark rays shot out of its mouth and crashed on every golem that tried to find a flaw in Noah's escape route. The violent dark matter was Noah's most destructive attack, but it didn't manage to pierce the golems from side to side, since they always destroyed the blood companion before it could hurt them too much. The golems could immediately react to any danger, and they could coordinate to cut away Noah's escape routes. Their attacks also tried to force Noah to go deeper inside the underground hall. That wasn't a battle against a bunch of mindless peak middle-tier creatures. The golems were a fearsome opponent that could take Noah's life as soon as he let them gain the upper hand in that battle. At least one, Noah shouted in his mind as he kicked one massive arm to the side and slashed at a golem that was trying to attack him from behind. Noah had begun to feel some pressure as the battle continued. More and more golems were gathering around him. The number of attacks he had to deal with kept increasing, and he never managed to inflict a deadly blow to any of those creatures. The tunnel leading back to the outside world got farther and farther away as he kept dodging and attacking. Snore's dark beams managed to buy him enough time to return to a decent position, but the blood companion lacked his agility and continued to crumble under those powerful attacks. His other abilities failed to affect the golems. Those puppets marched through his slashes, his lunges, his dragons, and his dark world without ever slowing down. It didn't matter how much he hurt them. Everything was pointless if he couldn't destroy them. Of course, Noah wasn't fighting to win. He had already devised countless strategies, and he had obtained enough data to improve his workshop. He only needed to see one last thing before he could retreat and prepare. He had to understand how much damage the golems could take before crumbling. What are they doing? Noah suddenly thought when he sensed that something was off. The golems were too big to fight Noah at the same time. Only 3 to 4 of them could attack him without hindering each other's offensive. The rest of the army waited behind them, ready to intercept him whenever he performed an evasive maneuver. However, Noah had suddenly noticed that part of the backlands had begun to move toward the exit. They were completely ignoring him to deploy a different tactic. Noah didn't take much to understand what they were up to. He only had to imagine what he would do if he were in the golem's position. They are trying to seal the exit, Noah concluded before kicking the air under him and transforming into a black sword as he shot toward the tunnel. Noah didn't make it past the backlands with his movement techniques. There were too many golems on his path, so he often had to slow down to dodge them. The golems exploited that flaw in his escape by charging their simple martial arts and releasing punches that filled the entire hall with waves made of dense air. They slammed Noah to a wall before he could cross them. Snore quickly reformed and slammed its body on the golems that were trying to close on Noah. Its body made of dense dark matter managed to endure a few blows, and the violent energy shooting out of its mouth slowed down part of the backlands. Noah quickly recovered and resumed his retreat, but Snore eventually crumbled, so the golems could launch their martial arts and interrupt his escape again. The dense air slamming on his body kept him stuck on the pale azure wall. Noah's instincts went crazy when he heard the screeching noises drawing closer to his position. He could endure the shockwaves easily, but a direct hit would hurt. Noah knew that he had to leave before it was too late, but he felt unable to move properly with so many golems throwing their abilities at him. Even if the situation appeared desperate, Noah remained calm. He had been through worse in his life, and he didn't approach the trial unprepared. Noah unfolded his consciousness as he tightened his grip on the demonic sword. The dark world seemed to stop as his concentration increased and his mind focused on the golems. Then the dark world began to condense. The army of dragons vanished, and the dark matter in the area amassed in the form of minute shards above the puppets' heads. Those creatures promptly tried to attack them, but an intense sharpness suddenly filled the room and made it fall into complete chaos. The shards transformed into massive blades that fell on the golems and cut through their dark blue bodies. Those creatures remained stuck for a second, but they soon charged ahead and destroyed the black swords. Noah's sharpness activated at that point. The giants now had a large crack that ran from their head to the bottom of their torso, and countless cuts opened inside them. Pieces of those dark blue rocks rained from their bodies as Noah's attack continued. He didn't waste time gathering those materials and shot toward the exit at full speed. The dark matter that had flowed inside them after they continued their charge resonated with Noah's sharpness and aided the many cuts that were continuing to appear. The golems finally showed signs of slowing down, but that phenomenon barely affected their battle prowess. Still, Noah used the instant gained through his technique to shoot toward the exit and cross the golems that were about to seal his path toward the outside world. Along his path, Noah noticed that one of the giants had fallen on the ground, with its body in pieces. That was the first puppet that he met in the trial. It was the creature that had suffered his lunge. Noah smiled at that sight, but he didn't dare to slow down. He entered the tunnel and quickly flew back into the outside world to return to his cave. The scenes of the recent battles still filled his mind, but intense tiredness filled his mind and threatened to make him fall asleep. Noah's body was fine, but his dantian and mental energy were almost empty. The last attack and the divine deduction technique's continuous use had made him reach his limits far faster than usual. Still, he didn't regret that. Destroying one of them was the hard part, Noah thought as he sat and reviewed the images of his recent battle. Finding a way to destroy the other ones without depleting my energy is simple math. Noah recovered and prepared for his second attempt in the trial after he returned to his cave. His black hole of power washed away the tiredness that afflicted his centers of power, and his mind planned strategies that would help him defeat that challenge. He had to overcome 2 major problems to win the trial. One involved his energy, and the other the power of his attacks. Noah's battle prowess didn't reflect his actual level, but the quantity of energy contained inside his centers of power did. He could defeat the peak middle-tier golems, but long battles against those opponents would exhaust him. His attacks were also unsuitable for that type of battle. The golems were resistant to the breath and mental energy, which ruled out most of his spells and martial arts from the list of abilities to use in the trial. The damage that he could inflict with them didn't match the energy needed to cast them. At his current level, Noah couldn't improve his centers of power drastically. Even the raw laws would lose their effect at some point, and abusing them would only hurt his individuality in the long run. Noah had to find the solution to those problems in his techniques. He had to rely only on stronger abilities to save energy and be more efficient during the battle. The last fight didn't feature Noah at his peak. Night was hibernating, and he didn't use any fake core with his workshop, so the ability didn't express its true power. The dark matter didn't perform any specific task either. Noah had used it to create the fiendish armor, but that protection was almost useless against the golems. Could only defend from the shockwaves. Couldn't stop their massive punches. Noah could express far more of his power now that he knew what he had to defeat, and he didn't waste time in completing his preparations. A new blueprint formed in his mind, and the steeled boar's skin transformed into multiple fake cores while he waited for Night to wake up. He even studied his martial arts. The golems were theoretically resistant to those techniques, but Noah backed his forms with his incredible physical strength. His slashes and lunges were far from useless in the trial. I have always planned to do this, Noah thought as his divine deduction technique helped him reviewing his martial arts. I can't limit the higher energy to the passive empowerment of other abilities. I have to make it a core part, just like my physical strength, my breath, and my mental energy. The workshop and the dark world were the only techniques he couldn't activate without dark matter. His martial arts and spells could still work without it, and that had to change. As much as Noah liked being versatile, he recognized that he couldn't treat his dark matter as energy separate from his existence. The dark matter was part of his individuality, so all his techniques and spells had to feature it. Noah had done something similar in the past already when he had fused his martial arts and spells to create a personal school that only hybrids could perform. He only had to do it again, but on a broader scale, since that project would theoretically update his whole battle style. That project required a lot of time and many tests, but Supreme Thief's inheritance was the perfect training area, especially since he had to wait for Night to wake up. The Crystal City and other eventual bounty hunters couldn't reach him in that place. No one on the entire human side could find the inheritance since the Legion kept its location a secret and moved it whenever the cultivators became too close. The environment inside the second layer was also perfect for his level. That separate dimension had the same quality as the outer world. It was even better at times since it didn't feature any unexpected danger. Noah was even alone now since most hybrids weren't aware of that location. He could train in complete safety and without external hassles to handle. Night was a rank 7 creature in the lower tier that Noah had improved. Its mind had also experienced the Ascension twice, so it surpassed most magical beasts at his level when it came to his experience in the divine ranks. It was only normal for Night to need years to wake up. The length of its hibernation reflected its power and the might that it would wield after the breakthrough. Noah could rejoice twice when he saw that Night had continued to sleep for entire decades. That time allowed him to focus on his abilities and showed how the pterodactyl's potential surpassed any other magical beast in the Immortal lands and made it closer to the hybrid realm. I have to say, Master, Night voice suddenly echoed in Noah's mind while he was training. I didn't expect to reach these peaks after you destroyed part of my mind. I'm glad I've sacrificed it now. A deafening roar filled the separate space when Night finished speaking, and the massive figure of a peculiar pterodactyl shot out of Noah's chest right after. Night flew out of the cave and rose high in the sky before bathing in the second layer's pale azure light. Trails of darkness followed it since it had yet to learn how to control its new power. The companion cut and transformed the matter on its path due to its newfound sharpness. Are you ready to jump in a battle? Noah asked through his mind as a cold smirk appeared on his face. I only need to understand how strong I have become before, Night replied. I can cut anything you want afterward. Have fun, Noah replied before focusing again on his abilities. Night flew through the second layer in the following months. It avoided the areas featuring members of the Legion to focus on the few powerful specimens that inhabited that environment. Noah kept the pterodactyl's movements in check through his mind, but he didn't apply any major restriction to its behavior. He only asked the creature not to start a war because of its need to test its power. After Night felt satisfied with its tests, it flew back to the cave and returned inside the separate dimension. It was ready to hear Noah's battle plan and eager to face the golems. "This is the best I can do for now," Noah thought as he focused on bringing his centers of power back to their peak. "I will handle the other spells another time." Noah couldn't succeed in his project in those years, not completely at least. He had to ignore some spells and finish the improvements on those that he planned to use in the trial. The others would have to wait for him to go to the next tower. Once his centers of power were ready, Noah left his cave and jumped off the cliff to re-enter the trial. When he reached the end of the tunnel, he saw the army of golems turning toward him again. Those creatures had even returned to their original position after the previous battle. Noah behaved like the last time. The demonic sword flew in his hand, and he crouched as he pulled his blade back. Still, the golem fell backward when his attack hit its chest. The demonic sword began to shake while Noah held it. That phenomenon didn't come from the accumulation of dark matter in its structure. It was a form that Noah had added to give an active task to the higher energy generated by the blade. Martial arts required forms to consume breath and use it to produce stronger effects, and the same applied to the higher energy. Noah had already seen from Snor's dark beam how the dark matter reached its highest destructive potential in its violent shape, so he created a move that imitated the effects of its innate ability. Noah had it easy in that task. He had invented the Snor's dark beam in the end. Translating the movements of its organs into a form wasn't hard. The problems had begun when the dark matter started to diminish the effects of his darkness. Still, Noah had used the years while waiting for Night to wake up to test and polish that new move. That martial art was already perfect in the trial. When Noah pushed his blade forward, his sharpness intensified, and a dark beam came out of his attack. The technique carried the same violent energy that Snor could create, but it released it in a more orderly form. That seemed to be contradictory. The violent dark matter was what made the dark beam so threatening. Still, Noah didn't affect that feature during the execution of his technique. The dark beam appeared more orderly due to the sharpness that flew with it. Noah had found a way to condense it through his darkness and physical strength. So the attack carried the full power of Snor's innate ability added to his iconic lunge. The attack hit the golem at the center of its chest and dug its dark blue metallic skin to reach deeper parts of its body. During the impact, the puppet sensed an immense force pushing it back and destabilizing its balance. The beam was so dense that the golem bent backward before falling on its back. The creature waved its arms in a desperate attempt to straighten its position, but its clunky body didn't allow it to stand up quickly. Cuts had also started to open inside the large hole that had appeared on its chest. Its fall had prevented Noah from inflicting more damage, but he had already used his individuality to increase the dangerousness of his attack. While the golem tried to deal with that annoying technique, Noah leaped toward it and held the demonic sword with both hands. His blade pointed at the ground, at the creature that was still stuck there due to its clunky shape. Noah's blade began to tremble again while he performed that move. That form lacked any style or refined gesture, but it expressed the aggression carried by his individuality. It made Noah resemble a drooling beast that was jumping toward its injured prey. A massive arm appeared on its path during his descent. A second golem had arrived on the scene and had thrown an uppercut to catch him by surprise, but its attack barely managed to slow Noah down. When the trembling blade hit the giant fist, shards made of dark matter flew downward and cut away pieces of the second golem's limbs. Some even turned into dust due to the might carried by the blow. Noah quickly pulled back his blade and rotated on himself to slash downward. His movements seemed to slow down since the world tried to restrain that intense release of energy, but his attack wasn't something those weak laws could contain. A fast, curved black line flew out of his figure and crashed on the damaged fist. The rest of the attack continued to descend toward the first golem and worsened its condition as it intensified the countless cuts that were opening inside its injury. A third and fourth golem reached Noah, and the second creature joined their offensive with its free hand. 3 punches were flying toward him at the same time and threatened to smash his body into pieces. That offensive wasn't something that Noah could stop even with his improved martial art. His centers of power were too weak for that feat, yet he had prepared something for that issue. His dark world suddenly expanded, and the workshop activated. In a fraction of an instant, countless thick tentacles wrapped themselves around the golems around him and restrained their movements. The tentacles also extended on their arms and stopped their attacks before they could reach Noah, giving him time to execute another form undisturbed. Noah kicked the air above him and shot past the damaged arm. The world in his vision became blurry for a second, but it soon stabilized when his weapon pierced the golem's head, and dark matter exploded wildly in its insides. Chunks of dark blue rocks shot in every direction as Noah turned to perform a slash while pulling his sword out of the creature's head. A massive cut spread through its chest and fused with the large hole as the blade came out in the open and slashed at the damaged arm. Other golems arrived at that point, but more tentacles materialized inside the dark world and restrained their movements, giving Noah all the time that he wanted to focus his opponents. Snore, Noah thought before leaping off the lane golem to shoot toward the second one. Snore materialized among the dark world and opened its mouth to launch its dark beam to the first golem. The puppet was still struggling to stand up, but the creature's innate ability kept it down and dug through its body. Night, Noah thought before moving his blade to the side and accumulating dark matter in its structure. A shadow came out of his chest and surpassed him to fuse with the golem's shoulder. Before Noah could even reach that spot, the limb fell, and the pterodactyl reappeared nearby. Noah had understood the weak points of the golems at first sight. The joints on their arms had to be softer to allow them to perform their attacks, and Night could exploit that information. The pterodactyl was the only creature in Noah's arsenal that could execute precise attacks without minding the opponent's movements. It could reach its joints in an instant and sever them even faster. Noah reached the golem's neck as the arm fell and stabbed the sharp side of his blade into its dark blue metal. His feet then landed on its severed shoulders, and dark matter filled his black vessels as he focused his whole physical strength on cutting that head off. A flash of dark matter spread through the dark world as the energy contained inside the demonic sword exploded. A large chunk of the golem's neck shattered as he continued to apply strength to his attack. More explosions resounded, and other golems arrived in his position, but there didn't seem to be an end to those tentacles. The workshop's new creation could keep those creatures restrained for a long time as long as they didn't work together to sever them. However, Noah knew that destroying the tentacles was useless. The dark world would always refill the depleted higher energy and recreate those limbs. The new blueprint for the workshop represented a giant octopus that Noah had explicitly created for the trial. Its body didn't exist in the world since he had invented a structure that could restrain the golems. Noah had learnt from his first attempt in the trial. An army of dragons in the middle tier couldn't stop the golems, and he suspected that adding fake cores to their bodies would only slightly improve their efficiency. He needed something different for the challenge, something strong enough to face multiple golems at the same time, and that his workshop could create instantly. Through the divine deduction technique, Noah devised a blueprint that could feature multiple fake cores. The octopus contained most of his replicas of Great Builder's oval items, with many of them occupying specific spots in its tentacles. That made the limbs far sturdier and gave them enough power to restrain the golems. Still, their destruction could cause the loss of the fake cores. The octopus wasn't big enough to cover the entire underground hall either, so it could only protect Noah from the attacks happening around him. Noah completed his slash and severed the golem's head. Violent dark matter flew out of his blade once it reappeared in the open, and black shards crashed on the puppets that had gathered around him. The headless golem didn't stop moving, but Night flew inside its other shoulder and severed its arm with a clean attack. Nothing seemed able to block the pterodactyl now that it had reached the middle tier. A prideful hiss echoed in the underground hall as Snore raised its massive head to spat a wave of that matter on the golems amassing around the battle. The puppet under the blood companion had died after suffering countless injuries, and the snake wanted to announce its feat to the world. "I can do this," Noah shouted in his mind as he continued to fight. If his math was correct, he had enough energy to clear the entire hall. Adding his dark matter to his martial arts had put more pressure on his body, but it had eased the weight felt by his dantian. Those techniques also required a small amount of darkness anyway, so his improvements made its consumption barely noticeable. The dark world kept enhancing his abilities and companions as the battle continued. Night and Snore could express far more power in that environment, and the same went for the giant octopus. Noah exploited every chance that he found to inflict damage. Those golems weren't living beings, and they didn't have any core. The underground hall itself seemed to fuel them and lead them toward him. They would stop moving once they suffered severe structural damage. The room would spend too much energy to make them function in that condition, so it left them on the ground. The golems could ignore even his deadliest techniques to launch a reckless assault. They didn't care about their life. They only wanted to defeat their opponent. The octopus took care of most golems. It restrained their movements and allowed Noah, Snore, and Night to inflict severe injuries. The pterodactyl and Noah could even resort to more precise attacks that left the golems either maimed or completely armless. As the battle continued, Noah began to feel some pressure. That trial was far more dangerous than his fight with the steel boar. The golems could gain the upper hand and kill him if he slowed down or committed some mistake. His centers of power never stopped depleting their energy, and Noah could only keep them in check as he continued to fight. He had to follow a specific pace to make sure that he would last until the end of the battle, which only increased the pressure he felt. It was only due to his vast battle experience that he managed to remain calm and continue to execute his offensive in the most perfect and neat way. He didn't perform any useless movement or attack. Every time he used his breath, the golems lost pieces of their body. Golems slowly started to die more often as the battle continued. Noah could rarely focus one of them for longer than 2 attacks, so he had spent most of the initial phases of the fight inflicting injuries to anything that came into his range. The real killing arrived after every golem in the hall had suffered some damage. Noah would engulf them with another series of attacks and worsen the injuries caused during the first phases of the trial. His sharpness never stopped rampaging through the battlefield either. All the cracks, severed limbs, and even minor dents were the home to countless cuts that opened and continued to damage the dark blue metal. The more the battle went on, the more Noah neared the exhaustion. Still, the pace at which golems died also increased due to the injuries accumulated on their bodies. Noah fought like a calm madman, and the same went for his companions. Only Snore threw itself toward the golems when it didn't have enough time to prepare its dark beam. Tentacles broke from time to time, and fake cores ended up crushed by the golem's giant feet after they fell on the ground. The dark world would often fail to seize them in time since it had countless enemies walking freely through its dense dark matter. Noah stabbed his blade on Golem's shoulder, and a wave of violent but dense dark matter shot out of it together with his darkness and sharpness. Night promptly flew toward the other shoulder and severed the entire limb. That denied the Golem's attack and gave Noah time to cause a series of explosions with his dark matter. Once even the other arm fell, Noah shot toward the puppet's chest and threw a violent kick while Snore and tentacles restrained its legs. The golem fell backward, and Noah held his blade with 2 hands before rising it above his head and thrusting it down when the creature touched the ground. A spiderweb of cracks expanded from the spot where the demonic sword had pierced the golem. Flares of dark matter came out of them whenever they failed to dig through the dark blue metal. Noah stabbed his blade deeper and released more dark matter whenever that happened. The demonic sword eventually reached the ground after it dug through the entire puppet. Noah climbed through the cracks and prepared his weapon to resume his offensive, but he froze mid-air when he saw nothing more than boulders and debris. Nothing moved in the underground hall. Even his companions remained still in front of that silent victory. The others should be harder, Noah thought as he landed on a boulder and let go of the demonic sword. The blade gave voice to a growl before slipping inside his robe. The demonic sword was tired, but it didn't want to rest inside the separate space. It also knew that Noah would cultivate soon, so it found it pointless to return inside the black hole. The underground hall grew darker after Noah defeated all the golems. Breath seeped out of its walls quickly and soon filled the entire area. A path even opened on the opposite side of the entrance. That was the last evidence that Noah needed to be sure of his initial success. The victory in the first hall of the underground hall made Noah confident in his battle prowess. He had managed to defeat more than 50 peak middle-tier opponents without taking any break. That feat put him among the best liquid stage cultivators in terms of battle prowess. The golems didn't reflect the power of actual magical beasts at that level, and Noah had even invented specific techniques for that trial, but his strength was undeniable. The trial didn't offer Noah much time to rest. The 1-week rule was effective even after he cleared the first hall, so he had to focus on bringing his centers of power back to their peak during those days. Noah wanted to study the dark blue metal, review his previous battle, and improve his abilities to make them even more perfect for the trial. Yet, the 1-week restriction forced him to disregard everything to focus on his centers of power. Most cultivators would struggle to recover after such a battle, and the same went for some hybrids, even if their resilience surpassed what simple humans were capable of doing. Still, Noah had the black hole, so his condition returned to its peak even before his time ran out. His 4th center of power also sensed Noah's need to recover quickly, so it redirected its energy to improve that process. Noah was ready for the next hall in 6 days. Noah didn't waste time. He left for the next hall as soon as he recovered. A new path had appeared on the walls, and his consciousness sensed multiple presences when he entered it. The golems in the second hall activated when Noah stepped inside the new tunnel. Their number was almost the same as the previous phase. There were only 2 more of them there. Noah didn't have to think nor plan anything. He knew what he had to do, and he had also accumulated experience in that type of battle. Golems moved in his direction as soon as he left the tunnel, and Noah didn't hesitate to activate his abilities. Snore, Night, the demonic sword, and the octopus filled his dark world that expanded to cover most of the battlefield. The second battle went even better than the first one. Noah had polished some aspects of his battle style after the experience gained in the previous hall, and he had learnt more about the golems. He could exploit their structural weaknesses better and destroy more of them in a shorter time. He even resorted to maim a large group to lower their dangerousness and have an easier way through the battle. The second part of the trial went smoothly. The walls soon darkened, and breath seeped out of their fabric to allow his recovery. Noah didn't even wait for that energy to fill the hall and sat on the ground to rest. In a bit more than 6 days, Noah was ready to fight, and he shot toward the tunnel that had opened after his victory to face the third hall. An army of golems filled his view again, but their numbers didn't worry him. It seemed that the trial wanted to test his mental resilience other than his overall battle prowess. Noah didn't have the time to think about Supreme Thief's intentions during the challenge, but he began to guess that the expert didn't intend to make the Strength Tower only about physical power. The tower wanted to force any contestant to stop relying on their breath and mental energy. It was a subtle difference that many ignored, but it marked the difference between Noah's success and failure. If the Supreme Thief wanted to limit that tower to the physical strength, Noah wouldn't be able to use his dark matter. The fact that almost every expert was unaware of the existence of the higher energy wouldn't stop a rank 9 expert from preventing its usage. Instead, Noah had managed to exploit physical techniques that relied on his dark matter throughout the entire second layer. The dark vessels were part of his body, but that didn't change the fact that they fed on his higher energy. The third hall went even better than the previous ones. Even if Noah didn't have enough time to review his battle, his prowess against the golems naturally improved. His attack became more precise and began to consume less energy. His new techniques also grew in might as he kept using them against those enemies. The same went for his companions. Night had an innate insight that allowed it to find weak spots in its opponents, but Snore and the octopus had to learn from the battles to hone their skills. Still, the process went smoothly, and they soon brought their efficiency to its peak. An almost identical challenge followed the third hall, and that trend continued even for the 5th and 6th battles. Noah had spent weeks inside that trial already, but he didn't appear able to find its end. No thoughts filled his mind. Noah barely had the time to recover, so he couldn't waste any second in pointless reasonings. He could only accept that he would review everything once the trial was over. When Noah approached the seventh hall, he soon discovered that something was off. He had become so used to the golem's presence that he could immediately understand that the next room featured different opponents. His worry mounted as he approached the exit of the tunnel, but his expression became determined when he saw that the seventh hall featured a single opponent. It was a bigger version of the golems, and its size reflected its superior power. Is it in the upper tier? Noah wondered as he studied the golem. The creature didn't activate while he was inside the tunnel, so Noah had enough time to study the new challenge. The seventh hall was taller than the others to accommodate the bigger golem, but its other features were identical to the previous ones. The golem didn't seem to be completely in the upper tier. It appeared to rest among the two levels of power, and its body carried features that belonged to both of them. Part of its rocky skin was identical to the other golems, but a few chunks carried crystal-like characteristics that hinted to a superior level. The same seemed to apply to its insides, and that gave Noah hope to win the challenge. Noah had already tested his power against a body in the upper tier. Jordan had barely bled when his fingers stabbed her palm, so he knew that his power wouldn't allow him to fight opponents at that level. Yet, the big golem's uneven body would allow Noah to focus the weaker parts and inflict enough damage anyway. The fight was everything but hopeless. There was even the change that it would be easier than the previous ones. When fighting against multiple enemies, Noah had to save his strength and limit his attack's power. However, a single opponent would allow him to go all out and unleash the entirety of his energy on it. I've come this far, Noah thought as he stepped out of the tunnel. No point in going back now. When Noah touched the pale azure ground, the golem activated, and screeching noises filled the hall as it moved toward him. The creature then stopped and half-crouched to pull its fist back. Noah didn't dare to face the attack head-on. He had already endured the shockwaves released by the weaker golems, and he wasn't sure that he could defend against the same technique performed by a creature that bordered the upper tier. The dark world expanded in an instant, and Noah shot on the side of the hall. The world became blurry in his vision as his body transformed into a flying sword that circled the golem to approach it from behind. The golem didn't care about Noah's tactic. It released its punch and unleashed a shockwave that created intense storms. Noah was almost behind the creature, but the storms ricocheted on the walls and filled the whole hall, hitting him in the process. Blood rose in Noah's mouth as the storms interrupted his movement technique and flung him on the walls. The golem didn't even hit him, but the power it could unleash was enough to dispel his abilities. Half of the dark world had vanished after the attack, and the golem began to turn toward him to prepare another punch. Noah's determination intensified when he saw that scene, and he kicked the walls behind him to shoot toward his opponent. Noah had faced so many battles throughout his life that he instantly understood how to defeat that opponent. Its previous attack had shown him that he couldn't escape from the storms in that closed environment. The only possible approach was to destroy the golem before it killed him. Snore, Night, and the octopus appeared among the dark world and followed Noah during his charge. The demonic sword also landed in his grasp as dark matter flowed inside his dark vessels, and fire came out of his mouth. Noah knew that his flames couldn't burn much in that environment, but even the most minute speck of energy could make the difference between life and death in that situation. He had to rely on all his abilities if he wanted to succeed. A piercing beam made of dark matter shot out of the demonic sword when Noah stabbed it in one of the weaker spots on the golem's shoulder. Night followed the attack by flying inside the injury, and Snore coiled itself around the other arm to restrain the puppet's movements. The octopus helped the blood companion in its task, and Snore followed the exchange by biting on the golem's head and releasing its innate ability. Two waves of violent dark matter, one chaotic and one dense, engulfed the golem. A large crack opened on its shoulder, and tiny shards fell from its head as the offensive continued. A loud clinking noise also echoed through the dark world as Night came out of the crack and released a roar. The pterodactyl had hit one of the tough parts during its dive. Still, it had managed to enlarge the injury as much as possible. Its roar was a simple expression of its battle intent. Snore and the octopus only managed to stop the golem for an instant. The puppet soon began to pull its fist back, and its movements tore the creatures attempting to keep it still. Dozens of fake cores fell on the ground as the tentacles broke. Noah had managed to save many of them in the previous battles, so he didn't even record that loss. Snore's body also broke, but the dark world quickly restored the companions that didn't hesitate to resume their tasks. Still, their efforts ended up being useless since the golem completed its technique and released another shockwave. Noah had attacked another soft spot during that time, but the storms that filled the hall flung him away again. A mouthful of blood and screeching noises came out of his figure when he slammed on the wall. Still, only a fraction of an instant went by before he shot toward the golem again. A curved black line flew out of his blade during his charge, and a violent shockwave expanded through the golem's body when he stabbed a soft spot on its back. Night quickly entered one of the injuries, and countless dark blue chunks fell from the puppet as the offensive continued. The golem launched another attack, and the cycle began again. Noah found himself on a wall. His body had already started to feel sore, but he didn't hesitate to kick the rocks behind him to charge again. His moves carried no hesitation. His body moved on its own without needing thoughts to create a specific tactic. His instincts already knew how he had to attack, and Noah relied on them to optimize his offensive. His companions seemed able to share his peculiar mindset. Noah, Night, and Snore didn't communicate, but they instinctively coordinated to inflict as much damage as possible in every exchange. That was coordination obtained after millennia of battles. They even knew that type of opponent, so their teamwork carried no flaws. Little by little, the golem became slimmer. Large chunks of its body had crumbled under its opponent's relentless and precise offensive. Its torso had become a mess of protruding boulders and cavities, and the same went for its arms and legs. The damage that it had suffered didn't affect its power. The golem continued to launch threatening attacks that unleashed intense storms. Noah couldn't escape from those storms, and injuries kept accumulating on his body. The golem had even broken some of his bones, but his incredible resilience allowed him to express the same power throughout the entire battle. At some point, Noah and Night dived toward the golem's head in a joint offensive that aimed to deal a deadly blow to the puppet. Their figures became nothing more than vague shadows in the darkness of the dark world, and an explosion resounded through the hall when they landed on their target. Noah stabbed one of the soft parts on the golem's head, and Night deepened the injury, allowing the demonic sword to dig deeper into that dark blue material. Dark matter flowed violently out of the blade, and Noah's sharpness mixed with it as it ran through the many cracks that filled the puppet's body. Snore joined the offensive by biting on the largest cracks and releasing its dark matter. Part of the violent higher energy flowing through the fissures ended up flaring toward Noah, but he endured the damage as he continued to push his blade into the golem. The rivers of dark matter that flowed inside the golem eventually managed to destabilize its structure. The puppet began to crumble right before launching another attack, and boulders exploded outward during its destruction. Noah found himself with his back on the wall again. A boulder had crushed his left leg, and a few shards had pierced his chest. Blood also flowed out of his mouth, but his smile shone brightly at the sight of the destroyed opponent. Snore quickly reformed under him and acted as a mouth that carried him toward the largest pile of boulders. A book had come out from the golem's body and now rested on top of the debris. The battle didn't damage it. Its thick black cover didn't have the slightest trace of dust. Embodiment of power. Noah read from the symbols on the cover, but a sudden metallic noise made him turn toward the end of the hall. One of the walls opened to create a path that radiated a pale yellow light. It seemed that the trial wasn't over. Again, Noah shouted in his mind. He had already seen a similar scene. The same had happened in Great Builder's Inheritance when he completed the most difficult challenge in the first layer. The arrival of the breath in the hall confirmed his victory. The book in his hands hinted that the trial was over. Noah had already obtained his reward, but that underground structure had yet to end. I can't recover quickly enough this time, Noah thought as he studied his condition. He had broken bones, a crushed leg, damaged internal organs, and a few superficial injuries. Even his mighty black hole couldn't make him battle-ready in a week. Noah would have to focus on his recovery for months to return to his peak. Still, his curiosity had the better of him. Even in his injured condition, Noah could force himself to run if the situation required it. Yet, he had the vague feeling that he wouldn't get another chance to explore that new path if he turned back now. Noah glanced at the book before storing it inside his separate space. Snore then shrunk as it carried him toward the new tunnel. The demonic sword and knight also flew next to him to ensure that nothing could reach him while he was in that poor condition. The pale yellow light made Noah recall the insides of the pyramid. That was the main reason behind his vague confidence that the underground structure wouldn't force him to fight again. The tunnel was also different. The pale azure rocks transformed into polished bricks as Noah moved through the passage. That was the sign of a connection with Great Builder's creation, but he didn't jump to conclusions just yet. He was dealing with the inheritance of a rank 9 existence. His mind couldn't hope to comprehend Supreme Thief's mindset. A small room unfolded in his vision once he reached the end of the tunnel. Noah was almost expecting to see a bed there, but he found a solitary ethereal figure instead. The figure depicted a young-looking man with long hair and a patch covering his left eye. A tight robe covered most of his body, and a series of scrolls rested on his back, tied to his torso with a few thin cords. The man was playing with a cube that transformed whenever he pressed on specific spots. It shattered into a series of smaller shapes only to reform into the figure's hands, who didn't hesitate to sigh at that sight. "You can come out," the man said without moving his eye away from the cube. "You did a good job out there, but I'm not sure if the real owner of this inheritance would be happy to know that you cheated." Noah's eyes widened when he heard those words, and the man gave voice to a laugh when he sensed that reaction. He then placed the cube to the ground and turned to inspect Noah, nodding whenever he glanced at his companion. "I'm kidding," the man continued. "That guy is dead. I don't even remember his name. I stole this piece of his inheritance only to piss off the organization that controlled it. It should still be good stuff. I think that he focused on using his breath to boost his body or whatever." Noah didn't know how to answer to that interaction, but he didn't fail to memorize the hints carried by his words. The man had clearly said that he had stolen that inheritance, and Noah didn't forget where he was. "Stop remaining speechless," the man said before exploding into another laugh. "You are the first to reach the end of a layer. Be proud of your talent. No one should even be humble after overcoming my trials." "I didn't cheat," Noah said to avoid any misunderstanding. "I cleared the trial fairly." "Oh, but you did cheat," the man said as his smile began to give off a canny vibe. "I'm pretty sure that the owner wanted to find an heir with a strong body, not a hybrid who can use dense energy. Quite spectacular to watch, but not really in line with the trial." "He had to create better restrictions then," Noah replied, unwilling to back off from that topic. "I agree," the man said as he sat on the ground and supported his back with his arms. "It has been quite easy to steal. Your dense energy is far more interesting. I wish I could borrow it for a while." An intense aura came out of the man at that point. He didn't change position nor expression, but something had triggered his individuality. The aura enveloped the tunnel and covered the entire underground structure, creating a pulling force that dragged all the dark blue pieces of the golems toward the last room. Noah's black hole didn't escape that process. He felt his dark matter seeping out of his chest against his will and flying toward the figure. "Damn it," the man said once he noticed what was happening. "Sorry about this. It's hard to control myself even in this form. I guess you can't avoid these drawbacks once you reach the peak of the cultivation journey." The pulling force vanished as the figure waved his hand. Noah quickly reabsorbed his dark matter and began to consider running away before something like that happened again. Yet, he couldn't retreat now that he had understood who had appeared in front of him. "Are you Supreme Thief?" Noah asked once his curiosity reached its peak. "The one and only," the man said, "destroyer of countless organizations and public enemy of the human side. No treasure is safe with me around. I guess that's why they ganged up to kill me." Noah couldn't even begin to describe the shock that he felt, but some greed began to leak out of his figure. He had entered a secret part of the inheritance after clearing the trial, so a part of him expected to receive more rewards. "Look at that," Supreme Thief said when he sensed Noah's greed. "A boundless desire also curses you. You might want to learn to keep it in check. Not many can survive with such a flashy feeling." "How did you die?" Noah ignored his words to ask. "How many rank 9 existences live in the immortal lands?" Even if his greed made him think about potential rewards, his mind went after knowledge he couldn't obtain otherwise. Only a rank 9 existence could have the answers to those questions. Noah guessed that even experts in the 8th rank would find it hard to know that. "I didn't exactly die," Supreme Thief said. "Death is something that only living beings can experience. Those who reach the 9th rank are much more than that. Killing one of us is akin to destroying an entire world." "Then, why are you in this form?" Noah asked after memorizing his last line. "Well," Supreme Thief replied as he wore a shameless expression, "I sort of died. Sort of. Nothing serious, though. I have a friend who is working on bringing us back." Everything connected inside Noah's mind at that point. The similarities with Great Builder's inheritance and the secret room inside the pyramid were part of the same insane project. Supreme Thief and Great Builder wanted to cheat death. That piece of information uncovered a plan that left Noah speechless. It involved 2 rank 9 existences that wanted to come back from the dead. Noah had no words to express his astonishment. It was clear that he knew nothing about the immortal lands after his conversation with Supreme Thief. There was simply too much going on under the unaware gazes of the existences in the 7th rank. "Who has the power to kill you?" Noah asked. "Is the 9th rank the peak of the cultivation journey? Can Great Builder really cheat death?" Noah stormed Supreme Thief with questions, and the latter revealed a surprised expression when he heard Great Builder's name. It seemed that he didn't expect Noah to make that connection. "Life can offer such wonderful twists," Supreme Thief said after sighing. "You must be quite unique. I didn't expect to meet someone like you from towers built on stolen inheritances. Maybe you do deserve more than a simple speck of my soul." Noah's eyes lit up at those words, but Supreme Thief didn't give him the time to ponder about them. He stood up and played with his hair before focusing again on Noah. "This whole place is only an accumulation of my gains," Supreme Thief said. "The bottom of the towers hides paths that lead to my real inheritance. My corpse is also there. Use this information as you see fit." Chaos fell on Noah's mental sea. That description matched what he had seen inside the pyramid. Supreme Thief and Great Builder had created similar structures to prepare for their resurrection. "Heaven and earth have followers," Supreme Thief continued. "I have always seen them as slaves, but their power can match mine. You will eventually clash with them if you continue on this path. I couldn't defeat them, and you will probably end in the same way." Supreme Thief wasn't praising Noah with those lines. He was only describing the situation of the immortal lands for existences that carried laws alien to heaven and earth's system. "Will you continue on your path even after learning this?" Supreme Thief asked, and his expression became dead serious at that point. "You ask this as if I had a choice," Noah replied as a faint smile appeared on his face. "I either succeed or die trying. My ambition doesn't allow me to walk any other path." Supreme Thief stared at Noah for an instant before exploding into a loud laugh. He had seemed surprised about his reaction, but he didn't appear displeased about it. "Perfect," Supreme Thief replied as his hand went on his eye patch. "Then come, gaze into my world and learn the true meaning of stealing." Noah bent toward Supreme Thief, and the expert lifted his eye patch. Noah's focus went on his left eye, but he couldn't see anything since a blinding blue light filled his vision and made him cut any connection with the outside world. Countless images flowed inside Noah's head. They didn't depict anything specific. They were nothing more than emotions capable of affecting all his senses at the same time. A profound meaning seeped inside his mental sea and dispersed among his mental energy. Noah felt that he had understood something immense, but he couldn't describe what it was with his words. His mind also felt unable to recall those emotions. They seemed too heavy for his current level. Stealing is only a trick, a drawback of my individuality, Supreme Thief explained once Noah regained his focus. You will eventually understand this as long as you don't let go of your greed. For now, I can only wish you a fun journey. I have so many questions, Noah said, but Supreme Thief's smile widened as he shook his head. I won't give you more answers, Supreme Thief said. Our time together is over. Ghosts can't bother the living for too long. Noah felt a pushing force driving him away from the hall. His feet slid on the polished floor of the tunnel, and bricks appeared on its exit as Supreme Thief began to seal that passage. Heaven and earth. Supreme Thief's words echoed through the tunnel as Noah slid away. There is so much to steal, so much to take. You can't suppress us all for too long. Even your infinite and immense power won't be enough to contain us one day. Noah shouted questions, but Supreme Thief didn't even look at him. That interaction was over, and Noah didn't have the power to delay its end. It was time for him to go. As Supreme Thief's monologue echoed through the walls, the tunnel closed and cut off his voice. Noah couldn't hear him anymore and flew, driven by that pushing force inside the hall where he had fought the giant golem. What the hell just happened? Noah shouted in his mind once he returned to the previous hall. His conversation with Supreme Thief felt like a dream whenever he recalled it. The things that he had revealed hinted at a battle that involved followers of heaven and earth and independent existences. They will surely go after me at some point, Noah thought as he reviewed what he had learnt. He did not doubt that matter. Noah had confirmed his status as an enemy of heaven and earth multiple times already. They would surely send someone to kill him as long as he became stronger. I can only focus on my personal power since I can't avoid this outcome, Noah concluded in his mind, and the book seized after defeating the big golem appeared in his hands. The words embodiment of power appeared in his mind again when he inspected its thick black cover. The book didn't seem old, but it lacked the mysterious vibe that most resources previously handled by powerful cultivators had. Noah opened the book to inspect its contents and was pleasantly surprised to find that it described a technique that he could use. The embodiment of power was a process that used breath as fuel for physical strength, and it was something that only the owner of that inheritance could use properly. The only problem with the book was that its contents were incomplete. It didn't have any missing pages. The owner of the inheritance didn't complete the technique before writing it down. That wasn't a surprise since the owner had been nothing more than a rank 7 cultivator in the solid stage when he died. He lacked the expertise to broaden his technique and make it more accessible to other cultivators. Still, Noah didn't mind that incompleteness. He actually preferred it. Most inheritances would force him to modify his rewards anyway, and he would have it easier if they weren't complete to begin with. I might be able to use it with the right modifications, Noah thought as he read through the contents of the book. The technique described a series of specific positions that he had to perform while he filled his body with breath. His body would slowly learn to feed on that energy after a while and obtain surges of power once it fueled its functions. That process was similar to Noah's black vessels but also vastly different. It hinted at an idea that had the potential to become the best body-empowering technique in the world. Noah didn't immediately focus on his reward. His body was a mess and needed attention, and the underground structure had many valuable materials that he could seize. With all the golems dead, their dark blue rocky remains didn't belong to the inheritance anymore. Noah could take them as part of the trial's rewards, and he wouldn't give up on that resource, especially since some boulders were materials in the upper tier. His overall gains there surpassed what he had managed to seize in the previous trials. The other sparse resources gained in the second layer couldn't match that sheer number of materials. Noah could only be happy about the outcome of the trial, but those gains didn't manage to improve his mood. He had just learnt about a massive conspiracy and incredible plans. Those few rewards couldn't satisfy his desire to join the field where only rank 9 existences could walk. Recovering comes first, Noah thought as Snore brought him through the halls, had helped to gather all the dark blue debris left in the underground structure. I still have 8 towers to explore. One of them has to contain something that can bring my battle prowess to a superior league. What he had gained in that trial and the entirety of the second layer was only a minute part of what Supreme Thief's inheritance could offer. The Strength Tower had more floors available, and the same went for the other buildings. Noah was still far away from being over with the structure. Since the second layer couldn't offer him anything else, Noah decided to return to the outside world to recover. He also had to hunt to refill his stash of magical beast corpses, and he wanted to spend some time in seclusion to absorb the experience gained in the previous battles fully. A surprise was waiting for him in the outside world. When Noah left the inheritance and reappeared above the Strength Tower, he saw countless platoons of hybrids fixing a series of long metal bars at the bottom of the fake mountain. The air in the area was tense, and neither of those hybrids seemed interested in Supreme Thief's inheritance anymore. The bottom of the region under the structure had become their priority. Noah could vaguely understand what was happening, but he couldn't comprehend the reasons behind that hurry. The platoons were preparing themselves to move the region, but Noah didn't sense any threat with his mind. Even his superior awareness couldn't feel the slightest trace of danger. "You came out in the end." Divine Demon's familiar voice flew in the form of mental waves and reached Noah's mind. "Join me. I will update you on the current situation." Noah flew toward the source of his aura and found Divine Demon sitting together with Ian and Jordan. Even Don had joined that group, and his eyes studied Noah's injuries as if trying to understand whether he had defeated that impossible trial. "What is happening?" Noah asked. "Why this hurry?" Noah didn't fail to notice that the hybrid's expression turned grim at his question. Still, they seemed more annoyed than concerned. "The magical beasts have resumed their invasion," Divine Demon revealed before the others had a chance to say anything. "A large part of the human side is migrating, so they have to move the inheritance toward more windy areas." Divine Demon's words confirmed Noah's guess, but the contents of what he revealed surpassed what Noah's expected. He had thought that the human side was up to something, but he didn't expect that its movements came from the magical beast side. "How is the invasion going?" Noah asked. The two sides' border was the home for many inheritances, and Noah didn't forget about them only because he had found another one. In theory, Supreme Thief's creation could offer much more than the land of the fallen, but the rewards contained there were easier to seize. They also carried elemental aptitudes that the trials in Supreme Thief's inheritance lacked. The latter contained good techniques and valuable resources, but it wasn't as specific as the others. Noah had managed to meet Supreme Thief by chance, and he had already received his reward. Reaching the tower's bottom was impossible at his current level, so that inheritance had already stopped being his priority. "The families on the border are holding strong, but they always do that at the beginning," Ian replied. "They can't stop the endless waves of beasts forever. They will eventually give up on those lands." "Silk Post City will fall," Jordan continued. "We will move Yelnbel deeper into the windy area for now, but we will fight if they try to send us deeper in the lands filled by chaotic laws." It didn't matter what Noah did. The war was inevitable, and it had already begun. It was only a matter of time before scouts flew above those lands and spotted the presence of living beings in the region. "You won't be able to use the inheritance while we move it," Ian explained. "It becomes heavier according to the number of existences in its insides, so I must ask you to leave. Unless you want to help, of course." Ian and offered Noah a formal invitation and was almost tempted enough to accept. He didn't care if the land of the fallen ended up in the magical beast's grasps, so he desired to remain with the hybrids for the time being. Yet, a mental message suddenly reached his inscribed notebook. Fergie was giving him his version of the events inside Silk Post City, and he also wanted to inform him about a special event that was about to happen in those areas. Since the humans were about to abandon those inheritances, the powerful organizations had created a series of elite teams to clear anything that they could. It didn't matter if those experts needed the rewards. The various families had another plan for them. Fergie explained that the powerful organizations wanted to create a massive auction featuring all the resources obtained in that period. They were also willing to sell some of their resources to gain some extra money. The event was quite significant. It was rare for many organizations to lift the restrictions placed on those areas and allow a proper auction. They would also hold large trades featuring many valuable resources, so Noah felt the need to attend. Noah now had many resources at hand, especially when it came to his stash of soul stones. He could purchase almost anything for his level. He could even aim to obtain some rare item from the auctions due to his wealth. "How will I find you if I were to leave now?" Noah asked, hinting at his intentions. Divine Demon exploded into a loud laugh, and Jordan revealed an interested expression. Instead, Ian remained stern and replied with plain words. "You won't find us," Ian said. "Come into the outer lands, and the Legion will find you. This is still our home. We aren't giving it to anyone. Migrating the valuable structures is only an insurance." "What about you?" Noah asked Divine Demon, but the latter shook his head. "I made too many enemies among the human side," Divine Demon explained. "I have no reason to leave Supreme Thief's inheritance either. I will stay with the Legion." "I will see you all in the future then," Noah said before limping away as he searched for a place where to rest. Still, two familiar presences immediately appeared behind him and revealed canny smiles when he turned to look at them. Jordan and Don had followed him. "I usually travel alone," Noah said as he sat on Snore's head. "I like being in a group," Jordan replied, pretending that she didn't understand the meaning behind his words. "I have been in the outer lands for too long," Don added. "My cultivation will stagnate if I keep on training in seclusion." The two hybrids had continued to follow Noah even after he had left the region with Supreme Thief's inheritance. He was searching for a place where to recover properly, but the duo had slowed down his task. "I don't work well in a group," Noah said. "You are a celebrity among the hybrids at our level," Don replied. "I'm quite curious about your power." "I'm in the solid stage," Jordan said without adding anything else. Her statement was enough to decline Noah's almost polite words. "The Crystal City has put a bounty on me," Noah said. "It will be dangerous to travel with me." "I also want a bounty," Don replied. "The Legion will understand my value if I bring back the heads of a few fanatics." "I'm in the solid stage," Jordan added, and Noah gave up on trying to use that approach to convince them. "I will surely cause a mess," Noah said in a last desperate attempt to convince the duo to leave him alone. "It's almost certain that something will happen. Nothing ever goes smoothly whenever I try to do things properly. The whole Legion might get involved if you are with me." "It's fine. Hybrids don't fear wars," Don replied. "I'm in the solid stage," Jordan said again, and Noah felt the urge to attack both of them after that pointless conversation. "Does Theodora have anything to do with this?" Noah asked, and the duo revealed shameless smiles at his question. "The members of the Legion already like you," Don replied. "Those who have watched your battle against the Steeled Boar have taken you as their role model. I wonder what they would say if they knew that you have also overcome the impossible trial." "We won't intervene unless the situation requires it," Jordan added. "Besides, it's always quite messy during an invasion. Being in a group can only help." Noah could only give up at that point. Don wasn't hard to shake off, but he didn't have the power to go against Jordan. As she had often mentioned, she was a hybrid in the solid stage. "Fine, you can come," Noah said before heaving a helpless sigh. "But I won't change my plans because of you. If you want to follow me, you will have to abide by my schedule." The duo nodded as they suppressed a laugh. They found Noah's helplessness quite funny, especially when he had no power over them. They could do as they wished, and Noah couldn't stop them. The journey proceeded silently for a while. Don and Jordan understood Noah's need to rest, so they didn't disturb him as he searched for a suitable spot before secluding himself. His condition was quite poor, but it began to improve as soon as he focused on recovering. The Dark Womb spell worked together with the Black Hole and quickened his recovery. In a bit more than a few months, Noah had almost returned to his peak, so he could resume his travel with his fourth center of power took care of polishing his status. Noah had reviewed his battles during the seclusion, and his focus had mostly gone on his improved martial arts. The power that he had managed to express after fusing his dark matter with his forms was spectacular, but he could still improve a lot. That was only a first application of his higher energy to his slashes. It was the beginning of the improved version of his personal fighting school. Noah wasn't limiting himself to his hybrid status anymore. He was finally making use of his 4 centers of power at the same time. The following steps would see him adding the dark matter to every technique and spell in his possession. That would set the end of his project, and the start of another focused on creating new arts without having to go through the same fusion again. Noah used part of his time to study his reward from the trial. Don showed some interest in that book, but Noah didn't mind it since he already guessed his success against the golems. The embodiment of power was a strange technique that required him to create channels that his darkness could use to fuel his tissues. The same was possible with the mental energy. The idea behind that skill was to transform one's body into a weapon that could face spells head-on. Noah had already reached a similar level due to his hybrid status and his black hole. Still, his body would surpass anything in existence if he managed to use that technique. The divine deduction technique illuminated his mental sea and helped Noah understanding the method. He couldn't use it in its current state. He had to break it down and reassemble it in a shape that could affect even his incredible body. Noah didn't limit himself to a passive study of the book and his martial arts. He also created fake cores to refill his stash depleted against the golems. He even built instabilities now that he had an abundance of materials. The dark blue boulders in the upper tier remained inside his separate space. Noah didn't want to show that he owned such valuable materials. Still, he couldn't waste time performing countless tests with his other projects occupying most of his thoughts. Noah wasn't even sure that he could handle materials in the upper tier at his level, but he wasn't going to test that anytime soon. His martial arts and the auctions had the priority. As his body returned to his peak, Noah resumed to hunt, and he soon had to admit that the duo didn't bother him in the slightest. Their cooperation even felt natural. Don, Jordan, and Noah shared the same needs. They had to eat to improve their bodies and cultivate to improve their dantions. They also had personal training techniques meant to enlarge their minds. Since their needs were so similar, they managed to divine every part of their journey perfectly. Only Jordan had to adapt to her companion's needs from time to time, since her superior level gave her different timings. The trio didn't use a conventional path. The human domain was a mess after the magical beasts invaded, and they were hybrids. It was better to move through the outer lands and turn toward Silkpost City once they reached its area. Noah had only read that path in maps that gave a vague description of the Immortal lands, but Jordan and Don were experts in that field. The Legion lived in the outer lands, so most of its members had committed those regions to memory. The air grew tenser as the group neared the border between the two domains. Faint shockwaves also ran through the sky, and vague roars echoed from region to region. The trio's superior awareness couldn't miss those signals. Powerful existences were fighting in the distance, and the effects of their battles spread for entire regions before dispersing. The fight on the border seemed even more violent than expected. "I didn't expect this," Fergie said when he saw the two hybrids behind Noah. The trio had met with Fergie to gain a better understanding of the situation in Silkpost City. Noah even had to refill the oval-shaped core inside his spy to keep the shadow swords active. Fergie didn't complain while Noah poured energy inside him. He had accepted his status as a spy, and his cultivation level had also grown in that period. He was still in the gaseous stage, but he was about to approach the breakthrough. Seeing Noah's ambition had allowed his power to grow far quicker than usual. "Can we enter the auctions without alerting the Crystal City of our arrival?" Noah asked, ignoring the surprised expression of his spy. "That's impossible," Fergie said as he shook his head. "Still, nothing major should happen as long as you play by the rules. In theory, these events are illegal. The rules of Silkpost City are turning a blind eye because of the invasion, but they will intervene if you cause some trouble." Noah glanced at the duo behind him when he heard those words. A helpless sigh escaped his mouth as he considered how poorly everything could go. Still, he knew how pointless it was to ask them to leave. "Many famous figures will appear in the auctions," Fergie continued. "I suggest you keep a low profile and focus on your bids. It might be worth investing in isolated rooms if you want to avoid any trouble." Noah let Fergie explain everything he knew about the auctions. The event would occur in a secret area under Silk Post City, and only the major organizations could grant access to experts without any affiliation. Obtaining that authorization wasn't hard. Paying a hefty price to one of the various organizations was enough to enter the secret area, but that alone wouldn't grant access to the best auctions. The organizations wanted to keep the best resources for themselves. The best way to do it was to limit the access to the auctions that featured valuable materials and techniques. Experts without any affiliation could still enter those auctions, but they couldn't pay their authorization with simple soul stones. They had to offer something equally valuable, and Noah wasn't willing to separate himself from resources when he intended to purchase them. I need to use my relationship with the Balro family, Noah concluded in his mind after he learnt everything Fergie knew. I won't join the auctions, Fergie said when it was time to separate. The secret organization wants me to keep track of the invasion, so you will be on your own there. It's fine, Noah replied. I only want to buy items. Nothing bad should happen. Both Noah and Fergie didn't believe in those words. Events of that caliber often involved many political interactions that the duo ignored. Non-affiliated experts would usually suffer from the suppression of large organizations since they didn't have enough wealth or power to purchase and defend their gains. Noah was an exception due to his success in the various inheritances explored in the past years. His wealth amounted to 90,000 soul stones, which was an outrageous number for a single expert. His robe in the middle tier had cost 2,000 soul stones. That had been a lucky price due to Thea Money's mistake, but it was enough to describe how much resources at his level could cost. The items in the auctions would generally be more expensive, but Noah had enough soul stones to overpay anything that he wanted. He could also trade some of the dark blue metal if the situation required it. His wealth made him sure that he could win some of the auctions. That would inevitably lead to problems if one of the organizations involved in the event wanted his same items. I can only deal with the problems when they appear, Noah thought as he put those worries in the back of his mind. No point hesitating now that I am here. Fergie left, and the trio traveled toward the closest wild region to wait for the beginning of the auctions. The official event would start in a few years since some of the most famous experts had yet to arrive. The invasion had been too sudden, so some organizations had to reorganize before they could send bidding teams. Those years went by quickly for Noah, Don, and Jordan. They limited themselves to cultivate and hunt in separate areas as they had done during their travel. Their hybrid status gave them an innate understanding of how much space their companions needed, and they had even gained experience in that field in the last period. When the time for the auctions arrived, the trio regrouped and moved towards Silk Post City while wearing clothes that hid their appearance. Jordan and Don would be fine even without them, but Noah didn't want to face any risk during the event. Crowds of experts filled the streets of Silk Post City. A heavy aura coming from the border with the magical beasts covered every building, but those cultivators didn't seem to care about it. The population of the city had also gone through a complete transformation during the last years. Silk Post City was usually the home of warriors that wanted to test their abilities in the land of the fallen, but they had become the minority after the invasion. The crowds mostly had experts wearing expensive and luxurious clothes who spent most of their time having peaceful conversations with members of other organizations. No one visited the shops either. Only the inscription halls and the restaurants continued to have their normal stream of clients. Noah and the others ignored everything around them and moved directly to a building situated near the city center. A green banner hanging from one of the windows of the structure confirmed the identity of its owners, and the group didn't hesitate to approach it. A line of experts had formed in front of the structure belonging to the Balro family. Guards with various strengths protected its entrance and surveyed the area to ensure that no one could cause any trouble. Noah and the others waited for their turn, and the guard in the liquid stage revealed a broad smile when she saw the green card held by Noah's hand. Yet, her expression froze when she heard his request. I want complete access to the auctions, Noah said as he waved the green card in front of the guard's eyes. You should call your superiors to confirm my identity. I'm sure we can find an agreement when it comes to the price to pay for the authorization. The guard didn't know what to say in front of such confidence. Non-affiliated experts would usually try to use a humble approach to gain access to those events, but Noah saw his entrance as a certainty. "I will contact my superior," the guard said. "She will know what to do." "There is no need for that." A familiar voice resounded from inside the structure, and a bald cultivator in the solid stage appeared in the open to greet Noah. "Saul," Noah said as he performed a polite bow. "Let them pass," Saul Balro said as he gestured to Noah to raise. "We have a lot to talk about. I'm quite sure Defying Demon also wants to know about the pyramid." "How did you know about Great Builder's inheritance?" Saul asked as he led the group inside the structure. "I didn't," Noah replied. "I only happened to unlock the secret area when I cleared the last room." "Did you take a look at it?" "Others from the family have," Saul admitted as he kept his gaze forward. "The Balro family has immediately closed the pyramid and cleared 2 more layers, but the exploration is on hold for now." "Did they lead to the same room?" Noah asked. "Yes," Saul replied. "We obtained 2 more pieces of Great Builder's inheritance, but the higher-ups have yet to decide whether they want to keep clearing the pyramid." "Why is that?" Noah asked. Noah couldn't understand why such a large organization would hold back in front of rewards that it knew how to obtain. After all, they consisted in the inheritance of a rank 9 existence. Not many would hesitate in front of the chance to seize it. Saul fell silent as he continued to lead the group through the structure. They went through multiple rooms and unlocked a secret passage by activating a device hidden under a tile. The floor moved at that point, and a narrow staircase unfolded in their vision. It was only when the group had descended a few steps that Saul finally answered Noah's question. "You know what Great Builder's plan is," Saul said as he heaved a long sigh. "The output of energy redirected to the secret room increases whenever we clear a layer. The family has become worried that we might trigger the resurrection of a rank 9 expert." Everything became clear in Noah's mind at that point. Great Builder was a variable that the Balro family wasn't willing to face. Even if it could instantly obtain valuable resources, that organization didn't want to awaken a monster by mistake. "Is it possible to take a look at the other 2 parts of the inheritance?" Noah asked as a cold smile appeared on his face. Saul stopped to stare at him with an emotionless expression. Multiple thoughts surged in his mind as he studied Noah's face. "How did you reach the liquid stage so soon?" Saul asked. "I had a series of lucky encounters," Noah replied. "My accumulation in the wilderness did the rest." "The whole world knows that you are a hybrid," Saul said. "The wilderness can explain the level of your body, but your cultivation level belongs to another field. These lies work only with those fanatics from the Crystal City." A tremor ran through Noah's eyes when he heard those words. Saul made him understand that he knew about the events inside the hellish landscape. He wouldn't have mentioned the Crystal City otherwise. Saul glanced at Noah's companions at that point. He couldn't use his mental waves to inspect them since Jordan's presence worried him, but he could vaguely understand that something had changed in Noah's status from that scene. Connecting Noah to the Legion wasn't hard. Gathering information in the Immortal lands wasn't hard for a cultivator in the solid stage who belonged to a large organization. Saul only needed to link a few reports to understand what Noah had experienced after the clash with the Crystal City. Saul couldn't imagine that Noah had also explored Supreme Thief's inheritance and found a connection with that structure and Great Builder's pyramid. Still, he could identify him as the cause behind the sudden disappearance of Boss Van's guild, especially since Chief Taylor had live to tell that story. "You should never leave survivors," Saul eventually said. "Your bounty would have already gone up to 10 million soul stones if the magical beasts didn't decide to invade. Those creatures are the only reason why I can allow you inside the auction without having to face any repercussion." "You have my gratitude then," Noah replied, but Saul released a loud snort. "Who cares about your gratitude?" Saul said. "What are you willing to give for the 2 pieces of Great Builder's inheritance in our possession?" "The originals?" Noah asked. "The copies," Saul replied firmly. "I will give you the first part," Noah said as his cold smile widened. "A copy?" "Nonsense," Saul said as he resumed to move. "You have the weakest part. The Balro family is willing to trade the piece in the liquid stage for yours, but it can't include the part in the solid stage. That's something that even I can't buy without relying on my organization. I hope the other forces would understand the value of my piece then, Noah said as the coldness leaked by his figure became more intense. Saul almost froze when he heard those words. Noah had hinted at something that he feared. If Noah sold his part of Great Builder's inheritance during the auctions, the Balro family would have to deal with the enormous pressure coming from the forces that wanted to explore the pyramid. Instead, if everything remained between Saul and Noah, the Balro family would continue to hold its monopoly over that resource, which was a good investment in front of a rank 9 inheritance. I can't give it for free, Saul said once he managed to recover. Add something to the plate. I wouldn't know how to explain the trade to my superiors otherwise. The duo began to negotiate after they silently agreed that they wouldn't spread that resource through the world. The information about the pyramid also had to remain a secret to fend off interested forces. Noah eventually agreed to build a series of living weapons for the Balro family since he wasn't willing to let go of his resources, especially before the auctions. As for the delivery of the goods, Noah and Saul agreed that they would wait until the auctions were over to conclude that deal. Both parts had to see how the event would go before deciding to trade those valuable techniques. The staircase led to a series of underground rooms before allowing the group inside the actual areas that would feature the auctions. After they went through a few old doors, the sound of countless conversations reached their ears, and a series of crowds appeared in their vision. A large underground structure as big as the whole Silk Post city unfolded in the group's eyes. Countless cultivators filled the area and gathered in front of small shops that featured a small number of items. However, the exhibited items weren't their best pieces, and most of those shops didn't belong to actual merchants. All the experts that couldn't reach the secret area were there, selling and trading the resources obtained throughout their lives in the hope of finding something that could make their level advance. This is only the first area, Saul explained. No point remaining here. The auctions will happen a few more layers underground. Lead the way then, Noah said, even if some of the items there had attracted his interest. Noah was filthy rich, but he wanted to see what the auctions had to offer before exploring the other markets in the underground structure. He didn't want to risk losing the best items put up for sale to trade with unknown cultivators. Glances flew in the group's direction, but the experts there didn't have the authority to stop Saul. Jordan's presence also scared them away, so they reached the lower layers of the underground structure without coming across any trouble. They are guests of the Balro family, Saul said once a guard in the solid stage stopped the group at the bottom of a staircase leading to the lower layers of the underground structure. The guard checked Saul's green card and performed a polite bow before letting the group pass. A maze made of multiple corridors and doors unfolded in their vision at that point, but Saul promptly led them across the structure. Saul then used his green card to open one of the doors, and a large room that featured a few couches and a table filled with food appeared in their vision. Jordan and Don didn't hesitate to jump on the delicacies, but Noah and Saul remained at the entrance to exchange a few last words. The large forces have a shared control of the event, Saul said. They won't know your name, but they will manage to connect you to the Balro family since I've used my credentials. Please, don't cause a mess. I'm here only to buy resources, Noah replied. I wouldn't have come back at all if it weren't for this chance. Saul nodded, and some worry left his expression. Noah had spoken the truth, and he could sense his honesty. Still, Saul knew that Noah could stir a mess even if he didn't intend to. A window will open once the auctions start, Saul said. Use the panel to place your bids. They will return into the room if you fail to win the resource. The same goes for the items when you win them. Everything is quite simple. Noah nodded, but Saul wasn't over with the explanations. His expression became stern as he began to explain the political aspects of the auctions. You know how important face is to the organizations, Saul said. Pay attention to the experts in the front rows. If they start sealing loud deals, you should back off from the auction and let them have it. Failing to do so will tell them that someone inside the Balro family doesn't care about their fame. Understood, Noah said in a less honest tone. Noah knew that the event could be dangerous. The atmosphere in the lower layers of the underground structure was tense due to all the powerful experts joining the auction. Almost all the guards there were in the solid stage. The same went for the other guests and participants. That place could become a deadly trap if he didn't play carefully. Yet, Noah wouldn't hold back if he found something that could help his battle prowess. He would try to play it safe, but his growth always had the priority. In the worst case, Noah would escape in the wilderness and spend some time with the Legion. Jordan and Don already saw him as a member of that organization in the end. Theodora had even told them to keep an eye on him. "We will finish talking about Great Builder's inheritance afterward," Saul concluded as he approached the door. "I shouldn't say this, but the Balro family wants to use the workshop to gain more relevance in the political environment. Giving it a favorable price can only benefit you." Saul left without waiting for Noah's answer. A barrier appeared around the room once the door closed. A series of shining lines came out of its walls to activate some of that structure's functions. The panel placed after the couches lit up, and Noah studied it to be ready for the auction. Jordan and Don mostly ate while Noah kept himself busy, but they didn't hold back from giving voice to a few comments. "The human society didn't change in these centuries," Jordan said in an annoyed tone. "It's one bow after another. They waste so much time in trying to be polite when they can't even protect their homes. You forced me to have a fistfight with other hybrids before accepting my requests," Noah commented. "How is bowing different? Fighting reveals your true self," Don said as he gulped a big piece of meat. "Bowing only hides your intentions." Noah gave up on arguing with the duo soon. Jordan and Don had become so used to live among hybrids that they couldn't acknowledge the human traditions anymore. Truth be told, Noah found most of them pointless, but he couldn't deny their usefulness, especially when it came to those connected to their political environment. "Why didn't you attack the human side if you are so strong?" Noah asked as he sat on the couch and filled his cup with some wine. "There are too many humans," Jordan replied before heaving a helpless sigh. "They aren't weak either. Our innate abilities can put us above them, but the Legion can't win in an all-out war due to the immense difference in our number. We are lucky that they are too busy fighting among themselves to focus on the enemies coming from outside their domain." A few hours had to pass before one of the walls lit up and became transparent once the light dimmed. A deep structure appeared on the other side of that screen-like item. Multiple seats circled a large stage that featured a few experts in the solid stage who wore luxurious robes that didn't carry any special symbol. The transparent wall didn't block the sound from the stage, so Noah and the others could hear everything happening under them. Even the conversations among the experts on the stages reached their room. The auction began with a long presentation that described the identity of the solid stage experts on the stage and explained how the event would proceed. The experts had different areas of specialization. They were famous cultivators that the organizations had lent to take care of the inspection and evaluation of the auctioned items. Their tasks also involved the description of the resources once they reached the stage. The auction began right after their presentation. A series of items quickly appeared on the stage. They were chests filled with crystal-like materials in the middle tier, and their starting price was a mere 100 soul stones. The price quickly rose to 4,000 before the auction ended. A member of the money family purchased those materials, and the expert in charge placed them over a small matrix that teleported them directly on the winner's lap. More items came out afterward. Noah didn't find any of them interesting, but he used that chance to expand his knowledge of the immortal lands. Some of those resources were quite peculiar, but they didn't fit his situation enough to make him place a bid. That was only the initial part of the auction. Only items with vague value would appear now, and Noah didn't dare to use his resources only to please his curiosity. Still, something capable of stirring his interest eventually appeared. Noah didn't expect anything when he saw a simple-looking black shard appearing on the stage, but an item inside his separate space activated at that sight. Noah almost couldn't believe his mind when he looked inside the separate space and saw that the diagram obtained in Chandal's separate dimension had begun to radiate strange waves of energy. The black shard had triggered a reaction in an item that had been silent for millennia. Noah didn't even need to think about it. Before anyone else could even bid, he had already placed 2,000 soul stones inside the panel. Noah had obtained the strange diagram millennia ago and had remained uncertain about its effects since then. Nothing he did could cause a reaction in those lines, and the situation didn't change after he reached the divine ranks. A divine item that could hide its nature from his inspection had to be powerful. Yet Noah didn't know what to do with it. He had kept it inside his separate space due to its potential value, but he often forgot that it was still there. A frail mineral that can store particles of breath of the darkness element. The expert on the stage explained to the audience, even if Noah had already placed his bid. It can work as a fuel for certain inscribed items and formations that require that type of energy. Other properties are unknown, found in the void zone. The auction began at that point, and everyone could see that Noah had already offered 2,000 soul stones for the shard. They didn't know his name, but they knew that someone was willing to spend that substantial sum for a seemingly ordinary item. Noah wasn't aware that he had committed a mistake. He wasn't an expert in those types of auctions, so he didn't predict that his action would cause unwanted effects. All the experts in the auction were opponents. They wouldn't lose the chance to make someone else spend more soul stones. That tactic would allow them to purchase the resources that they wanted at a lower price or fight for them with fewer opponents. Noah recognized his mistake when he saw multiple bids surpassing his offer and doubling the shard's price. Still, it was too late now. He could only deal with the consequences of his actions and continue to place more soul stones into the panel. The other experts eventually let him have the item. They were afraid that Noah would stop bidding if they continued to raise the price. He had to pay a bit more than 5,000 soul stones, but he successfully purchased the black shard. The panel illuminated after the auction ended, and a case appeared above it once the light dimmed. Noah quickly opened the envelope and picked the peculiar shard to inspect its structure. The item appeared quite ordinary. It was nothing more than a mineral filled with breath of the darkness element. It didn't contain much energy either, but Noah guessed that it was part of a mine or a similar structure. "Do you know what the void zone is?" Noah asked the hybrids as he continued to study the shard. Noah had read something about it when he inspected the library. Some books described that place as one of the Immortal Land's natural danger zones, but they never explained the reason behind that. They only said that it had something to do with the void, which Noah found peculiar since it was inside a higher plane. Ripping the fabric of the world apart would take existences above the 7th rank in terms of power. "I only happened to fly near it once," Jordan said after Don shook his head. "The Immortal Lands have many strange environments, but the Void Zone stands among the strangest." "Is it dangerous?" Noah asked as he studied how the shard affected the diagram inside the separate space. Surges of energy flowed through the lines of the diagram whenever Noah neared the shard to his chest. It was clear that he had found the key to unlock that mysterious item, but he wanted to wait until Jordan's explanation ended before proceeding with his test. "Dangerous isn't the right word to describe that place," Jordan replied. "The fabric of the world is strangely frail in the void zone. Any whiff of divine energy will rip it open and create countless cracks that lead to the void. Divine entities can survive there, but you might remain on the other side forever if you aren't careful. A species of magical beasts that can exploit those features also lives there. I wish I could talk with the expert who found this," Noah thought, but he quickly discarded that idea when he saw that a new auction had already begun. The experts on the stage were selling other peculiar and strange materials, but Noah was interested in them. His eyes closed as dark matter seeped out of his chest and took the black shard inside the separate space. Night and the demonic sword prepared themselves to fight as the shard neared the diagram. Noah didn't know what would happen once the two items touched each other, so he created multiple defensive layers with his dark matter. The shard flew toward the diagram and crumbled once it touched its lines. The energy contained inside the mineral fused with the item and tried to activate its functions. Yet that breath didn't manage to trigger anything. Noah scrutinized the diagram and sensed that one of its lines had changed after the shard fused with it. Part of it had become thicker, and energy was filling its insides. "I think I need to charge the entire diagram to see its effects," Noah concluded when he noticed that detail. "I need to go to the void zone." The auctions had yet to reach the valuable items, but Noah had already found his next destination. He couldn't contain his curiosity now that he knew how to activate the diagram. He would fly to the Void Zone as soon as that event ended. "Where is this place?" Noah asked after realizing that he had no idea where the Void Zone was. "Inside the magical beast's domain," Jordan replied. "Near a windy area. It might be a good spot where to absorb chaotic laws." Jordan had already understood Noah's intentions, so she explained other valuable features about those territories. Also, her words expressed her intention to join the journey. "I guess it's time to see the magical beast's domain then," Noah thought. "It should be easier to explore during the invasion. We only need to cross the borders without joining any battle." The auctions never stopped, and Noah always glanced at the featured items to see if he found something interesting. Countless materials, simple inscribed weapons, and partial knowledge about certain techniques went by, but he didn't bid for any of them. The appearance of the black shard had been a fluke. Noah found no reason to spend soul stones for resources that couldn't benefit his cultivation level or battle prowess. He had to wait for the valuable items. Saul sent him a mental message as the items reached and left the stage. The expert told Noah not to leave the room since the auctions were about to get to the last phase. A few experts among the audience left the underground area after someone purchased the last of the weaker items. More cultivators also appeared on the stage, and a series of waiters brought them inscribed robes capable of protecting them from external pressure. A barrier descended on the stage. Inscribed lines appeared to protect the audience from the pressure of the following items. Some of the cultivators on the seats were in the middle tier, so they would find it hard to withstand the aura of anything stronger than them. "Should we start with a blast?" one of the experts on the stage asked, and the audience cheered at his words. The expert snapped his fingers, and Don jumped off the couch when he saw the item that appeared on the stage. Two cultivators carried a large transparent case that contained the beating heart of a rank 8 magical beast. Noah's blood echoed the beating of the large heart. Surges of hunger filled his body and created tides in his mental sea. Even if Noah had surpassed the hybrid status, his instincts were still there, and they couldn't remain silent in front of the beating heart of a rank 8 magical beast. Don slammed his hands on the transparent wall, and saliva drooled out of his open mouth. His instincts were also going crazy, but he lacked Noah's and Jordan's self-control. "Don," Noah said as a growl fused with his human voice. "Sit." Noah's pride filled the entire room and seeped inside Don's unstable mind, bringing clarity that his instincts were trying to take away. The hybrid slowly grew calm under that influence, and he sat back on the couch while shooting an amazed glance toward Noah. Jordan also turned toward Noah. Her pupils had sharpened to show her true nature, and an evident surprise came out of them. Don's cultivation level surpassed Noah's, but the latter had managed to command him easily. The same shock filled Don's mind. He couldn't explain how Noah could remain so calm in that situation. As for the influence of his orders, Don used his unstable mind to justify it. Countless bids appeared on the panel. The experts on the seats were basically throwing soul stones at the item in the hope of seizing that incredible resource. "This is one of the treasures retrieved from the land of the fallen," the expert tried to explain. Still, the audience's cheer and noises covered his voice and forced him to give up on that description. The bids for the beating heart quickly surpassed 1,000,000 of soul stones and kept rising. Their growth slowed down only when they reached the 5,000,000. At the end of the auction, someone purchased the item for a total of 11,000,000. "I might have underestimated these auctions," Noah thought as another rank 8 item replaced the heart and marked the beginning of a second bidding war. The experts on the seats belonged to large organizations that featured rank 8 experts. Noah was rich for his level, even richer than some solid-stage cultivators. Yet, he couldn't match the wealth of the forces in control of the human side. Going into an auction that could feature rank 8 items with only 90,000 soul stones was a gamble. Noah had never hoped to purchase such powerful resources. He wanted valuable things that he couldn't obtain otherwise, but the trend of the event was making him feel delusional. The auction went from a rank 8 item to another. Crystals, body parts, partial inheritances, techniques, and diagrams whose aura could make any rank 7 cultivator shake appeared on the stage. Noah watched them come and go as he committed their appearance to memory. He needed to desire them to keep growing. Don and Jordan seemed to understand that the situation had become strange. Still, they remained silent out of respect for Noah. They didn't know what his plan was, but they wouldn't disturb him. Also, they wanted to memorize those resources to take notes of what the human side could hide. Luckily for Noah, the auctions eventually became less intense. Items in the 7th rank began to reappear on the stage, and their prices also reached a more reasonable number. With his current wealth, Noah accepted that he could only purchase one item. That conclusion didn't leave him disappointed after watching many resources in the 8th rank coming and going. He was already happy to have the chance to purchase something in the solid stage if he used everything he had. A complete inheritance of a liquid stage cultivator, an almost intact corpse of a peak rank 7 magical beast, one of the masterpieces of the Balro family. The experts on the stage continued to announce the various items, and Noah kept track of them as he tried to find the perfect resource to purchase. He only had one shot, so he wanted to use it well. A cursed sword that reflects the damage inflicted to its wielder, one of the experts said at some point. It's a troublesome item that can make anyone surpass the limits of their cultivation level. All the previous users have died after becoming addicted to the superior power that this weapon made them express. Noah's eyes lit up at that point and inspected the case containing that slightly curved sword. The weapon was black with a single red sharp edge. An ominous aura in the upper tier of the 7th rank came out of the item and seemed to ask for blood. This is an indisputable masterpiece that grows on its own, the expert continued. Defeating opponents with this blade will make its power improve. Its creator has taken inspiration from the magical beasts to build it, but it doesn't require actual food. It just craves battles and victories. Finally, something that can improve my battle prowess, Noah thought as he waited to see the bids of the other experts. The bids quickly reached 70,000 soul stones, a low number for an inscribed item in the upper tier. Its dangerous features were scaring most of the experts away since it was a risky purchase. Noah joined the auction at that point. He raised the price by 1,000 soul stones every time someone surpassed his offer. At some point, only an expert in the front rows remained as his opponents. The expert was a solid stage cultivator with long blonde hair and dark eyes. He had a youthful appearance, and his robe carried the symbol of the sailbird family. He wore a broad smile that froze whenever Noah surpassed his offer. A tinge of annoyance even appeared on his expression when the price reached 80,000 soul stones. That was already too much for a cursed sword. The expert exchanged a few words with the cultivators near him and stood up to turn toward Noah's room. He couldn't see Noah, but someone had informed him that his opponent was a guest of the Balro family. "I'm Ethan Sailbird," the expert announced. "Can the guest from the Balro family leave this sword to me? I would like to add it to my collection, and the 80,000 soul stones would come from my personal wealth. I will owe you one if you do." After those words, Ethan dropped 2,000 soul stones to surpass Noah's bid and performed a bow toward his room. He appeared sure that Noah would give up on the sword after hearing the sailbird name. Of course, Noah didn't even consider the possibility of giving up on the cursed blade. His reserves of soul stones were running short, but he still had the dark blue metal at his disposal. Ethan's face turned ugly when he saw that Noah surpassed his bid. He felt underestimated and offended, but he maintained a calm expression as he stood up again to make another speech. "I would really like to have this sword," Ethan said. "Having friends among the Sailbird family is a valuable trade-off. I wouldn't give up on it." To answer Ethan's request, Noah added more soul stones to his panel, and the audience had to suppress their laughs at that sight. Ethan had yet to make another bid, but Noah had raised the price again. "What did I tell you before this auction?" Saul shouted through the inscribed notebook. "That's the Sailbird family. They control almost all the libraries in the Immortal lands. Do you know how much wealth they own? Will you lend me some money or not?" Noah replied, ignoring the shouts coming from his inscribed notebook. "I have enough resources to double this price. Don't make me use them." Don and Jordan couldn't contain their laughs when they heard the mental interaction between Noah and Saul. The previous scene had already made them lose part of their decorum, but that conversation had brought the situation to another level. Damn it! Yes. Have your damned soul stones. Saul quickly gave up and sent some money through the panel in Noah's room. Don't you dare to go back on our previous agreement. You know that we need the first part of Great Builder's inheritance. Thanks, Noah replied before storing the soul stones and the inscribed notebook. The first part of Great Builder's inheritance explained how to create the fake cores and the workshop's foundation. The Balro family could invent a suitable replacement for the cores, but it couldn't complete the technique without knowing how it functioned. Noah had guessed that the first part of the inheritance was slightly more important than the others when they were separate, but he could confirm that only after Saul lent him the soul stones. That ensured his upper hand in the transaction and made him sure that he would obtain the cursed sword. Ethan didn't know how to react to Noah's gesture. He took it as a personal offense, even if Noah only wanted to express his determination to obtain the item. The expert from the Sailbird family didn't lie when he said that that money came from his wealth. There was a limit to how much he could spend to purchase a defective upper-tier item, and he had already lost enough face after the last interaction. I will leave the item to you, Ethan eventually said as he stood up and performed a polite bow toward Noah's room. His gesture granted him the appreciation of the audience. Ethan had managed to remain calm even after what had happened. Still, Noah had interacted with enough nobles throughout his life to know when someone was hiding hostile intentions. The auction ended at that point. The case containing the cursed word appeared above Noah's panel, and he stored it before hurrying the hybrids to stand up. The duo was initially confused about his reaction, but Saul suddenly appeared at the entrance of the room and hurried them to leave. Even he had understood that Ethan wouldn't let the matter go. You must leave now, Saul said. You will only hurt my family if you remain here. Noah didn't hesitate and grabbed the two hybrids before following Saul through the underground maze. The expert led them back inside the structure of the Balro family, but he didn't escort them outside. I don't have the copies of the other two pieces of the inheritance with me, Saul admitted. The Balro family is still studying them. We will complete our trade later on, Noah replied. I have to leave anyway. Something came up, so I will return to the Outer Lands. I will contact you once the copies are ready, Saul continued. We can decide the other details and a secret location for the trade later on. Everything is too messy with the invasion. Even my leaders don't know how much the magical beasts will conquer this time. Noah limited himself to nod before turning to leave, but Saul cleared his throat to claim his attention again. The price of the sword didn't grow anymore, Saul said. You didn't use the soul stones that I gave you. I will take them as proof of your goodwill, Noah said before turning again and storming out of the structure. The two hybrids smiled at Saul before following him. The trio ran as fast as they could through the streets of Silkpost City. Anyone in the area could realize that their speed wasn't human, but they didn't do anything to stop them. They only memorized that 3 hooded experts had left the structure of the Balro family in a hurry. Lead me to the Void Zone, Noah said to Jordan as part of his attention went to the insides of his separate space. The case suppressed the aura of the cursed sword, but Noah wanted to inspect it anyway. The blade was different from the demonic sword. It had a circular guard and a polished handle wrapped in a soft, black fabric. The sword also had a black sheath that could contain its bloodlust. Noah had obtained the whole set in the auction, and he couldn't wait to test it in a real battle. I'm almost broke again, Noah thought as he reviewed his wealth. He had used all his money during the auction. Saul had lent him 20,000 soul stones, but they didn't feel enough after witnessing experts purchasing rank 8 items. Millions of soul stones had gone by during the auction. The large organizations could make trades with money that Noah would take millennia to gather. However, the auction had also revealed to Noah that he could purchase rank 8 items as long as he had enough money. He believed that those resources were unattainable before the event, but the various forces had proven him wrong. I guess I still don't have a clear understanding of the human society in the higher plane, Noah concluded in his mind as a loud sigh escaped his mouth. Jordan took the lead of the group and set off once they left the borders of Silkpost City. The trio moved toward the land of the fallen, where the intense aura radiated by the battles on the border raged more violently. The group didn't enter the battlefield. They gazed at the multicolored lights filling the sky in the distance before changing direction. Jordan led them around the battlefield and deep into the magical beast's domain before slowing down. "Humans sure are petty," Don said once Jordan slowed down. "They have lived in comfort for so long that they have created different types of struggles for their kind." Jordan replied, "My time with the Legion has made me forget how hard it was to hide among cultivators." Noah didn't join that conversation. The Immortal Lands tried to keep the three kinds as separate forces, but he didn't care about those differences. Only power mattered in his mind, so he didn't have any bias regarding humans and magical beasts. "Is it a brother?" The demonic sword's youthful voice resounded inside Noah's mind after a while. The living weapon had begun to fly around the transparent case after it understood that the cursed sword carried traces of a will. The demonic sword appeared happy to see that Noah's new companion was a blade instead of a beast. "We will ask it later on," Noah replied through his mind. "We will have a long conversation and understand why it hurts its wielders." Noah gazed at the sky in the distance after that reply. It was impossible to miss the battlefield between the two domains. Multicolored lights had given the white radiance an ever-changing color, and the very space of the higher plane seemed to twist due to the energy released in that area. Noah watched those lights and let his mind go wild. Resources and traces of rank 8 beings were becoming a common sight in his life. That was the proof that his cultivation level was slowly nearing that league. Noah couldn't explore the real version of the magical beast's domain in the first phases of his journey toward the Void Zone. The creatures that lived near the border were fighting with the human side. The trio flew over empty regions inhabited only by immense magical plants. The flora was far richer in the lands under the control of the magical beasts. The humans tended to clear entire areas to build cities and defenses, but those creatures lived in the complete wild. The magical plans died only when powerful beings fought near them. That empty environment didn't allow the trio to hunt, but they could gather valuable materials from the unprotected and harmless magical plants. Some of the tallest trees had thick trunks that could provide tough wood. Noah seized everything he could and filled his separate space with many valuable materials. He gained more from that simple travel than from the whole golem cave in the second layer of Supreme Thief's inheritance. Those gains would have been impossible if the magical beasts were still in those regions. Many of the magical plants seized by the trio thrived near lairs belonging to rank 8 creatures. The trio had no chance to take those resources during normal times. Magical beasts eventually began to reappear once Noah and the others flew deeper into that domain. Sparse packs made of creatures in the lower tier of the 7th rank acted like the trio and ate anything they could now that the leaders were away. The trio avoided those packs. They were too weak to satisfy their bodies, and they didn't want to waste time since they were still too close to the human domain. Their superior awareness told them that no one was following them, but it was better to play it safe against cultivators from large forces. The Sailbird family was wealthy enough to purchase cloaking robes for its members. When the trio was deep enough in the magical beast's domain, they decided to take a break and focus on their cultivation. Noah couldn't wait for that moment to arrive since he had a promising item to inspect. Noah dug a cave in a tall forest and covered the entire habitation with dark matter before taking out the transparent case containing the cursed sword. The demonic sword and knight also came out of the separate space carrying a mixture of worry and curiosity. They could sense that the cursed blade was an inscribed weapon in the upper tier, but they trusted Noah enough to believe that the item would become their companion soon. Noah covered his body with dark matter, and the fiendish armor quickly formed. His clawed fingers then removed the seal placed on the case, and an intense bloodlust filled the dark world as soon as the container opened. Countless images flowed inside Noah's mind and resonated with his memories. He recalled every battle and life that he had taken under the influence of that bloodlust. Dark red shades quickly began to replace the colors in his memories. All the blood spilled because of him filled his mind and tried to cover his whole mental sea. Another warmonger. A tired male voice seeped inside Noah's consciousness. You all kill without considering your opponent's pain. My creator was a fool to believe that battles would stop once the aggressors learnt what their enemies felt. The voice was deep and loud. It echoed inside Noah's mind and created shockwaves that ran through the red color filling his mental sea. Humans will never stop fighting, the voice continued. This is their curse. Mine is to have them as my masters. Luckily, I won't be your servant. Your arrogance has clouded your mind. The cursed sword was speaking about Noah's cultivation level. He had chosen to feel the aura of the blade even if his power was inferior to the item. Yet Noah was far from ordinary. His black hole began to rotate faster as the bloodlust tried to fill every inch of his mind, and his companions gave voice to cries that created some clarity among that dark red scenery. Every time Noah recalled one of his bloodied memories, he sensed the emotions that had filled his being at that time. He remembered why he had killed so many opponents, and the answer was always the same. I agree, Noah roared. Humans are hypocrites, but I'm no cultivator. You can call me a monster if you please, but I will use you to unleash even more bloodshed. I won't run away from this bloodlust. Let me seize it. Noah's voice was a mixture of human words and roars, and a loud cry followed the end of his speech. His pride became more intense at that point, and his ambition surged to express all the qualities of his individuality. The dark red color that had filled his mind slowly began to disappear. It didn't fade. Noah's mental sea absorbed and made it part of its structure. The dark brown mental sea began to radiate scarlet shades after Noah completed the process, and his aura obtained an ominous feeling. Something had changed inside him, but he didn't feel any different. Noah had his bloodlust. The cursed sword had intensified it and forced him to give it a form. The blade had also passed him the bloodlust of its previous masters, and it didn't expect him to absorb it so quickly. Why? The cursed sword asked through mental waves that seeped through Noah's consciousness. Why do you all keep on fighting? Why can't you stop? Noah completely opened the case and dispersed his armor at that point. The sword's aura couldn't hurt him anymore after he had absorbed its bloodlust, so he could wield it without facing any danger. I will show you, Noah said as his hand closed on its handle and his ambition surged. Noah's aura expanded. He had cultivated enough to have regained some potential, so his centers of power slightly grew under that influence. The dark world also reacted to his ambition. The dark matter morphed and gave birth to a starry sky. Noah's black higher energy began to shine with white color as it reflected what he saw through his ambition. His feelings flowed out of his mind and seeped inside the blade. The weapons didn't speak during that scene. It simply focused on the starry sky and bathed in Noah's emotions. Can humans even reach that? The sword asked after it snapped back to reality. I have no idea, Noah replied. But I will kill every single living being in the immortal lands if that gets me closer to what I want. I see, the sword said and fell silent for a while before giving a final answer. I accept your determination. Use me to unleash as much bloodshed as you like. Failing to endure it will lead to your death. Death is the easy path, Noah said as he took out the cursed sword from the case and raised it above his head. That simple movement created a fissure in his dark world and broke the ground behind it. The slash also cut a few magical plans in the area before losing its power and vanishing. A cut then opened on Noah's shoulder. That attack had also injured him, but he expected nothing less from a blade with the label cursed. Now, tell me what you can do, Noah said as he came out of the cave. It was time for some tests. Noah soon understood that he couldn't go all out during his tests. The cursed sword wasn't a weapon meant for daily use. It was a trump card that could force existences to unleash far more power than they wielded. The foundation of the weapon's power was in its bloodlust. Its master had to carry a similar feeling to wield the cursed sword, and their auras had to fuse during the attack to unleash blows that surpassed their level. Noah had an enormous bloodlust. His life had been a constant battlefield, and he had never once held back from killing his opponents. His existence suited the weapon perfectly, but that was a disadvantage when he wanted to test its power. The bloodlust only enhances your power, but you pay the price with your energy and body, the cursed sword explained as Noah rested on a tree with the blade on his lap. You can probably launch a few attacks with power in the upper tier before falling apart. Remember never to use me when your mind is unstable. You have absorbed the bloodlust of my previous masters, but their influence can still drive you crazy. Noah memorized those teachings as he studied the blade. The cursed sword had yet to understand how unusual his body was, so it was treating him as a common hybrid. He guessed that he could survive at least 5 attacks before suffering too many injuries. That was a rough estimate that took into consideration his current level and the incredible properties of his black hole, so he could stretch his limits as long as he improved. I have the middle-tier disposable puppet and the cursed sword as trump cards now, Noah thought as he stored the blade without putting it back in its case. The bloodlust and supreme thief's true meaning are also inside my mind, but I can't take them out at will. I even have many life-saving drugs that should help me if I eat them at the same time. This aspect of my power should be decent at my current level. With the trump cards in place, Noah could return to focus on his foundation. His ambition required time and experiences to grow, so he could only work on his techniques for now. The personal arts required countless tests and enlightenment. Noah had to try until he invented something that surpassed his current abilities. Yet, that process required time that he preferred to use on the embodiment of power. The addition of the cursed sword to his level made that technique even more appealing. Any improvement in his body would stretch the limits of his bloodlust and allow him to suffer more backlashes other than making his overall battle prowess grow. Noah had begun to test the forms described in the embodiment of power, but they didn't work on his body. That outcome didn't surprise him, but it still left him annoyed since he had no idea how to proceed. He could only continue his studies of the Black Book until he gained a sudden understanding. The trio eventually resumed their travel, but Noah didn't pay much attention to the environment anymore. His thoughts moved from the cursed sword to his foundation and ended with his battle prowess. He didn't lack ways to become stronger now, but he had to invest a lot of time in those projects. I will conclude the trade with Saul and go into seclusion, Noah eventually decided. It's pointless to amass projects that will become obsolete once my power grows. It's better to prepare for anything before facing dangers. Noah's arrival in the Immortal lands had been quite messy, and his life there hadn't been peaceful either. He had gone from one inheritance to another and fought whenever he had the chance. The clash with the Crystal City had also made him improve, but he almost had to die beforehand. That never left him time to go into seclusion. The world had too much to explore, and he couldn't give up on the many events that had happened near him. After that decision, Noah felt in a hurry to reach the Void Zone and understand its connection with Chandal's strange diagram. Succeeding in the task would put an end to one of his oldest projects and give him enough time to go into seclusion. He planned to accumulate as much as possible before adapting everything to his level. A few traces of instability appeared on the world's structure as the trio neared the Void Zone. They were almost there, but the environment was already revealing how influential that dangerous area was. Stronger magical beasts began to rear around Noah and the others, and they didn't hesitate to hunt them. They would never give up on food at that level. Dark patches even appeared in the sky in the distance at some point. Noah and Night could sense how the world was growing frail, but their main concern was toward a few presences felt by their senses. Jordan had told Noah that the Void Zone was the home to a peculiar species of magical beasts, but he didn't expect the area to be so populated. He could already sense more than 100 magical beasts there. Still, Noah also sensed something that made his expression freeze. A single strong presence lived in the area right before the Void Zone, and Noah felt a familiar vibe coming from it. We meet at last, Noah thought as he separated from Dawn and Jordan to fly in the direction of that familiar presence. As he flew through the short forest surrounding the Void Zone, Noah saw that the area had obtained a peculiar color that he knew far too well. Golden shades had started to illuminate those magical plants, and a few charred marks filled their trucks and the azure ground. Noah couldn't fail to recognize the owner of that power, and memories inevitably resurfaced in his mind. He recalled the whole world fighting against a powerhouse that was ready for any occasion. The cultivator sensed Noah's presence, and similar memories appeared in his mind. The expert didn't even move. It seemed that he wanted to meet Noah. When Noah crossed one of the largest trees in the forest, a golden radiance filled his vision. He quickly adjusted to that light, and a peculiar scene unfolded in his eyes once he gazed toward the source of that halo. A cultivator with long silver hair and shining golden eyes sat next to a cauldron boiling under golden flames. The expert wore a golden crown and radiated an aura in the liquid stage. His power seemed even greater than Noah's. The two didn't say anything at the beginning. They glanced at each other and let their memories fill their minds. They had come from the same lower plane, but they were here now in the immortal lands. The issue was that they didn't know how to interact since they had always been enemies. "You made it here," King Elbas said without moving his golden eyes away from Noah. "That's not surprising. Your cultivation level is—" "I didn't expect you to be deep in the magical beast's domain," Noah replied. "Did you cause some trouble among the large forces?" "Of course," King Elbas answered. "How could I not?